Stray Kids are heavily praised for the signature sound, but when they first debuted, that same sound nearly brought the group down. Yet just a few years later, Changbin would make a bold call that completely changed not just their future, but the whole industry. From the very beginning, Stray Kids have been aiming to be different. They didn't want to make music people had already heard. Their music is meant to represent that stray aspect that each of them embody. You see, back in 2018, most K-pop groups were putting out bright, cheerful songs with some EDM mixed in. A lot of debuts leaned on safe, upbeat tracks that felt polished and easy to listen to. Twice, JYP's biggest success at the time was thriving with songs like What Is Love that leaned into sweetness and vocal-driven hooks. Groups like The Boys were debuting with high-energy, danceable tracks, but still sticking to a clean vocal sound. So when Stray Kids came out with a debut as aggressive as District 9, people were confused, to put it simply. It wasn't just that the sound was louder, it was that the tone of the song was angsty, confrontational, and otherwise messy. It clashed against the glittery and optimistic vibe people expected from new groups. Even 80s, who would later be known for their hard-hitting music, debuted later that same year with Pirate King, which was strong, but still leaned more into theatrical EDM than raw rap. That's what made Stray Kids' choice so jarring. Twice had just established JYP Entertainment as the bright, lovable company, so it seemed almost silly for Stray Kids to not begin with a similar cheery sound. In fact, most of 4th Gen's earliest groups debuted with this bubbly feel, because it was seen as a guaranteed way to build a fanbase. The difference here is that Stray Kids weren't trying to be unique just for the sake of it. 3RACHA wanted their songs to catch your attention and pull you in through something people weren't used to: honesty. While that might sound simple enough, honest music was surprisingly hard to find in K-pop. Really, the only themes you got in company-made K-pop was either love or self-confidence. That was it. Not many groups made their own music, so it makes sense that they wouldn't be singing the things they wanted to. This is part of what set Stray Kids aside as their own thing. 3RACHA writes the majority of their songs, with JYP Entertainment giving them quite a lot of freedom to say the things that need to be said. Their debut track, District 9, embraced that honesty. Hyunjin raps, "Honestly, I don't know who I am. It's frustrating. It always worries me." This sort of self-analysis was practically unheard of for a title track at the time. Stray Kids wished to change the standards in K-pop, and District 9 highlighted just that. Normally, debut songs were designed to project confidence. Stray Kids didn't really do that. Instead, they came out with doubts and insecurities and put those feelings front and center. In a scene where love songs and generic "believe in yourself" messages dominated, hearing Hyunjin admit that he doesn't even know who he is was almost jarring. That's part of what made the group feel different. Fans weren't just seeing another polished rookie act delivering lyrics someone else had written. They were seeing 9 people who were wrestling with their own identities and choosing to put that struggle into their debut. You can imagine how unusual that was in 2018. Honesty in K-pop wasn't common at the time, especially in title tracks meant to set the tone for an entire group's career. A few older groups, like BTS, with songs such as No More Dream or No, had dabbled in themes of frustration, but it still wasn't the industry standard. By the late 2010s, the default formula was love, heartbreak, or vague empowerment. Stray Kids were stepping into territory that wasn't expected from a rookie group, and because they were writing it themselves, it didn't feel manufactured. It felt personal. That self-reflective honesty became their hook. International fans in particular gravitated toward it because even if you didn't understand Korean, you could feel the raw energy and urgency in their delivery. It was less about the language and more about the emotion. That connection would become one of Stray Kids' biggest strengths. Audiences weren't just hearing a debut, they were hearing 9 young men tell the truth about their lives. The expectations for K-pop in 2018 were still rather confining. The introduction video for I Am Not features Bangshan talking about their different sound, even calling it their own weapon. It's full of honesty and is music that can break any system, so we will break it with honesty. What's especially interesting is that the K-pop industry was so restricting at the time, and because of that, he's quick to follow up his statement with a question to his staff. Can I say that? It's a shallow question. He's either allowed to be honest or he's not. For a lot of groups, that answer would be no. They weren't allowed to provide that honesty about their music, let alone themselves. They weren't allowed to be human. Just by being honest in their songs, they became something new. They went astray from the system and the expectations people had for K-pop. The intro song totally encapsulates this feeling.
They expect perfection. So how can we be different?
In 2018, there was a huge lack of honesty, but when it was finally presented to the general market, they found it unusual. The strong rap and punk rock sound of their debut track unsettled people. Probably one of the most memorable noises in the song is the siren that sounds throughout it. It's odd. It's conflicting. Why would you want to put something that's otherwise annoying in your song? It just doesn't make sense. Except, it did. It worked perfectly for not only the song, but also for Stray Kids. It was a sound they believed suited their escape from inauthenticity. Immediately from their debut, 3RACHA had the goal to become a group known for not just releasing great songs, but being great at making them. While 3RACHA's existence before Stray Kids helped them practice, they also wrote music for the sake of creating. It showed that they were already making music on their own terms. They weren't waiting for a company to give them songs. They were already writing about their experiences, the pressure as trainees, and their ambition for the world, even before very many people were listening. When Stray Kids debuted, the style wasn't left behind. As a matter of fact, I believe it's because of 3RACHA's origin that Stray Kids ever did challenge the system. 3RACHA created a new expectation. Idols were not just supposed to sing and dance anymore. If Stray Kids could write and produce their own music, then suddenly the standard for everyone else started to change. You couldn't call them just company made because they were the ones building the songs themselves, and that shift was massive. Back in 2018, self-production in K-pop wasn't unheard of, but it was still rare. Big Bang had G-Dragon, with BTS having their own production trio, but those were exceptions, not the rule. The vast majority of groups had entire teams of in-house composers who handed idols a finished product to perform. The idol's job was to perfect the delivery, not to question the message. That's why 3RACHA's role inside Stray Kids mattered so much. Bangchan, Changbin, and Han weren't just messing around on the side, they were leading the group's entire musical direction. For JYP Entertainment to give rookies that level of creative control was a huge gamble. Labels usually wanted consistency and predictability, and handing the sound of a new group to 3 18 or so year olds was risky. But that gamble paid off, because Stray Kids weren't just another JYP act, they were quickly recognized as something else entirely, a group that didn't just sing what they were told, but one that built their songs from the ground up. And that difference is exactly what fans latched onto. They could hear the perspective of ex-trainees who had just fought their way through a survival show, and they could feel the ambition of people writing about their own lives instead of reciting a script. That's also why other groups and fans started paying attention. If Stray Kids could debut with their own songs and find success, then what excuse did other companies have for holding their artists back? It raised the bar for what idol meant. From then on, it wasn't enough to just perform perfectly. Authenticity suddenly mattered too. Listeners could feel the difference. They were hearing the members' own frustrations, struggles, and thoughts. That made the connection much stronger. People were listening to something real. Stray Kids actually challenged what K-pop was so much that they're considered to be one of the first groups of fourth generation. What's interesting is that generations in K-pop aren't set year periods. It's not just, 2000 to 2005 is first gen, and 2005 to 2010 is second gen. Rather, generations are split up by noticeable changes in the industry. First gen K-pop was aimed mostly at domestic audiences in Korea, but as platforms like YouTube and Facebook emerged, international fans started discovering the music, and in turn, it shifted and defined second gen. By third gen, the global audience was being directly catered to. Groups were built with international fans in mind, and massive fan armies began to dominate the industry. Then came fourth gen, where the sound of K-pop itself shifted, becoming louder, more intense, and more hyped up than ever before. With each change, there was strong pushback from current fans. With Stray Kids being one of the groups to begin 4th gen, they faced a lot of critics that, apparently, knew what was right and wrong for K-pop. Mirror was Stray Kids' most successful song early in their career. Not only was it their first song to win first place on a music program, but it also got people talking. At the time of its release, it was weird, and arguably it still is. The song is loaded up with sound effects, like police sirens, car horns, eagle screeches, and many more noises. While they all suit the theme of the song, people were quick to criticize it. Because of its loud nature and otherwise obnoxious use of sound effects, people considered Stray Kids to be noise music. Instead of changing their approach, they doubled down on it and continued to produce the honest and real music that they wanted to make. Side Effects discusses the worry that comes with being an idol. Easily the biggest draw of the song is the chorus. The actual members don't play a huge role in the song, actually leaving it up to the instrumentation and robotic voice. The song was overwhelming. Listeners still felt that Stray Kids was nothing more than noise music. Except the group didn't care. They knew what they were doing was changing the industry, and the people that understand their approach best will be the ones that follow them. It's as Bang Chan said, their music, especially their honesty, is their weapon, and that very weapon is breaking the system like he predicted. In 2020, Stray Kids released God's Menu. What makes this even more noteworthy is that it wasn't originally chosen as the title track. Changbin had just written a new song, now known as God's Menu. All of the members loved it and thought it'd be perfect for the album, leading them to take it straight to JYP, even though it was way past deciding the final title track. That bold call completely altered the course of the group. 5 years later, God's Menu still stands as one of the group's loudest and boldest tracks. The fact that it made such a lasting impact is incredibly impressive. It's noisy, it's annoying, but it's also addictive. DANCERACHA took that criticism and turned it into defining a feature of their band. IN once described the song as something powerful that isn't common in K-pop, and he's completely right. By sticking to the sound that they wanted to hear and not chasing trends, Stray Kids reshaped the norms of the genre. Before God's Menu, they were still searching for what their identity was supposed to be. The backlash they faced from people afraid of change is exactly what guided them. Stray Kids took the criticism and made it their full identity. Other groups saw the success Stray Kids were having and were quick to adjust and adapt the noise into their own music. What people once considered to be a poorly made song had become something people craved. As they refined their music, they began referring to it as their mala sound. If you've ever had mala hot pot, you'll know it's not a comfortable meal. It's numbing, fiery, and overwhelming, but at the same time, you keep going back for more. That's exactly the kind of effect Stray Kids wanted their music to have. Intense, chaotic, maybe even a little too much at first, but addictive once you've tried it. The characteristics of this mala sound were clear: loud, percussive production, pulling from trap, EDM, and even rock. Sudden beat switches and constant energy shifts that kept you listening. On paper, it looked messy, but Stray Kids turned that chaos into their signature flavor. Audiences were listening to more than just songs. They were listening to the music Stray Kids worked so hard to get right. The mala taste gave the group a clear identity in an industry where so many groups risked blending together. You could hear a track and immediately recognize it as theirs. It's this very unique sound that has helped them stay relevant for so long. What critics once brushed off as too noisy or just rap became validated. Stray Kids proved that aggressive, rap-heavy production could not only sell albums, but dominate charts. Songs like God's Menu and Thunderous forced the industry to recognize that noise wasn't just a gimmick, but also a legitimate style of K-pop. Stray Kids' disruption didn't stop at sound though. The industry itself began to shift. Stray Kids set a new standard for idol self-production, showing that groups could, and maybe even should, take ownership of their own music. DANCERACHA wasn't just writing filler tracks, they were also producing title tracks that defined eras. And once fans saw how much authenticity that brought, the expectation for other idols started to change. Branding played a major role in this shift. By labeling their identity as mala taste, Stray Kids built a genre within a genre. Other groups began experimenting with the same kind of noisy intensity, chasing after the same addictive chaos. What was once unique to Stray Kids started showing up everywhere, because suddenly it was seen as the new cool. But even as their influence spread, Stray Kids held on to control their own direction. DANCERACHA never stopped steering the music, which meant their identity stayed consistent even while the rest of the industry shifted around them. That consistency forced people to rethink what it meant to be an idol. Before, it was enough to perfect choreography and deliver vocals. Songwriting was extra, but not expected. Stray Kids flipped that. They showed that authenticity could be just as valuable as perfection, and that idols taking ownership of their music was something that could define an entire generation. Their stages reflected the same mindset. Choreography for tracks like Thunderous or Maniac wasn't there just to look clean. It was built to match the chaos of the music. Each performance felt like the sound brought to life. Of course, this approach came with risk. The noise music label followed them for years, and there were moments of doubt, but instead of pulling back, they kept it up. They trusted that their honesty and boldness weren't weaknesses to be fixed, but strengths that would carry them forward. In doing so, they didn't just succeed inside the system, they shattered it, something they once dreamed of doing. They proved that idols could be the artists of their own sound, and that chaos, when done with intent, could be just as impactful as perfection. Looking back, it really wasn't an easy goal for them. With how ambitious they were, they consistently felt resistance from the industry, from critics, and even sometimes doubt inside the group. But Stray Kids never let go of their vision. They proved that honesty and boldness weren't flaws to hide. Stray Kids sold over 30 million albums, not by luck, but by building everything from the ground up. Self-made, self-produced, and driven by raw authenticity. The K-pop industry as a whole is incredibly artificial. Every action, emotion, and lyric is specially placed to further their product. It's because of that standard that Stray Kids were able to excel so much. The group strives to stay true to themselves, embracing their flaws and stray behavior. Ever since the beginning, making their own music has been a key point to their image. Nearly all of Stray Kids' music is written and produced by 3 members of the group, known as 3RACHA. The responsibility of creating their own songs can be daunting, especially with how difficult being an idol is already. However, this allows them to make exactly the music they want to perform and shape it to fit their image perfectly. The group is free to discuss a wider range of topics and experiment with genres that seem otherwise ridiculous for the standard, manufactured K-pop scene. In several instances, their music has acknowledged and discussed mental health, something that can be often overlooked or even outright ignored. Some of their most popular songs with these themes are Silent Cry, Lonely Street, and Cover Me. These songs not only add variety to their music, but it gives listeners something to cling to and feel support from. Many of these songs are written from the members' personal experience, letting their fans, and especially Stay, feel connected to not just the music, but the artist behind it. One of 3RACHA's members, Bangchan, is known for staying up well into the night to work on music, trying to put as much time into it as he can. Chan has spent many nights grinding away at music, working to make the best songs he can, even if that means he doesn't sleep that night. However, Chan isn't superhuman by any means. For the longest time, it confused me how he could dedicate so much of his day to working, whether that's performances, practicing, or writing. But recently, I noticed he tends to get his rest during commutes. Not only does this highlight Bangchan's drive for success, but it applies to the group as a whole. Stray Kids are willing to do whatever it takes to make their style stick. They could take the easier way around this, letting dedicated producers write their music, but they refuse to, wishing to sing the songs they love rather than the songs be given to them. In recent years, Stray Kids has grown as songwriters, with every member learning how to create personal music. With the group's core team leading the way, they're able to create songs that fully match their vision, both in lyrics and melody. We'll talk more about the members' involvement later. The relatability of their self-produced songs has allowed for listeners, both new and loyal, to further connect with the group. Even though Stray Kids' experimental sound is popular now, it hasn't always been. Their career looked promising when they were getting started, building traction and attention with their survival show in 2017. When their debut album, I Am Not, came around, it only sold 3,421 copies in its first day, which, don't get me wrong, is a lot for a rookie group, but it certainly wasn't that many compared to other groups in the industry. Unfortunately, their next mini-album dropped in sales significantly, falling to 1,766 copies in its first day. However, Stray Kids stuck through it, working to improve their skills, music, and performance. A year later, Stray Kids released Miro, their first big title track. Now being pushed further into the public eye, the group began facing immense levels of criticism for their odd music style, calling it nothing more than noise. Despite those critiques, Stray Kids stayed true to the sound they liked, writing the music they wanted to hear, even if it didn't please everybody. The group viewed this sound as their specialty almost, calling it the Stray Kids genre. But on June 17th, 2020, everything changed for Stray Kids. The group released their first full-length album, and included on the record was God's Menu, a song that perfectly aligned with everything Stray Kids stood for. The song has successfully given Stray Kids more attention than ever before, both positive and negative, but it didn't matter as Go Live sold 52,352 copies in its first day. Just to put that in perspective, Go Live sold about 1,430% more copies in its first day than I Am Not. Stray Kids were clearly picking up traction. God's Menu introduced a multitude of new people to Stray Kids, with his music video becoming the first to hit 100 million views from the group. God's Menu was actually my first impression of Stray Kids. I remember thinking the way the song blended styles was absurd, but still enticing, leading me to check out more songs from the group. Hundreds of thousands of people just like me were being wrapped into the Stray Kids genre, and they were loving it. God's Menu and Go Live were a huge breakthrough point for Stray Kids. Without the success here, it's hard to say for sure if they could be anywhere near the leader status and success they have currently. It was a gateway for them to continue making the music they loved, directly addressing those earlier naysayers in their first million-selling album. The title track of that album, Thunderous, expanded on their genre versatility better than any song before. It combines themes of traditional Korean folk music with modern day hip hop and EDM. They merged these styles in a way only Stray Kids could, producing something entirely new and unique to their brand. Stray Kids were successfully being authentic in an artificial industry, and people adored them for it. The thing about Stray Kids music is it's predictably unpredictable. What I mean by that is, they've built up such a strong image around their unique style that it's expected for them to write and release different songs each time. Even just looking at recent years, S-Class is nothing like La 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 La, and likewise, La 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 is nothing like Chick Chick Boom. However, they still fall under the umbrella of the Stray Kids genre, where they're consistently combining genres into their own thing. This doesn't mean that their music is disconnected from each other. Actually, they do really well at tying their albums into one another. Their earlier music followed this theme quite well, with their first 3 albums being a part of their I Am series. Each album represents something entirely new, as though the main character of the story is beginning to realize or understand new concepts. The songs are additionally written with that theming in mind. District 9 is an aggressive hip-hop song, My Pace leans into an electronic side, and I Am You adapts to an alternative rock sound. What's interesting though is despite taking strong inspiration from those specific genres, they're still adding more into them, creating something entirely new and different. It's this approach that has made the group so popular. Stray Kids consistently give listeners something new while also connecting to previously established sounds. In recent years, the members have begun expanding and performing beyond their strongest skills. Most notably, Changbin and Lino are beginning to sing much more often on songs, something they both love doing. By mixing up their abilities, the group is able to create a wider variety of songs, broadening their catalog of music. Another way they've been widening their discography is through member songs. I mentioned earlier that the members of Stray Kids are starting to get more involved in the songwriting process, and it really has changed the overall view of the group. As an 8-member family, they each have their own goals, struggles, and motivators. These very aspects often make their way into the music they write. The other interesting thing is that each member has their own way of expressing their ideas. This switch for more personalized music has allowed the members to adapt their songs into exactly the style they're looking for. Altogether, it elevates the full group's image and has continued to push their image immensely. If Stray Kids music is responsible for hooking their audience, the members are certainly responsible for converting them into fans. Originally formed by Chan, the synergy of the members has always been a key element to the group. JYP stated during their survival show that Stray Kids had a clear weapon beyond their songwriting abilities. He and the audience noticed the connection the group had was like nothing else. Tearing the group apart with even one member missing would be detrimental. Each member has something entirely unique to contribute to the group. Most people think of their musical or performance skills, but truly, it extends to even their personality. An illegitimate personality is perhaps one of the easiest things to detect, and the fact that Stray Kids can be themselves on camera and interact with each other naturally goes extremely far. One of their best known traits is their chaotic nature, keeping up high energy oftentimes. A beloved series from the group, SKZ Code, showcases their goofier side exceptionally. Whether that's chasing drones, messing with instruments, or sabotaging each other, they always seem to be up to something. It's these very antics that people love, feeling curious about what the group will do next. Viewers and listeners end up feeling more connected to the artists than they usually would if the group chose to artificially create these interactions. This chaotic nature ties into their music as well, where their music could be seen as chaotic. The group has even developed a term for it, considering their music funnily annoying. This term could additionally be used to describe the group's personalities, with them enjoying annoying each other, but without overstepping boundaries. Stray Kids make it obvious that they care for each other outside of business. Fans understand that the group is more than just coworkers, they're a family. After how long they've spent together, it's almost a necessity that they are one. They've endured years of hardships together, and without the support from each other, it's hard to say if they'd be at the top now. As the leader and the oldest of the group, Bangchan is often a main encourager. One spotlighted moment comes from when Stray Kids competed on Kingdom Legendary War. Ian was worried about a high note in his performance, pushing himself to perfect it, but when the final performance came around, he couldn't quite hit it. He felt as though he let Stray Kids down entirely and bombed the round. However, Baekchan came to his aid, reminding him to think of it as just a phase. He made sure that IN knew he wasn't the only one who messed up. In fact, Chan too had made heaps of mistakes. Even though he's the leader, he isn't the only one that cares for the other members. In an interview with Spotify, Han and Hyunjin praised each other's solo tracks, with Han wishing that people loved Ice Cream more, and Hyunjin writing that Wish You Back keeps them going. Not only are they complimenting each other, but they're helping create a tension around each other's music. The members aren't competing to write the next biggest hit, they're trying to help each other the best they can. This authentic style has helped enforce a strong fan connection between the group and listeners. Their strive for authenticity has opened up a gateway between fan and artist. It allows for the fans to feel tied to the idols and feel as though they're just as important in the group's lives as the members are in the fans' lives. It's common practice for fandoms to receive a special name in K-pop. Stray Kids fandom is referred to as Stay, representing how even with their distant, lost aspects, the fans give them a reason to stay. Earlier I mentioned that Stray Kids have written several tracks focused on mental health and emotional support. This willingness to be open helps fans feel seen and understood in a way that not all groups utilize. However, they extend this beyond their music. Their actions too reflect this. One major way to stay connected with the group was through a weekly livestream series known as Chan's Room. Although it's now been cancelled seemingly indefinitely, Baekchan used to open up about his own feelings, which in turn helped Stay feel encouraged to open up about their own emotions to either their friends or their families. Additionally, 2 of the 8 members are from English-speaking countries. That origin makes it easier for international stays to feel seen, as they can communicate much easier than exclusively in Korean. This international connection has paid off, as Stray Kids became the first and only act to have their first 6 charting albums debut at number 1 on the Billboard 200. One of Stray Kids' strongest aspects is this very fan connection. Millions of people adore them, not for some artificial persona, but for their true selves. Years ago, their true selves were attacked. People tried to tear down their Stray direction, but they failed. Another industry standard Stray Kids use is video content. However, they take it to the next level, where viewers don't feel like they're watching 8 strange men mess around, but they're actively there with them. Stray Kids is constantly thanking Stay, whether that be through their words or a dedicated song. They ensure that Stays know just how much they're appreciated. This can help Stay feel like they're essential to Stray Kids' journey, and overall, expand their fandom further. So, what really made Stray Kids the leaders of 4th gen? Was it the music? The personalities? Both are important, but the most vital piece has to be the fan connection. Without it, none of the rest would really matter. Their self-produced music and team synergy helped build that connection. But if music alone could make a group leaders, everyone would be at the top. Stray Kids' success comes from more than just good songs. It's from the way fans feel seen, appreciated, and involved. The truth is, it's all connected. Their authenticity, their ambition, their care for each other, and for Stay. Fans understand the group is more than a product of the industry, they're driven artists. It's that complete picture, that balance, that's made them not just successful, but undeniably the leaders of their generation. Stray Kids already lead 4th gen, but could they lead all of K-pop? They've sold over 40 million albums, broken records, and worked with top fashion brands. But with BTS and Blackpink still on top, what do they need to do next? And could they be the group to push K-pop fully into the global mainstream? The first thing people notice about Stray Kids is their unusual music. Nearly all of their songs combine genres in a way that might seem chaotic or illogical, but there's a method to that madness. The group knows exactly how far they can push their sound while still making it attractive to a broad audience. They've broken into the industry with this new approach to K-pop, helping them achieve 4th gen leader status. Their music could easily be described as a chaotic blend, and many fans love them for that. But if we're talking about total leadership, not just in 4th gen, but across K-pop, this approach alone won't always work. While yes, their core fans embrace the musical chaos, but if the group wants to reach an even wider global audience, that chaos needs to evolve. They need to refine it into something that both new markets and existing fans will love. Their 2024 track, Chick Chick Boom, is a perfect example of this evolution. The song combines hip-hop and reggaeton styles into one, keeping their signature energy with constant uses of onomatopoeias and sound effects, while also leaning into a trending Western sound with its use of classic reggaeton electronics. This refined chaos had a huge impact on their global popularity. Chick Chick Boom became Stray Kids' highest charting single on the Billboard Hot 100 and their first song to enter the UK official singles chart top 100. It was a smart move for Stray Kids to tap into reggaeton. Not only was it a hit with their current fans, but it also brought in massive numbers of new listeners, especially from Latin America. Stray Kids performed for those very fans as part of their Dominate World Tour in early 2025, drawing over 405,000 attendees in just 8 shows across Latin America. The tour didn't stop there. Altogether, Stray Kids performed 55 shows worldwide, with an estimated total attendance of 2.2 million people. That's not just a record for Stray Kids, but it's a record for K-pop as a whole. The previous record for the most attended K-pop tour was Blackpink's Born Pink tour in 2022 to 2023, with about 1.9 million attendees. If numbers like this doesn't show that Stray Kids are on the verge of leadership, I don't know what does. But here's the thing, they're not quite there yet. BTS and Blackpink still hold that top tier of cultural leadership. So what exactly are those groups doing that made them so dominant, and what can Stray Kids learn from their success? Take album sales for example. Stray Kids aren't far off. Both they and Blackpink have sold over 40 million albums. But clearly, being seen as the face of a genre is about more than numbers. It's about influence, being a name casual listeners recognize, a symbol of what K-pop is. And this is where BTS and Blackpink's paths can offer important lessons. For BTS, storytelling has been key. They've built entire eras around concepts, drawing fans into a deeper emotional connection. Stray Kids actually excel here too. They're one of the few groups that frequently weave narratives and themes across multiple comebacks, like with I.M and Star. But BTS also used those concepts to broaden K-pop's presence in Western media, winning major awards, performing on Saturday Night Live, speaking at the United Nations, and building a public image that even non-K-pop fans knew. At their peak, BTS had so much influence that the Korean government changed the military exemption age just to avoid pausing their momentum. That's what cultural leadership looks like. Blackpink's approach was very different. They built their image through scarcity and prestige. While most groups flood the market with albums, Blackpink released just 6 albums across 9 years, only 2 of which were full-length. That forced each release to feel like an event. Every music video had a high production value. Stray Kids have started to explore scarcity in recent years. In their debut year, they released 4 albums with 28 songs altogether. However, in 2024, only 1 mini album came out. Their tour visuals, stage concepts, and fashion partnerships have also leveled up. You can see JYP Entertainment and the group taking steps toward that prestige image. But here's what's most important. Stray Kids can't just copy BTS or Blackpink. If they do, they'll always be a step behind. Instead, the key is to adapt these lessons to fit their strengths, their chaotic sound, their raw stage energy, and their strong connection to fans. So how do they do that? Well, one clear trend both BTS and Blackpink have used is releasing English tracks. And for Stray Kids, this could be a powerful next step. English songs can be a gateway. They make it easier for casual listeners to connect, especially people who aren't used to listening to music in another language. And when it comes to radio play, English tracks have a clear advantage. Stations are more likely to add songs their audience can immediately understand. But English tracks can be a double-edged sword. While they help bring in new fans, some existing fans feel like the group is diluting their identity and trading K-pop signature styles for Western pop trends. That said, the real problem isn't the use of English itself. It's when English tracks completely abandon the K-pop feel. Fans don't mind hearing English lyrics, but they want the music to still sound like the group they love. Stray Kids have already experimented with this balance on songs like Super Bowl and Runners. I'm not saying they need to go fully English, but including 1 or 2 English tracks on future albums could be a smart move. It gives them a bridge to new audiences while staying true to their sound. And here's where Stray Kids have an even bigger opportunity. BTS and Blackpink cracked open the door to international markets, but Stray Kids could be the ones to fully step through. They already have 2 fluent English speakers in the group, and their aggressive, experimental side isn't far from the kind of hip-hop and hybrid sounds that are popular in the West right now. Another smart move would be more collaborations with Western artists. We've seen this work well for BTS and Blackpink. Think Halsey, Latto, and Bruno Mars. These partnerships don't just combine fan bases, they also legitimize K-pop in new markets. Of course, not every collab guarantees a hit. The best ones feel natural, where both sides genuinely like each other, and the song isn't just a business move. Stray Kids have only done 1 real Western collab so far, with Charlie Puth on Lose My Breath. Unfortunately, it didn't get as much traction as it could have. Charlie didn't promote the track heavily on his end, unlike his much more hyped collaboration with Jungkook. If both sides had pushed it equally, it could have made a bigger splash internationally. The good news is, Stray Kids are still interested in more collaborations. They've talked about wanting to work with artists like Post Malone, Billie Eilish, and Kendrick Lamar. If those collabs happen, and both sides really hype up the releases, they could be a huge boost. At the time I'm writing this, Hyunjin and David, a Western artist, are preparing to release a collab song. Both seem genuinely excited about it, so it'll be interesting to see how it performs. Another area where Stray Kids could level up even further is in fashion and brand partnerships. Both BTS and Blackpink made huge strides here, not just by working with top luxury brands, but by becoming faces of global campaigns. Blackpink especially turned their fashion image into a major part of their identity, appearing at runway shows and magazine covers that reached well beyond music audiences. Stray Kids have already started moving in this direction, with Hyunjin in particular becoming a standout in the fashion world through partnerships with Versace and appearances at major fashion events. But there's still room for the group as a whole to push this further. More high-profile brand deals, ambassador roles, and global fashion media could help position Stray Kids not just as music stars, but as cultural icons, which is exactly the kind of broad public image that genre leaders tend to have. And because Stray Kids already have such a distinct visual style, fashion feels like a natural fit, not a forced add-on. The more they can lean into this and make it part of their brand, the more opportunities they'll have to attract casual audiences who might first discover them not through music, but through style and culture. There are further ways to expand musical reach. In South Korea, K-pop groups often use special events, things like music show performances, pop-ups, and fan concerts to deepen their connection with fans. These events make fans feel seen and appreciated. Stray Kids could be one of the first groups to expand this idea globally. Imagine seeing stay-focused pop-up events in places K-pop artists often skip, like smaller European cities or African countries. It wouldn't be easy and would definitely be expensive for their label, but if they did it, fans in those areas would be locked in for life. Of course, there's one big challenge that still hangs over K-pop as a whole. The genre isn't fully accepted in Western mainstream culture yet. A lot of people still dismiss K-pop, either because of language barriers or because they associate it with intense fan bases. It's because of that association that I made shirts that subtly reference Stray Kids. That way, only true fans can recognize what you're wearing. If you want to learn more, go to purpleteej.store or scan the QR code on screen. BTS and Blackpink have helped move that perception forward, but there's still a long way to go, and that's where Stray Kids could step in, filling a real gap in the market. If you think about it, Japanese anime used to face the same problem. Just a decade or two ago, anime was seen as weird or niche. Fans were often ridiculed. The content was seen as childish, but look at where it is now. Anime is fully mainstream, globally. Big streaming services license anime titles. Major Hollywood names talk openly about their love for it. Anime-inspired fashion, memes, and fan art are everywhere. Well, how did this happen? Partly because of the fans, but mostly because anime started showing up in more places. It became more visible and more legitimate in the eyes of a casual viewer. Over time, that built curiosity and eventually acceptance. K-pop is still on that path. Right now, many casual listeners still see it as music for hardcore fans, but Stray Kids could help change that narrative, becoming the group that pulls casual audiences in. To do that, they'll need to show up in places outside the K-pop bubble. We're already seeing glimpses of this. In 2024, Stray Kids wrote and released a song for the Hollywood blockbuster Deadpool and Wolverine. The track made it onto the movie's official soundtrack, and lead actor Ryan Reynolds even mentioned that the group had originally been set to make a cameo appearance, which was unfortunately cancelled due to the writer's strike. Even though the song wasn't heavily used in the final cut, moves like this are important. They help push Stray Kids and K-pop further into the mainstream pop culture space. The more that casual audiences see them, not just in music videos, but on soundtracks, TV shows, interviews, talk shows, the more normalized K-pop will feel. If anime can make that leap, K-pop can too. And with their energy, style, and global fan base, Stray Kids are one of the best positioned groups to lead that change. But of course, it's not guaranteed. Even with all this potential, there are still a few things that could hold Stray Kids back from truly taking that top spot. First, pacing matters. In their early years, Stray Kids released music at absurd speeds, and while that helped build momentum, it also risks oversaturation. If they fall back into that pattern without without letting each release feel like an event, they could lose the sense of anticipation that groups like BTS and Blackpink mastered. The second piece is their touring strategy. The Dominate World Tour was a massive success, but if the group and their label push too hard to immediately top it, they risk burning out not just the members, but also the fan base. Part of what keeps the fans excited is knowing when to take a break. Additionally, their authenticity is key when expanding globally. As I mentioned earlier, collaborating with Western artists or releasing English tracks only works when it feels natural. If Stray Kids lean too far into trying to please international markets and sacrifice their unique sound, they could alienate some of their core fans. The goal should be addition, not replacement. And of course, there's always the factor of long-term strategy. No matter how strong a group is, staying at the top takes careful planning, from promotions to partnerships to timing. JYP Entertainment has done a great job guiding Stray Kids so far, and as the group moves toward an even bigger global presence, continuing to evolve that strategy will be key. These aren't deal breakers, but they're the factors that could shape whether Stray Kids become the next true leaders of K-pop or just stay one of its biggest names. Looking at everything they have, the music, the touring records, the smart use of collaborations, the evolving global strategy, it's clear Stray Kids aren't just chasing 4th gen leadership anymore. They're building everything to potentially lead K-pop on a global scale. They've already shown that they can evolve their sound, draw in huge new audiences, and start breaking through cultural barriers. But if they can continue refining that chaos, lean into smart collaborations, and make more appearances outside of traditional K-pop spaces, we could absolutely see Stray Kids becoming the group that takes K-pop from niche to mainstream, just like anime did. Honestly, it isn't even a matter of whether or not they can dominate all of K-pop, but when they will.
Stray Kids 5 Star is quite literally one of the biggest K-pop albums ever. It became the highest pre-ordered album for Stray Kids, JYP Entertainment, and the entire K-pop industry. Well-esteemed award academies like Billboard and iHeartRadio recognized 5 Star as the best K-pop album in all of 2023. 2 years later, and Stray Kids are still yet to top the 4.62 million albums 5 Star sold in just its first week. So what is it that made 5 Star so absurdly successful? I believe what it really comes down to is one thing: timing. The album was timed in a way that not only leveraged growing traction, but also a pent-up demand from existing fans. To understand their well-placed timing, we have to go back a few years to March 18th, 2022. Just a week before their 4th anniversary, Stray Kids released Ordinary, another hugely successful album for the group. It not only became their first Billboard 200 entry, but also placed #1 on the chart. Included on the album is Maniac, which, arguably, is their second most recognizable song ever. Stray Kids began their second world tour a little over a month later on April 30th, performing a total of 40 shows with about 776,000 attendees until April 2nd, 2023. Over that year, Stray Kids released 5 instances of new music. However, only one of them counted as an actual comeback. Maxident was successful too. Certainly not as recognizable as Ordinary, but still a strong album that carried the group forward. What I'm especially trying to point out is that by the time 5 Star was announced, it had been almost 2 years since Stray Kids had last released a full-length album. They released NOEASY on August 23rd, 2021, and while the singles and minis that followed kept fans engaged, there hadn't necessarily been a complete body of work since then. It's important that they do leave these gaps though, as it gives fans something to look forward to. The Maniac tour helped soften the wait, but it also heightened the anticipation. As they were on tour, they couldn't create as much bonus content as they usually do. Most of it either had to be pre-recorded or left out altogether. Stays couldn't watch a ton of new videos of Stray Kids, meaning they got hungry for their return. So many people had just seen what Stray Kids are capable of on stage, and they were ready to see that same energy captured in a major release. That's why the timing of 5 Star's release on June 2nd worked so well. The tour had ended 2 months earlier, meaning the emotions from those performances were still fresh. At the same time, fans had been waiting nearly 2 years for another full-length album. That mix of recent excitement and long-term scarcity created the perfect conditions for pre-orders to skyrocket. Okay, now you might be thinking, well, didn't Karma come right after a huge tour? And you'd be right, but there were 2 major things that decided why 5 Star's timing was better than Karma's. For one, 5 Star released exactly 2 months after their Maniac tour ended. Karma released barely 3 weeks after Dominate ended. Funny enough, Stray Kids announced 5 Star 22 days after Maniac, but they outright released Karma 23 days after Dominate. Huge difference in timing. SKZ had a bit more time to sit with kinda nothing before 5-star, whereas with Karma, they were constantly getting things shoved down their throat, so much to a point that people felt overwhelmed and in turn lost excitement. The second thing I think of is how the albums were framed. 5-star was positioned and marketed as being the album. Stray Kids put a huge emphasis on the tracks, the styling, and the aesthetics. The album felt huge, all from the moment they released the trailer. The trailer is goofy, but it's also grand. It perfectly encapsulates not only the album's vibe, but Stray Kids' style too. Now, I gotta come clean. I lied. I said it comes down to one thing, being timing, but really it's two things. Timing, of course, and presentation. I believe the way they presented 5-star is part of why it sold so well. People know exactly what they were going to receive, and what they were presented with was enticing. Whenever Stray Kids release an album, they have a promotion cycle prior to it, consisting of concept images, track unveils, and a couple other things. They're usually pretty predictable, so it's important that they still make each one feel unique. This is where tweaking the content and how each one is presented is important. If we look at 5-star's track unveils specifically, we'll see that the energy or hype builds up as songs are teased. They began with the simpler songs, like DLC and FNF, then shifted to the noisier sounds Stray Kids are known for with Get Lit and Top Line. It's important that they show both styles that you can find in the album. Show too much of the noise side and people might be disappointed when they hear the simpler songs. Show too much of the simpler songs and people might not buy the album quite as fast. But the way they presented this was by showing the lower, most likely less popular songs first, so that as the teasers progressed, people would feel more and more excitement. We can visibly see this excitement growing too. With the sole exception of the first unveil, each of the noisy unveils pulled in significantly more views in their first week, with Top Line noticeably having more views than Get Lit. It's worth mentioning that the fifth unveil, Beautiful, wasn't a hype song at all. It actually saw a huge drop in views because of it. However, it was important that the group didn't present 5-star as a noisy album. Even though the album is prominently noise, they still chose to present the album beforehand with mostly simpler songs. I also believe Stray Kids presented the theme of 5-star exceptionally well. Not only did it lean off of something beloved they had done before, but it also expanded on it in a way only Stray Kids could. As Pace magazine wrote, name alone is an incredibly bold choice. NOEASY is about how it isn't easy to do what they do and use that noisy sound, but 5-star 10x's that idea, turning it to be about how the noise is literally what makes their music so addictive and successful. It was framed as a big deal, and the album showcased just that. People believed them about its grand nature because they constantly showed it with the promotion and the product. The album literally opens with a song called Hall of Fame. A lot of the K-pop industry is product and purchase focused, and not so much about presenting that product as an ensemble of artistic representation. There's so many albums being released that exist just to be sold. Albums that are written by several in-house producers with the sole goal of making something trendy and exciting. And while it can work for sales, it tends to hurt the group's interest. Where Stray Kids excel is through 3RACHA. The actual members lead the production of the albums. And while I won't act like they have no interest in writing songs people will like, the main focus is absolutely writing music that fits their vision. We saw this artistic approach especially in their early years with I Am and Clay. 5-star though is no exception. While certainly not every song on the album circles around this theme of top-class luxury, it's still very much so connected through an intentional vision. So many K-pop albums can only sell with the idea that they're new music from the group. And yeah, it totally works. But you absolutely cannot treat an album called 5-star like that. They positioned it as a huge milestone of their career, one that would never be brushed away by their next new thing. I would even go so far as to argue that even after 2 years, Stray Kids haven't had an album that felt like the album. Since it wasn't just some product for the fans, SKZ became more attached to the album and practically grew a connection to it. This certainly can come as a byproduct of actually listening to the album, but a lot of it comes from earlier than that, during the promotion phase. A little before they announced the album, and a little after they did, they ran a 4-part SKZ Code miniseries that showed off more of their goofier side. Obviously it kept SKZ excited as they waited for something, and later that album, but it also worked as a kind of presentation, showing that while the tour they just come off of was extremely professional and grand, they still had a goofier side to share. Those split sides came through exceptionally on 5-star. Half of the presentation is the marketing and promotion. It's so important JYP Entertainment gets it right, as they really only have one shot with it. As I mentioned earlier, they tend to utilize a few different things in the pre-promotion phase. What's interesting about 5-star's schedule is it was rather spaced out when they actually released those items. Usually there was 2 or 3 days between each new teaser. This let people not only enjoy what they tease, but also sit with it for a couple of days. It practically had time to marinate in their minds. They didn't immediately wash away what they just revealed with something new. However, as they entered the week of its release, they released something new each day. Honestly, all of it combined created a FOMO aspect where you wanted to keep up with everything they were unveiling. This totally played into how grand the album was presented to be. People felt like they had to get this album or else they'd miss out on the moment. It almost felt as though they were buying into a moment of history rather than just a CD. Another piece of 5-star's presentation is its structure. Stray Kids formatted the album in a way that began grand and leaned into more of a meaningful side as the album progressed. It felt like you were actively traveling through something. So many of Stray Kids' hit albums open boldly with 3 powerful songs. You have the opener track, the title track, and then the runoff that expands upon the noise they've expressed. We'll call it the sacred order of Stray Kids albums. You have to have these songs in order for it to function properly. They almost always become the most iconic songs of the album, with each one having what it takes to actually be the title track itself. For example, NOEASY opens with Cheese, leads into Thunderous, and then follows straight into Domino. Ordinary 2 has it, Venom, then Maniac, and finally Charmer. Their most recent album, Karma, utilizes this as well. 5-star, however, breaks that sacred order. Hall of Fame, S-Class, and Item play into it as usual, but it extends beyond the first 3 songs, continuing with Super Bowl and Top Line. They went astray from their usual sacred order in a way that built onto something more. Stray Kids chose to not only keep the energy high for the first 5 songs, but also put some of the best songs in front of you as soon as possible. 5-star's 5 star tracks have received immense praise from stay and new listeners for just how cohesive it is. They make sure they're not just stuffing you in your face though. DLC serves as a bit of a needed break from all that noise. Stray Kids might be known for their noisy style, but it certainly isn't the only type of song they write. They maintain that signature noise with Get Lit though, just before switching over to that simpler side with Collision, F&F, and Beautiful. All of this comes together almost like a journey. There's a bold entry point, maybe a bit of a quieter middle, and then an emotional finish. While it certainly does make for an enjoyable first listen, the biggest point is that it's easily replayable. It's one thing to take the best 12 songs you have and throw them on an album, since, well, people are probably gonna just put it in some random playlist and never care about the order they were in. If you're going for pure streams and track play, it can totally work. But if you're anything like Stray Kids are, you're probably gonna want to place them in an order that best suits the listening experience of the album. You could certainly still write great hits like S-Class or Top Line, but that doesn't mean something like Collision or F&F has no place on the album. They might not bring in as many plays, but they still contribute to the greater picture immensely. Okay, so what's my point? The thing is, albums don't sell because of one song. It can contribute to it, but you need to have a thoughtful piece of work that people enjoy as a whole. That's when people buy an album. It's one thing to have a hit song, but it's something completely different to have a hit album. Michael Jackson's Thriller is undoubtedly one of the biggest albums of all time, but not necessarily each song is a hit. The album has multiple huge songs, but not each one is designed to be a massive success. What made Thriller stand out so much is that even the songs that weren't necessarily topping charts still fed into a larger atmosphere. The record has a unifying tension between light and dark, like the accusations on Billie Jean or the supernatural spectacle of Thriller, balanced with warmer tracks like Human Nature and The Lady in My Life. This gave listeners something more than a handful of disconnected tracks. They practically received a world to feel a part of, and that's why people bought into the whole album. They weren't just trying to listen to their favorite song a couple of times, they were after the feeling that carried across the entire record. Am I saying that 5-star has a comparable success to Thriller? Certainly not, but they both show how important it is to consider the greater picture of an album. So many albums in K-pop, and even just the music industry as a whole these days, disregard the fact that music is art and not just a way to get rich. It's because Stray Kids held on to that artistic approach that it could be so powerful. People received and related to something they weren't being given anymore. It ties back into their original goal with their sound. Just because it's not what the majority of the industry is doing, it doesn't mean they'll fall flat with it. They trusted that the right people would appreciate what they create, which is exactly what happened, leading to Stay growing so big. A good chunk of 5-star success is thanks to Stay. Stray Kids have a huge fan base of loving and loyal people that want to try and support them the best that they can. There's so many people out there that will buy several copies of their albums regardless of what it's like. I mean, I'm certainly no exception to it. Stray Kids were aiming for their third album to debut at number 1 on the Billboard 200. Stays wanted to help them get there, leading to such a huge jump in US sales. Previously, Ordinary sold 103,000 copies in its first week, Max didn't sold 117,000, and 5-star jumped to 235,000 albums sold. A big piece of that came as a result of early pre-orders from Stays. Having a loyal fanbase can absolutely propel an album's success initially, and then get carried further thanks to its quality. This loyalty is built up way before the album is announced though. Kind of hard to order an album in support of a group if you aren't even connected to them. As I mentioned, the most loyal fans tend to buy more albums than just a casual listener. Certainly doesn't make you any less of a fan to purchase only one, but it's certainly a tactic to push total album sales. 5-star had about 12 primary variants, version A, B, and C, limited version, and a member-specific digipack version. Now the average person probably didn't buy all 12 variants. At the most they probably got the 4 standard variants, and maybe a digipack of their bias. Point is, that's more copies per person than a lot of artists sell. A big selling point of the albums is what's inside them. They're packaged with additional inserts and benefits to purchasing them. Some standard inclusions are posters, photo books, stickers, and photo cards. It's incredibly important that the physical copies are appealing as well. For 5-star, the album is designed to be beautiful. The members even mention that they're practically meant to be framed. Each version has a unique design that makes them catch your attention from the shelf.
I mean, just look at them. They're so detailed. They especially try to put a lot of emphasis on the limited one. That way people are more inclined to buying multiple copies. Totally fits with the framing they're using too.
5-star was specifically crafted to be owned, so it made sense that so many people wanted it. And with a combination of fan loyalty and deliberately collectible type of product, it leads to a huge spike of first week sales. Put those two things together and you have more people willing to buy more copies faster. You don't need every person on earth to do that. You just need enough people organized in the right way and at the right time. Which brings us to the Chinese market. China became a massive driver of bulk sales around this era. It was more than just casual fans buying one copy each. There were entire communities coordinating purchases at scale. A huge chunk of sales came from something called C-bars. They're basically highly structured communities that buy albums in bulk to get exactly the items each person wants from the albums. C-bars are excellent at turning individual intent into a collective action, but that multiplier has weakened recently. Platforms and regulators started cracking down on extreme fan activity. Fundraising rules, limits on mass buy behavior, platform enforcement, and other logistics for cross-border purchases made large, public, coordinated buys harder to run the way they once were. Fans certainly still buy albums in China, but it's nowhere near the organized mass purchasing as it was at its peak. So with C-bars disappearing, is it even possible for Stray Kids to ever pass the album records they set? Honestly, I'm not sure. When we compare their most recent full-length album to 5-star, we definitely notice a lot of things they chose to do differently, which likely hurt its sales overall. One of the first things people noticed was that the album only included 9 original songs, just 2 more than the usual 7 they have on mini-albums. Like I mentioned earlier, the album released very close to the end of Stray Kids' Dominate tour, so people weren't really fiending for something new. How they promoted Karma was a little messy too. Instead of releasing things every few days and letting people discuss it, they unveiled something every single day, which, don't get me wrong, can work well, but most of that was just 2 or 3 images. Stays certainly like concept photos, but they much prefer song previews. Okay, here's another wild example. If you got a piece of garlic bread every day for a month, and then you got a piece of chocolate only a few days in that month, you're probably going to appreciate and look forward to that chocolate more, even though you're getting less of it. Whereas if you get a piece of garlic bread every 2 days and a piece of chocolate every 3 days, the chocolate still feels valuable, but you don't forget about the garlic bread. You're still excited to receive each piece of bread, even if you might like the chocolate better. Anyways. People tend to appreciate things in scarcity much more, and when there's scarcity, there's also excitement, and in turn, people are more keen to buying something. Stray Kids presented Karma as a variety album, which is totally fine on its own, but timing-wise, it just didn't work. This was coming right after the grandest, highest-selling K-pop tour ever. Stray Kids just expanded their monumental abilities on stage to over 2.2 million people. Logically, you'd want the album that follows so closely to the tour to finish that theme and prepare Stay for something new. Certainly nothing wrong with a variety album, but I totally believe it should have either been released later in the year or followed a grand finale album. Unfortunately, the physical variants weren't super interesting either.
They're kind of plain, just the Karma logo on top of them. Compared to pretty much all their albums, it definitely feels like a downgrade. Not the limited version though, this is pretty cool.
Karma was unexpected. I don't want it to seem like it didn't perform well. Over 3 million albums is still a ton to sell in your first week. 5-Star just set the bar extremely high. Even if they never passed it again, it's a huge achievement to have. But is it realistically possible? Maybe. Just not yet. Unfortunately, I don't see Stray Kids being able to time an album properly in the time left before they begin military enlistments. So if they're ever going to surpass 5-Star, it'll be sometime after all that is done. If they can market the album as an event, structure it with artistic background and prominently noise, lean into the elements of Stray Kids music that people already love while also showing something entirely new, then I think they have a really good chance at breaking industry records again. It's a lot to demand and follow through on, but when hasn't the K-pop industry demanded more than seems possible? 5-Star succeeded because everything was lined up in their favor. People were desperate for more, C-bars were peaking, and the promotion fed off of itself. Stray Kids showcased the album as something people needed to own, not just an object for cash. Stray Kids understood that in order to do something no one else had done yet, you have to be bold.
Stray Kids offer both a cocky side with 5-Star and a free, unbound lifestyle with Rockstar that places the group as not only being different, but unique to the industry, making it their own and dominating throughout. 5-Star, released on June 2nd, 2023, is Stray Kids' third full-length album, featuring 12 tracks that embody their ambition and commitment to showcasing their 5-star effort. The album represents their growth and refinement over the years, proving that their unique style and artistry set them apart. The album cover reinforces these themes through its design. Instead of spelling out the title, 5-star icons take its place, subtly implying that Stray Kids have earned this rating rather than merely claiming it. At the center, the large Korean character for Special is prominently displayed, alongside the S-Class text tying into the album's title track. The cover's sleek, black chrome aesthetic adds to the album's bold and luxurious feel, reflecting both their confidence and the refined artistry they bring to the table. The album opens with Hall of Fame, an electronic and rap rock track. 5-Star plays heavily into its name, with several tracks on the album including space elements. Hall of Fame is one of those, where the lyrics highlight memorable people or stars through the years. Despite the song's title, Stray Kids are not saying they should be in the Hall of Fame, rather, it's a statement how they'll need to work hard to get there. VOCALRACHA opens the song, singing, "I write my name into the stars right now, the sun revolves around me, oh Galileo, rediscovery once again, yeah I'm the spotlight." Galileo Galilei was an Italian astronomer and physicist who supported the heliocentric theory, theorizing that the sun is at the center of the universe with all the planets rotating around it. In these lines, Stray Kids refer to Galileo's discoveries and consider themselves to be the center of the universe, with the planets rotating around them. However, this line can be expanded on further, as the group isn't talking about planets, rather than stating that the other groups have to revolve around them, and Stray Kids are the center of the industry. It's a bold start to the album, leading off with cocky boasts and claiming their success, but Stray Kids are able to support it throughout both their albums and stages. Later in the chorus, Changbin raps, This line again emphasizes their space theme, calling out Neil Armstrong, who was an astronaut that participated in the Apollo 11 space mission, being one of the first people to stand on the moon. Stray Kids are saying they're going to stomp all over and leave traces of themselves in monumental areas, such as the moon or the music industry as a whole. They additionally tied Neil's name into it, using the similar sound of Armstrong and I'm strong. In the second verse, Hyunjin raps, a pattern even Einstein couldn't quantify. Einstein, or Albert Einstein, is a German-born theoretical physicist who introduced the theory of general relativity. His theory was that the orbital pattern of planets was influenced by gravity, with the sun being the main weight of the solar system, something Galileo theorized. Einstein believed that the solar system functioned almost like a funnel, where the sun is at the center of everything, and space is shaping around it. John Wheeler describes it simply, stating, "Space-time tells matter how to move, matter tells space-time how to curve." If you put a heavy object at the center of an elastic field, it would dimple due to the object's weight. You could then roll a ball around the side of the object and watch it retain motion until it meets the heavy object. In a similar way to how the planets orbit the sun, it's not a perfect analogy, as space-time is always bending to adapt to the mass of the planets constantly rotating. But with this line, Stray Kids are not only stating that a genius like Albert Einstein wouldn't be able to understand their pattern of success, but also that they are at the center of the industry and one of the strongest weights within it all. Hall of Fame includes an interlude using Neil Armstrong's famous quote,
"It's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind."
It's one of the best known quotes of the past century, coming from the moment Neil stepped onto the moon on July 20th, 1969. His quote refers to how even though he's only taking a step, something people do every day, it represents a giant leap for scientific advancements and accomplishments. With the inclusion of this line as an interlude, Stray Kids are saying that even though they're just writing smaller songs like anyone else, their music will have an industry-wide impact, and it changes the course of new music outside of Stray Kids, with groups like All Hours and Next crediting Stray Kids as inspirations. S-Class is a weird song, but it's intentional. At the time of its release, Stray Kids had been a group together for over 5 years, and in that time, their sound and style has changed drastically. Initially leaning into an angst or dark mood, they've since twisted their sound and established it further. The members describe their new style as being funnily annoying, something that S-Class can expand on perfectly. When creating 5 Star, the group had 7 or 8 title track candidates, but they could never definitively pick one. Sometime towards the end of the album's production, they wrote S-Class and immediately knew it was the right song to represent both the album and their image. The track's title emphasizes the luxury or high-class aspect of 5 Star, being titled S-Class, or Took, meaning special. Stray Kids lead the pre-chorus, singing, Stray Kids reference Serpent Road, which could symbolize any winding path, but is likely a nod to Snake Way from Dragon Ball Z, a long twisting road suspended above hell in Otherworld. By saying they are swerving and speeding on this road, they acknowledge the risks they take in their music and career. Just like how Snake Way is treacherous and requires immense endurance, Stray Kids recognize the dangers of pushing creative boundaries, such as experimenting too much and potentially losing their audience. However, they confidently embrace the challenge, knowing they are special and have the ability to navigate through it successfully. Stars are usually invisible during the day because of the sun, the largest and brightest star in the sky. This comparison positions Stray Kids not just as stars, but as the brightest one, the kind that shines both day and night. This idea connects to the first track, Hall of Fame, where they describe themselves as being at the center of the industry, reinforcing their dominant presence in the music scene. The chorus fully embodies Stray Kids' funnily annoying style, repeating the same short words throughout. Their odd use of lyrics gave the song a unique feel and helped to express who Stray Kids are. The most special star, the odd one, that's me. Here, Stray Kids acknowledge the song's strange nature, but emphasize how it's who they are and don't need to cover it up or make it into something they aren't. This line helps convey their earlier message with Serpent Road. They're all aware of the risks they're taking, but aren't afraid to show the stars they truly are. The third track, Item, is another example of this theme. From the lyrics and even pronunciation, Item adds to the overarching theme of 5 Star. Commonly pronounced Item, Stray Kids pronounce it in a goofier manner, speaking it as Itam. The song takes strong inspiration from classic video games, like Pac-Man, both referencing the character in the song and various elements of the game. Item dependent, I am self-dependent. In the game, you play as Pac-Man, and in order to win, you need to eat up all the white dots on the screen. However, as you run around collecting dots, you're chased by ghosts, and if they touch you, you lose. But there are also larger white dots that serve as power-up items. When you eat one of these, the ghosts run away from you and you're able to eat them. Stray Kids are comparing themselves to Pac-Man, eating up all the dots and then flipping it around, making the ghosts or pessimists flee from them. The group immediately one-ups the statement, mentioning how even though they eat these items up, they don't depend on them, rather they depend on their own skill and power to produce their music. This line in the pre-chorus refers to how Stray Kids are mostly a self-made group, and have grown exponentially since their debut thanks to their creativity and willingness to take risks. There's no Achilles heel for my killer skill. Achilles is a hero of Greek mythology, described to have only one point of weakness on his body, leading to the phrase of Achilles' heel. Stray Kids use it to say there is no weakness or way of stopping their skill, and they intend to keep creating. Super Bowl was originally considered for Go Live's title track, as well as it was originally referred to as God's Menu. Initially, the song was both Korean and English, but Bangchan and Felix worked together to write fully English lyrics for the song. Because of its origins, Super Bowl carries strong themes of a kitchen or a restaurant. Bellowing speakers, mic pop filter. A mic pop filter helps with easing audio when recording into a mic and removing heavy blasts of air, specifically with popping sounds, like with P's or B's. Stray Kids tend to utilize popping raps, leading to this line being a reference for their well-known and loved style. Oftentimes, when you're checking out a new artist, you won't throw yourself at them immediately. You'll start with one song and become addicted to it. Stray Kids are saying their music is powerful enough to wrap someone in when all they were doing was sampling it. Hell's Kitchen, a British TV series and restaurant chain, is well known for the signature dishes and dining experience. Stray Kids are comparing themselves to the restaurant, stating that they offer a variety of dishes and give listeners a more than satisfactory experience. Additionally, they use the word divine, meaning excellent or heavenly. They use this word to contrast with the aspect of Hell's Kitchen and call to their expansive style and music, with heaven and hell being direct opposites. This line can be understood in two ways. The first is the literal meaning, where they use the slang term bussin', which means excellent or delicious, essentially saying their music is irresistible. The second interpretation comes from the way they pronounce it, making it sound similar to a swear, something rarely heard in K-pop. While the meaning remains the same, this clever wordplay showcases Stray Kids' lyrical creativity, allowing them to subtly include language they might not otherwise be able to use. The phrase finger lickin' comes from KFC's famous slogan, "Finger lickin' good," which suggests their food is so delicious that people want to savor every last bite. Stray Kids repurposed this idea to describe their music, implying that their songs are so good listeners will crave more, just like a perfect meal. The Super Bowl reference carries a dual meaning. On one hand, it represents an extraordinary dish, emphasizing the high quality of their music. On the other, it alludes to the Super Bowl, the championship game of American football, known for drawing massive global viewership, with over 125 million live viewers in its most recent event. By using this comparison, Stray Kids suggests that their music isn't just well crafted, but also highly sought after, capturing the attention of a vast audience eager for more. Michelin stars are awarded to restaurants that consistently prepare outstanding food, reinforcing the concept of the album. It can also refer to a popular line of God's Menu, where Felix thinks of being a 5-star Michelin, 2 stars above the max. Felix initially wanted to name the album 10-star, thinking that they should exceed the limit again. Open wide, have a bite. This line delivers a bold and commanding message, telling the listener that they don't need to do anything, just open their mouth and mind to fully enjoy what Stray Kids have prepared. It reinforces their confidence, inviting the audience to simply experience the music without hesitation. The chorus of Super Bowl is delivered in a whispery tone, creating a more intimate and direct connection with the listener. This approach draws them in, making the performance feel personal, almost like a secret being shared just between Stray Kids and their audience. Mixing this and all that, dish be looking like fusion. Seungmin highlights Stray Kids' experimental approach to the music, emphasizing their desire to create a unique sound and genre. He spotlights their funnily annoying style, acknowledging how they mix various elements together in unexpected ways, resulting in music that's bold, unconventional, and unmistakably their own. Top Line was originally written in 2022 without Tiger JK, but DANCERACHA gave a special performance at Mama 2022 with Tiger JK, and they all thought of asking him to feature on the song. Tiger JK thought it was a great idea and told the group he was ready whenever they were, leading to him writing his lines in the second verse. "I don't need to say, don't cross the line, you can't cross the top." Top Line revolves around the idea of different levels of skill and success, with Stray Kids positioning themselves as the ultimate standard, the top line, that no one can surpass. Rather than acknowledging a pre-existing boundary, they declare that they created this line themselves, setting a new peak in the industry. This message is reinforced by the previous line, where they state that there's no need to tell others to stay away, because no artist could ever come close to reaching their top line in the first place. The group proved this high statement with the same album, where 5-star reached over 5 million albums pre-ordered, becoming the most pre-ordered K-pop album at the time. This pre-chorus describes how Stray Kids are self-produced in several aspects. Rolling waves refers to a rhythmic or continuous flow of waves, stating that creating comes easy for them as they're crashing in on the industry the same way waves crash on the shore. Twisting the twisted Mobius strip, the beat time travels. A Mobius strip is a one-sided surface with no boundaries, creating the illusion of an infinite loop. Because of this continuous flow, there's no clear distinction between clockwise or counterclockwise movement. Tiger JK uses this shape to symbolize the timelessness of their beat and music, suggesting that it will be enjoyed for years to come. Additionally, the Mobius strip reinforces Stray Kids' concept of being limitless, unbound by industry norms as they carve their own path and set new standards. But we're still running on this way because we're never satisfied. Because I still haven't reached my standards, I still keep my speed on top. These lines reflect Stray Kids' relentless drive and ambition. They emphasize that no matter how much they achieve, they're never fully satisfied, and they'll continue pushing forward, always striving for more. Their high standards keep them running at full speed, constantly working to surpass their own limits. We can see the world under our feet, where the top line, your neck must hurt from only looking up. These lines again enforce the idea that Stray Kids operate on a level far beyond other artists, so high that others can only look up at them, straining their necks in the process. It's a bold statement to dominance, but one they've supported countless times in their career. DLC, or Dance Like Crazy, carries an exciting, high-energy sound, but its lyrics have a more mellow and introspective tone. Changbin, the only 3RACHA member credited on the song, explains that it represents those moments of feeling stagnant or stuck, when all you want to do is break free, let go, and dance like crazy. The stylized abbreviation, DLC, may also symbolize the desire to keep those discouraging moments brief, reflecting the wish to move past them quickly and embrace freedom. Nobody, please don't care about me, it's okay. Let's go crazy until the sun rises. These lines refer to the urge to get up and dance like crazy, while also still feeling trapped. By saying, please don't care about me, it's okay, Changbin is saying that he'll get through it and you don't need to worry about him. Trapped inside the narrowed ideals, trapped deep in it, I better run. My worries swallow me up more and more. I better run, right now. These lines speak of how isolating it can feel to be in a burnout state, and just how much it can engulf you within it. Stray Kids are saying that they need to run away from this struggling moment and ease it off by dancing like crazy. Get Lit follows similar themes despite being written mostly by Han, playing heavily into themes of partying and confidence. The song features an alternate Korean title, directly translating to Let's Go Die. Han talks about his reasoning behind this name, describing the title as being more aggressive than Let's Go Have Fun, making the expression feel more raw. Initially, Changbin didn't like this negative nuance, but grew to like it, enjoying the truth in the expression. A mountain of jobs pile up again for me to do. I don't want to do it. Just drop everything and go crazy like there's no tomorrow. These lines especially put an emphasis on needing a break and wanting to break free, similar to the last song, DLC. No need for a concept today, just moving. Our footsteps rumble like Rambo. Rambo, or John J. Rambo, is the main character of a series of self-titled films, with one of its best known quotes coming from the fourth film, in which he says,
"Live for nothing, or die for something."
This quote is similar to a line in Get Lit, let's stomp our feet, look good, and die trying. This motto encapsulates the feeling of wanting to go live up the night and party, trying to enjoy life rather than just sitting around. Intentional or not, DLC and Get Lit bounce themes off of each other, making their placement on the album rather fitting. Track 8, Collision, was also written by Han. The song reflects on a past relationship, longing to return to what once was. It uses the metaphor of colliding planets, two individuals who once existed separately, then briefly aligned before ultimately crashing, altering the course of the relationship forever. This cosmic imagery emphasizes the intensity and inevitability of the connection and eventual fallout, while also tying into the overarching theme of 5-Star. Let's go back to that time and tell me you love me. Babe, I beg you. Let's go back to the day we loved. These lines are rather desperate, pleading to go back to when the other person still loved you, specifically going back and continuing the way it used to be. As time passed, we met again only to break apart. The traces of it remain throughout the universe tonight. Although they got back together, it didn't work out. Despite this, the writer still longs to try again. The memories of their past are scattered throughout the universe, symbolizing how this person will remain in his memory forever, lingering like distant stars that never fade. The two of us collide in a hurry, yeah we crash, where's the debris? The mention of colliding in a hurry suggests that they fell for each other quickly, only to crash just as fast. Now, in the aftermath, the writer is left searching for any remnants of what once was, grasping at the fragments of their relationship desperate to hold on to whatever is left. FNF is a tribute to Bang Chan and Felix's home, Australia, specifically addressing the devastation caused by the 2019 and 2020 bushfires. The song mourns the loss of the country's fauna and flora, personifying Australia through direct pronouns, like you, to create a sense of closeness and longing. The lyrics express both grief and determination. I run fearlessly in fear I might lose you. I shout, no matter how many times I call out. I shout out one more time, even if I stick to you like your shadow. You are so far, I can't stay like this forever. Beyond honoring the wildlife lost in the fires, Bang Chan also conveys his deep desire to return home. In the chorus, Stray Kids sing, I'm catching up, a line Chan explains as his promise to reunite with Australia. That promise came full circle in February 2024, when Stray Kids were given a 3-week break, and Bang Chan spent that time back home with his family, fulfilling his long-held wish. Beautiful, written by Bang Chan, was originally intended for Stray Kids' 2022 compilation album, SKZ Replay. However, JYP Entertainment believed the song was too special to be included there, and deserved a larger platform. Chan has often expressed how Stays constantly uplifts Stray Kids, telling them they're beautiful just as they are. However, he and the group rarely get the chance to return that encouragement. Beautiful is their way of giving back, offering comfort and support to fans who may be struggling. The title itself is a fusion of You Are Beautiful, reinforcing the message that Stays are perfect just the way they are.
But no, it isn't true, 'cause know that all the stars are by your side.
Bang Chan uses stars to represent how there are always people that will be by your side to help you, no matter how much you doubt yourself. This is later reinforced in the second pre-chorus, with the line,
'Cause when you give me a glance, I'm sure that I see the universe in your eyes.
Since we use our eyes to see the world, we rarely get to truly see our own. Bang Chan is conveying that there is so much beauty within the listeners, beauty they might not recognize themselves. He's reassuring them that, even if they can't see it, he does. The sound was first released as the title track for Stray Kids' Japanese album of the same name, but the song was originally written much earlier in 2019. The lyrics mention a music arena, symbolizing how music is their battleground and playground, much like a sports arena where athletes compete and thrive. This reinforces Stray Kids' unwavering passion for music and their drive to push boundaries within the industry.
This time my turn, you turn my turn.
In the original Japanese version, they sing,
This is the sound, it's the sound.
this small change is saying that their sound is the stage, expanding on the power they have with music. Endlessly spitting out my breath, even if I'm out of breath, I can't stop. This line refers to Stray Kids' signature rapid-fire raps, so fast and intense that listeners might wonder how they don't run out of breath. Since running out of breath often signals an ending, Stray Kids use this imagery to declare that they have no limits and no stopping point. They'll keep going, no matter what. If you're hitting balls, it's a playground. If you're sipping honey, it's a beehive. This is one of Stray Kids' funnily annoying lines. They're saying that whatever you came for or expected, they're going to deliver exceptionally more. If you want to just sip honey, they'll give you the whole beehive, and if you wanted to listen to a good song, they'll give you a full show. Mixtape Timeout comes from Stray Kids' digital single series, Mixtape, being originally released for Stay's birthday on August 1st, 2022. The song also shares themes of letting go, like DLC and Get Lit, making its inclusion on 5-star all the more fitting. In the song, they sing of taking a breath, both in life and at the beach. Breathe in twice as much as the sigh I let out, raise myself up. By inhaling twice as much as the sigh they exhale, they symbolically counteract negativity, replacing it with renewed energy and resilience. This line represents overcoming hardships. Rather than letting struggles weigh them down, they take in strength and push themselves forward. Let's go, leave everything behind, wherever it may be, somewhere far from here, run to. These lines encourage letting go of worries and escaping, whether physically to a new place or mentally to a state of peace. They emphasize the freedom to leave behind stress and seek comfort, wherever it may be. If you've been enjoying hearing about the deeper meaning of 5-star and Rockstar, I'd really appreciate it if you could subscribe. It's the easiest way to let me know you enjoy what I do, and it's completely free. The second album in the series, Rockstar, offers a contrast to 5-star, while still reinforcing Stray Kids' distinct image. Despite the album's title suggesting a rock-heavy sound, the album doesn't heavily rely on traditional rock music. Instead, Bang Chan redefines the concept of a rock star, viewing them not as those who play guitars or headbang, but as free-spirited individuals, an idea that was also reflected on in 5-star. Hyunjin shares his perspective, seeing rock stars as influential and important artists of their time. The title Rockstar captures Stray Kids' essence, displaying the group as they are and their free-spirited, unfiltered side. The album cover too holds this message. Where 5 Star is sleek and professional, Rockstar gives a messier, colorful image. The lettering is sharp, with colors bleeding out of the name, resembling how Stray Kids' colors bleed into other groups and change the entire industry, something they refer to in Hall of Fame. The album opens with Megaverse, a powerful introductory track featuring marching drums. The song leads with the lyrics.
Jumping between every verse, the multiverse, and ready for our universe.
In these lines, Stray Kids reference the concept of a multiverse, a theory suggesting the existence of infinite universes beyond our own, something that's been popularized in media like Marvel films. They're saying that their creativity is so limitless and boundless that they jump between every verse effortlessly, creating a unique megaverse that even the multiverse can't control or contain. This emphasizes their unparalleled and infinite creativity, suggesting that their artistic range and impact extend far beyond anything the world has seen. See me rise, I came from down below. Struggled to get to this point, now I'm way up here. Like I said, my place is at the top. These lines highlight Stray Kids' journey from humble beginnings to their current success, emphasizing their hard work and determination to reach the top. They reflect on their struggles and growth, echoing the message from Topline, where they assert their rightful place at the top of the industry. This reinforces their confidence in their achievements and their belief that they've earned their position through relentless effort and perseverance. In the interlude, Stray Kids cleverly use a short sound effect from the 2008 Marvel film, The Incredible Hulk, where they cut down the iconic line to just the words. This reference connects to Marvel's exploration of the multiverse, but Stray Kids twist it to represent their own power and impact. By replacing Hulk with Stray Kids, they're asserting that they will smash not just the music industry, but their influence will be so immense that it will shatter the entire megaverse. This highlights their confidence in breaking boundaries and dominating both the music world and their creative space. La 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 La, the title track of Rockstar, was initially written as an option for 5 Star's title track. When S-Class was written, the song was adjusted to being just a B-side track on the album. However, Changbin really wanted to perform the song on a grand stage because of its high energy and asked JYP-E to save the song for Rockstar's title track, leading to Item replacing La 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 La. The title incorporates the Chinese character La, meaning happy or pleasure. This theme is heavily expressed throughout both the song and the album, with this character being featured in the album's cover. No more worries, hard nights, hanging in until it's over, after pain comes joy. These lines invite the listener to let go of their worries and assure them to hold on through the pain, as joy will follow after. This is a beehive, bees everywhere. If you can't hide from it, put up with getting stung. This line compares the situation to a beehive, with bees everywhere, implying that once you're in a tough spot or a situation you've created, you can't escape easily. It's similar to the phrase, "You made the bed, sleep in it," meaning if you've gotten yourself into a particular situation, you have to deal with the consequences, even if it means enduring discomfort until you can find a way out. Stray Kids are suggesting that facing challenges head-on is part of the process, and it'll be worth it to get out of. Shout into the mic, just enjoy, it's music after all. Put a lock on your worries, this song is like medicine. Here, Stray Kids offer reassurance to the listener, encouraging them to let go of their worries and simply enjoy the music. They suggest putting a lock on your anxieties and treating the song as a form of medicine that can heal or ease your troubles. The lyrics emphasize the importance of enjoying the moment and not stressing over perfection, with the chorus reinforcing this with its simple, chant-like structure. It's a message of relaxation and finding comfort in music, no matter what you're going through. The third track, Blind Spot, centers on the idea of how people don't always see the truth of someone, or specifically a singer. They view the success of a singer as something that can negate any hardships they can face, leaving a blind spot to their struggles. Shouting in the dark night, no one knows who I am. These lines convey a sense of isolation and frustration, as if the speaker is shouting into the void, trying to express themselves, but no one can hear or understand them. The dark night adds to the feeling of being lost or unnoticed, where despite the effort to communicate, their words go unheard. It reflects the emotional struggle of feeling invisible or misunderstood, no matter how much they try to make their voices heard. They only look at the results and success, blinded by our glowing process. What you see isn't everything, hidden in the blind spot. These lines highlight the idea that people often focus only on the end result, success, without acknowledging the hard work, challenges, and growth that led to it. Stray Kids point out that their journey, the glowing process, is often overlooked, as others are blinded by the final outcome. The phrase, "what you see isn't everything," suggests there's much more beneath the surface, hidden in the blind spot, where the struggles and sacrifices are unseen. It's a commentary on how society often ignores the behind-the-scenes effort required to achieve success. The bright moon in the night sky rising while concealing the darkness, seems to resemble us, emerging while hiding in the darkness. These lines use the moon as a metaphor for stray kids, suggesting that although they appear to shine brightly in the public eye, they are not immune to struggles or darkness. The moon, which only reflects the sun's light and doesn't truly emit its own, symbolizes how stray kids' success might seem effortlessly radiant from a distance, but up close, it's fueled by hard work and hidden challenges. The idea of emerging while hiding in the darkness reflects the journey of rising to fame while keeping your struggles and the work behind it out of the view, offering a sense of mystery and depth beneath their outward success. In Complex, stray kids embrace the idea that flaws and complexities are not things to be ashamed of, but rather aspects that make them unique. By flexing their complex, they're showcasing their imperfections as a source of strength, suggesting that everyone has their own set of struggles or intricacies, but it's those very qualities that can define you and make you stand out. The title itself, combining complex and flex, serves as a statement of self-empowerment, encouraging listeners to take pride in their individuality, even if it includes mistakes or imperfections. This message aligns with the overall theme of breaking free from societal expectations and embracing authenticity. The way you look at my book cover, I ain't triggered by all means. In these lines, Stray Kids reference the saying, "Don't judge a book by its cover," implying that people often judge them based on surface-level appearances or first impressions. However, they make it clear that they aren't bothered or triggered by this shallow judgment. Instead, they're confident in themselves, acknowledging that their flaws or imperfections are just part of who they are. This attitude reinforces their message of embracing their complexity and not letting others' limited perceptions affect their self-worth. They're okay with being seen for who they truly are, not just what's visible on the outside. If you step on me, you'll see blood, because I'm a hexagonal thumbtack. The group is essentially saying that if you try to hurt or tear down Stray Kids, you only end up hurting yourself. There is no point in trying to step on them, because they don't mind their flaws, rather they see the beauty in them. Showing off my weakness, I'm not gonna hide it. Look how shiny it is, this is my pride, got it? Complex is followed up by the 5th track, Cover Me.
What do I feel so lonely in this night? Let's have your brother, I'm never regret.
Cover Me explores the feeling of loneliness and the desire for comfort. In these lyrics, the writer expresses their solitude at night and wonders if the gentle dawn breeze has a magical ability to ease their pain. The song conveys a longing for someone to offer warmth and protection, hoping that being covered, whether physically or emotionally, might bring relief. I don't know, what should I do, even if I force myself to smile? No matter how hard they try, they can't escape their loneliness. Even forcing a smile doesn't help, leaving them desperate for something, anything, that might bring relief. On nights when the moon shines this bright, I cry out, hoping for someone to cover that light. Here, the moon symbolizes loneliness. They're expressing that on nights when loneliness feels overwhelming, they cry out, longing for someone to come and shield them from it. They follow up with, "And when night suddenly turns into day, I accept the warm light shining down," stating their readiness to receive help from anyone. I'm not lonely, yet everything feels so cold. If only that light would reach out its hand to me. Even though they aren't alone, they still feel distant and disconnected. They long for someone to truly reach out and show they care, feeling desperate for someone to notice and cover them. The 6th track, Leave, has an interesting structure to it. The lyrics seem to operate around a conversation between two lovers, or rather ex-lovers. Written by Changbin in the spring of 2022, he felt the song would be best released during autumn, leading to the song being saved for over a year. The song centers on an imperfect breakup, where one person insists they separate, while the other clings to what was. It's presented with person A, who's wishing to keep things as they were, speaking first in the chorus. "Oh baby, please don't hurt me, don't make me cry, though I still got love for you and haven't got over you yet." Person B wishes to move on, leading them to reply to person A's request, stating, "Oh baby, please stop for me, don't you cry anymore, this is the end for you and me, yeah we're done." Person A still has love for person B, trying anything they can to keep their lover from leaving them. However, person B doesn't feel the same way, leading to them being so adamant about ending it. Trying to piece the puzzle together based on mutual understanding, but love is not enough to overcome our differences. The two of them have tried to make the relationship work, but their love was never enough for them to work through their inability to connect, being the wrong piece of each other's puzzle. Right next to me on the bench, a leaf comes falling down. Leaves of a tree are used as a comparison throughout the song frequently, given their similar name, something Changbin found especially intriguing. The leaf is leaving the tree that once gave it life, but now falls away and remains stagnant on the bench, landing right next to person A who feels the same way now. I'm afraid, I'm in pain, I'm okay. Can't seem to hide the empty feeling inside. No matter how much convincing this person tries to give themselves, it's never the truth as they're still hurting inside. It could almost be seen as the icebreaker game, 2 truths and a lie, where the truth is they're afraid and in pain, but lying about feeling okay. The world has stopped, but time goes on. Even though their own world feels frozen in place, time doesn't stop for anyone. The days blur into each other, while the other person moves on, as if nothing ever happened, smiling, laughing, living, untouched by the weight of what once was. Social Path, primarily written by Bang Chan, revolves around his story as a trainee.
Gave up my youth for my future.
This intro speaks of how Bang Chan joined JYP Entertainment at 13, but didn't debut until he was 20, sacrificing most of his youth to become an artist. Even though it was inspired by Chan's journey to becoming an artist, he felt that his fellow members could relate to the song, given that they too sacrificed their teenage years to further themselves as artists. The line, "I've given up a lot," if it's the youth everyone talks about, especially discusses this mutual feeling. Here, Stray Kids refer to how people tend to say their youth was the best years of their life, and you shouldn't waste it. But Stray Kids have given up their best years of their life to get a step ahead in their music.
You only get to live one life, I know I'm ready.
This line serves as a response to what they've been told, that even though they know they only get one chance at life in their youth, they're willing to risk it and take the chance at getting further.
Living here, I see so many people coming up. I see the mirror, it's calling me.
This line reflects Bang Chan's long journey as a trainee, where he watched countless trainees come and go, some being eliminated, others debuting in different groups, while he remained, facing the practice mirror alone. No way back to the past, I'll step ahead, go right in front of me. These lines highlight Stray Kids' determination to keep moving forward. Though they've sacrificed their youth, something they can never get back, they refuse to dwell on the past. Instead, they step ahead with confidence, chasing what's next. 5-star and Rockstar are 2 sides of the same coin, each showing off Stray Kids' fun, bold identity in different ways. 5-star is full of confidence, playful references, and high energy, while Rockstar takes things further, showing them as artists who live freely and unapologetically. 5-star is all about fun, with exaggerated bragging, humor, and bold metaphors that make it clear Stray Kids know they're on top. Songs like Top Line and S-Class celebrate their success, but also hint at the challenges they faced. Rockstar, on the other hand, digs deeper, focusing on the mindset behind their drive. Megaverse highlights their creative freedom, while Complex reminds everyone to embrace their flaws. Together, these albums show Stray Kids as artists who don't just follow trends, but redefine what it means to be on top as a star.
NOEASY was Stray Kids' first time telling their haters to piss off. For several years, they had to endure people's jealousy disguised as criticism, but with NOEASY, they finally put them back in their place and embraced the noisy label all of them used on them. The title track, Thunderous, is one of the best examples of this. It's intentionally louder than usual, almost as if they're saying, yeah, we make noise, what about it? The song mixes several genres like hip-hop, EDM, trap, and even elements of traditional Korean folk music in a way that shouldn't work, but somehow works perfectly. The song actually goes by 2 names, Thunderous and Sorikun, which means singer. Stray Kids are essentially calling themselves thunderous singers, which not only puts a playful twist on how naggers once labeled them noisy, but also embraces that label. What's especially interesting is that if you add the Korean word chan to Sorikun, it changes the meaning to nagging. So, built right into the name of the song, Stray Kids are clapping back at the people who nagged them for their sound. I can't say for sure if it was their intent, but John means glass, which could imply their haters are fragile or easy to shatter. The lyrics themselves back this up, calling out how weak their critics really are. All eyes on the gathering of the famous thunderous ones are freezing cold, but I know will burn forever. Here, Stray Kids play on the contrast between fire and ice. It might seem like ice is fire's natural enemy, but fire almost always wins. They're saying that while their critics have cold hearts of ice, they'll keep burning with the drive to succeed, and realistically, the odds are stacked against the ice. It can't create energy, only try to endure. Fire, on the other hand, generates its own power, just like Stray Kids do as they sell out venues, win awards, and build their own success, while the haters melt away trying to fight a flame that never dies. One of the main things Stray Kids wanted to show with Thunderous is that they have the courage to shout out their own voices to those that constantly nag them. Many idols face the same kind of criticism Stray Kids do, but most can't respond.
They're told to stay quiet and just endure it. That silence makes them easy targets for people who say whatever they want without consequence. It's like kicking a turtle. It can only endure or run away. But with Thunderous, Stray Kids finally bite back. They refuse to sit through the absurdity, proving they have voices of their own and they're not afraid to use them. After all, no one tries kicking a snapping turtle. Okay, well, maybe people don't kick turtles to begin with, but that's beyond the point. The other main theme we see is how powerful using your own voice can be in even just your personal life. We see that more in the later songs on the album, so we'll talk about it more in just a bit. In the music video, we see masked individuals dressed in traditional black garments. Stray Kids use these people to represent those very haters residing online that hide behind a screen criticizing their every move. However, when Stray Kids actually confront them, they run away scared without even putting up a fight. Stray Kids mention their primary message in the lyrics too. As they deliver that line, the choreography shows them spitting into their hands, something that traditionally symbolizes sealing an unbreakable promise. It's as if Stray Kids are swearing that no amount of nagging will break them, and that their voices will always be heard. Other sections of the choreography double down on this idea. During the first chorus, they drag their hand across their mouth as if forcefully silencing the haters, who clearly don't know when to stop talking. They pair it with the line, "We don't play by the rules." They're sending a clear message here that Stray Kids won't just sit back and take the mockery. They'll confront it directly, doing what their critics never could. Fittingly, this gesture also closes the performance, with Stray Kids literally taking the final word and cutting off their anti-fans once and for all. As I mentioned earlier, they've been facing these so-called critics for years. The same people who mocked Miro and God's Menu, despite their huge success, were tired of seeing Stray Kids thrive outside the standard K-pop formula. Then in 2021, just as they were joining Mnet's Kingdom Legendary War, South Korea saw a wave of bullying accusations across the entertainment industry. The naggers took the chance to attack Hyunjin, forcing him into a reflection hiatus. He appeared in only the first episode before being sidelined entirely, a decision that wasn't really made by him, but by the noise around him. They thought they won. The naggers thought they had gotten the upper hand on Stray Kids. What they didn't know was that Stray Kids would use it as a chance to finally snap back at them. They continued the show as 7 members and won it in Hyunjin's honor. When they released NOEASY with Hyunjin back a few months later, they let all of them know they'd crossed the line now and Stray Kids were done being pushed around. It was risky, to be honest. There were a lot of people that despised their music, and to call them out in a full comeback was incredibly bold. 3RACHA continued to write the songs that most people liked, even if it wasn't everyone. Bangshan talks about this decision in the album's intro. "We just do what we want. We just make what our heart tells us. We try to challenge ourselves in new ways and enjoy as much as possible." Stray Kids don't play by the rules. They do what they want, even if it's not what some people want. The naggers didn't expect Stray Kids to hold out and continue what they actually wanted to do, leading to them all running away. The NOEASY cover builds directly on the themes from Thunderous. Lightning fills the sky, followed by the Thunderous ones. All 8 members are walking forward, with Hyunjin leading the group, but the most interesting detail is the text. It doesn't just read NOEASY, but it also makes noisy the focal point. Stray Kids are blending the two ideas together as a way of conveying that yes, their music is noisy, and there certainly is no easy route to make that noisy music. Stray Kids could have easily switched the words. They deliberately chose to have the word noisy be bolded out, and NOEASY is what's transparent. The naggers will always pester them, so even though it might be hard at times, the noisiness needs to prevail through. Now I can't say for sure if it was their intent with this, but I do find one more thing interesting. By highlighting noisy, it almost turns the label back on the haters, calling them the noisy ones. It's a clever reversal, and given Changbin described NOEASY as a witty album, that kind of wordplay fits perfectly. Stray Kids open the album with Cheese, probably the best demonstration of the goals he discusses. A lot of Cheese centers around being more of a direct response to what their anti-fans are saying. In this specific line, they're referring back to the choruses of God's Menu and Side Effects, some of their noisiest songs at the time. While they find Stray Kids songs laughable in a mockery sense, Stray Kids are being completely honest and view their music as pure fun. The group is essentially telling them it's not as big of a deal as they think it is, and they need to smile or cheese more and take things less seriously.
Cheese, Gromit, cheese.
Changbin continued this idea in the first verse. This part is a bit of wordplay in Korean. Normally, mozzarella is said as mozzarella, But when Changbin raps it, he twists it into Mojara, which literally translates to not enough or lacking. Put it together and the line becomes a drag at these haters' lack of humor. Like I mentioned earlier, a lot of Stray Kids naggers believe they're making music wrong. They believe that all of their songs should be simple or easy to listen to, not just some of them. The music video for Cheese plays with that idea. Even when they're doing things that don't fit, like driving kiddie cars or playing baseball on a soccer field, they do it anyway. It's their way of saying they'll keep doing what they love, no matter how unconventional it looks. And honestly, they seem to be having a great time doing it.
Cheese, cheddar, cheese, Parmesan, cheese.
The cheese references sound random, but they're surprisingly sharp. Blue cheese represents their music, being too bold for some, but loved by those with the taste to appreciate it. Cheddar symbolizes both mainstream appeal and financial success as they continue to dominate the market. Parmesan, though, reflects the traits their haters carry: hard, stiff, and unwilling to loosen up enough and enjoy what Stray Kids are serving. I almost feel like NOEASY as a whole is divided into 3 main sections. They begin with the noisier songs, where they try to convey that they really don't care what people are saying about their music. Regardless of what those anti-fans say, Stray Kids are still gonna make the songs they like. Cheese is the perfect way to open that section. It shows Stray Kids aren't afraid to laugh at the criticism they faced and call out their haters for being cold and emotionless. But NOEASY doesn't stop at being clever. It also highlights just how powerful their influence has become. Domino takes that noisy sound even further, blending trap, EDM, and touches of liquid drum and bass. By pushing their style to the limit, Stray Kids created a track that grabs you immediately. They're even flipping the perspective with the song, showing that their confidence doesn't just silence the haters, it sparks a chain reaction of others chasing the same kind of success. They represent this domino effect really well in the chorus. Stray Kids include a glissando to mimic the sound of falling dominoes. What's interesting is that the glissando is scaling both up and down. While the declining scale clearly represents how their influence is toppling onto everyone else, is it possible that the rising scale could refer to how the others set up their dominoes to try and copy Stray Kids' success, only to be knocked down by them? Maybe it's a reach, but I think it's interesting to consider. Stray Kids are also very literal with the song's choreography. Throughout the performance, one member makes a move and the others follow, mirroring the song's theme of influence. The most interesting moment comes in the second chorus, where Han starts a domino-like chain. Each member repeats the move with small changes, 1 or 2 motions fewer than the person before. It's a clear visual metaphor about how the copycats can try to copy them, but never truly understand why it works so well. And that's why they'll always fall short of Stray Kids. It's a really interesting choreography to watch. I'd argue it's one of their best ever. Another one of my favorite moves is towards the beginning during Changbin's opening rap. It's honestly really simple. Hyunjin and Felix connect their hands and Changbin sidekicks through them, causing a ripple effect with their hands. Here, I'm just gonna let it play out. Love that. It's so sick. Oh, sick you say? Like track 4? Even though the song's called Sick, it's not just about Stray Kids being cool, though that's definitely part of it. The track is full of wordplay. In Korean, sick is an onomatopoeia for a smug grin, while in English, sick can mean both ill and impressive. Stray Kids fuse the 2 meanings, saying they love to act cool, and they know exactly how good they are while doing it. I'm so sick, me so sick, sick. Personally, I view Sick as the little brother to 5 Star, or maybe it'd be older brother since it came first. Whatever. Point is, Sick exudes the same level of cockiness that can be felt throughout 5 Star. While the anti-fans want Stray Kids to tame things down and do what they want, the group's emphasizing that they really don't care what they're looking for. They're practically saying, yeah, I'm smug, what about it? Stray Kids are the ones winning awards and selling albums with this sound. I think they have the right to be a little smug. If you've ever felt like The View would fit well on one of Stray Kids' earlier albums, you'd be right. Changbin tells us it was a song they wrote a long time ago and consistently told each other they'd perform it someday. When their second full-length album came around, they felt like they had to place it there. It revolves around the idea of liking where you are now, especially mentally. It expresses the joy that comes after passing through troubles and now having a clear vision of the future. There's a couple of sections where they look back on what the past was like for them, but now have a clearer vision of what's to come, enjoying the view. The music video reinforces that idea. There's multiple TVs replaying old memories of the members. not as something to sit down and watch, but as a reminder to keep creating more. Stray Kids honor their past without getting stuck in it. They're still out there making new memories to look back on later. Wishes also play a big role in the video. A neon sign reads, "Dreams come true to those who truly want them," and soon after, we see Felix holding a cake, ready to make his wish. But before he can blow out the candle, the others join in and help. It's a quick moment, but it beautifully shows their unity. They're not stealing his wish, they're just helping him make it real. When Stray Kids support and push each other forward, their shared wishes become achievable as long as the desire is genuine. You can't just pull one member out and expect the same magic. That idea carries into the View's choreography. In the final chorus, the routine shifts up. Instead of moving in sync, Hyunjin takes a solo dance break while the others circle around him. It's almost like they're saying he's irreplaceable, being an equal part of the group. Every member is essential to Stray Kids' success, and it's that unity that helps them handle the dark moments and keep moving toward the brighter view ahead. Earlier I mentioned that NOEASY can be divided into 3 main sections. First, the noise runs from cheese to sick, but starting with track 5, there's a strong shift. From the View to Starlost, we enter what I'd call the emotion section of the album. These songs are softer and more reflective, trading the volume and intensity of the opening tracks for a more personal tone. As we saw with The View, this stretch focuses on who they are as people, the thoughts and emotions that shape them, whether drawn from their own lives or what they've seen around them. Sorry I Love You takes strong inspiration from melodic hip-hop with some small notes of R&B. What makes this song special is how it's prominently considered to be Changbin's song. He's the only member of 3RACHA to write on it, producing it exclusively with Million Boy. Here's how Changbin introduces the song. "You like this friend of yours, but once you tell her about it, you are scared that you may not be friends anymore." We've seen Changbin write songs centered around love several times before, but Sorry I Love You takes on an unrequited approach. The song actually has 2 titles, one in Korean and one in English. Personally, I actually prefer the Korean one, which directly translates to Sorry for Liking You. The 2 titles are similar, but they carry very different meanings. The Korean name feels like a response to rejection, almost like he's apologizing for caring in the first place. Meanwhile, the English one sounds like more of a confession, admitting your love even when you know it won't be returned. My attempt to be closer rather distanced us farther. It built up the wall between us, so ironic. In Changbin's attempt to get to know her better, he ended up pushing too far, causing her to pull away and put up walls. I don't know if this is based on Changbin's personal experience, but since he's the main writer, I'll frame it as though it's his story. No matter how much he gives, his time, attention, or love, she never reciprocates it in the same way. Changbin even shares a small story after buying movie tickets for the 2 of them. She was excited, but not for the same reason he was. For Changbin, it was about spending time together, just enjoying the moment, but for her, it was only about the movie. As she focused on the screen, he quietly watched her instead, realizing she wasn't really there for him. It's a small moment, but it captures that crushing realization that you were never really in it together. You were alone from the start. He's too afraid to tell her how he feels. It seems obvious to him that she doesn't like him, making him feel apologetic for even liking her in the first place. The very next song focuses on hiding your emotions and keeping everything bottled up. I honestly think Silent Cry is the most intricate song on the album, exploring what it feels like to stay strong for others. At the same time, it's a release, showing that suppressed feelings only grow heavier until they finally break free. Right from the intro, rain pours as someone stomps into a room and slams the door behind them, perfectly capturing the weight of holding everything in. We hear more of this lyrically shortly after, how your heart sobs when you're alone after turning off the lights in your quiet room. I mentioned that track 5 to 9 are the emotional songs. They're also composed of mostly simpler songs sonically, but what's interesting is that Silent Cry is nothing like that. It feels out of place, but I think that's intentional. It's a disruption. I think there's a strong chance that this could represent how even though they're around people calmly, within them are raging emotions. Truly, I view Silent Cry as a song for good. It's so easy to feel stuck and keep things to yourself. Stray Kids, however, are telling us that you should be honest with your emotions. It's okay to be honest with the people around you. Crying silently isn't your only option. We see more of this in the song's choreography. 3 of the members end up on the ground, and when they reach out their hand for support, they're immediately pulled up from their original circumstances. The bridge of Silent Cry is kinda gross. It isn't settling melodically, it's almost suffocating, looping in on a way that mirrors what it feels like to keep your emotions bottled up. You feel stuck, going in circles with no escape. Then, as the bridge builds, a rising scale leads it into a moment of release. After that, we hear the rain again, showing this person finally leaning on those around them and letting their tears flow. It's important for you to reach out for help. Asking for help doesn't make you weak, and it certainly doesn't make you a burden. And I think Stray Kids conveyed that message really well. Secret Secret deals with quite a lot of rain as well. Han, the primary writer of the song, uses the rain in two ways here. First, he compares it to tears falling down, much like we saw with Silent Cry. He also uses it as a way to represent fogginess within ourselves and the troubling noise within our minds. Secret Secret directly refers to the kind of secret that you can't tell anyone, not even your closest friends. It's a secret. Han explains his message with the song. To those who listen to the song, instead of saying, I went through this, I wanted to say, I bet you went through something similar. Just like you, I am thinking about the same thing. We are both human, and we are friends. A big theme of the song is about the situation a person could be feeling. In a lot of cases, it's not so much that you're afraid to tell your secret, but you don't know how to. Whenever they try to speak up, they feel as though they can't. They wish to be honest, but they're failing to articulate it. It feels as though they're shouting in a rainstorm, but whenever they raise their voice, the rain becomes louder and drowns them out. The most noteworthy piece of the song has to be the bridge. It's built around 4 short statements, each followed by ad-libs that feel like someone denying something before the question is even asked. Then, in the final line, the question is revealed. Will I get better by deceiving my heart? The answer? No. Never. Even though they're trying to improve, lying to themselves won't help. They know honesty is necessary, but they just don't know how. That's what separates Silent Cry from Secret Secret. While Silent Cry offers the closure of someone being there to help, Secret Secret is about feeling stuck, trapped in something you desperately want to escape, but can't. The last song before the third section, Star Lost, is more straightforward, so we'll go through it kinda quickly. Bangshan said he had never heard the phrase Star Lost before, and when he did, it amazed him. The song centers on the idea that, no matter how lost you feel in the vast galaxy, there's always a guiding light, and in this case, that light is Stay. Even in the loneliness and emptiness, Bangshan and all the members of Stray Kids keep searching for Stay. They rely on the love from fans to guide them through uncertainty. Even if they stray from the light, it's always there waiting for them when they return. Starlost is their way of saying thank you, what Bangshan calls their consolation. I imagine you in the night sky, you comforting me somewhere. After Starlost, we move into the final section of NOEASY, the bonus. This part isn't as intentionally crafted as the first 2 sections, but it still has standout tracks. The first 3 are brand new unit tracks, developed during the Howl and Harmony miniseries. We don't know exactly why the members are grouped as they are, but from how Team Surfin talks about it, it seems JYP Entertainment made the decisions. The most notable choice is splitting the 3 Racha members into separate units, likely so each could lead their own track. The units appear to be ordered by age, basing it off the oldest person in the group. Bangshan and Hyunjin begin the bonus songs with Red Lights, which is about traffic lights. Next song? No, I'm kidding. The song is structured with more of a mature tone than any of Stray Kids songs before, but the lyrics are very different to the sound of the song, touching on more of what it's like being an idol and battling with your own drive for work. Red Lights 2 features an alternate title, being Compulsion. How does this tie into the song? Let's look at the lyrics. Bangshan and Hyunjin, or Becca Wong, capture the feeling of being unable to step away from their work. No matter how much they try to rest, they're drawn back to the mic, whether creating, refining, or performing. Even as the world sleeps, they're still awake, driven by their relentless need to improve. It's an honest glimpse at the obsession and effort demanded in the K-pop industry. They even personify this feeling, calling it you, their work. They open the song by admitting they'd struggle to survive without it, showing how entwined their lives are with their craft. Red Lights works on 2 levels. It can refer to the traffic lights, the reasons to slow down, or more directly, it's the literal red lights in music show studios during practice or live recordings. indicating which camera is broadcasting. Becca Wong expresses being haunted by these lights, always feeling observed, yet still choosing to work tirelessly through the night. One of the most memorable elements of the music video is the chains. The members are literally bound, physically tied to their obsession. They try to run or break free, but no matter how hard they pull, they can't escape. It's a clear metaphor for being trapped in the cycle of perfection and pressure. The song comes together as something we really don't hear much about in K-pop. By contrast though, Team Summer Prince takes a more carefree approach with their song. The three of them wrote Surfin', blending dancehall with melodic hip-hop to create something relaxed and fun. The music video expands on this vibe, capturing the breezy, summer energy they aimed for. The unit starts rehearsing in a practice room, then suddenly they're transported to a sunny getaway where they can finally relax. Throughout the song, they sing about letting go, throwing worries into the air, riding the waves, and embracing the moment. When the bridge arrives, the sun sets and the tempo slows, but instead of going home, they linger, savoring the calm of the summer night and holding on to that sense of freedom a little longer. Surfin' isn't the most complex song on the album, but it's far from boring. Gone Away, VOCALRACHA plus Han's track, is unsurprisingly a ballad with a touch of rap later in the song, a fitting mix given who worked on it. Like Sorry I Love You, it explores unrequited love. But whereas Changbin's song focuses on the frustration of loving someone who doesn't return your feelings, Gone Away centers on trying to accept that reality and finding your way through the pain. I try to blow it all away, pretend like nothing is wrong. The music video is a standout, almost like a short film, featuring Han, Seungmin, Ian, and the love interest. There's a lot to cover in the music video, but we should talk about the lyrics first. On Melon Music, Stray Kids shared a comments about the song, likely from the unit or Han specifically. I wrote about the desperate feeling of having to let go of someone you've been in love with for a long time, yet still being unable to let go. It's a relatable struggle. Once you fall for someone, moving past them isn't instant. Accepting that they don't feel the same can take months or even years to fully process. Gone Away captures that difficult, lingering tension perfectly. Even my hopes for us to be together no longer matter. Now that we understand the song, let's talk about the music video. It's set in a high school with Margarine Bread, the unit, each in love with the same girl. She doesn't have a name in the video, so let's call her Soa. They don't fight over her. Each member shows their affection in a different way. Han notices her eyeing a button-up shirt, so he buys it for her later. Ian buys flowers he thinks she'll like. Seungmin mostly watches from a distance, doing small, unnoticed things, like fixing her blanket on the bus. Han buys what he's noticed she likes. Ian buys what he thinks she'll like. Seungmin quietly serves her, without her knowing. Each of them love her, but as the key shifts in the song, a fifth character enters, Hyunjin. Right as Ian is about to give Soa the flowers, the guy arrives with flowers, a cake, and likely the same button-up. Margarine Bread has been outdone. From various angles, it's clear her attention is only on him. The video also gives us shots of the members watching these events unfold. The members we see from behind are their future, or maybe present, selves, reflecting on the past and their lingering feelings for Soa. Each outfit represents a different amount of time that's passed since the main events. Am I ranting about the music video? Maybe. But it adds so much depth to the song that it deserves the discussion. Wolfgang and Mixtape O were both released before NOEASY. Originally performed during Kingdom Legendary War, this version now includes Hyunjin's vocals, giving it a slightly different feel. The song revisits one of Stray Kids' strongest themes, their power as a team, similar to what we saw visually in the Views music video. The title itself has two layers of meaning. It references the classic composer Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart, while also hinting at a gang of wolves. It's a fitting metaphor for Stray Kids. Each member is strong on their own, but together they move as a pack, unstoppable when united. Wolfgang almost loops back on the clapback theme we saw earlier in the album. Several lines focus on hunting down haters and asserting their power. Given that this was likely written after Hyunjin began his hiatus, it's possible parts were inspired by that period. The song emphasizes the group's unbreakable bond, almost like they're saying Hyunjin can never truly leave, they need him and he needs them. It's a subtle but firm reminder that Stray Kids are built on their connection. Try to single one member out and you'll feel the force of all 7 other members behind them. If you don't have anything positive to contribute, it's often better to stay quiet. The final song on the album, Mixtape O, was released in celebration of Hyunjin's return. The Naggers failed to remove him or derail his life. but the song itself isn't about them at all. It's actually more of a love song, and I think that's what makes it a fascinating way to close the album. Wolfgang could be seen as representing the noise section, snapping back at the haters again, while Mixtape O embodies the emotional portion. Intentional or not, it's a strong close. The song explores the feeling of being a child when it comes to love, a theme even reflected in the title itself. In the end, I'm just talking nonsense. Even if I make plans in front of you, I'm still a kid. It's easy to think you have things figured out, but in the presence of this person, Stray Kids feel inexperienced. What they thought they understood about love suddenly feels small and uncertain. Even as adults, they're reduced to feeling like a child again. Things that seem easy for a mature man, everything is difficult in front of you. It's a gentle, deeply human way to close an album that was bold up front. So much of the criticism they faced comes from people forgetting that they are humans too. After spending so much time proving their strength, Stray Kids end NOEASY by admitting vulnerability with Mixtape O. It's a quiet, intimate exhale after all the noise. When we look at everything that is Stray Kids' second studio album, NOEASY plays like a three-part story. They reclaim the noisy label and directly confront the haters, turning that ridicule into momentum rather than letting it weigh them down. Hyunjin's forced break and return helped to raise tension, especially after they had just one kingdom. The middle and bonus tracks pull the album inward, with songs like Silent Cry, Secret Secret, and The View emphasizing human connection and genuine care. And finally, they end the album with a short summary of what we saw throughout, making for a strong finale that leaves you rewarded and content. If you want to see where Stray Kids go from here, you can click the Star Series video on screen. Thanks for watching. Bye 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 bye. This is Stray Kids rapping in 2018. And this is what it's become. These performances might sound similar, but there's several details being applied that have helped elevate their songs. A strong rap in K-pop is more important right now than ever before. With a pivot for Western audiences, Stray Kids needed to adapt their skills to appeal to such a different market. The group expanded on several skills, bringing them to the success they have now. For many listeners, the overall sound of the song is the only thing that matters. Flow is that sound. The flow of a song is how lyrics are presented to fit with the beat and tempo. It's important that the flow is interesting to the listener and makes them want to hear what you're saying. Presenting a fast rap can be interesting, but if it's the only thing you have to show, it gets repetitive. When Stray Kids were just starting out, their music had a strong teen angst sound, and with that, their raps became very aggressive and fast. Take their pre-debut track, Elevator, for example. Here, their flow is very continuous. The main interest point with it is their speed, followed up by the contrasting vocal line later into the song. However, if we look at something more recent, we can see how they're keeping that speed, but they're also breaking it up with small gaps to keep their flow interesting. As one of the few K-pop groups to write their own music, Stray Kids often write their own rap verses. 3RACHA is in charge of writing both the lyrics and flow for their songs. Another key element to a strong rap is well-planned lyrics that flow into one another. One of my favorite solo tracks from Stray Kids is a great example of this, that being Felix's Unfair. Frequently, songs will rhyme at the end of a line, but in rap, it's common for the line to feature internal rhymes as well. Felix uses words like peace and peace, as well as tear and bear to make his rap feel more fluid. These are great lyrics, but without a strong delivery, they'll fall completely flat. Felix uses his naturally low and gravelly voice to add to his performance, stretching out syllables and keeping each word interesting. Not only does it make his rap verse appealing, but it adds to the dynamic of the aggressive, confused rap and the pleading, broken singing he presents in the pre-chorus. Stray Kids haven't always understood this perfectly, where Felix used to have little to no variety in his voice, especially in Victory Song. It's neat how deep his voice goes, but that's unfortunately all there is to it. He isn't mixing up his delivery quite like he does in Unfair, leading to this performance feeling flat and dull. A better display of his deeper tones comes a year later with Easy. Even though he's pushing the limits of his voice, you can still feel movement in his performance, with the internal rhyming adding on to it even further. Compared to when they just started, Stray Kids raps have become exceptionally more refined with their growth in flow and delivery. As a self-produced group, Stray Kids have much more creative freedom, especially when it comes to their lyrics. This freedom has allowed their songwriting skills and themes to evolve over time. Early on, their lyrics were mostly in Korean, with occasional English phrases, but in recent years, they become fluent in blending both languages, which gives them more flexibility, especially with internal rhymes that wouldn't be possible using just one language. Their increasing focus on English-speaking audiences has also led to more frequent use of English lyrics, giving international fans more to connect with and pay attention to. Here's before with mostly Korean, and now with a hybrid of English and Korean. Another thing we notice is as their lyrics grow, so does their delivery. As they improve their rhymes and flow, they're able to make their performances all the more entertaining. They've additionally begun to adapt various styles of rap into their verses. We can hear this in the beginning of Megaverse as well. Here, Changbin is using a popping style, enunciating every syllable and sharpening the delivery of it. Not only is it an intriguing style, but it ties into the lyrics Changbin is rapping, speaking of getting moving quickly and popping your tongue. Additionally, you can feel the flow of the lyrics way more than some of their earlier songs. It's incredibly important that the words are suited for one another when they're utilizing a popping style, otherwise they'll feel disjointed and gross. Tying style into songs has been something Changbin especially has been working on, where he enjoys mimicking the themes of songs into his delivery. While not one of their oldest songs, Wolfgang easily could have incorporated a growling delivery, but Changbin chose to keep the delivery to just loud enunciation at the time. Some of 8's tracks play into their themes, where Chick Chick Boom features him repeating consonants to mimic a gun, and Jam incorporates sticky enunciation. These improvements make for an engaging listen, and most certainly couldn't have been possible without bettering their lyricism. Stray Kids is easily one of the best groups at using contrast effectively. Their most popular song, God's Menu, showcases this perfectly, starting with an aggressive rap, shifting to a melodic pre-chorus, then returning to a powerful chorus. They then drop into a lower verse featuring Felix's deep voice, creating even more contrast. This approach keeps each section fresh and engaging. They use this strategy in their raps as well, where they mix up their tone throughout the verse, adding another layer to their delivery. This was the main issue with Felix's part in Victory song earlier on. The tone was incredibly consistent for the whole verse. Felix's part in Muddy Water demonstrates better use of tone, where he's constantly mixing up his vocal tone for key points of his rap. Tone extends beyond being loud and shouting every now and then. You can additionally go the other way with your voice, dropping to a calmer, whisper-like sound. Additionally, you can combine these aspects of tone to bring further focus to the rap. Megaverse does just that, where Changbin uses the popping style from earlier, but contrasts it with a short whisper. Can you tell I like Megaverse's raps? There's a lot of options when it comes to tone, whether that be shouting, whispering, or speaking in a monotone style. It's important that Stray Kids know exactly when to use what and how to do it well. One of my favorite examples of this is 3RACHA's We Go, where Han's rap verse starts with a monotone, mumble rap sound and gradually builds up to a clearer, aggressive sound. Had he stuck with the same tone and flow for all of his verse, it wouldn't have had anywhere near the level of impact that it does with the mix-ins. Perhaps one of the strongest elements Stray Kids needed to understand was the importance of variety. If the flow or delivery remains the same throughout a song or verse, it could certainly get dry and boring. Being able to expand and adjust in just the right area and in the right way is a necessity for a well-made rap. This is actually something Stray Kids have always been capable of and powerful with, but they've most definitely improved in knowing when to switch things up and how to do it well. This specific snippet of Top Line is almost an inverse of We Go, where Han is rapping quickly before handing it off to Hyunjin to rap in a mumble rap style. Another strong piece of variety is styling, something Stray Kids have been experimenting with as of late. Originally, their rap style was fairly consistent and simple, often using aggressive rap, but recently, they've expanded into different styles that elevate not just their discography, but their skills as well. Mirror is one of those aggressive rap songs, which doesn't necessarily make it a bad song, but it ends up feeling repetitive in the greater picture. However, a recent song like 3RACHA's self-titled track embraces a UK drill rap approach.
Mastermind the perfect trio bound by blood. Musketeers are making music. All for all and all for one.
Even though the track is aggressive like Mirror, it feels completely different thanks to their willingness to experiment and add variety. A directly contrasting track is Twilight, a song that uses melodic rapping to fit in with the theming of the track. Stray Kids has grown each of these elements vastly, bringing them to a point where they're recognized as more than just a K-pop group, they're respected rappers. Their efforts to improve were worthwhile, as the group sold over 1.2 million albums in 2024 within just the United States. If there was one song that compiled all these elements into one to showcase all that they've learned, it'd have to be their 2024 track, Bounce Back. The flow and delivery of the song enhanced not just the rap sections, but the entire track overall. The lyrics are seamlessly connected and stay focused on the central theme. The song has an intense, aggressive tone, which makes IAN's part in the second verse stand out right away. It's built in a boom bap style, a genre Stray Kids have only experimented with a few times, making it feel fresh and distinctive. Despite its aggressive sound, the group maintains variety by constantly changing the flow and tone, keeping the listener engaged throughout. It's no surprise that Stray Kids have become one of the most popular acts, not just in K-pop, but in rap as well. Their rise even earned them the chance to remix Lil Durk's All My Life, a track that Spotify ranks among the best hip-hop songs in the recent years. This level of success wouldn't have been possible if they had stayed within their original comfort zone. It's their constant drive to evolve that made it happen. Next time you're listening to Stray Kids music, try to look for these elements they've worked so hard to improve on. 3RACHA, originally a hip-hop group, has grown into a global phenomenon, playing a key role in Stray Kids' success by helping write over 200 songs for the group. The trio consists of Christopher Bong, So Changbin, and Han Ji-sung. Chris, born on October 3rd, 1997, was first to join JYP Entertainment on April 11th, 2011. As longest trainee among the three, he developed a strong determination to debut, no matter the challenges. 4 years later, in 2015, Han Ji-sung, born on September 14th, 2000, joined the company following a successful audition. Earlier in the year, Ji-sung promised his parents back in Malaysia that he would pass an audition within a year, and if he failed to, he'd return to Malaysia. Not long after, Changbin, born on August 11th, 1999, joined JYP after displaying a self-composed rap during his audition. The three of them later came together in 2016 to form the hip-hop group 3RACHA. The name combines the type of hot sauce, sriracha, and the numeral 3, stating that the music the three make is hot or fire. Despite all of them being within JYP Entertainment, the group is entirely separate from the label, being an individual project of theirs. Each member of 3RACHA adopted a stage name with special meaning. Chris became CB97, combining his initials C and B with 97, representing his birth year, 1997. Changbin chose Spearby, a name inspired by his Korean name. The first part, Chang, is the same character used for spear in Korean, while B is a shortened version of the second half of his name, Bin. Han Ji-sung took on the name J1, where J stands for Ji-sung, and 1 comes from the Korean character Han, which also means 1. 3RACHA later uploaded their first original song to SoundCloud on January 18th, 2017, titled Intro. The song served as an opener for who they are as a group and what they wish to achieve. Additionally, 3RACHA rewrote lyrics and flow for a J. Cole song, renaming it The Dreams. With this practice, they strengthened their lyricism and practiced the process of recording a song. 3RACHA would continue releasing music every 2 weeks, releasing an original song like Intro and a sampled song like The Dreams. This pattern would continue until April 26th, where 3RACHA released their first extended play, titled J 2017 Mixtape. This EP compiled all of their previously released original songs, with the sample songs being excluded due to copyright concerns. 3RACHA continued their pattern following the EP, starting it back up on May 10th. 2 months later, 3RACHA gave their first live performance on July 2nd, performing at the Ugly Junction Live in Seoul. They performed 3 of their songs, IDA, Don't Touch Me, and Runner's High. With this performance, they solidified their growing presence in the music scene, being given the opportunity to display not only their original songs, but also their rewritten songs, giving them a high standard to surpass with the existing popularity of the original songs. Just over a month later, on August 16th, 3RACHA released their second EP, 3 Days. On August 22nd, they performed with 6 other trainees at JYP Entertainment's Homecoming Showcase under the temporary name Male Project Team. A little over a month later, they reappeared as Stray Kids and released their first music video, Elevator, to YouTube on October 6th. This song marked 3RACHA's first track to be officially released under JYP Entertainment. While Elevator wasn't solely written by 3RACHA, it showcased their growth, from creating songs for a smaller audience to co-writing a main theme track. 11 days later, 3RACHA appeared on the JYP and Mnet survival show, Stray Kids. In the second episode, the entire group performed 3RACHA's track, Elevator, showcasing their skills in both singing and dancing. In the following episode, the trainees were split into groups of 3 and tasked with writing and performing an original song. Each member of 3RACHA played a key role, helping their groups with songwriting and performance preparation. CB97 teamed up with Hyunjin and Seungmin to perform 4419. Spearby partnered with Lino and Felix for Glow, and J1 worked with Woojin and Ian to create School Life. Later in the 6th episode, Stray Kids were tasked with competing against YG Entertainment's trainees as part of a long-standing tradition between JYP and YG. 3RACHA planned to represent Stray Kids as a hip-hop unit, performing one of their earlier tracks, Matryoshka. However, before the battle, JYP previewed their performances to ensure they met the high standards expected to defend JYP Entertainment's reputation. He felt CB97's rap skills still needed improvement, and the song required fine-tuning. As a result, JYP instructed CB97 to focus on refining the track and sit out of the hip-hop battle. This setback was a painful reminder of Chris's struggles during his 6 years as a trainee, where he was often told he wasn't ready to debut. Many of his early trainee friends had already debuted in groups like Day 6, leaving him behind to continue working toward his goal. Being removed from 3RACHA's performance was undoubtedly difficult news to take, serving as a stark reminder of how critical it was for him to succeed this time. The pressure to debut weighed heavily, making the possibility of failure feel even more significant. Despite CB97 sitting out, 3RACHA, represented by Spearby and J1, continued to compete against YG Entertainment's trainees. Young Hyun-suk, a former K-pop idol and the chairman of YG Entertainment at the time, attended the battle to represent his company. He praised Changbin and Jisung, calling them some of the best rappers he had ever seen from JYP Entertainment. Young Hyun-suk expressed his hope that they would one day be recognized not only as rappers in the K-pop industry, but also as respected artists in the broader hip-hop scene. In the 8th episode of Stray Kids, the group was tasked with performing at a live busking event. During the event, 3RACHA performed one of their earlier tracks, Runner's High, the same song they had showcased at the Ugly Junction Live on July 2nd. Although this performance wasn't featured in the episode, being given the spotlight at such a public event helped strengthen Chris's determination to debut, reinforcing his belief that he was on the right path. Using the same song as before, it gave 3RACHA assurance that they're doing something right with the several hundred people that showed up to watch all of Stray Kids performing. Despite their earlier challenges, the members of 3RACHA successfully passed all of JYP's tasks and were given the opportunity to debut on December 19th. The very next day, 3RACHA released a third EP, Horizon, which included some of their previously released original tracks, such as Matryoshka and Broken Compass. This release marked a significant milestone, highlighting their journey and growth as artists leading up to their official debut. As 3RACHA prepared for Stray Kids' debut, they released Start Line on January 18th, 2018, to celebrate the 1-year anniversary of 3RACHA. Just over 2 months later, CB97, Spearby, and J1 debuted in Stray Kids under their new stage names, Bangchan, Changbin, and Han. Rather than disbanding, 3RACHA transitioned into the production unit for Stray Kids. Their first mini-album, I Am Not, was released on March 26, 2018. Of its 7 tracks, 6 were co-written by 3RACHA, showcasing their growing skill and influence in music production. An 8th hidden track was featured on the physical version, titled Mixtape No. 1. This hidden song was originally one of 3RACHA's original tracks, Placebo. All of Stray Kids participated in rewriting the song, adjusting it to be a song that better expressed who the group is. A few months later, on June 23rd, 3RACHA opened for Stray Kids at KCON New York 2018, performing Matryoshka. Over 53,000 people attended the event, making it 3RACHA's largest live performance yet, and a memorable one for the group. With this performance, 3RACHA demonstrated their growing impact, as even though not everyone in the crowd was a fan, they were all engaged and following along with the performance. Later in the summer, on August 6th, Stray Kids released their second mini-album, I Am Who. Similar to their debut album, it featured 7 tracks, with 3RACHA credited for co-writing 6 of them. The album also included a hidden track, titled Mixtape No. 2, originally based on their song, If There's a Shadow, There Must Be Light, which had been released on May 10th. Unlike the previous hidden track, Mixtape number 2 was a reimagined version of one of 3RACHA's earlier sample songs. While the lyrics remained largely unchanged, the track was transformed with a brand new melody and style, reflecting how much their music had evolved since their days as an independent trio. A little over a month later, 3RACHA released an SKZ player performance of their track, Zone. The song brought back the aggressive and dark tone reminiscent to their early days as a hip-hop unit. On October 22nd, Stray Kids concluded their I Am series with the release of I Am You. The album features 7 official tracks, along with an 8th hidden mixtape track titled Mixtape number 3. This hidden track was originally a 3RACHA song called For You, which had been released on November 20th, 2017. It served as another nod to their roots, showcasing their ability to refine and adapt their earlier works to fit their evolving style. Towards the end of the year, on December 12th, Stray Kids attended the Mama Fan Choice Awards in Japan, where 3RACHA performed Pace alongside the other members. This performance created a meaningful parallel, that being how 3RACHA had started the year performing together, and they were ending it in the same way. It symbolized their shared ambitions and unwavering dedication to working together to create something extraordinary. Leading up to the release of Clay One Miro, 3RACHA met with JYP to present their new album to him. He praised all the songs, while even stating that the intro song was too good to be just an intro. Included on Clay One Miro was 7 tracks, and a hidden track, Mixtape number 4, a reworked version of 3RACHA's song, Broken Compass, which was released October 11th, 2017. Shortly after, on April 11th, Show Low released a song titled My Era. 3RACHA are credited for helping write the song with producer This and That, who's helped to write several Stray Kids songs, like Glow, School Life, and Third Eye. The most likely scenario of how 3RACHA ended up credited on a seemingly random song is that they initially wrote it with This and That, and from there, the song was sold off to either Show Low or his songwriters. It's a track that feels very reminiscent to Stray Kids' earlier music, potentially being a song they considered for the Survival show, and I Am Not. Through this expansive use of the song, 3RACHA displayed their growing presence as more than just idol producers, writing songs that other artists are interested in using. On April 18th, 3RACHA performed their unreleased track, Zone, on Mnet. The following month, after Stray Kids completed their North American leg of their I Am Showcase tour and returned to South Korea, 3RACHA remained in Los Angeles for an additional week to collaborate with local producers like Dallas K and Nick Furlong. This time resulted in the creation of songs like Road Not Taken and Double Knot, which would be later released. During that week, 3RACHA pushed their creative limits, writing 15 full songs and sacrificing sleep to spend more time in the studio, demonstrating their dedication to their craft. Not only did 3RACHA dedicate themselves to writing new songs, but they also honed their songwriting skills and gained invaluable insight from working with experienced producers in Los Angeles. This collaborative experience significantly shaped their approach to music and left a lasting impact on their future work, broadening their creative horizons and refining their already impressive production techniques. The following month, on June 19th, Stray Kids released their follow-up Clay album, Clay 2 Yellow Wood. Unlike their past 4 albums, there were no hidden tracks associated with the album. Rather, the past 4 mixtape tracks were officially released with 3 other songs. Later, on August 18th, 3RACHA performed a collaborative stage with the alternative rock group N Flying at KCON LA 2019, delivering a unique performance that showcased their versatility. A little over a month later, on September 29th, they appeared at KCON Thailand, where they traded stage to performances of their beloved tracks, Runner's High and Maze of Memories. As Stray Kids continued to build momentum, they released Clay Levanter on December 9th, an album that featured 7 songs, including 2 written during their time in Los Angeles. One of those tracks, Double Knot, was a complete reimagining of an earlier 3RACHA song of the same name. While the lyrics and melody were transformed, the core message remained intact, that being preparing yourself for the challenges ahead by metaphorically tightening your shoes with a double knot for security and perseverance. The album also included the final hidden track of the mixtape series, Mixtape number 5. Originally released as Hoodie Season on September 13th, this marked the end of 3RACHA's era of reworking and re-releasing older songs, signifying their evolution as artists and producers. To begin 2020, 3RACHA released Carpe Diem on January 18th, the 3-year anniversary of 3RACHA. Carpe Diem marks 3RACHA's final song from their individual SoundCloud and YouTube, making a song about seizing the day display that while they're distancing themselves from their past account, they intend to look to the future and use the time to the best of their ability, making better music than ever before. The cover art is a reminder of their past as well, featuring a photo of their first performance as 3RACHA back on July 2nd, 2017. In February, while Stray Kids returned to South Korea, 3RACHA remained in Los Angeles for another short but impactful songwriting session, collaborating with renowned local producers like Mike Daly, Henry Oyakanmi, and Mike J. They made the most of their half-week stay. In that brief period, DANCERACHA wrote over 10 tracks, including the fan favorite, Easy, which would later feature on Stray Kids' Go Live album. This track, with its effortless energy and addictive hook, became a testament to DANCERACHA's ability to blend catchy melodies with enjoyable themes, further solidifying their reputation as innovative producers. Later in the year, on June 23rd, DANCERACHA delivered a standout performance at K-Contact 2020 Summer, showcasing an unreleased track titled Passion. This high-energy performance highlighted their skills as a dynamic hip-hop unit, offering fans a taste of their raw creativity. A few months later, DANCERACHA made a significant contribution to Stray Kids' repackaged album, In Life. Each Racha unit of the group contributed a unique song to the album, with DANCERACHA writing and performing We Go. This track had already gained attention during Stray Kids' District 9 Unlocked World Tour, where it was first performed, demonstrating the trio's knack for blending innovative lyrics with striking rhythms. On December 15th, Yao Chen released a song named Nevermind. Like with My Era, DANCERACHA is credited for helping write the song, this time with the producer Versace. Yao Chen is an old friend of Bang Chan's, being trainees together at a point in their early life. With their past together, it's possible Nevermind was given to Yao Chen as a gift, serving as his debut digital single. Beginning in 2021, DANCERACHA participated in Kingdom Legendary War, joining up with 80's Hyunjin and B2B's Lee Min-hyuk to form a supergroup rap unit called 5RACHA. This collaboration led to the creation of the original track, Colors, a song that showcased each member's distinctive rap style while blending their creative strengths. The collaboration highlighted DANCERACHA's growing influence within the K-pop industry, as they were specifically chosen by 80's to work together on the track. Their synergy paid off, as 5RACHA won the rap unit competition, earning an impressive 23 out of 33 votes, cementing their reputation within both the K-pop and hip-hop scene. Later in the year, on September 4th, DANCERACHA appeared on the 14th episode of the JYP Entertainment and SBS show, Loud. They performed a remixed version of Stray Kids' hit track, Backdoor, in collaboration with some of JYP-E's trainees. This stage not only showcased DANCERACHA's skills in reimagining their own work, but also established their role as senior artists within JYP Entertainment. Their participation highlighted their growing interest in mentoring the next generation of K-pop idols, and solidified their reputation as respected idols with expertise in music production and performance. This appearance further demonstrated their evolving presence as influential figures in the industry. 2 months later, on November 6th, DANCERACHA performed at On Hallyu Festival, delivering a unique stage where each member showcased their individual talents while maintaining the collective essence of the unit. Changbin performed Cypher, Bang Chan delivered a solo performance of Drive, and Han presented Scissors, emphasizing their distinct styles and skills as both rappers and performers. In December, DANCERACHA gave another special rap performance at the 2021 Asia Artist Awards, further cementing their reputation as trailblazers in K-pop. They ended the year with a powerful opening performance for Stray Kids at the 2021 Mama Awards on December 21st. For this event, DANCERACHA reinterpreted Stray Kids' earlier track, Cheese, creating a bold new version titled Hey Monster. This stage demonstrated their ability to reimagine their own music, like with Backdoor, as they left a lasting impression on the audience, closing the year on a high note. On February 21st, 2022, DANCERACHA was featured on the Japanese rapper and J-pop idol Sky High's track, Just Breathe. Sky High, also known as Mitsuhiro Hiraka, is a member of the legendary Japanese pop group AAA, which debuted in 2005. Collaborating with such a seasoned artist highlighted the remarkable growth and recognition DANCERACHA had achieved. Sky High's extensive experience as both an idol and a rapper underscored the significance of this collaboration, showcasing how DANCERACHA's talent and reputation had reached new heights, earning the attention and respect of a senior artist in the Japanese music industry. Later on August 20th, DANCERACHA took the stage of KCON LA, delivering a performance of their unreleased track, Yeah. Despite the song being entirely new, the audience showed remarkable energy and engagement, matching DANCERACHA's powerful performance. This moment highlighted their ability to captivate listeners, even with fresh material. Just 1 month later, on September 20th, DANCERACHA released the collaborative track, Heyday, as part of the Street Man Fighter Original Volume 4 Crew Songs soundtrack compilation. Partnering with Caesar, a prominent producer in the K-pop industry known for his distinctive and innovative sound, made this collaboration especially significant. The release of Heyday not only showcased DANCERACHA's versatility and continued growth as artists, but also solidified their position as icons within the genre. Following their collaboration with Caesar, DANCERACHA returned with a self-referential and deeply personal track as part of Stray Kids' mini-album, Maxident. Titled DANCERACHA, the song served as a dedication to their roots, calling back to the early days as an experimental trio. The track opens with a nostalgic nod to their first ever release, Intro, as Spearby declares, 1, 2, 3, Racha get Spotlight, echoing their introduction. The track continues its homage with a powerful callback at the end, where CB97 raps, "They always say the same excuses, while they're complaining we're producing." This line first appeared during the performance of Passion at K-Contact 2020 Summer. By revisiting these lyrics, 3RACHA emphasizes their unwavering dedication to their music and resilience against criticism, reinforcing how their passion has remained their driving force throughout the years. 3RACHA stands as both a reflection on their journey and a bold declaration of their unrelenting ambitions. The day after Accident released, on October 8th, 3RACHA gave the debut performance of their self-titled track, 3RACHA, on K909. The performance showcased their stage presence again and paid tribute to their roots in front of a live audience. Later that year, on November 29th, 3RACHA took the stage at the 2022 Mama Awards for a collaborative performance with Jung Jae-il and Tiger JK. This collaboration was particularly special, as Tiger JK, a legendary figure in Korean hip-hop, had been directly referenced in 3RACHA's earlier song, Heyday. During the performance, the 5 artists combined rap and piano in a powerful and unconventional opening stage. The synergy between 3RACHA, Tiger JK's iconic rap style, and Jung Jae-il's masterful piano performance created a memorable moment that showcased the group's ability to adapt and excel in unique musical environments. On February 3rd, 2023, 3RACHA achieved a significant milestone in their careers when all 3 members were promoted to regular board members of the Korea Music Copyright Association. This prestigious promotion was granted due to their impressive music credits and substantial royalty income. As regular members, 3RACHA gained the ability to vote in Comcom meetings and contribute to shaping the organization's future direction. This honor placed them alongside other influential figures in the Korean music industry, such as BTS's production team, Big Bang's G-Dragon, and the acclaimed soloist IU. Just a month later, on March 3rd, 3RACHA expanded their influence internationally by contributing Niju's song, Paradise. The track, chosen as the theme for the Japanese film Doraemon Nobita's Sky Utopia, became a major success. Paradise marked a breakthrough for 3RACHA as producers, achieving their first #1 spot on the Billboard Hot 100 Japan chart. This achievement not only highlighted their growing prominence in the global music scene, but also showcased their ability to create impactful tracks across diverse markets and genres. On September 23rd, following a minor car accident involving Lino, Hyunjin, and Seungmin, 3RACHA stepped up to represent Stray Kids at the Global Citizen Festival in New York City. Despite the unexpected circumstances, their performance showcased their resilience and professionalism on an international stage, showcasing 3 songs, 3RACHA, Top Line, and Heyday. During their time in New York, 3RACHA also attended a songwriting camp with Western pop artist Charlie Puth. The group was able to learn new techniques from both Charlie and his writers, where they wrote Lose My Breath, which would be later released on May 10th, 2024. The track stands as a testament to 3RACHA's ability to transform challenges into opportunities, adopting to fit a Western pop feel. On October 13th, Lil Durk released remixes of his hit track, All My Life, featuring all members of Stray Kids on one of the versions. This unexpected collaboration brought together 2 distinct musical worlds, highlighting both Stray Kids' growing global influence and 3RACHA's spotlight as hip-hop artists, something Yang Hyun-suk once wished they would achieve. On December 14th, Stray Kids attended the 2023 Asia Artist Awards, where Yao Chen, a recipient of a song previously written by 3RACHA, won a New Wave Award. During his acceptance speech, Yao Chen gave a heartfelt shout-out to his old friend, Bang Chan. The night became even more momentous for 3RACHA as they were honored with the Best Creator Award, marking their first recognition as an individual unit. This milestone was a full-circle moment for 3RACHA, transitioning from their humble beginnings as a small hip-hop group to earning global acclaim for both their production expertise and performance artistry. This award symbolizes everything 3RACHA has worked tirelessly for, sacrificing their rest to continue learning and cementing their legacy, not just as rappers, but as a creative core of Stray Kids. 3RACHA originally started as a hip-hop group featuring the 3 Stray Kids members, Bang Chan, who went by CB97, Changbin, who went by Spear B, and Han, who went by J1. The unit was formed prior to Stray Kids, with their first song releasing on February 1st in 2017. Initially, their songs were only released on platforms like SoundCloud and YouTube. Later in 2017, CB97 was given the opportunity to form a group called Stray Kids. The core concept he had for the group was that they would create everything themselves, writing, producing their own songs, and choreographing them as well. The members of 3RACHA were all included in Stray Kids, becoming the main producers of Stray Kids music. 3RACHA's existence within Stray Kids is crucial. The freedom the members have over what kind of music they create, coupled with their innovative sound, gives them an upper hand over other groups. Without 3RACHA at the core of Stray Kids, it would be very hard to see them succeeding so well. It's unknown when exactly 3RACHA started creating music, but considering how long Bang Chan trained with JYP, we can assume it was prior to 2017. The self-produced group was given the spotlight in the self-titled survival show, Stray Kids. The show featured the 9 members of Stray Kids fighting to debut together. Within the show, we can see Bang Chan's songwriting capabilities and his constant drive for perfection and success, often working late into the night.
벌써 1시 40분이네요. 힘들다. 근데 할 게 많아서 지금 얼른 빨리 해야 돼요.
뭐해? 아침부터 이러고 있어. 나 오늘 할 게 많아. 많은 게 너무 많아. 옥신하면서 힘든 거. 아니야, 힘들지 않아. 아니야, 힘들지 않아. 안 힘들어. 그냥 꺼. 그래. 내가 어차피 다시 와야 돼.
In the second episode, we see how 3RACHA works together. Bang Chan presented his song to all 9 members, and they selected Elevator. He gives Changbin and Han the role of writing the lyrics, where they add the twist of rising up through the hell they experience being trainees, turning the song into Hellevator. While they write the lyrics, Bang Chan comes up with the leading melody for the song. When it's all put together, we're left with a powerful pre-debut song. Take a look.
임팩트 있는 이 곡의 키에 맞는 멜로디 라인과 저희가 부를 수 있어야 할 멜로디 라인이 필요한 것 같아요.
Just like any artist, 3RACHA has several artists and producers they look up to. Some of the biggest ones are Post Malone, Kendrick Lamar, and Tiger JK. When 3RACHA begins a new song, they can be influenced and inspired in many different ways. Their favorite inspirations come from listening to new music, samples, and experimenting with instruments on Cubase. Cubase is a digital audio workplace 3RACHA uses to compose their songs. The software gives them the freedom to manipulate tracks and instruments to produce exactly the sound they want. 3RACHA uses a common structure for pop songs. They begin with the first verse, which transitions into a pre-chorus, and then leads into a chorus. This pattern is repeated with a second verse, pre-chorus, and chorus. After the second chorus, the song moves into a bridge, leading to a final climax with the third chorus. Even with their signature sound being energetic, they find ways to expand into different styles. 3RACHA excels at writing their songs specific to each member. They're always thinking ahead about who will be featured when in the song, as well as what kind of music suits them best.
트랙도 우리가 원래 했던 것 중에 좀 다르잖아. 그렇죠. 그리고 우리가
너무
확실히
너무
우리 위주로 하는 것 같기도 해서 차라리 이제 다른 애들도 생각해 주면서도 쓰는 게 좋을 것 같아.
보컬도 좀
타마의
많이
멜로디.
지금까지 되게 랩도 많았고 멜로디도 되게 힙합적인 게 많았는데 이번에는 보컬 친구들의 실력을 부각시킬 수 있는 노래를 만들 거예요.
Bang Chan has stated his favorite way of writing a song is starting with the chorus and breaking it down into verses. This can be seen in the survival show when he takes on the task of rearranging Blackpink's As If It's Your Last. He starts by adding a synth and changing the style of the chorus, then going back into the verses.
큰 편곡을 하려 하면은 일단 이거보다는 좀 템포를 늦춰야 될 것 같거든요.
오케이.
곡은 디스코곡이잖아요. 네. 그러니까 확실히 저희 팀의 분위기에 맞게 좀 어두운 분위기로
어두운 분위기로 좀 강력한 신스 사운드랑 드럼 소스들 넣어서 편곡했고요.
As they're developing a song, it goes through 3 main stages. Firstly, they have what's called an MR, which stands for Music Recorded. Simply put, MRs are the instrumental backing of songs. Secondly is the AR. AR stands for All Recorded, which features both the instrumental backing and the final vocals mixed into the song. Finally, there's the LAR, which stands for Live All Recorded. LARs are recorded a little more informally and are used during live performances as a backing track when either the microphone can't provide the heavy layering of the song or when a member's voice is unwell. Despite their existence, Bang Chan said they rarely use LARs. Within 3RACHA, the members all have the same role of producing, but they don't always take on the same projects. Changbin is most well known for his lyricism, where you can easily tell the lyrics were his focus in the song. Changbin primarily writes the verse portions of songs. Han, the youngest of 3RACHA, is also known for being a strong lyricist. With Han's vocal capabilities, he often writes and guides songs with a heavy mix of rap and singing. Han has a distinctive style that blends lyrics with energetic performances, contributing significantly to 3RACHA's unique sound. Bang Chan is the main songwriter of 3RACHA. As of May 10th, 2024, he has been credited with contributing to 182 songs, making him the 3rd most prolific K-pop idol in terms of songwriting credits. As the main songwriter, he often creates the melodies and beats, which he then shares with the other members. They add their input and personalize the music with their own unique styles. Additionally, Bang Chan is almost always credited as the producer for their songs. This means he is heavily involved in their recording process, guiding the members through their vocal performances. Here's a short clip of Bang Chan assisting in the recording process.
go 발음하는 것처럼 roll 똑같이 발음하는 거.
rock and roll.
좋아. 그 L, 넌 그게 문제. L을 너무 중요하게 생각해.
Rock and roll, we dancing till we fall. No stopping, here we go.
나쁘지 않았어. 한 번 더 해볼게.
Yeah.
Rock and roll, we dancing till we fall.
그래, We Dancing Till 너무 잘했어. 오케이. 뒤에 이제 이어서 다 받을게요.
오케이.
No stopping, here we go. No stopping, here we go. Here we go.
약간 해로 간다. he.
Yep.
No stopping, here we go. Here we go.
이 정도 충분 너무 잘했어.
In the 7 years 3RACHA has been together, they have collaborated with 9 different artists. These artists include Alesso, Lil Durk, Caesar, Lisa, Charlie Puth, Sky High, and Tiger JK. While not every song is entirely new, with 2 of them being remixes, they're all massive milestones that display the impact 3RACHA has on the music industry. When Stray Kids collaborated with Caesar for Heyday, they mentioned their role model Tiger JK in the lyrics, saying they're legendary like Tiger JK. Funnily enough, Tiger JK was featured on their album the following year for the iconic song Top Line. Another massive collaboration for them is their song Lose My Breath, featuring the Western pop artist Charlie Puth. Love him or hate him, he's an incredibly skilled producer teaching 3RACHA new techniques and skills they can use for their own future projects. 3RACHA can certainly be credited for playing a large part in the success of Stray Kids. As the leaders of musical production, we may have never seen Stray Kids excel quite the way they do without these 3 members. Stray Kids has consecutively debuted 4 albums at the #1 spot on the Billboard 200, as well as headlined major musical festivals like Lollapalooza and Global Citizen. As for the future of 3RACHA, it goes without saying that they will absolutely continue trying new genres. They have stated on several occasions that they want to try every genre at least once. Some major genres that could come soon are metal, country, and lo-fi, with Han even mentioning he would like to do lo-fi soon. There are definitely more collaborations coming in the future. All the members of Stray Kids have expressed their love for collaborations, and one of their favorite artists mentioned for a future collaboration is Post Malone. Post Malone has an album dedicated to country music releasing on August 16th. This switch to country could provide an opportunity for Stray Kids to fulfill their dream collaboration while experimenting in a new genre. I can see 2 more potential collaborations happening in the near future. Firstly, a collaboration with Extraordinary Heroes seems almost inevitable. Extraordinary Heroes is a band under Studio J, a sub-label of JYP Entertainment, which is also Stray Kids' label. Bang Chan has praised their lyricism, and since they often work in the rock genre, a genre Stray Kids has been experimenting with recently, the collaboration between them would make a lot of sense. My second choice for a collaboration is more of a wishful one, but still possible. Lisa from Blackpink. Bang Chan has been good friends with Lisa for several years, having known her since his trainee days. Given their strong bond and Lisa's ongoing solo career development, I believe this collaboration is likely to happen sooner rather than later. Altogether, 3RACHA is a core component of the success and fame Stray Kids has achieved. They have a concise and key music process that allows them to consistently create songs that top the last ones. Bang Chan failed to debut twice. Now he's selling out stadiums and breaking music industry records with a group he formed himself. But how did he get to that point? In 2010, JYP Global held an audition in Sydney, where he's actually from, and he passed that when he was only 13 years old. Following that, he moved out to Seoul and joined JYPE as a trainee on April 11, 2011. And this is kind of where he began to refine his vocals, as well as learn how to dance right or rap, and kind of understand what idol life really is like and what JYP Entertainment is looking for. And this kind of became his life for 7 years. He was a trainee for quite a long time compared to other members of Stray Kids. But even though it was hard at times, he tried his best to push through it. His main driver during this time was he wished to entertain people and impress them. That was kind of why he wanted to be an idol so much. He was able to let that flow through and kind of perform for other people and let them enjoy what he also enjoys. He tends to think of others before himself. So even when something is hard for him to accomplish, if that end goal is something that someone else will benefit from, then he's fine getting through it. He's okay with it being hard. He's fine with putting up with it for a little bit of time if it means it will be rewarding to someone else. He actually held this dream of performing for others very close to himself. However, it wasn't always easy for him necessarily. In 2014, GOT7, one of JYP Entertainment's groups, actually debuted, though I don't think they're with them anymore, but that was a group that he knew the members of, and to see them going away and him not a part of it was a huge toll on him. They were older than him, but he connected with Bam Bam, someone who was about his age. And when Bam Bam left, he probably felt like he should have been there, even though chances are 2014 he probably didn't have the skills for it necessarily. But at that time, what was he, 16? He probably felt like he was excluded from it. He really wasn't ready, and it disappointed him a lot. The people they had grown close to had progressed without him, and it really stung for him. However, he had to press through. He wanted to get to that goal, and he had to keep pushing at it. Even if it sucked for him, there were still people out there that he could please, even if it necessarily wasn't with GOT7. This is why he kind of stuck close to the people he still had, like Young K, one of his actual neighbors, while he was living in South Korea. I don't know a ton about where he lived or how he lived. I think, my theory, I don't know for sure, but my guess is he probably had family in South Korea that he lived with for a little bit, and then he kind of switched over to a dorm for JYP Entertainment, and that's how he became neighbors with Young K, but it doesn't matter. He might not have made it into GOT7 necessarily, but at least he still had people like Young K with him that he could depend on or kind of work through the training years with them. On average, a K-pop idol will train for about 2 to 4 years, and Bangshan was training for 4 years at this point, so he should be debuting, right? Well, maybe not exactly. Training periods are about more than understanding skills involved, like dancing or singing or rapping. It's also kind of about understanding what idol life is really like and kind of being ready and trying to push yourself to be ready for how ambitious and how fast that is and how challenging. You have to be able to dance and sing or rap to be able to be a K-pop idol. However, JYPE wants success, so they're going to want their idols to be as ready as possible. Realistically, they're a company. They can't debut a group that can only do things the rest of the industry can already do. It's not that impressive if someone can just sing and dance already, because there's already thousands of people out there that can do that just fine. This is why a majority of training time isn't actually about learning skills, but actually about pushing the trainees to their limits. JYPE is trying to kind of weed out the ones that might not necessarily be ready for that idol life and for that very aggressive career. Because after all, idol life is incredibly busy, and if you can't handle it, you're gonna end up being a hindrance to the group. And that cannot be happening when you're trying to go during this time. And so I think JYPE was actually trying to test Chan during this time. They were trying to push him as far as they could. And I mean, I certainly can't talk on this 100%, but it seemed like the company had big plans for him and they wanted to see if he could live up to them, because at this point, I mean, we don't see a ton of him during these earlier years, so it's hard to say for sure where his skills were at to be like, oh well, he was already super good at this time, he should have debuted, and they were just holding off on him. But we also see during the survival show that he maybe was just kind of okay and kind of figuring it out still. But throughout all this, Bangshan continued to press through, remembering it'll all be worth it when he's able to just please the people around him. At this time of his life, he was sacrificing a lot. He was sacrificing a lot of his childhood just to further himself in his career. And at the time, he really didn't understand what he was doing. He actually mentions that later in his life, that looking back, he had no idea what he was giving up to be an idol. And for a lot of people, they're not going to be able to do that. So the fact he was able to press through, even though he maybe didn't know it was a sacrifice, he was clearly struggling at times. He was having issues. And to be able to stick to your one goal and get through it is incredibly impressive. I don't know how he does that. Then came around 2015. Day 6 debuted, and Young K debuted with them. All while Bangshan was left behind again. He thought he should have debuted with them. He's been here for over 4 years now after all. Why didn't he debut? Every time Bangshan made friends, they either were eliminated or debuted without him. He felt stuck. Everyone else was moving along and he was stuck in one spot. We're not told exactly when this happens, but one time while he was a trainee, everyone around him just gets cut, and he's the only one left there. And I'm pretty sure it's not going to be like absolutely every trainee, but like in his little group. So the people he was closest to were just cut, and he was the only one left. He initially calls it a depressive phase in his life before retracting it kind of immediately, and he constantly thought why it was them that was cut and not him. What was it about him that was so interesting, or surprisingly not interesting enough to not be able to debut? So he was constantly stuck in this back and forth where he was either not good enough to debut or too good to be eliminated, and he was stuck in that spot. And this was kind of his life for a while, where he didn't want to get close to new people in the fear that they'll debut without him or be eliminated again. He kind of went narrow vision on his goal and tried to stay very serious about it. We hear about like other trainees in Stray Kids or other members in Stray Kids kind of seeing him for the first time and just getting this very cold energy coming from him, so people really didn't approach him that often. While he was a trainee though, Bang-chan was writing his own songs to try and expand on his skills. Again, I'm not really sure the exact specifics behind why he was so focused in on writing, but I kind of assume he was feeling desperate at this point, trying to take up even more skills and make himself look more appealing to the company so that he could debut one day, because clearly it's not working with what he has right now. In 2016, he took a MIDI class at JYP Entertainment. This is actually where he met Changbin and Jisung. They had similar ambitions to Chan, making music of their own, so he tried to make friends again, even if it might be an issue down the road. The three of them formed a rap unit, and then Bang-chan continued to write songs and then release them with this unit. They wrote songs and put them on SoundCloud or YouTube in 2017, all while Bang-chan and the other members pursued debuting. And on July 2nd, Bang-chan actually performed live with 3RACHA at the Ugly Junction for the very first time. Even though he was struggling to debut, he would find a way to impress people, even if it's not his perfect dream. I'm not sure exactly when this happened necessarily, but JYP Entertainment actually approached Bang-chan and talked to him about creating a new group, one that he would lead and form the members of. Bang-chan was actually the one that came up with the group's name and logo. That Stray Kids name and Stray Kids text, that's completely him. And so he picked 8 other trainees that he would go along with. He also formed them under kind of a temporary name. I'm assuming this is what JYP Entertainment described them as. Boys Project Team. It's not Stray Kids, but they performed at JYP's 2017 trainee showcase and fought to be the next group to debut. It could either be the Boys Project Team or the Girls Project Team, and JYP decided on the Boys Project Team, the one Bang-chan had put together. However, even though they passed, not every trainee was guaranteed to debut. These were people that Bang-chan had selected personally, so the thought alone was completely devastating to him. These were people that he deliberately wanted on his team, so the fact that at any point JYP could just take him off and that'd be it. He felt embarrassed that he had been at the company so long. He kind of felt like he had to debut this time. There would be no other way around it. He's been a trainee much longer than the other members, so he's got a little bit of a better understanding of what JYP actually wants. So he's always trying to encourage the other members as much as he can and keep them going, even when Bang-chan might not have had that originally when he was a trainee. However, he understands that pure encouragement will get them nowhere. He gives them tough love too. He'll give them strict criticisms that need changing. If someone's not dancing right or they're not dancing intensely, he's gonna address it as quickly as he can. It does them no good to just leave it be. After their performance at the homecoming showcase, JYP tells Chan he did very well as he expected, however, he lacked personal charisma. JYP wants him to be more selfish with his performances. Ironically, the one thing he held so close was now becoming an issue for accomplishing his dream. However, JYP says the Boys Project Team looks like a complete organism because they were left to Chan. He's saying that they look like an actual team and not just trainees pieced together and slapped into something for the sake of a trainee showcase. And this is kind of why Bang-chan wants to show JYP that all 9 of the members can debut together and that they really should. Bang-chan is Stray Kids. When one member is struggling, he always makes an effort to help the best that he can. In episode 4, other members are evaluating Team 4419 and they get a little silly, so Chan reminds them to stay serious. He understands that his role of leader means he has to tell the members what they might not necessarily want to hear. He's seen people eliminated because they fail to understand what JYP Entertainment is truly looking for. The last thing he wants is them to be stuck as long as he has. In the same episode, Lino was eliminated. Whenever a member is eliminated, it's a direct hit to Chan. He deliberately picked them, and he feels as though he let them down. In episode 8, JYP tells Chan he has to do better in everything. Bang-chan was so focused on pushing the other members through debut that he wasn't working on himself. His selflessness wasn't enough for the selfishness that they needed to have for the K-pop industry. They needed to be more selfish in their performances to get that attention from people watching. And in the same episode, he let someone else down. Felix was eliminated. At this time, Felix was likely the closest to Chan because of their similar Australian backgrounds. Bang-chan likely saw himself in Felix. Like Felix, Bang-chan was once close to trainees that continued their careers without him. The last thing he wanted was for the same situation to occur.
Always find me, eh? I'm not gonna leave you behind.
Bang-chan felt guilty for everything happening. He felt as though he failed to be the leader he needed to be.
Even when you're really struggling, I should have been there. I'm so sorry.
However, Lino and Felix would later be given a second chance in the live finale episode. And then when they won full group 9 debut, Felix goes running straight to Bangchan. Bangchan had kind of broken the cycle. Everyone behind him or around him would go in front, much like this situation. But instead, Felix continued with them. And then the next year, Bangchan finally made his debut on March 25th, 2018. The one thing he worked so hard for had now come true. But what made it even better is instead of just debuting in a group, he was the one that created it. It was one that he deliberately wanted to be in, and he chose the people around him. 3RACHA too prevailed in the group. They went on to write the majority of Stray Kids songs, even reworking some of their older tracks into full group versions. Fast forward to 2021, and Stray Kids released NOEASY. The album became JYP Entertainment's first album to exceed 1 million physical sales, achieving the record in just its first month. A huge accomplishment for the group and the company. Bangchan's group, Stray Kids, had become the massive success they pushed him for early on. And then a couple years later, on their third full-length album, 5 Star, they sold over 5 million physical copies. Huge increase. The album also won Top K-Pop Album at the Billboard Music Awards in 2023. And through all that, he never lost his drive for writing music. He also co-wrote Slash for the Hollywood blockbuster Deadpool Wolverine, all with 3RACHA, his unit that he originally formed when he thought that he couldn't make any friends anymore. The friends that he was so worried about making had now stuck with him for his life. Even when it was hard and the company wanted him to be more selfish as a performer, Bangchan stuck to his own personal goals and drive. And it's that very ambition that helped him build not only a team around him, but a family of brothers that he can depend on too. Lino is widely recognized as Stray Kids' leader of dance, being the strongest dancer and the richest in experience. But how did he get to that point? When he was in middle school around 2013, he saw a video online and he took action immediately by going to dance right in the mirror. He enjoyed it a lot, leading him to eventually go join Seoul Dance Studio and begin learning how to dance better and how to dance correctly. Seoul Dance Studio likes to showcase the choreographies that their students are creating or their teachers, and whenever they do that, we often see Lino coming into the actual choreographies, and we're able to kind of look at what he's done over the years and see that direct evolution of his skills. And about 2015, we see one video where it's very clear he's still new to dance, where he's making mistakes and counting and knowing when to perform moves. But it's still incredibly impressive, given he's only been training for 2 years at this point. What's interesting is he's really good with his footwork at this point, but his arm motions are still needing a little bit of work. He's very sharp and specific with his moves, and it's very clear that he really wants to be in this dance. He really enjoys what he's doing. We can see that with how far and how quickly he's growing in his dance. A little bit before this point, where we're seeing a lot of him in these choreography showcases, he actually auditioned to be a K-pop idol with Cube Entertainment, but unfortunately he failed the audition. Though, he didn't give up. Next year, he auditioned for JYP Entertainment in 2015, but unfortunately, he seemingly failed that one too, since the company never reached out to him after it. But, lucky for him, he wasn't discouraged by these failures. He kept practicing at Seoul Dance. At this time, he kind of accepted that he probably wouldn't get to be an idol, so he prioritized his dancing career. And in 2016, we see another video of him. Here he is clearly making improvements. His moves are more aligned and his arm motions are notably better. He's understanding how to use all of his body at the same time, rather than just some parts of his body and then letting the others follow through. Around the same time this video released, he actually joined 2 dance teams within Seoul Dance, being Cupcakes and Brownie Bros. They're nothing new that he formed necessarily, they were teams that already existed, but he was just recruited almost, or he joined into it. And while he was in this, he began making larger steps in his dance career as he's joining teams now. He's becoming much more successful and recognized within the studio, and he's progressing a ton for where he is. He went on to perform at the World of Dance South Korean qualifiers with Cupcakes on June 2nd, 2016, which, if you don't know it, it's a huge international dance competition. So the fact he was able to attend the qualifiers says a lot about his skills in just 3 years. And it's around this time he joined BTS's backup dancer line. I'm unsure of the exact dates, but he claims he joined in their Fire era, which was released a month prior on May 2nd. Totally possible that he joined before the competition, just would usually expect it to be the other way around, with him joining the backup dancer line after getting the exposure from the competition. So it's really interesting to see him being recognized by such a large group and being able to participate with them even before getting that recognition on something like World of Dance. Most people already know about Lino's history with BTS, so we'll go through it kinda quick. He toured with BTS for the Live Trilogy Episode 3 The Wings Tour in 2017. He didn't participate in the whole tour, he was only there as a backup dancer for the 13 Japanese shows from May 30th to July 2nd. He vividly remembers getting goosebumps during Not Today when they began the show. He remembers that moment where the curtains would drop and then everybody gets to see BTS all in line, and everyone is freaking out that they're right there in front of them. It was during this time his dream of being an idol was revitalized. He understood he wanted to be at the center of the stage, not just in the back. He wanted to be the one they're screaming for, not just supporting the ones that they're screaming for. He passed an entrance exam at the Chugi University for the Arts with a self-choreographed performance. It's one thing to have your dance skills being recognized through World of Dance or BTS, but creating your own routine and having it accepted is a huge testament. Lino first heard back from JYP Entertainment on July 15th, 2017, about 2 years since he first auditioned. This is where the timing and specifics get a little interesting and kind of speculative. The first time the boys project team performed was on August 22nd, 2017, at JYP's Homecoming Trainee Showcase. This was also the first episode and event of the Stray Kids Survival Show. I'm fairly certain that JYP Entertainment and Mnet had decided the Survival Show would lead to a new boy group, even though they show the girl trainee team as a competitor. Though I'm not seeing this discussed very widely, really just on the coup, so please take it with a grain of salt. Assuming that the boys project team was intended to be the focus of the show, it's incredibly special that they reached out to Lino for this, especially with barely 5 weeks of time to prepare for the show. JYP Entertainment understood his skills and that he'd be able to lead the dance as Stray Kids were going through their show. Lino also credits his participation on World of Dance 2016 for being the reason JYP Entertainment called him back. This kind of builds into more of why the company was so interested in Lino. They saw that he was already experienced, they saw that he was interested in doing this, and they also saw that he was specifically interested in doing it with them. So it made for a perfect person to reach out to and get in contact with. However, even though he was experienced, he was still pushed during his short training time. Being called back didn't guarantee he would join the boys project team. The main focus JYPE had for Lino during his short training period was to drill dance practice and specialize in that over the singing. They knew that it might be a little bit hard to learn some new skills that you don't necessarily already have in 5 weeks, but they wanted him to perfect something so he could be the specialist at that. In 2020, Lino told Arena magazine his main driver during these stressful times as a trainee was the desire not to lose my love for dancing, and it's that drive that helped him break JYPE records. Lino passed the 40 basic choreography moves JYP Entertainment has in just 2 weeks, which was the max amount of time he had to be able to make it on the boys project team. The previous fastest record was held by the Twice member Momo, with 4 months, compared to the 2 weeks that Lino made it in.
끝에 몰리면은 다 하게 돼 있어.
The main difference here was that the other trainees had a bit more time to get them down. Lino didn't. He was forcing himself to accomplish it. There was no other way to do it. He had to get it done. It wasn't necessarily that he was so good already that he could accomplish it in 2 weeks, but that he only had 2 weeks to get it done. The first episode of Stray Kids Survival Show aired on October 17th. Later in the second episode, we actually get to see more of him being that leader of dance. We see him helping Ian practice his dance after being criticized. By helping him, he was able to build Ian's confidence up and keep him going through the show. Unfortunately though, because he prioritized his dance so much during his short training period, his vocals weren't debut ready. JYP recommended he try rapping instead in the second episode, though because of his inexperience with rapping, he wasn't anywhere near as confident with it as he was with dance. In the fourth episode, during the unit performances, unfortunately he made a mistake while rapping, leading to his elimination. He wasn't eliminated because of the mistake necessarily, rather he was eliminated because it looked like he needed more time to train. It's unfortunately kinda hard to be an idol if your best skill is dance, and your vocal skills can't compare as well. But he didn't give up. He continued to train at JYP Entertainment despite his elimination, focused on improving his vocal abilities, but he never lost his love for dance. Because he kept his drive up, JYP saw his ambition and thought he deserved a second chance. He performs a few times with the full Stray Kids team on the live finale, then a live vote for 7 members or 9 is held. The viewers nearly unanimously voted for 9 members over the 7, being a whole 96% to 4. Everyone clearly loved him and couldn't see the group without him. He finally made his debut on March 25th, 2018. He proved himself and made it to the center stage, something he had dreamed of for years. His first EP released the day after, however, he wasn't done yet. He still had more to prove in his career. As the group's appointed dance leader, he felt he needed to prove that role powerfully, and a few months later, he got a strong opportunity to do just that. On August 26th, Lino and DANCERACHA released a SKZ player performance in which they all choreographed the routine. We don't necessarily see much of them creating the choreography, but I think it's fair to assume Lino was a huge part in the process. Not only has he been an actual dancer longer than the other two, but he also has experience on his own making a choreography, and even though he didn't have much time to prepare for the performance, he showed why he's the Stray Kids dance leader. It's a huge step in his career as a dancer, however, he could still grow further as an idol. In this performance, it was really just focused on those dance abilities. They never sang in the performance. The following year, on July 3rd, he actually expanded those skills, where he released a self-choreographed dance performance named Dawn, all on his own. He doesn't perform on his own though, he's still got a couple backup dancers, but he's the one that choreographed the entire performance. I had a short period of time, but I worked hard to prepare the music and choreography myself to give you a different look. Lino often works off of short time frames, but also delivers his best. Even when he doesn't have a lot of time to prepare something necessarily, he's always trying to make it into the absolute best product he can. And that's the kind of thing that comes from his desire to never lose his love for dance. I imagine if he didn't love what he does, he'd struggle to create and improve in the time he's allowed. Being an idol means you have to be ready always, and you have to be constantly learning and improving. You can never be stuck in one spot. If you get stuck there, you'll get passed. And that can't be happening when you're the dance leader. Which is why he went to the Lab Studio in LA. While Stray Kids were in LA, following the US shows of the District 9 Unlock tour, all the members actually went here, except for 3RACHA because they were off doing their own thing. But it was a huge opportunity for him to continue learning and keep that role of dance leader. It's not necessarily about learning new moves every time, but also learning how to prioritize your moves better or your technique and knowing your stamina, knowing your body, a lot of things that most people don't really consider when they're dancing. The faster that he can pick up moves and the faster he can pick up the routines, the sooner he's able to actually help the people around him. The very next year, he was able to exceptionally showcase all that he's learned and improved on with Kingdom Legendary War. Following the show's premiere, he gave a special solo performance. It's certainly not the longest performance, and there's also other idols before him and after him, but none are actually performing with him. The fact that he was selected and trusted to build intrigue in the show with just his skills and appeal is kind of crazy. It's great to be seeing that he's grown to such a point where he was originally in that area where he was kind of off to the side and as that backup dancer, but now he's gotten to that point where he can be at the focus and people want to see him as the focus. He's now become the one that people are screaming for, and he's not just off the side when the curtains are dropping. Later in the year, he became a fixed MC on Show Music Core, and in celebration of that, he actually gave a special dance cover of Bruno Mars's Finesse on August 14th. It's certainly not the most complicated performance, but it's interesting to see, again, people want to celebrate with him even when he's appointed as an MC on a music show. Shortly after that, he was featured in Etro's luxury fashion campaign on September 16th, along with DANCERACHA. His ability to dance has become so appealing that brands are literally hiring him just to dance in their products. Again, it's a huge testament of how he's grown from the backdrop to the center stage. He didn't say anything in the promotion video either, he literally just dances. That's what convinced people to buy the products. His individual interests grew more later in the year as he participated in a special performance alongside other idols on NBC's music festival. The fact he's mixing in with other groups now highlights his growing appeal as a solo idol and as an individual on his own, and not having to always lean off of the Stray Kids name. I mean, especially as a dancer, this is a huge thing to be accomplishing. However, even as he was becoming more established on his own, his role as Stray Kids dance leader stayed true the whole time. While Stray Kids were filming the music video for S-Class, we see him helping Ian better understand the choreography and perform it easier, like moving his hands rather than his full arms. The fact that Ian looks to him and Hyunjin right away when he needs help tells a lot. Lino is that expert that the other members can go to when they need help on their dance. Later that year, on October 21st and 22nd, Lino performed solo for the very first time in a concert setting. He's performed solo in music shows or recordings several times, but he's never performed for a live audience with thousands of people in the same room. However, he didn't really get a chance to showcase his dance skills during this performance, as Limbo, which he performed, is more so a ballad rock song, so a routine just wouldn't fit it. And that's why his performance the next year was so monumental. On August 24th, 2024, the first Dominate show, Lino performed Youth. Now, obviously, if you've heard Youth, you'd probably know it's very different to Limbo. It's a synth pop song, so the choreography makes more sense for this one. It's a huge performance for him, because now he gets to showcase himself in the center, and not so much constantly working with the other people around you. Lino is the one at the center stage performing a song he wrote, surrounded by backup dancers. It's a full circle moment where he was once in their position, accompanying the beloved idols. Now he's the one taking the spotlight, where fans are cheering for him, which is fully showcasing the one thing he swore to never lose his love for, dance. It might not be the most complex routines he's ever performed, but it carries the pure love he has for it. And I think that's what matters more than anything. You can try to be the perfect dancer and the best one out there, but if you don't love to dance, it shows in your performance. You can do the hardest moves in all of dance, but if your heart isn't in it, like Lino, then you could never become a leader of dance.
Minho is the second oldest member of Stray Kids, a Korean pop group who has built themselves up by producing and choreographing their own music. Within Stray Kids, Lino has become one of the most respected idol dancers thanks to his careful attention to every move and his extensive background in dance. Born on October 25th, 1998, in Gimpo, South Korea, Lee Min-ho, also known as Lino, was raised as an only child. Early in his life, he trained in Taekwondo and mixed martial arts, which he earned his second-degree black belt in. As a child, he initially dreamed of becoming a policeman, but that changed in middle school when he saw a dance performance online. He quickly tried to mimic the moves, practicing in front of his bathroom mirror. Excited, he asked his mom if he could take dance lessons. According to past information, Lino grew up primarily in Daegatmyeon, a peninsula of Gimpo, which would mean Lino took a 2-hour commute just for dance classes, which is actually kinda crazy. That really goes to show how dedicated and invested Mino was in dance. He trained with Soul Dance for 5 years, up until he debuted in Stray Kids. Due to his long commutes, Lino took on multiple jobs during high school to cover his travel expenses. He worked as a teacher at the dance studio and also as an employee at a local barbecue restaurant. Not long after he started learning dance, he auditioned for a spot at Cube Entertainment. Coincidentally, National Geographic was there on the same day, interviewing aspiring trainees. Mino was one of the fortunate few to be interviewed, where he shared his dream of becoming a singer. He performed Usher's OMG, likely the same routine he had prepared for the audition. Unfortunately, he didn't pass the audition and continued to train at Soul Dance. The following year, he auditioned for a different company, JYP Entertainment. His audition followed with no success, and Mino assumed he had failed it again due to the lack of any response from JYP. 2016 came, and he was now 18. He decided to pursue dancing professionally, where he joined 2 different dance teams within Soul Dance, those being Cupcakes and Brownie Bros. He participated in the 2016 World of Dance show with his dance team, Cupcakes, on June 2nd. Around the same time, Lino joined BTS's backup dance team, performing as a dancer for their music videos. In 2017, Mino continued performing as a backup dancer for BTS during their live trilogy episode 3, The Wings Tour. He participated in the Japanese leg of the tour, from May 30th to July 2nd, performing in 13 shows altogether. While on tour, Mino realized he no longer wanted to stay in the background. He wanted to be at the center of the stage, reviving his middle school dream of becoming a singer. Around this time, JYP Entertainment finally followed up on Mino's audition, nearly 2 years later. The company likely noticed how much he had improved through his experience working with BTS. On July 15th, 2017, Minho joined JYP Entertainment as a trainee. Lino chose to use his full name, Minho, as his stage name when he first joined the company. Shortly after, he caught the attention of Bang Chan, who was assembling a 9-member group. Impressed by Mino's exceptional dancing skills, Chan saw him as a valuable asset and invited him to join Stray Kids. On October 6th, 2017, the group released the music video for their promotional song, Elevator, written by 3RACHA, the core producers of Stray Kids. Elevator became the theme song for their upcoming survival show, Stray Kids, which premiered on October 17th. Initially, Mino focused on fulfilling his dream of being a singer by handling the vocal parts of the first rendition of Elevator. However, during the second episode of Stray Kids, when the group performed the song for Park Jin-young, better known as JYP, he felt Mino lacked the singing skills required for the group. JYP challenged him to rap on the spot, despite Mino having no prior experience. Mino successfully met JYP's expectations with his rapping, allowing him to continue on the show. JYP informed the 9 members to split into units for the next mission, with each unit tasked with writing and performing a new song. Minho, along with 2 other members, was at risk of elimination. For his unit, he chose Changbin from 3RACHA and his fellow main dancer, Felix. Both Changbin and Felix were known for their rapping skills, which allowed Mino to learn and grow as a rapper in preparation for his next performance. The following week, Mino and his unit performed Glow for JYP, showcasing both rapping and singing lines in an attempt to impress him. Unfortunately, Mino made a mistake in his rap due to his inexperience and nerves. JYP felt that Mino's performance would hold the group back, attributing it to his short 2-month training period. Despite his ongoing vocal training, JYP also believed Minho wasn't ready to sing effectively. As a result, Minho was eliminated in the 4th episode. The show continued with 8 members, but Minho, despite his elimination, persisted in training with JYP Entertainment. He dedicated himself to improving, especially in his rapping skills. Jin Young noticed Minho's hard work and decided to give him another chance in the 9th episode of the show. Felix, who had also been eliminated in episode 8, was given another opportunity alongside Minho. The 10th episode was broadcast live across South Korea on December 19th, featuring performances from both the 7-member and the 9-member group. JYP left the decision up to the viewers, who overwhelmingly voted in favor of all 9 members debuting, with 96% supporting the full lineup and only 4% against it. The following year, Minho made his debut with Stray Kids, performing at Jongchung Arena on March 25th, 2018. At this time, he changed his stage name from Minho to Lino to avoid confusion with Shiny's Minho. The next day, March 26th, his first EP with Stray Kids, titled I Am Not, was released. This digital album features 7 tracks, with Lino primarily taking on the rapping parts. Although the songs were produced by the members of Stray Kids, giving him a chance to sing a few lines, he wasn't given any of the vocal hooks quite yet. Lino, Felix, and Hyunjin collectively made up the unit DANCERACHA. Exactly 5 months after their I Am Not mini-album released, they showcased their dancing abilities through an SKZ player video. In addition to being celebrated for his dance skills, Lino is also well known among fans for his deep love for cats. He even claims to be able to communicate with them perfectly. In early 2019, he adopted his 3rd cat, Dori, who now lives with his parents along with his 2 other cats, Suni and Dungi. Around the same time, on April 17th, Lino appeared as a special guest MC on the music program Show Champion. On July 3rd, Lino further showcased his dancing skills with an SKZ player video, where he performed a choreography he created to a jazz-influenced song. He titled the performance Dawn and gave fans a brief insight into the personal meaning behind the choreography. This video highlighted his creativity and deep connection to dance, allowing fans to see another side of his artistry. Minho writes, I often stay up until dawn practicing my choreography, and I've been thinking about the time of day called dawn. For me, dawn is a time when night and morning coexist, and I try to express the conflicting moods of night and morning by adding a movement to a musical source. I had a short period of time, but I worked hard to prepare the music and choreography myself to give you a different look. I hope you enjoy it. A month later, Lino hosted his first live stream, which he called Lino's Playroom. 3 months after that, Stray Kids appeared on the Korean drama Extraordinary You, where they performed their original song, Never Ending Story. This song marked a significant milestone for Lino, as it was his first opportunity to sing the chorus in one of the group's major tracks. He is featured on every chorus, sharing the part with some of Stray Kids' renowned vocalists, Han, Seungmin, and Bangchan. The following year, on February 21st, Lino released his first vlog. In this vlog, he can be seen taking a rest day by hanging out with his high school friends, as well as his 3 cats. After Woojin's leave in October, Stray Kids released an album on March 18th featuring re-recorded versions of their past songs, filling in the gaps left by their former 9th member. Most notably, Lino took on singing parts within the chorus for several songs, including Mirror, originally sung by Ian, and Spread My Wings and Miro, both of which were originally sung by Woojin. This allowed Lino to further showcase how much he had developed his vocal capabilities since they were first recorded. In 2020, Lino is beginning to achieve his dream of both performing at the center and being a singer. Additionally, Stray Kids released the first repackaged album on September 4th, titled In Life. Lino, along with his unit, DANCERACHA, wrote the 7th track on the album, Wow. Minho could be heard singing throughout the entire track. As April began, Stray Kids participated in a new TV show, Kingdom Legendary War, hosted by Mnet, which aired 10 episodes. Stray Kids delivered several iconic performances, with one of the most memorable being their cover of their fellow contestants' B2B's song, I'll Be Your Man. In the 5th episode, aired on April 29th, Lino took on the challenging vocals in the song's chorus, further establishing him as the singer he aspired to be. This performance showcased his growth and proved to the millions of viewers that he indeed is a skilled vocalist. A few months later, on July 3rd, Bangchan and Lino collaborated on the track Drive. This pop hip-hop fusion song features a chill yet energetic style. Although Lino doesn't take on any singing roles in the song, it highlights his impressive rapping skills. Drive was released with a music video, as part of the SKZ Replay series. A little over a month later, on August 14th, Lino became a fixed MC for the music program Show Music Corps. He served as an MC for a little over 2 years, beginning working with NCT 127's Jungwoo and a former IZ*ONE member, Kim Minju. 9 days later, on August 23rd, Lino and Stray Kids released their second full-length album, NOEASY. The album features another unit song, similar to Wow, from In Life. However, unlike In Life, Minho reunited with the same members he worked with during the survival show. Dubbed Team Glow, Lino, Changbin, and Felix collaborated to write the summer-inspired song, Surfin'. In this track, Minho takes on numerous singing roles, even filling in the otherwise empty bridge, further showcasing his vocal growth. The following month, on September 16th, Lino was featured in Etro's new luxury fashion campaign, alongside his fellow DANCERACHA members. As 2022 began, Mino appeared on the cover of Beauty Plus magazine for their February issue. This feature marked a significant moment in his career, as he began to be recognized not just as a member of Stray Kids, but also a prominent figure in both the fashion and music industries. On March 18th, Lino once again took the center with the other vocalists of Stray Kids. For the Ordinary album, the group split into two teams, each creating their own song. Lino co-wrote Waiting for Us alongside the group's strong vocalists, Seungmin, Ian, and Bangshan. While it's no longer surprising to see Mino singing, what makes this song particularly noteworthy is how much he has grown, now able to hold his own and sing alongside those who excel in and are dedicated to singing. Later that year, Stray Kids released another album featuring unit tracks. DANCERACHA's new song, Taste, blends pop and EDM, making it an ideal track for a dance performance. In this song, Lino effortlessly showcases his singing, rapping, and dancing skills. As 2022 came to a close, Stray Kids released a compilation album featuring both previously released project songs and a new solo track for each member. Mino's collaboration track, Drive, was included as track 14, along with his own solo song, Limbo. Lino co-wrote Limbo with producer Hot Sauce, making it one of the few songs to not involve 3racha. The track is a vocal-heavy piece, blended with melodic rapping, perfectly encapsulating who Lino is and what he aspires to be. Limbo has rightfully become one of the most played songs from the SKZ Player series, amassing over 30 million streams on Spotify alone. In the middle of 2023, on June 9th, Lino appeared on the Pixid YouTube channel, where he took part in a challenge to disguise himself as a kid among other kids, a playful nod to the Stray Kids group name. Ironically, Lino's naturally playful personality helped him blend in quite well. However, he was eventually caught due to a slip-up when trying to calculate the age he would need to be to convincingly pose as a second grader. The following month, Lino was again featured on the cover of a magazine, this time being seen on the cover of Dazed Korea. Mino's appearance on the magazine had caught the attention of a luxury brand, Dior. The brand wanted to get in on the marketable chance and sponsored the issue, which would feature Lino in the brand's clothing. Later in October, Lino was chosen for the digital cover of W Korea's October issue, with the shot sponsored by the luxury brand, Gucci. In addition to his cover feature, Mino appeared as a guest on W Korea's YouTube channel, where he shared tips and tricks for making better tasting chicken breasts. The following month, Lino was featured in W Korea for a pictorial, once again sponsored by Gucci. Shortly after, Mino took part in W Korea's 18th annual Love Your W campaign, aimed at raising awareness for breast cancer. In between his features with W Korea, Lino released a duet with Han on October 15th, titled Want So Bad. The track is an upbeat, bouncy song that primarily showcases his singing. Shortly after, on November 4th, Lino stepped down from his role as an MC for Show Music Core due to increasing scheduling conflicts. 6 days later, on November 10th, Stray Kids released Rockstar, an album where Lino showcased perhaps the most singing of his career. He took on key vocalist roles throughout the album, most notably delivering the iconic ending hook of Cover Me and the chorus of the softer track, Leave. Rockstar stands as a testament to all that Mino has worked for over the years, marking his full acceptance as a singer within the group. After 2024 had begun, Lino released his first cover track as a part of the SKZ Record series. He covered his label mate Day 6's track, Love or Leave Me. On February 29th, it was reported that Lino had donated 100 million Korean won to World Vision's Global Hunger Crisis Response Project to help children facing food shortages. In recognition of his generous contribution, he was appointed as a member of the Bob Pierce Honor Club. On August 22nd, 2023, 6 members of Stray Kids opened personal Instagram accounts. However, Lino didn't see the purpose or need for one at the time. Out of consideration for Mino, Han also chose not to open an account, not wanting Lino to feel left out. Eventually, Lino changed his mind and made his first post on his new Instagram account on March 25th, 2024. Lino's influence in both fashion and music was further acknowledged when he was one of Gucci's guests at their Cruise 2025 fashion show on May 16th, solidifying his status as a rising style icon. His association with the luxury brand didn't stop there, as in June 2024, he was featured on the cover of W Korea's June issue, sponsored by Gucci. Honestly, not sure why Gucci is hesitating to make Lino an ambassador of the brand. They really seem to love him. Lino's vocal journey continued to flourish when he appeared on the Lee Moo-jin service show, where he performed Twilight off of 8, as well as 3 cover songs, Rumblefish's You to Me Again, Boa's Only One, and Banks' Can't Have You. The episode premiered on July 16th, further showcasing his reputation as a well-renowned singer. Following this, on July 23rd, Stray Kids released Slash, a project that prominently featured Lino singing. I've said it a million times now, but this one too is a special track. Slash was featured in the Hollywood blockbuster film Deadpool and Wolverine, showing that not only the group Stray Kids, but also the entirety of the company was confident with displaying Lino's singing capabilities in a major role. Over the years, Lino has demonstrated that he has achieved his goal of becoming a skilled singer. Alongside this, Mino has honed his dance skills for over a decade, refining the style that he's now known for. Additionally, he has mastered the art of blending his singing and dancing, a balance he once struggled to achieve. With all these accomplishments, it's clear that Lino plays a pivotal role within Stray Kids. So Changbin is known as one of the strongest songwriters of K-pop, both physically and mentally. He's been in the industry for over 8 years, helping write 164 songs and push his group, Stray Kids, in the right direction. Changbin, born on August 11th, 1999, in Yongin, South Korea, spent much of his early life in Wiwang, a city located just out of Seoul. He attended Gama Elementary School, where he demonstrated strong leadership skills by serving as the school president during his 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade years. Even at a young age, Changbin showed a passion for music and performing. His dream of becoming a singer was sparked when he received praise after performing at his school's festival, which would lead him towards pursuing a career in music. This early encouragement played a crucial role in shaping his ambitions, giving him the confidence to dream big and work towards a future in the entertainment industry. Around that same time, Changbin received a plushie of the Pokemon Munchlax, which he affectionately named Gyu. This plushie became special to him, and even after his debut, he kept it close, often saying it helped him sleep. During his high school years, Changbin was involved in various sports, with swimming being one of his favorites. He particularly excelled in breaststroke, a style he became skilled in over time. His dedication paid off when he won a gold medal in breaststroke at a local competition in Wiwang, showcasing his athletic talents alongside his growing passion for music. In addition to swimming, Changbin developed a deep interest in dance during his high school years. He joined the dance club at Bora High School and eventually became the head of the club, further honing his skills. His talent and charisma made him quite popular at school, even leading to fan cams of his performances surfacing online before he had officially debuted. It was also during this time that Changbin began writing his own music. In 2016, he used his self-written songs as part of his audition for JYP Entertainment, marking the start of his journey to become a K-pop idol. Towards the end of 2016, Changbin teamed up with the fellow JYP trainees Bangchan and Han to form a hip-hop group called 3RACHA. The trio made their debut by releasing their first track, Intro, on YouTube and SoundCloud on February 1st, 2017. Throughout that year, 3RACHA continued to release EPs while balancing their rigorous training. However, on October 6, 2017, Changbin appeared in the music video for a different group, Stray Kids. The song, Elevator, became his first officially released track under JYP Entertainment. Just a week later, all 9 members of Stray Kids were officially revealed by the name. At that time, Changbin looked quite different from his current appearance, being much slimmer and less muscular than he is today. The 9 members of Stray Kids were set to compete in their own survival show, Stray Kids, where they were tasked with various missions to prove they had what it took to debut. In the first episode, Changbin revealed his love for darker aesthetics, such as wearing dark clothing and creating rap-infused music with a heavy, intense vibe. This performance became a recurring theme throughout the series, helping to shape his image as a powerful, dark rapper. In the third episode, the contestants were divided into 3 groups, each responsible for creating and performing a song. Changbin, who had already received high praise from JYP for his rapping skills, teamed up with Mino and Felix. Together, they wrote the song Glow, which they performed in the 4th episode. Despite their efforts, Mino was eliminated due to a mistake he made with the lyrics during the performance. This elimination deeply affected Changbin, not only because they lost a potential group member, but also because Mino was his friend. Changbin felt a strong sense of guilt, believing that as the team's leader, he had failed to support Mino enough during the process. For most of the series, Felix was at risk of elimination due to his limited rapping skills and short experience with Korean. His focus on the language affected his dancing, leading to a noticeable mistake in episode 8. Because of this, JYP decided Felix should continue training separately from Stray Kids, eliminating him from the group. With both Minho and Felix eliminated, Changbin felt responsible for their exits. However, his worries were eased the following week when JYP decided to give them another chance. On December 19th, the live airing of the 10th episode of Stray Kids featured performances from both the full 9-member group and the remaining 7-member team. The audience overwhelmingly voted in favor of the 9-member group, with 96% support, proving that Changbin had been a strong leader for Mino and Felix, despite JYP's earlier concerns. As Stray Kids prepared for their debut, Changbin continued his schooling and graduated from Bora High School on February 6, 2018. Just a month later, on March 25th, he made his debut with Stray Kids at Jongchung Arena, where the group performed their upcoming original songs, all written by Changbin and 3RACHA. The next day, on March 26th, Stray Kids officially released their debut EP, I Am Not. 6 months later, on September 9th, Changbin showcased a brand new song with 3RACHA, titled Zone. Zone was an intense, darker style track, perfect to what Changbin enjoyed at the time. This song was seen as one of the first SKZ player tracks, later being released on December 21st of 2022 to streaming platforms. On February 20th, the following year, Changbin was featured on Yoon Ji-sung's EP, Aside, for the 5th track, You Like the Wind. This marked the first time any Stray Kids member had been featured on another artist's track. In the song, Changbin primarily delivered rap verses and also contributed to its writing. Just 2 days later, Yoon Ji-sung released a behind-the-scenes video showcasing Changbin's recording process and their interactions in the studio. Later that year, on December 19th, Changbin's first solo song was teased in a video on Muppley's YouTube channel, which featured upcoming Stray Kids tracks. The intro of Changbin's song was showcased, and its emotional tone was highlighted. Bangchan even joked about a rumor that the song was so moving it brought all the JYP staff to tears. The track, Streetlight, was later released to YouTube as an SKZ player track on May 16th. Bangchan, the leader of Stray Kids, was featured on his song, providing further vocals in the song. A music video was released with the track, however, only Changbin can be seen in the video, notably displaying him alone. Over the past few years, Changbin has gained a reputation for being both outspoken and someone who keeps much of his personal life private. He explores these contrasting feelings in his song Streetlight, where he raps about a character symbolizing his younger self. In the music video's description, Changbin includes a personal note offering insight into the meaning behind the song and how it reflects his inner struggles. So Changbin writes, "It's a song in which I use the lyrics to compare a person who suffers emotional pain and sorrow on his own, without telling anyone, who smiles and pretends like things are okay. This theme can be especially highlighted in both the intro and the chorus, where he sings, like a streetlight, at the end of a lonely day, standing vacantly in the middle of a lonely night. I try my best to smile brightly." Changbin continues with a revelation. If you ask someone for advice about your problems, even if the person can't resolve everything for you, just opening up about your feelings makes your heart rest a little easier. This piece of advice is completely avoided by the character in Streetlight, especially in the first verse, where he expresses, "I don't want anyone to see how incredibly weak I am. To the people who relied on me, that's a contradiction. Acting strong, acting like I'm not hurting, acting like nothing is wrong. I just want to be someone who gives strength to others. I can't be the reason that they lose strength." He continues, "To be honest, before I wrote this song, there was a time when I also really struggled on my own and wasn't able to tell anyone. But by writing those feelings into my lyrics and recording this song, I felt like I had shared them with someone, which gave me a sense of relief. I hope that the people who listen to this song will also find someone who will listen to what they have to say and empathize with their pain." With the creation and release of Streetlight, Changbin expresses his readiness to let go of his past beliefs. Through putting it into a song, he's saying that he's ready to change and become more open, facing his feelings with the support of those around him, rather than handling them alone. In the music video, a small leafless tree covered in dripping blue paint appears throughout, serving as more than just an artistic symbol. This imagery connects to a mental health initiative called the Blue Tree Project, which paints dead trees blue to raise awareness and encourage people to check in on loved ones. This visual metaphor ties directly to a line in Changbin's song, emphasizing the importance of emotional support and mental health. In the final lines of the first verse, he states, "I need someone before I collapse. Please ask me again if I'm okay. Somebody. Anybody." A month later, on June 28th, Changbin was anonymously featured on the TV series King of Masked Singer, where he performs a mix of singing and rapping. In early fall, Stray Kids released their first repackaged album, In Life. The album includes tracks written by the group's various subunits, like 3RACHA, DANCERACHA, and VOCALRACHA. Changbin, alongside 3RACHA, wrote the song We Go. Additionally, he contributed to VOCALRACHA's song My Universe, assisting with its writing. Following their new album, Changbin released another SKZ player song named Cypher. Cypher was released on October 23rd and featured a similar style to the tracks 3RACHA made prior to their debut. In 2021, Changbin continued to show his talent in songwriting and collaboration. On January 15th, he co-wrote and featured on IN's SKZ player track Maknae on Top, which quickly gained attention as a fan favorite. His songwriting contributions didn't stop there. On March 14th, Changbin co-wrote Because alongside Felix, blending their unique styles into a track that resonated with many listeners. Shortly after, on March 25th, which marked Stray Kids' 3-year debut anniversary, Changbin co-wrote Piece of a Puzzle with Seungmin, further solidifying his role in shaping the group's musical direction. As the year progressed, he joined up with Seungmin, Bangchan, and Felix to co-write Up All Night, a track released on June 19th that showcased their cohesive teamwork in crafting memorable songs for fans. 2 months later, Stray Kids released their second full-length album, NOEASY, which also featured songs from various subunits. However, instead of the usual Racha units, Changbin reunited with his former Glow teammates mates, Lino and Felix. Together, they aimed to create a fun, summer-inspired track that held the feeling of being at the beach. This collaboration resulted in the song Surfin', which received its own music video in mid-September. The song's upbeat and lighthearted vibe marked a significant shift from the dark, intense style Changbin was once known for, reflecting his growth and willingness to open up and let others in. Later on October 28th, Changbin collaborated with two other artists, F-Hero and Millie. The three of them wrote the song Mirror Mirror, a rap-style song, proving that even though Changbin is aspiring to change, he's not choosing to distance himself from the darker music altogether. Stray Kids started 2022 with the release of a new mini-album on March 18th, just a week before their 4th anniversary. Continuing their tradition of subunit tracks, the group split into two teams for the album. One group of 4 members wrote the sentimental song Waiting for Us, while the other 4, including Changbin, worked on Muddy Water. Changbin collaborated with Hyunjin, Han, and Felix to write Muddy Water, which stood as a grand contrast to Waiting for Us. It featured a grittier, rap-heavy style with a strong vocal presence, showcasing a different side of the group's musical range. With the release of Ordinary, Changbin attracted significant attention from fans due to the noticeable changes in his physique. Over the past few years, he had been dedicating himself to intense gym workouts, which resulted in a more muscular build. This transformation drew considerable focus, especially since he was previously known as one of the slimmest and shortest members of Stray Kids. At the end of the summer, Changbin appeared as a guest MC on the music program Weekly Idol. 2 months later, on October 7th, Stray Kids released their mini-album, Maxident. The album continued the theme of featuring tracks from the various Racha units, with 3RACHA, Changbin's unit, writing the self-titled track 3RACHA. This song, styled as a drill rap, pays homage to their first song, Intro, by starting with Changbin's signature line,
1, 2, 3, 라차게 spotlight,
which highlights their production unit's name and legacy. 5 days later, on October 12th, Changbin collaborated with his fellow label mates from NMIX. He joined members Kyujin and Haewon in dancing to their new song, Dice, as a part of their Big Wave Challenge. The video gained significant attention for Changbin's faithful replication of the choreography, avoiding the tendency among many male idols to alter or masculinize the moves. This showcased Changbin's growing willingness to move beyond the image of always needing to appear strong, embracing a more genuine and inclusive approach to performance. As 2022 was coming to a close, Stray Kids released a compilation album to streaming platforms featuring the members' project songs, like Changbin's Streetlight, Cypher, and his various collaboration tracks. Additionally, he wrote a brand new solo track, Doodle. The following year, Changbin continued his trend of dance collaborations with various girl groups. On April 10th, he teamed up with NMIX once more for their Love Me Like This challenge. In this video, he danced alongside Haewon and Jiwoo, once again staying true to the original choreography. This performance generated even more buzz than his previous collaboration, with many noting the striking contrast between Changbin's typically dark and muscular image and his energetic execution of a girl group's dance routine. On June 2nd, Stray Kids released their third full-length album, 5 Star. With the release of their newest album, the members could be seen collaborating for each other's dance challenges. On June 9th, Changbin collaborated with Promise 9's Seiram and Hayoung for their newest song, Me Now. Changbin is also known for his close friendship with ITZY member Chaeryeong. On June 14th, they filmed a dance video together for S-Class. The following day, Changbin collaborated with the Seraphim's Chaewon and Sakura for a dance challenge to their trending song, Eve Psych and the Bluebeard's Wife. The day after, on June 16th, he filmed another dance challenge, this time to G-Idol's latest track, Queen Card, joining the group's leader and fellow producer, Soyeon, for their performance. Following his performance with Soyeon, he and Bangchan both performed Queen Card live for fans at their 3rd annual fan meeting on July 1st and 2nd. On June 24th, Changbin returned as a guest MC, this time for the music program Show Music Core. On August 22nd, he collaborated again with his friend Chaeryeong to film a dance challenge for ITZY's latest track, Cake. Later, on September 1st, Changbin contributed to Samsung's ad campaign for the Galaxy Z Flip 5 with a solo track titled Fly High. The song, which he wrote and performed, was accompanied by a music video released on September 13th. 2 months later, on November 10th, Stray Kids released Rockstar, leading to more songs with Changbin's iconic dancing style. His first performance, on November 18th, was with Kiss of Life's Natty for their song Bad News. The following day, he filmed a video with BBG's Sin B for their song Maniac, a fitting collaboration as Stray Kids too have a song named Maniac. His final dance collaboration was on December 5th with NMIX's Kyujin, in which he danced to their song Sonar. On February 8th of the new year, Changbin teamed up with G-Idol's Soyeon once again to dance to their new song, Super Lady. Later in the year, he was featured on the cover of W Korea for their June issue, marking the first time he appeared solo on a magazine cover. This highlighted his rising recognition beyond just his songwriting skills. The following month, Stray Kids made their comeback with 8 and the title track Chick Chick Boom.
On July 21st, Changbin collaborated with G-Idol's Mion to film dance challenges for both Chick Chick Boom and Klaxon. 9 days later, on July 30th, Changbin was featured on Chaeryeong's interview series. With his interview appearance, the two of them filmed a dance challenge for Stray Kids' song Chick Chick Boom. As for his future, it's clear that Changbin will continue writing and producing music. In fact, he is set to be featured on ITZY's upcoming album, Gold. He's credited for writing the track Vey, and he will also be performing vocally on the song. How he will approach the performance remains to be seen, as the album is set to release on October 15th. We've seen him grow through the past years, and we can be certain he will continue pushing himself to grow and change to be more emotionally open with the people around him.
When Hyunjin entered the industry, he was seen as a pretty face, but now he's proven that he's much more than that by expanding his skills. When we're first introduced to him in the survival show, back in episode 1, he actually gets a dedicated portion of the episode just about his visuals. There's like a little spin-off gag, if you will, just going into how the staff members there are falling for him. We get introduced to him as that visual. We don't get to hear much about his skills early on, or his dancing, or his rap, or his vocals. We're presented to him as being that visual. And what that means is a lot of people are going to keep that going, and they're going to remember him as the visual of the group. They're going to remember him as a pretty face and not necessarily someone who has great dance skills or has a strong ambition. As the show progresses, though, we get to see more of what he's actually capable of, and not necessarily so much of him just looking good. As they expand and begin to release albums like I Am Not or I Am Who, we actually get to see a little bit more of his actual skills, like he gets special rap portions or dance performances in those little performances themselves. He's getting more chances to actually show what he's capable of and not just his face. He's being spotlighted for his actual lines and performances during those shows, but his actual visuals are still a huge part of it, and they're definitely pushing that a lot still. When people are introduced to him for the first time, they usually will look at just him instead of his dancing or his rapping. That usually is an afterthought for them. They're not necessarily looking at his skills right away. And we see more of his actual visuals being highlighted and kind of focused in on as his career goes on. In 2019, he actually began to be a MC on Show Music Core. This kind of role isn't so much about really showing his dance or his singing, because it's really more so kind of like a stand-in and look nice kind of role, where they still have to understand how to present properly. However, it's not so much about dancing or singing. However, it did help with broadening his actual public image. People got to see him a whole lot more instead of it just being the member with Stray Kids that looks nice. This is where he kind of began to almost open up and have his own personal identity, where people saw him as the person on the music show that they looked into more, and they could find those performances. Because actually back in 2018, DANCERACHA actually made a designated performance that they choreographed themselves. So this is kind of like a section where he was able to show that he's not so much of that visual and that he's actually got skills to him. This is where he was able to show that he can choreograph a performance and he can perform it well. However, this was obviously just an early performance. It wasn't a great representation of what he is on his own, as it was a 3 performance. It was the 3 members of DANCERACHA. And then we actually get to see more of those personal skills later on, because a couple years later after that, he began kind of focusing in on actually creating stuff himself. He wanted to prove his artistic intent that he has, because he's a very artistic person. He's very particular with what he's doing. And he had that opportunity when he actually created another SKZ player performance, but this time on his own, instead of it being with DANCERACHA all together. This time he actually performed to Billie Eilish's song, When the Party's Over, and that was able to show his emotional framing and his control with it all, and also tying in almost a narrative dance to it. It was really interesting, especially given the time it came out. With this performance, he was able to kind of show that he's a little bit more than just that visual, and that he's got his own skills that he can use to show off almost. He's not just the face, he's got creative skills or dance skills that he can use as well. And a couple months later, around God's Menu and Backdoor, he became kind of almost like a visual magnet, if you will, where people were seeing his performances and they were also seeing him together. They weren't just seeing the visual Hyunjin, they were also seeing the
Hyunjin that can perform well and can dance great. They were seeing his blonde or pink hair that was huge during this time. And then around the same time as well, he joined a kind of like a spin-off team called Bongbongs, which is a collective of a couple of different idols from different groups, all born in the same year. They performed twice. One time they performed Psycho around this time. It's a cover of Red Velvet's song, and this grew him a ton of publicity. Lots of people were seeing him as that idol that was not only looking good, but also performing exceptionally well. In the song, Psycho is very well known for being a song with a huge high note that is incredibly hard to hit. While the version they performed isn't exactly that high, it's actually an octave lower, it's still a huge jump to showcase those skills that he has. And that brought in a whole lot of new people to not only Stray Kids, but Hyunjin. He was basically shaping the performances he was in instead of it just being something he was relaying the information of. While people saw him as a visual or saw him as good looking, they also saw him as capable of exceptional skills. I just wanted to come in and say, if you've been enjoying the video, you should subscribe. I post a lot of Stray Kids content, and if you're to stay as well, you'd really like it here. Anyway, back to Hyunjin. In the same year, he also released his very first SKZ Player song, called Miss You, and that kind of helped him showcase that he's obviously got a great face, he's got great dance skills, but he can also write, and that's not something you see a whole lot of in K-pop. You very rarely will see K-pop idols actually writing songs. Much like we've seen before, the song is very artistic as well. It's not necessarily so much about trying to have the most poppy sound or trendy noises. It's just about what he was thinking, and it was an empathy kind of song. It was emotional. He kind of showed that he's obviously more than what's on the outside, and he also has something to offer himself. Hyunjin was becoming a huge part of Stray Kids, and not necessarily because of his face or his visuals. He was also becoming a huge part because of what he has to offer. And we saw him creating a whole lot more the next year in 2021. Around the middle of the year, he released another performance where he choreographed his own dance. Again, we don't see this a whole lot in K-pop. We don't see very many idols actually making their own performances and releasing that to showcase what they are capable of. Usually it's just going to be the things they're handed to. And then later on their second studio album, NOEASY, Hyunjin helped write Red Lights with Bangchan. He was continuing to grow those skills that people thought he didn't necessarily have. And he was actually recognized for these skills later in 2021 as well. In October, Studio Choom actually recognized him as their Artist of the Month, and for that he gave a special performance as well. He didn't actually choreograph this one, but the fact that he was picked for it is huge. Not very many idols can say that they've been picked by Studio Choom and given that opportunity to perform with them. It's proof that the public is viewing him as this great figure of dance. Hyunjin continued to create on his own and stay at the center of Stray Kids. He wasn't going to surrender to kind of what people think he is. He wanted to continue to show that he's a lot more than that. In 2022, he continued to release songs that he's written, like Ice Cream or Love Untold, and we get to see more of that artistic representation within him. This certainly didn't mean he was throwing away that center stage and visual aspect though. We still see him at the center of a lot of songs. Like in this year specifically, Maniac and Maxident. Those songs are very interesting because the chorus of them, both of them start with Felix, and then in the second chorus, Hyunjin takes it. He's the one that they're putting at the center to continue that energy and continue that interest because he too is a huge part of Stray Kids. And in the following years, he not only continued to write songs, but he also was recognized for the thing that most people will recognize him for immediately and build that up professionally instead of it just being a magnet sort of thing. In 2023, he was recognized by Versace. He was brought in as an ambassador for that. And because of that, he's become a huge part of their brand. Versace was looking to him to help boost their sales, obviously. They saw him as a valuable asset to help sell their products and to bring in more people from not only his face, but also from his actual performances and songwriting abilities. And so he's actually been recognized by a couple of luxury brands like Cartier or Givenchy Beauty, I think that's how you say. But this is a huge part of his career because he's obviously kind of embracing that aspect to him where he's not so much trying to push it away and prove that he has something else to offer. He's already done that. He's shown that he can dance perfectly fine. He's shown that he can sing exceptionally well, and he can also write music on top of it. And so now he's being brought in by those different luxury brands to help advertise for them. And all throughout this time, he's never really thrown away what he loves to do, which is performing. He's continued to perform throughout all of this, and he's never once given it up to, just be a model. And I think that resilience alone is a huge testament to who he is. Hyunjin has been able to prove to the people that looked onto him with almost like a shallow perspective that he is more than just a visual. He can also excel in those different skills. He's proven to them that he has more to offer and that they actually do enjoy those things. The people that viewed him as just that face now enjoy a lot of those songs that he creates or his performances. He didn't really have to stop being the visual to become an artist. He was able to bring it as something extra to what he can offer. And because of that, that's how he is able to excel in the K-pop industry. Han Ji-sung stands out in Stray Kids for his remarkable versatility, effortlessly mastering every role in the group. Whether that's his quick raps or emotional vocals, he assists in the success of Stray Kids greatly. Born on September 14, 2000, Ji-sung lived in South Korea for his early life. However, in 2009, his father believed it would be good for Ji-sung to have a wider knowledge about the world and be more open-minded, where he and his family moved to Malaysia. Because of this, he didn't attend regular schooling there for very long, opting for homeschooling instead. Due to his schooling situation, he grew up very curious about what standard public schooling was like. That curiosity helped drive him to being in love with TV dramas later in his life. 6 years later, in 2015, Han moved to South Korea and promised his parents that he would pass an audition with an entertainment company within a year. If he didn't succeed, he agreed to return to Malaysia. As part of this deal, he also committed to passing all 3 levels of the Korean qualification exam. That way he would be set up for college applications if he didn't pass any of his auditions. While in South Korea, Han trained at DEF Company, honing his dance, singing, and especially his rapping skills. During his time there, he decided to take a chance and audition for JYP Entertainment with a friend. He performed a rap for the audition, which was a success. JYPE invited him for a final audition, and after that, they offered him a spot as a trainee. Towards the end of 2016, Han, along with fellow trainees Chris and Changbin, formed a hip-hop unit called 3RACHA. The 3 began collaborating on music, each showcasing their unique rapping skills. Not long after, on January 18th, 2017, they released their first track, Intro, on SoundCloud, followed by its release on YouTube on February 1st. Throughout the year, 3RACHA continued to release new songs roughly every 2 weeks, 1 original song and 1 cover song, where they placed their own lyrics on existing beats. Late in the year, on October 17th, Han participated in Mnet's new survival show, Stray Kids, where 9 trainees competed in various missions to earn a spot in the final debut lineup. Han, going by the name Ji-sung during the show, was introduced as part of the production and rap unit alongside his fellow 3RACHA members. Throughout the show's 10 episodes, Ji-sung consistently impressed JYP Entertainment's chief creative officer, Park Jin-young, who notably praised his vocal abilities. Despite being primarily known as a rapper, Ji-sung's strong singing skills surprised JYP. During the 3rd episode, Ji-sung was given the opportunity to help another contestant, Jongin, improve his vocals. JYP instructed the trainees to split into groups of 3, and Ji-sung, along with Woojin, worked closely with Jongin to assist him in enhancing his singing skills. The 3 of them came together to write lyrics for the song, School Life, a song about the life of someone in the Korean schooling system, an ironic theme for Han the homeschooler. Ji-sung has stated that the feelings and ideas he poured into the song came from those he saw through his friends, like Changbin, as well as TV dramas and films. This lack of true experience adds to his own songwriting skills, being able to not only write about another person's experiences, but also write about it in a way that listeners could relate to. School Life was later performed in the 4th episode, in which Jongin demonstrated his vocal skills again. With the new performance, JYP praised his improvement, displaying both Ji-sung and Woojin's abilities in coaching their fellow trainees' vocals. Ji-sung successfully made it through the entire show, never once being put at risk of elimination. It was clear that JYP was more than impressed by his wide range of skills as just a trainee. To commemorate their first song, 3RACHA released another song to SoundCloud on January 18th, 2018, the 1-year anniversary of Intro. The song, Start Line, would be one of the last songs uploaded to the 3RACHA account. A few months later, Ji-sung debuted under the stage name Han, being the only member of the group to use his surname as his stage name. Han officially debuted on March 25th, 2018, alongside his fellow 3RACHA members, Bangchan and Changbin. Together, they formed the core of Stray Kids' songwriting and production team. The day after their debut, Stray Kids released their first album, I Am Not, on March 26th, 2018, where Han was credited for writing 6 of the 7 tracks. Additionally, the album included an exclusive secret song only available on the physical CD, Mixtape number 1. This song was a reworked version of a track Han had previously released with 3RACHA called Placebo, which originally came out on October 25th, 2017. On August 6th, 2018, Stray Kids released their second mini-album, I Am Who, which featured another hidden track, Mixtape number 2. Unlike their previous hidden song, this track was a reworked version of one of 3RACHA's earlier cover songs. While the lyrics remained mostly the same, the song was given a completely new melody and style, reflecting the evolution of their music since their time as 3RACHA. A month later, on September 9th, Han and 3RACHA released an SKZ player performance to their new song, Zone. With this special performance, Jisung was able to demonstrate his rapping abilities again, even reuniting with his original crew. A little over a month later, Stray Kids released their conclusion to the I Am series, I Am You. Included on the physical version was another hidden track, titled Mixtape number 3. This track was an original song of 3RACHA's, originally released on November 20th, 2017, under the name For You. On March 25th, 2019, exactly 1 year after their debut, Stray Kids began a new album series with the release of Clay 1 Miro. This album included the next hidden mixtape track, Mixtape number 4, a reworked version of 3RACHA's song, Broken Compass, which had been released just before their survival show began. The album also featured a track titled 19, which Han wrote the lyrics of entirely himself, further highlighting his songwriting talent. In 19, Han reflects on his teenage years, expressing the bittersweet feelings of wanting time to slow down. He once wished for those years to pass quickly, but now feels nostalgic and even wishes they would disappear so he could stay in them longer. Although 19 was released in 2019, when Han would have officially turned 20 by Korean age standards, the song reveals his emotional connection to his teen years, showing how deeply he wanted to hold on to that time of his life. On March 31st, Stray Kids made their first appearance on the popular Korean TV show, King of Masked Singer. Surprisingly, the first member to participate wasn't one of their main vocalists, but Han, who is primarily known as a rapper. On the show, Han performed 2 songs, a vocal performance of Me After You, and a rap performance of Half Moon. His participation showcased his versatility, proving that he not only excels in rapping, but also as a singer. On June 19th, Stray Kids released Clay 2 Yellow Wood, the second album in the Clay series. Unlike their previous albums, this one didn't feature a hidden track on the physical version, instead compiling all of 3RACHA's reworked mixtape songs. Later, on October 10th, Han appeared as a guest MC on show Music Core. Just 18 days later, JYP Entertainment announced that Kim Woo-jin, one of Stray Kids' main vocalists, would be leaving the group due to personal reasons. Following Woo-jin's departure, Han, along with several other members, stepped up to fill the gap left in the group's vocal lineup. Despite his new singing responsibilities, Han remained focused on his songwriting. He was the only member of 3RACHA to contribute to the writing of the 6th track on their next album, Clay Levanter. The song, titled Sunshine, reflects Han's thoughts on life in the bustling city of Seoul. He emphasizes the importance of taking breaks and finding moments of peace, encouraging everyone to rest and enjoy the warmth of the sunshine. About a week after Levanter's release, Han was advised to take a hiatus due to him experiencing symptoms of anxiety in front of large crowds. It may seem like Jisung can do just about anything, but at the end of the day, he's still human and has his own struggles. With this hiatus, he lived out the message of sunshine, proving it truly is okay to take rest when it gets hard. The following year, on January 18th, Han and 3RACHA released their final song on SoundCloud, titled Carpe Diem. Though it was a very short track, lasting only 50 seconds, Han used the brief time to showcase his quick rapping skills. The song's title, Carpe Diem, is a Latin phrase that means seize the day or pluck the day. Through this song, Han expresses his desire to live in the present, marking a shift from his reflective, nostalgic themes he explored in Clay 1 Miro with the track 19, where he focused on holding on to that past. Now, with Carpe Diem, Han embraces a forward-looking mindset. A few months later, Stray Kids was set to release an opening and ending song for the Japanese anime series Tower of God. The opening song, Top, released to digital streaming platforms on April 28th, with the ending song, Slump, releasing a little over a week later on May 6th. Han is credited for writing the entirety of the lyrics for Slump, likely originally in Korean, and from there, KM Market assisted in translating the lyrics to Japanese. In an interview with Rolling Stone UK, Han speaks of the importance of Slump to him. He says in the interview, "It's a song that I wrote in a moment in my life when I was facing some difficulties, so it has a good meaning for me." The song, Slump, was recorded in 3 languages, Japanese, Korean, and English. Han discusses this, where he emphasizes how important he sees it, as it makes him feel he can touch even more people with the song. 2 days later, on May 8th, Han released his first SKZ player song, Close, which he wrote all the lyrics of.
In the music video description, Han shared insights into the inspiration behind the song. He explained that the idea came from a scene in the 2004 film, Closer, where two characters lock eyes on the street and feel an inexplicable attraction and excitement towards each other as strangers. This moment of connection sparked the concept for Close, showcasing Han's ability to draw creative inspiration from films and translate it into music. The following month, Stray Kids released their first full-length album, Go Live, featuring 14 tracks. Han wrote the lyrics for 2 of the songs, the previously released Slump, and a new track titled Another Day. On July 20th, Han collaborated with Lino to write a short duet song called Ice Americano. The following month, on August 23rd, Han performed a cover of Day 6's song, Congratulations, with Stray Kids' main vocalist, Seungmin. Through this cover, Han once again showcased his vocal abilities, proving that he was not only a skilled rapper, but also a capable singer who could harmonize with one of the group's best vocalists. On November 6th, Han released another SKZ record track titled I Got It, with lyrics written entirely by him. The song prominently featured his impressive rapping skills. On December 31st, Han participated in a special performance alongside ITZY's Leah and the boys' Juyeon. This performance gave Han a chance to display his rap abilities in a different setting, away from his usual Stray Kids members. With just 3 performers on stage, Han also showcased his dance skills. While the choreography wasn't overly complex, his presence and energy allowed him to stand out during the performance. Han began 2021 with several SKZ player releases, starting with his song, Alien, on January 31st. The track begins with 2 notable quotes from animated films, Pixar's 2007 movie, Ratatouille, and Walt Disney's Zootopia. The first quote is from Ratatouille, where Remy says, "The only thing predictable about life is its unpredictability." The second quote is from Zootopia's city motto, "Anyone can be anything, you can be everything." While these quotes seem to be spoken by an external voice in the song, when the pitch is adjusted, it's revealed that Han himself voiced them. Listen to this.
"The only thing predictable about life is its unpredictable ability. Anyone can be anything, you can be everything."
This subtle detail highlights that Han is delivering these uplifting messages to himself, encouraging perseverance and reminding himself to push forward in pursuit of his dreams. A few months later, Han released another SKZ player song titled Wish You Back, which he wrote all the lyrics for himself. Inspired by the 2016 film Your Name, the song imagines an alternate bittersweet ending, differing from the film's happy ending. Han's creative reinterpretation highlights his ability to reimagine narratives and draw inspiration from the media he consumes. Additionally, Makoto Shinkai, the director of Your Name, noticed Han's work and publicly praised the song, calling it beautiful. On July 7th, Han, Seungmin, and Ian appeared in a short video series where they brainstormed ideas for their unit track, Gone Away. In the video, Han shared that he once struggled with feeling insecure about his voice, believing that it was too sharp and thin. However, recording regularly for 3RACHA's early songs and performing on Stray Kids' guide tracks helped him learn to appreciate his unique vocal quality. Seungmin even noted that Han's voice sets him apart, allowing him to establish his own distinctive sound. Gone Away was later released on August 23rd as part of Stray Kids' second full-length album, NOEASY. Around the same time NOEASY released, Han could be seen wearing an eye patch often due to picking up a sty, likely from bacteria on colored lenses he would wear or frequent use of makeup as an idol. Shortly after his recovery, he adopted a dog named Tama. The following year, on February 9th, 2022, he teamed up with Seungmin to cover another Day 6 song, Zombie. Jisung contributed his voice to the cover through his singing and melodic rap style. The following month, Han was again featured as a guest MC on Show Music Core on March 26th. On October 11th, shortly after the release of Maxident, Han appeared on the Lee Moojin service show where he performed a jazz-influenced cover of Stray Kids' song, Case 143, along with 3 other covers. During the show, he shared that his father used to be in a rock band in his youth, which sparked Han's own interest in rock and related genres. Just 11 days later, on October 22nd, Han returned as a guest MC on Show Music Core, further showcasing his versatility and presence in various roles beyond performing with Stray Kids. On December 18th, Han participated in JYP Nation's 2022 performance, where he had a brief part but earned praise for his distinct vocal tone and line delivery, impressing both fans and casual viewers alike. He also performed alongside DANCERACHA members Hyunjin and Felix. Though the choreography was relatively simple, Han demonstrated his ability to keep pace with the skilled dancers, ensuring that he stood out positively while complimenting their performances. On February 3rd, 2023, Han and the other 3RACHA members were promoted to regular members of Korea's Music Copyright Association, making Han the youngest K-pop idol to achieve this status. Currently, he has writing credits on 163 songs, placing him among the highest-ranking K-pop idols in songwriting credits. Additionally, Han contributed to writing Paradise for the Japanese girl group Need You. The track was featured as a theme song for Doraemon's Nobita Sky Utopia in 2023 and became the first 3RACHA produced song to reach #1 on the Billboard Japan Hot 100.
On May 18th, Stray Kids teased their upcoming third album, 5 Star, by revealing a track titled Top Line. This song immediately garnered attention for featuring the iconic Korean rapper and producer Tiger JK, who Han has admired as both a role model and inspiration throughout his life. In Top Line, Han follows Tiger JK's verse, showcasing a skill level that holds its own alongside his idol. Additionally, Tiger JK even appeared in the music video, where fans saw Han visibly thrilled at the chance to meet and collaborate with someone he has looked up to for years. On 5 Star, Han serves as a primary writer for 2 tracks, Get Lit and Collision. While Get Lit delivers an intense, aggressive hip-hop sound, Collision explores the vulnerability of pleading to save a relationship. Collision showcases Han's romantic side, using planets to describe the feeling of being left behind in love. Whether or not these emotions are personal, Han's ability to display them through his songwriting makes them deeply relatable and impactful. On August 13th, Seungmin released an SKZ record track titled Hold On, with Han credited as the sole lyricist. Later, on October 15th, Han teamed up with Lino to perform a duet titled Want So Bad. On December 31st, Han, along with Stray Kids, performed Top Line alongside Tiger JK. This performance was more than substantial for Han, as he went from merely admiring Tiger JK to rapping on the same song to even performing live with him. The following year, on March 8th, Han released the SKZ record track 13. The lyrics of 13 speak of reminiscing on the past and longing for what once was. The song was inspired by the exchange couple So Dong-jin and Sung Dong-hye, who got back together. Exchange is a Korean reality TV series in which 5 single men and 5 single women participated with their ex-lovers. The series revolves around the theme of trying to either get back together with their ex-lover or find a new romance. On March 25th, 2024, Han opened his personal Instagram account, where he's previously shared short covers of various songs. Some of his notable covers include Steven Sanchez's Until I Found You, Dean Lewis's How Do I Say Goodbye, and The Walters' I Love You So. Through these covers, Han continues to showcase his musical talents, especially his guitar playing skills. In several of his covers, like Until I Found You, Ohyuk's soundtrack song, A Little Girl, and IBOM's Do You Want to Say Love, he performs while playing guitar. On April 27th, Han released an SKZ player track featuring Bae from NMIX. In the song, the two sing about feelings of isolation and the sense that time is passing too quickly. Shortly after, Han made his solo debut in the fashion world with a feature on the cover of W Korea's June issue, wearing pieces from the French luxury brand Balmain. This was his first solo magazine shoot, marking a milestone as it was sponsored by a high-end brand. On July 19th, Stray Kids released their mini-album, 8. The 6th track, Twilight, was predominantly written by Han, and like many of his other songs, centers around themes of longing and emptiness. Twilight became Han's first solo song to enter Billboard's World Digital Song Sales chart, where it debuted at number 10. Only 3 other tracks from 8 charted here alongside Twilight: the title track, Chick Chick Boom, Jam, and Mountains. Stray Kids was featured on the cover of Rolling Stone UK for their September issue. As a part of this feature, the magazine individually interviewed Han, where they published an article online claiming Han to be both an all-rounder, but more specifically, the all-rounder of Stray Kids. Through his years with both 3RACHA and Stray Kids, Han has shown an incredible range of talent and creativity, where he has revealed his softer, romantic side along the way. This is Felix's voice in 2018.
여기 우리 구역 District 9.
And this is it now.
Make it right, we make it right.
How did he get from this to this? We're going to take a look into how he learned to use his voice better and display that with Stray Kids as he grew. The biggest thing that came first is he needed to understand how his voice actually operates. And the way his voice actually works, it's a mix of what he has naturally. He's naturally much lower, and he's using that control that he's built up to elevate it almost. We see that all the time when he's talking, but his performing voice is very different from his talking voice. And that comes from understanding how to control it a whole lot better, and that alone took an immense amount of time to learn. Felix's voice comes down to 2 main things. There's obviously the natural aspect of, well, that's just how his voice is. His voice is kind of naturally more on the lower end, and then also understanding kind of what the structure of it is and how he can control it to get it to that limit and kind of get it to that area where now we see it in the performances. It's very different from when he's actually just talking outside of the performance. A lot of it isn't actually about that he already has a very deep voice. A lot of it comes from understanding how to use it better and utilize it in the song. If he were to just talk in a performance, it would not sound great, and he had to figure that out, and he had to get it to that point where he understood how to control it in the best way possible that it can amplify it. And this is something that Stray Kids or 3RACHA have been experimenting with more as they've progressed over the years. Because the way they used to record it earlier on is it was just once. It wasn't like they only record it once and they go with that, but but they actually only had one solid take that they used in the song, versus later on they learned about more layering, and they can take multiple different performances that are very similar and very strong and almost like mix them in, where in different songs you'll be able to hear there's obviously the main one that you're going to focus on more, but there's also areas on the side that are going to amplify and expand on that sound. By layering it, it's going to feel much more grand, and it's going to feel like it's much larger than it actually is. So what he's doing actually is he's usually going to rap at 2 different pitches. There's going to be the main one that we hear most of the time during the song, and then there's going to be a little quieter of one underneath that. Just a little bit lower in a tone, but you feel it a whole lot more in the song. It's a very small change, but it feels a lot different. And so what he's actually doing is he's recording it... Dude. And so what he's actually doing is he's not recording it at just the one pitch that we hear personally. He's usually going to record it at a lower pitch as well, where they can layer it in, usually at a more quieter side, but it expands on that deep voice and it makes it feel much more grand, and it hits you a lot stronger. Probably one of the strongest examples of this is Maniac, one of their most popular songs. In the chorus of it, I think everyone's familiar with the chorus, Felix is almost chanting Maniac very lowly. Probably the most memorable part of the song is the chorus, and specifically Felix's part, where he's going very low with his voice, but it's not just his voice there. He's also got different recordings around it, where only when he says Maniac, you can feel it expand around you. This is a big mixing thing where they're putting in different areas of the Maniac so that it feels like it hits you a whole lot more. Next time you have headphones, I really recommend you listen to Maniac with them. Just pay attention in the chorus to feel those different areas expanding, because you're really going to only notice it when he says Maniac. When he says the little words in between and then goes back to Maniac, you're not going to feel it in between. It's thin again. So it expands only when he's saying Maniac, and that's what makes it hit you so hard there. So it's really interesting to see them expanding that and working on it as they grow. Another big part of his voice and his actual control of it is being able to keep the same tone even while whispering. And that might not sound super hard immediately, but I mean, if I were to try and whisper and go a little super low, you could hear how my voice doesn't expand very well. It sounds kind of lame. But like, he's not doing that. When you hear him whisper, it's very clear. And that wasn't something that he just figured out immediately. This was something he had to learn and grow on. This was something that he had to experiment with and figure out how to do correctly. Because quite a lot of people will lose their power when they're whispering. I think it's a mix of really what understanding a whisper is. When we think about a whisper, we think, oh, well, we gotta be quiet now. So it's reprogramming the brain to work in a different way simply for performing it better. I've talked about this before, and it's a very unfavorable opinion, I guess, but I don't really care for Felix's part in Victory Song. I don't think it's that good, honestly. I think the biggest thing is what we're talking about right now. His voice there is very thin. It's just one recording, and there's nothing to it. It's very quiet. It's clear that he's still trying to figure out how to use that whispery tone and make it powerful. Because at this point, back in 2019, he didn't really have these large roles of displaying his deep voice in such power. I mean, looking back, this was just their 4th mini album, so they were kind of just figuring it out still. They didn't really know what to do with it. I'm sure that 3RACHA likely had the idea to have Felix go as low as he can with the song, but they didn't quite understand how to utilize it the best that they could. And we see them utilizing it a whole lot more the following year with God's Menu. That portion, you can actually feel the layering in it, of course, but he also understands how to use that whispery tone and use it in a way that still feels powerful. Because truthfully, it doesn't hit quite the same way without that power. You could go as low as you could. I mean, it might be kind of cool, but it's not gonna leave you remembering it. I think that's the reason that Victory Song didn't take off, but God's Menu did. That's the part where it felt like there was a huge change in that, and you felt that power immediately. Which kind of leads me into the next thing I realized about his voice. More recently, in the past few years, we've been hearing Felix actually singing in quite a lot of songs. But what's interesting about it is his singing voice sounds different almost. It sounds like it's a different person. I mean, you look at his solo songs and you could show it to anyone not familiar with the group or with Felix, they're probably going to think it's two different people. I mean, I certainly did when I heard Deep End for quite a while. It took me a couple of months before I realized, oh, that's just Felix doing all that. I remember searching around to try and find who that other person could be. I looked at who was writing on the song. There was no other performers listed. And it took me kind of a while to just grasp that concept that Felix has such varying identities with his vocals. Because Felix has both of that deep baritone voice, and he's also got the ability to go higher with it and almost bring it into a different kind of tone. He can lighten up different songs, and he can also darken them in certain ways. And it's that kind of duality that allows him to add more texture to the song and bring them to life even more. It's certainly one thing to be able to drop your voice very low, like that's already very impressive, but to also be able to bring it up in a way that you can sing very well and make it sound like different people, it gives the song even more contrast and even more depth to it. Now, Felix, when he first started, he certainly didn't have this vocal ability. This is something that he had to develop over the years. He didn't debut as a vocalist, he was more so on the rap side of things. That's not to say he never sang. We do see him sing a couple of times, like in his Glow performance. He's actually complimented for singing very well by JYP. So before he even debuted, he had that groundwork in place to be a singer that can use two different voices. Some of the major songs that Felix is being pushed into the center are like Side Effects. That was probably the earliest one of their title tracks that he was at the center of. Obviously there was Victory Song a few months earlier, but that wasn't necessarily a title track. Side Effects was kind of their first chance at trying to weaponize his voice and use it as something that could be obviously a highlight. I think 3RACHA very much so understood that Felix had something very interesting that they could leverage and use as a weapon, like I said. However, at this time, he was very narrowed in. Obviously his part is certainly quite interesting on its own, but it wasn't quite the contrast they needed for it to excel. His parts were certainly good, but they weren't necessarily memorable quite yet. And I think a lot of that just comes down to overall confidence and understanding that control. He didn't quite have that control of his voice quite yet, and that needed time to develop. And this is also kind of why I think his part in Side Effects didn't go viral, and his part in God's Menu did. With God's Menu, they kind of shifted it from being just a guy with a deep voice to being at the center of it. I think his part in God's Menu was written to focus right on him. It was a very loud song, very aggressive, very continued song, and then following that chorus, they drop right down into his part where the instruments almost go entirely away. And now that he understood that contrast and how to control it better, he was able to elevate the song like they had hoped for him to do. That's the moment that let him obviously explode Stray Kids and also show that 3RACHA understands what they're doing with Felix. This moment gives the audience a bit of a breather from the aggressive intro and chorus. It clicks in the brain that something different is happening now. You can feel the shift from the louder stuff down to that quieter stuff where Felix is right at the center with his voice, that interesting point, and he's controlling it exceptionally well. What I also find interesting is that God's Menu was not at all his deepest instance of his voice. We had obviously Victory Song, which was much lower, Side Effects was much lower, but it didn't quite hit the same in those songs. I think that it's less about having such a low voice and actually having it structured around his voice. The song needs to be leaning into it a little bit more where it feels like something actually shifting and you can feel that development within him. That's actually kind of why I would say there's almost three pillars to Felix's voice, where there's the contrast and the dynamics of that. Take for example like Maniac or Domino or even a solo song Deep End, where you start with something louder and then Felix gets the control of the lower portion. Or in the case of Deep End, it's actually him. He's actually contrasting himself with the brighter voice and then his actual deeper voice that he's most known for. Essentially what he's doing is he's controlling the shape of the song. We can physically see this happening online. If you go on YouTube and look at the actual song music videos, we see on Maniac, the most replayed portion is his part. We could see that highlighted by the graph. Right as he comes in, there's a huge spike in people looking back. A lot of people want to go back and hear his part, not because of how deep his voice is, but because of how it comes in and how it shifts from how it was before. Domino, you can't see it as well because Domino doesn't have a music video, but there's definitely a bit of a spike going up there. It's a little bit harder to see since it is such a short video, but that alone highlights his contrast and how not only he understands, but how SKZ understands how to contrast with his voice. I think that had Maniac began with the latter chorus and not actually dropped down after that pre-chorus, it wouldn't have hit as hard. It's important that Felix gets the more lower end kind of portions where he can use that contrast. He can take the energy that was high and drop it down immediately. That's what gets your attention, and that's what keeps you listening and keeps you hooked. The second main pillar I would consider him to have is obviously identity. He's kind of the sound of Stray Kids now. I mean, you could talk about the deep voice in K-pop and pretty much everyone will recognize that as Felix. He's got that identity down where people just understand him as that, but not because he's got the lowest voice in K-pop, but because he's able to control it and use it in a way that obviously contrasts, like I said before, but expands on his own personal identity. On the same album as Ordinary, they use it again pretty well. I'd say in Charmer, his part in the second verse is great. You go from kind of a faster flow and rap to much of a slower and paced down portion for Felix. And that allows you to feel a big change coming. You feel something hitting without there actually being much hitting. It's kind of nothing that hits you, but somehow that nothing hits so hard. I would honestly argue that Stray Kids' signature sound is built around him, where I wonder if Maniac would have never been written had he not been in the group. What do I mean by that? I think that Maniac was intended to have that low portion in the chorus. Had Felix not been in the group and not inspired them to take something like that with such a low voice, I don't think it would have ever happened. Now, look, I could be wrong. I'm not SKZ. I really do think that without Felix in the group, it wouldn't have hit as hard, obviously, and it probably wouldn't have ever been written. I think that Felix's voice and understanding what they can do with that voice inspires a lot of their songs. Not so much about like, oh, well, Felix's voice inspired the entire concept of Maniac. I don't mean that much entirely, but like the actual structure of the song is kind of what comes down to his voice. I think that loops back to God's Menu as well, where had Felix not been in the group, had he not had that very low aspect to his voice, they might not have put in something quite like that in the song. And it's because of those two things, his contrast and also his personal identity, that allows for his third pillar, which is memorability. His parts aren't standalone things. They're things that people will remember even after they hear it the first time. Dare I even say they remember it seconds after. They're thinking back to that part that just happened even while the song is still progressing. This is something that people have called the Felix effect, where Felix's voice or his just personality in general attract people immensely. He's probably the biggest member of Stray Kids for actually attracting in new audiences, where people just notice him so quickly and latch onto him so much more. And that's not to say that the other members don't have their own qualities, but Felix has his down in a way that expands on what Stray Kids is. His own qualities are built into the group on their own. What makes it work even better is that you like that one part of Maniac? Oh, well, good for you. We have 5 other songs that have a similar structure where we highlight his voice in that same way. Oh, you love those songs now? Perfect, good. Now you're gonna listen to my music and now you're gonna buy my album. So it all kind of snowballs into something where he's bringing them in based on the sound that Stray Kids have developed, and he's also expanding it on his own. And I think that's what let Stray Kids elevate their noise so much. It gave almost a balance to it, where it gave them something they can bench on if they ever get a little bit too loud with their sound. Say the chorus they want is very explosive, but they don't want it to be too in your face, just enough that people will recognize it and be able to listen to it enough, but also give it something extra, something memorable too, leading up to it even more. And so truthfully, Stray Kids' sound couldn't evolve had Felix not evolved first. Had Felix stuck with just the simpler tones and also SKZ stuck with not layering the voice, it wouldn't have worked in quite the same way that it does now. One last thing that I find kind of interesting, I don't know how important it actually is, but like, I find it very interesting that Felix looks like this, and then his voice is very deep. So it's a very large surprise. for when you're finding out about him and you see him for the first time, because it doesn't match. Again, it comes back to that contrast. Like, there's something right about his appearance and his voice that grabs you in. It takes you deeper to learning more about him. You don't stop at just hearing his voice and thinking it's amazing. You also learn more about him, and I think that's kind of what's grown him to the success that he has on his own, but also within Stray Kids. I think that he's become the face of Stray Kids because of his voice and because of what he's learned.
And Felix Lee is widely recognized in K-pop for his deep voice, which has played a key role in his success. Beyond his unique vocal tone, Felix also stands out for his presence in the fashion industry and his impressive dance skills. Felix was born in Australia on September 15th, 2000. His grandfather chose his middle name, Youngbuk, which he would later use as his Korean name. Felix grew up in the Sydney area, leading him to develop freckles on his face from the strong rays of the sun. He participated in Taekwondo while he was growing up, studying the martial arts for 12 years. On top of learning Taekwondo, he also competed in tournaments where he earned a total of 63 medals. During the upper half of his childhood, he began taking dance classes. While he was studying at the dance school, he was scouted by a woman from JYP Entertainment who later reached out to Felix through a direct message on Facebook. She invited him to a shooting, however, Felix wasn't sure what to think of it. His boss from the dance academy advised him to take up her offer and attend the shooting. Felix successfully passed JYP Entertainment's auditions and was invited to join the company. He moved to South Korea and officially joined on February 24th, 2017. Since the Korean language, Hangul, lacks the character for the F sound in his name, he was often called Felix. To adapt, he started using his middle name, Youngbuk, which was given to him by his grandfather, and went by Youngbuk, a name that fit more naturally in Korean. Despite his choice, JYP Entertainment wasn't supportive, as Youngbuk is now considered an old-fashioned or hillbilly name in Korea, something Felix was unaware of. With his strong background in dance and Taekwondo, Felix's training period was relatively short before he appeared as a JYP trainee. On August 22nd, he performed with 8 other trainees at JYP's homecoming showcase under the temporary group name Male Project Team. Just over a month later, they reappeared as Stray Kids and released their first music video on YouTube on October 6th. 11 days later, Felix appeared on a JYP and Mnet survival show called Stray Kids. Throughout the show, he faced frequent criticism, particularly for his Korean skills, which impacted his rapping. Having only been in South Korea for a few months, his Korean was still limited. In the third episode, Felix lost a bet and had to order food for his unit mates, Lino and Changbin. They encouraged him to practice his Korean by ordering chicken from the restaurant himself. Though he struggled, he successfully placed the order and picked up the food. On December 5th, in the 8th episode, Stray Kids were tasked to perform a live busking performance. Additionally, JYP sent out 2 scouts, 2PM's Jun K and producer Rado, to judge their performance from the crowd. Leading up to their performance, Felix was feeling overly nervous as he had previously been on watch from JYP for elimination. Those nerves led him to consistently make mistakes in both his rap and dance during their practices. While performing their new song, Ya Ya Ya, at their busking event, Felix unfortunately made a mistake in his dance performance, where he was meant to balance on Woojin and Jungin a little longer. At the end of the episode, the scouts shared their thoughts on the Stray Kids members, and JYP made his decision regarding the group's future. He felt it would be best for Felix to continue training at the company separately from Stray Kids due to his limited Korean skills and recent dance mistake. Felix's elimination devastated the remaining members, especially Bang Chan, his fellow Australian, who promised Felix he would never leave him behind and urged him to always find him. Near the end of the 9th episode, JYP revealed that he didn't feel the same spark and energy in Stray Kids as he initially did, associating it with them just clicking together stronger when they're the full 9-member group. Because of this, JYP decided to give Mino and Felix another chance and let the viewers decide in a live finale. The viewers voted in favor of the 9-member lineup, a whopping 96% to 4. It was clear even if Felix had his mistakes now and then, the fans would love him regardless and always support him. With the final vote, he was accepted into the final lineup of Stray Kids and given the opportunity to debut, having the second shortest training period with JYP Entertainment in the group. The following year, on March 25th, 2018, Felix made his debut in Stray Kids with a performance at Jangchung Arena. Despite the possible language difficulties, he decided to use his English name, Felix, as his stage name. Additionally, he kept Youngbuk as his Korean name, one that fans exceptionally loved and found cute, despite JYPE's initial opinions. The next day, Felix and Stray Kids released their first album, I Am Not. Just a few months later, on August 6th, Stray Kids released their follow-up album, I Am Who. The album features an intro track titled Who, which Felix co-wrote with Woojin and Han. The song reflects the album's theme of finding yourself at your own pace, even if it's different from the people around you. 20 days later, on August 26th, Felix joined Lino and Hyunjin for a dance performance video, forming the dance unit, DANCERACHA. Felix played a key role in choreographing the performance, as well as guiding the camera work. The SKZ player performance showcased his growth in dance since his training days. In 8 months since the survival show, his dance skills had vastly improved.
with his movements looking significantly smoother and more defined. On March 25th, 2019, the 1-year anniversary of their debut, Stray Kids released Clay 1 Miro. The 5th track on the album was titled Boxer and showcased Felix's prior taekwondo skills in the choreography. At the tip of the second pre-chorus, Felix performs a tornado kick, both a very powerful kick and a difficult one. Felix makes it look easy though, thanks to his prior 12 years of experience. The second album in the Clay series, Clay 2 Yellow Wood, released just a few months later on June 19th. The album featured Side Effects as its title track, prominently showcasing Felix's unique lower vocal tone. His voice can be especially heard in the final chorus, as he leads with almost no background instrumentation.
Money, up, da.
On July 1st, Felix became the MC for the Korean TV program Pops and Soul. The TV series differed from other programs, as it was prominently an English program, making Felix the Aussie a perfect fit. In the show, he went over various topics, such as current news in K-pop, provided tips for K-pop fans, and even taught viewers how to do dances to popular K-pop songs. He served as an MC through all of 2019 until January of 2020, where he inevitably stepped down as MC. Being fluent in English, Felix and Bangchan often take the lead in American interviews. One memorable appearance was on February 13th, when Stray Kids was featured as guests on The Zach Sang Show. Felix's multilingual ability helped him stand out without overshadowing the other members, allowing him to engage with the audience while still highlighting the group's collective presence. During the interview, host Zach Sang praised Felix's deep voice, noting the strong impact it has, even on people who aren't dedicated fans. A few months later, on June 17th, Stray Kids released their first full-length album, Go Live. The title track, God's Menu, featured Felix's voice prominently in both the second verse and the bridge. His part in the second verse particularly stood out, as the contrast between the otherwise loud, aggressive song and his low, whisper-like vocals highlighted his voice more than ever before. The impact was more than clear, with the God's Menu music video reaching 66 million views within just 28 days, 16 million more than their previous title track, Levanter, had accumulated in almost 5 years. As of now, God's Menu holds the record as Stray Kids' most watched music video, with over 480 million views. With the success of God's Menu, Stray Kids gained more attention, and new listeners often referred to Felix as the guy that sings that one part, recognizing his deep voice in key moments of songs. This included his standout parts in tracks like the previously released Side Effects, as well as future hits like Maniac and Case 143. Additionally, Go Live sold 70,000 more copies in its first month than their previous album, Clay Levanter. While Clay Levanter sold 182,300 copies in its first month, Go Live sold 243,462 copies in the same time frame. Felix's vocal performance certainly played a significant role in helping Stray Kids reach the level of success they claim today. On August 4th, Felix released his first vlog, in which he and his fellow Aussie, Bangchan, baked one of his iconic recipes, coffee cookies. In his free time, Felix enjoys baking. One of Stay's favorite recipes follows a similar structure, that being brownies infused with coffee powder, just like the cookies Felix and Bangchan made. On September 14th, Stray Kids released their first repackaged album, In Life. The album featured tracks written by each Racha unit in Stray Kids, with Felix's unit, DANCERACHA, writing the 7th track, Wow. Wow has since become the most played song of the 3 In Life unit tracks. Later, on November 25th, Hyunjin and Felix were featured in a promotional film for Dior's new sneakers, B27. Days Korea included a short comment in the description in which they described the duo as being capable of perfectly displaying the essence of Stray Kids through their moves. On December 9th, Felix began a new ASMR series called 801 Stay FM. Fans and members alike had often joked that Felix's voice was perfect for ASMR, and this series was his gift to Stay, who had shown immense appreciation for his voice throughout the year. The series included 4 episodes, with a new one released every other week until January 20th, 2021. Before the year ended, Felix gave one final performance on December 31st, alongside the boys' Younghoon and G-Idol's Woodsy at NBC's 2020 Music Festival. The trio delivered a summer-inspired performance, where ironically, Felix's iconic deep voice was not the focus. Instead, he showcased his singing skills, surprising many with his noticeably different vocal tone, a shift from his usual deep, low voice to a higher, cutesier sound. On the same day, Stray Kids released their annual Step Out video, where they share their goals for the upcoming year. Unlike their previous Step Out 2019 and Step Out 2020 videos, which were text-only, Step Out 2021 featured Felix narrating. Using his well-loved voice, he walked viewers through the group's achievements in 2020 and outlined their goals for 2021. South Korea celebrates Valentine's Day slightly different from places around the world. In South Korea, Valentine's Day is reserved for women to give guys gifts, rather than it going both ways. The guys later give back to those that gifted them on March 14th, known as White Day. Felix collaborated with Changbin to release a song on White Day. The two of them worked together to write the song Because, On April 1st, Stray Kids joined Mnet's new reality TV series, Kingdom Legendary War. Later, in the 8th episode, which aired on May 20th, they delivered a remix performance of their hit song, God's Menu, with Blackpink's Doo 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 Doo. The performance opened with Felix spotlighted in a Deadpool costume, a nod to the popular Marvel anti-hero. Deadpool first appeared in a comic book on December 11th, 1990, and later in Fox's X-Men Origins Wolverine from 2009. However, fans were disappointed with this portrayal. 7 years later, Fox reintroduced the character in the 2016 film Deadpool, with Canadian actor Ryan Reynolds reprising the role. Felix started the performance by sitting on a ledge with his feet dangling, while drawing and listening to the radio, an homage to Deadpool's opening scene. Initially, JYP Entertainment declined the request to incorporate Deadpool's likeness into the performance, but Stray Kids leader, Bang Chan, insisted on it, feeling that the character resonated with the group's identity. Eventually, JYP approved the idea, placing Felix in the spotlight as Deadpool, bringing a unique twist to their stage performance. The performance caught Ryan Reynolds' attention on Twitter, leading him to interact with Stray Kids, and most notably their leader, Bang Chan. The final episode of Kingdom Legendary War aired on June 3rd, and to commemorate the finale, Felix baked his famous coffee cookies for his fellow contestants. 16 days later, on June 19th, Felix joined Bang Chan, Changbin, and Seungmin on the SKZ player track Up All Night, contributing his unique vocal tone to complement the song's contrasting styles. On July 23rd, Felix was featured in his first solo pictorial and interview, featuring on GQ Korea's August issue, marking one of Stray Kids' earliest solo magazine features. A week later, he appeared on GQ Korea's YouTube channel for an interview, showcasing his charm and personality individually for fans. On September 16th, Felix joined Lino and Hyunjin, his fellow DANCERACHA members, in Etro's luxury fashion campaign. The promotional film emphasized their dance skills, allowing Felix to display his versatility beyond standard performances. On October 21st, he was featured in both a fashion film and pictorial, making his first solo cover appearance for the November issue of Star One magazine. Just over a month later, on November 29th, Stray Kids released their first seasonal-themed album, Christmas Evil, where Felix's iconic deep voice played a major role. His parts in the title track, specifically in the first chorus and ending refrain, became an instant hit on social media. Even those unfamiliar with Stray Kids found themselves drawn to Felix's distinctive voice, with his lines frequently used in holiday-themed content. This exposure introduced new listeners to Felix's charms and encouraged them to explore more of Stray Kids music. Stray Kids released Step Out 2022 on December 31st, which featured Felix's voice like last year. However, he also acted in the announcement video, where it was themed like a CEO of a company going over their newest products. This theme presents Felix at the front of Stray Kids, celebrating their accomplishments in 2021 and announcing their plans for 2022. Felix began 2022 with another pictorial and interview, this time with Singles Korea on January 19th. 8 days later, Singles Korea released a behind-the-scenes film to their Instagram account. Later, on February 9th, JYP Entertainment put out an announcement regarding Felix. They mentioned how he had previously been experiencing back pain and was diagnosed with an intervertebral disc herniation. It's unlikely he had any surgeries performed for it, and rather took medication while resting. At the end of the month, on February 27th, Stray Kids announced their next album, Ordinary, accompanied by a trailer that centers on Felix making his way up through the floors of a skyscraper. The album was later released on March 18th, marking a special moment just 1 week before the group's 4th debut anniversary. Its title track, Maniac, quickly became one of Stray Kids' most popular songs, reaching over 320 million plays on Spotify. Felix's distinctive deep voice stands out in the song, especially in the first chorus and post-bridge. During Maniac's promotional stages, Felix managed his injury by taking a selective approach to his performances. He delivered his lines and then stepped aside, reducing his movements but still maintaining his presence. This style allowed him to stay involved, though it required a high level of focus to ensure he hit each cue and returned to the main stage at the right moments. A few months later, on June 24th, Twice member Nayeon began her solo career with a mini-album titled I'm Nayeon. The second track, No Problem, featured Felix for his vocalistic talents, showcasing his abilities outside of Stray Kids' signature sound. Shortly after Maxina's release, Felix and Bang Chan were featured on Eric Nam's Daebak show, in which they tried sauces, and Felix reveals he was confused about how Michelin stars work, believing the max star count was 5 instead of 3, thanks to his iconic God's Menu line. On December 21st, Stray Kids released SKZ Replay, a compilation album featuring previously released SKZ player songs along with new tracks. Included were some of Felix's earlier collaborations, like Because and Up All Night, as well as 2 brand new contributions he helped write for the album. The 7th track of SKZ Replay, Deep End, marks one of Felix's solo pieces. Co-written with producer Shim Eunji, structured as a piano ballad, Deep End explores the lingering weight of heartbreak, comparing the sensation to sinking in a pool. Felix's diverse use of vocal tone adds depth to the song's minimal instrumentation, with his lower tones creating a unique contrast that amplifies the song's emotional descent. His vocal range led many listeners to wonder if a second singer was featured, showcasing his ability to layer contrasting vocal colors within a single performance. The 10th track, #LoveStay, is a full group song. Felix, Hyunjin, and Ian wrote the track with producer Kim Se-mi, again displaying his experience with songwriting. 10 days later, on December 31st, Felix provided a voiceover for Step Out 2023, which was themed inside of a bedroom and pinball machine. The following year, on January 30th, 2023, Felix was featured in an interview with Beauty Plus Korea magazine as part of his cover feature for their February issue. His photo shoot with Beauty Plus was sponsored by the French luxury brand Kenzo, placing Felix in the brand's clothing. This photo shoot was more than substantial for him, as a luxury brand was placing their faith in Felix to help them market their brand. On March 24th, BTS's Jimin released his mini-album, Face. To promote the album, Jimin appeared on Pixid's YouTube channel on March 26th for a game. During the game, one contestant shared that, while she had been a dedicated BTS fan, Felix's deep voice and maniac had stolen her attention. In response, Jimin jokingly called out to Felix, using his Korean name, Youngbok, saying he'd bring her back to the BTS fandom for a bit. This mention surprised Felix, as he holds great admiration for BTS's members, making the interaction especially memorable for him. Felix later responded to Jimin's message by performing a dance cover to Like Crazy on March 31st. Felix appeared on the cover of Elle Korea's May issue with a photo shoot sponsored by Louis Vuitton. His month was packed with fashion events. He attended Louis Vuitton's Women's Pre-Fall 2023 show on May 1st, followed by Gentle Monster's grand opening in Japan on May 10th. On May 20th, he joined Levi's celebration for their 150th anniversary of their iconic 501 jeans. To wrap up the month, Felix attended Louis Vuitton's Women's Cruise 2024 show in Italy on May 27th, further solidifying his presence in the luxury fashion world. In June, W Korea featured Felix on their cover, with the shoot sponsored once again by Kenzo. Shortly after, on June 2nd, Stray Kids released a third full-length album, 5 Star, which included the track F&F, or Flora and Fauna. Co-written by Felix, Bangchan, and producer Trippy, F&F is a heartfelt tribute to their home country, Australia. On June 27th, Felix attended Bulgaria's Serpentine 75 exhibit with Mama Muzwasa. His influence in fashion was solidified on August 22nd when Louis Vuitton named him as a house ambassador, a role that highlights his growing prominence in luxury fashion. In September, Stray Kids made an appearance at the VMAs in the United States, where they performed their latest track, S-Class, and took home the award for Best K-Pop Music Video. With over 3.5 million viewers tuned into the show, this was an incredible opportunity for the group to gain international exposure. Felix in particular drew attention from new fans, with many asking about the blonde guy on stage. Following this success, Felix attended Louis Vuitton's Women's Spring-Summer 2024 show in Paris on October 2nd. A few days later, on October 8th, Stray Kids released a trailer for their upcoming album, Rockstar, with Felix and leader Bangchan delivering the trailer's voiceover. On October 30th, Felix appeared in the music video for Niju's Korean single, Hearttress, where he played a high school student, in which Niju tried to get his fluffy keychain. November was a busier month too, with Felix featured on W Korea's digital cover, sponsored by Louis Vuitton. Towards the end of the month, he took part in W Korea's 18th annual Love Your W campaign on November 24th. Just 6 days later, on November 30th, Felix attended Louis Vuitton's pre-fall show by Pharrell Williams and appeared on GQ Korea's YouTube channel for an interview promoting his December cover. The following week, he attended GQ Korea's night party on December 7th. For Christmas, Felix joined Niju in a festive performance of their song, Hearttress. A week later, on December 31st, he delivered another special Christmas performance, this time on MBC, alongside his fellow DANCERACHA members, Lino and Hyunjin. Together, they presented a charming, dance-centered rendition of White Love, delighting fans with their playful and coordinated moves. As 2024 was beginning, Felix donated 100 million Korean won to help children in Laos suffering from poor sanitation and nutrition through UNICEF on January 4th. Around the same time, he was given a break lasting 3 weeks. Felix stated he felt unfulfilled from simply donating and decided to use that time to travel to Laos to help serve those same children. UNICEF took the opportunity to document it, uploading 3 episodes to their Korean YouTube channel. Shortly after, he donated an additional 50 million won to UNICEF, as well as 50 million won to World Vision. Following his service in Laos, he was featured on Vogue Korea's digital cover, sponsored by Bulgari Perfume. On March 5th, Felix made his runway debut at Louis Vuitton's Paris Fashion Week Women's Fall-Winter 2024 show. This was a notable milestone, as K-pop idols appearing on the runway is incredibly rare, with most featured as models rather than runway performers. Felix shared that he felt extremely nervous leading up to the show, but received support from model Jung Ho-yeon, who reassured him and offered guidance on what to do. The following month, Felix continued his impact in fashion, appearing on Harper's Bazaar Japan's physical cover and Harper's Bazaar Korea's digital cover for April. On May 2nd, Stray Kids released a teaser for their collaboration single, Lose My Breath. In the trailer, Felix provides a voiceover, narrating and setting the scene for the song and music video. Later that month, he attended Louis Vuitton's Women's Cruise 2025 show in Barcelona on May 27th. Shortly after, Felix was featured on Vogue's main YouTube channel with over 15 million subscribers. The video follows Felix as he prepares for the Louis Vuitton show, offering a behind-the-scenes look and an interview that highlights his experiences and insights as he gets ready for the event. On June 18th, Stray Kids released a trailer for their upcoming album, 8. As part of the album's promotion, they shared short videos featuring each member acting as TV ad hosts, humorously selling 8 fortune cookies. Only one of these ads was included in the trailer, with Felix's video prominently showcased at the very start. A few weeks later, Felix co-hosted an Apple Music exclusive radio show all about Stray Kids Radio alongside his fellow Aussie, Bang Chan. On July 17th, Felix also appeared on Radio Star, an NBC program, marking one of his first solo TV interviews where he represented Stray Kids on his own. Just a few days later, on July 19th, 8 was released, with Felix contributing as a co-writer on the 5th track, Runners. In the same day, Marvel Korea released a special interview between Felix, Bang Chan, and Hollywood actors Ryan Reynolds and Hugh Jackman. This interview was particularly meaningful for Felix, who once portrayed Deadpool in Kingdom Legendary War and now had the chance to interview the original Deadpool actor himself, Ryan Reynolds. Later, on September 8th, Felix attended Tommy Hilfiger's Spring-Summer 2025 show at New York Fashion Week alongside his fellow DANCERACHA member, Lino. Felix was then featured on the cover of Elle Korea's November issue, accompanied by a concept film as part of the promotion. Both the cover and film were sponsored by Louis Vuitton. Throughout his 7 years as a K-pop idol, Felix has demonstrated not only his charisma, but also his skills through his fashion presence and global praise. Felix has steadily built a name for himself in the fashion industry, starting even before his official debut as a K-pop idol. On February 27th, 2018, he made his fashion debut alongside Stray Kids in Changbin's Glow and Color campaign. This early appearance hinted at both Felix's and the group's potential as fashion icons. Throughout 2018, Stray Kids continued to gain attention in the fashion world, being featured in well-known magazines like Days Korea and Nylon Korea. These pictorials included both group and solo appearances, giving Felix valuable opportunities to develop his individual modeling skills and gain on-set experience. His consistent involvement laid the groundwork for what would become a successful fashion journey, eventually leading to global recognition with luxury brands. In 2019, Stray Kids continued building their presence in the fashion world, with features in magazines like Marie Claire Korea and Days Korea. By 2020, the group began branching out into more individual and duo features. That January, Felix and Ian appeared together in Marie Claire Korea, marking a notable step in their fashion careers. Although the pictorial included 8 images, only one featured both members together. The rest showcased Felix and Ian separately, highlighting their individual styles. Felix stood out by modeling 2 contrasting looks. One was a playful, brightly colored knit sweater paired with blue jean overalls, while the other had a more mature vibe, featuring a loose gray turtleneck under a sleek, sleeveless black jacket. This photo shoot reflected Felix's versatility and growing reputation, not just as a model, but as a rising influence in the fashion industry. On September 17th, Felix was featured in a Dispatch HD pictorial alongside his DANCERACHA unit members. This shoot allowed Felix to further broaden his fashion appeal, showcasing both group synergy and his individual charm, especially highlighted by his striking blue contact lenses, which added a bold visual twist. Just 2 months later, on November 25th, Felix appeared in a fashion film by Days Korea with fellow member Hyunjin. In the video's description, the magazine wrote, "Hyunjin and Felix, born in 2000, presenting the moves and essence of Stray Kids in Dior Men's new sneakers B27. It recognized how Felix and Hyunjin had grown into figures capable of representing the full energy and identity of Stray Kids, just the 2 of them. It also marked a milestone in Felix's fashion journey, showing that he had reached a level where he could confidently present high-end products for a luxury brand like Dior. The focus on unit photo shoots continued strongly into 2021. In January, Felix appeared on a pictorial for Elle Korea alongside Bang Chan, Hyunjin, and Han. During the shoot, he wore several luxury fashion pieces, including a purple bomber jacket and printed shirt from Celine, paired with Dior earrings, further solidifying his presence in the high fashion scene. One standout photo prominently highlighted his natural freckles, a rare sight among K-pop idols. These freckles, a result of growing up under the warm Australian sun, added a unique and personal touch to his visual identity, setting him apart in an industry often focused on uniform beauty standards. The following month, Felix and Hyunjin were once again featured as a duo, this time in a pictorial for Arena Home Plus. The shoot highlighted their refined and elegant side, dressing them in luxurious outfits that emphasized their growing influence in the fashion world. Later in 2021, Felix reached a major milestone by making his solo modeling debut in a pictorial for GQ Korea. In the accompanying interview, he shared that he initially felt nervous when the shoot began, but grew more confident as the session progressed, ultimately enjoying the experience of expressing himself through fashion. GQ Korea featured Felix in 8 distinct outfits, giving him the chance to showcase his versatility and wide-ranging appeal, from sharp tailoring to bold statement pieces. Throughout the shoot, he wore pieces from high-end brands like Saint Laurent, Dolce & Gabbana, and Celine, further establishing his presence as a rising star in luxury fashion and hinting at even greater opportunities to come. The next month, Felix was featured in Etro's Earthbeat campaign alongside his fellow DANCERACHA members. This campaign was a perfect fit for Felix, as it allowed him to highlight both his expanding passion for fashion and his exceptional dance abilities. By combining movement with style, Felix showcased the unique strength he brings to fashion, his ability to communicate emotion and energy through dance. His presence in the campaign was powerful yet graceful, reflecting his deep connection to performance and growing confidence in fashion. The collaboration further solidified his reputation as someone who can effortlessly bridge the worlds of music, dance, and high fashion. In November, Felix became the first member of Stray Kids to be individually featured on the cover of a magazine. He appeared on the cover of Star One magazine alongside an exclusive pictorial. This marked a significant milestone in his career, further establishing him as a fashion icon. To further promote the issue, Felix also appeared in a short film produced by Star One, where he demonstrated his natural charisma and effortless style. The photoshoot presented a classy, relaxed style that highlighted Felix's versatility, showcasing a more refined and laid-back side of his fashion persona. With each shot, Felix effortlessly blended elegance with a sense of ease, giving fans a glimpse of a different side to him. This feature not only solidified his presence in the fashion world, but also underscored his growing influence as a solo artist, proving that his appeal extends far beyond music and into the world of high fashion. The following year, Felix continued to shine individually, further establishing his presence as a fashion icon outside of Stray Kids. His solo appearances grew more frequent, and he no longer had to rely solely on the group's name to capture attention. Felix was featured in Singles Korea, where he participated in both a pictorial and a film, wearing 7 different outfits. One of these looks featured Felix wearing a skirt, a bold choice that isn't often seen among male idols. This outfit highlighted Felix's unique approach to fashion, showing his love for mixing traditionally masculine and feminine clothing. He enjoys experimenting with different styles, blending items to create a new look in fashion. Felix showcased both masculine looks, like black jeans and a leather jacket, alongside the lesser seen style of a skirt worn over leather pants, emphasizing his ability to create a fresh and innovative approach to fashion. The following month, Stray Kids released their album, Ordinary. In the music video for the title track, Maniac, Felix once again made a bold fashion statement by wearing a skirt over pants. This look further showcased his willingness to experiment with fashion, reinforcing his growing reputation as a trendsetter in the industry and embracing their Maniac concept. Towards the end of the summer, on August 31st, Felix attended Todd's collection event in Seoul alongside his fellow member, Hyunjin. The event celebrated Todd's Fall and Winter 2022 collection and campaign, drawing an impressive guest list that included celebrities like G-Idol's Minnie and actor Lee Dong-hui. Felix's presence at the event helped to highlight his growing status in the fashion world. Just a few days later, on September 5th, Felix and Hyunjin traveled to Paris to attend the YSL Beauty Libre event. Their attendance not only drew media attention, but also reinforced their growing influence within the international fashion and beauty industries. If you've been enjoying hearing about Felix's fashion evolution, I'd really appreciate it if you could subscribe. It's the easiest way to let me know you enjoy what I do, and it's completely free. Thank you! Just a few months later, in 2023, the two of them were featured in Noblesse Men's January issue, where they showcased Versace's new spring and summer collection. The editorial highlighted his ability to carry high fashion with confidence, signaling his arrival as a serious presence in the luxury fashion world. This milestone marked yet another step forward in his evolving career as both an artist and a fashion icon. Additionally, Hyunjin and Felix were featured on Cosmopolitan Korea's January cover, being featured in multiple magazines for the January issues. The following month, Felix appeared on the cover of Beauty Plus magazine, with the photoshoot sponsored by the luxury brand, Kenzo. This marked a major milestone in his fashion journey. It was his first solo cover fully backed by a high-end brand, with Felix as the focal point. 5 years after his fashion debut, this moment reflected just how far he's come. No longer just part of a rising group, Felix had grown into a recognized fashion figure whose presence alone holds marketing power. For brands like Kenzo, featuring Felix wasn't just a style choice, but also a strategic move, recognizing his influence and reach in the global fashion scene. Later in May, Elle Korea featured Felix on their cover, with a photo shoot sponsored by Louis Vuitton. This marked another major step in his fashion journey, being especially notable as Louis Vuitton, like Kenzo, is part of the luxury powerhouse LVMH, which also owns brands like Bulgari and Dior. Just days before the cover release, Felix had attended Louis Vuitton's women's pre-fall show on April 29th, marking his first solo appearance at a fashion show. Attending such a high-profile event on his own, and with Louis Vuitton specifically, signaled that the brand was taking a strong interest in him. What started as a presence in group shoots had now evolved into personal invitations and collaborations with some of the biggest names in fashion. On May 10th, Felix attended the grand opening of Gentle Monster's first store in Japan, the luxury eyewear brand, in which LVMH holds a 7% stake, welcomed Felix as a high-profile guest, further proof of his growing impact in the global fashion scene. Just 10 days later, he also appeared at Levi's 150th anniversary celebration for the iconic 501 jeans. These appearances showed that Felix's influence extended beyond magazine covers and runway shows. His presence alone became a powerful marketing tool, helping brands generate attention and visibility simply by attending their events. Felix wasn't just modeling fashion, he was shaping the conversation around it. Just a few days later, on May 24th, Felix attended Louis Vuitton's Women's Cruise 2024 show in Italy. His invitation as such an exclusive international event further highlighted the relationship between Felix and the brand. It almost seemed as though the brand had more in mind for the idol down the line. Felix reunited with Kenzo for W Korea's digital June cover, embracing a warm, summer-inspired concept that highlighted his versatility in both fashion and mood. Later that month, on June 27th, he attended Bulgari's Serpentine 75 exhibit in Seoul. These back-to-back appearances, representing two major LVMH brands, demonstrated his continued rise as a sought-after figure in the luxury fashion world, effortlessly blending editorial charm with real-world presence. Just over a month later, Felix opened his personal Instagram account, and fittingly, his very first post was dedicated to Louis Vuitton. Within a few weeks, Felix was officially announced as Louis Vuitton's newest house ambassador on August 22nd. Since opening his account, Felix has quickly become the most followed 4th generation K-pop idol on Instagram, amassing over 27 million followers. His rise on the platform, paired with his growing relationship with Louis Vuitton, solidified his status not just as an idol, but as a global fashion icon with real influence. Felix embraced his new role as a house ambassador on October 2nd by attending the brand's Women's Spring and Summer 2024 show in Paris. His presence at the show further cemented his close ties with the fashion house. The momentum continued into November. Felix appeared on W Korea's digital November cover, once again representing Louis Vuitton. Later that month, on November 24th, he also took part in W Korea's 18th annual Love Your W campaign, a meaningful event supporting breast cancer awareness. These appearances showcased not only his fashion influence, but also his commitment to using that platform for larger causes. On November 30th, exactly 100 days after being named a Louis Vuitton house ambassador, Felix attended Pharrell Williams' first pre-fall presentation for the brand in Hong Kong. The very next day, Felix appeared on the cover of GQ Korea. The theme of the photo shoot was centered around chameleons, featuring a vibrant mix of colors, textures, and styles. Felix even posed with a live chameleon, emphasizing the concept's symbolism. Felix could almost be compared to a chameleon, effortlessly shifting between styles and influences, blending them into something uniquely his own. The shoot highlighted his versatility, not only as a fashion figure, but as an artist who constantly redefines his identity. Just a week later, Felix attended GQ Korea's prestigious night party, fully styled in Louis Vuitton from head to toe. GQ Korea understood his influence and just how much of an impact he had left through the year, leading to GQ Korea honoring Felix by naming him their 2023 Man of the Year. In early 2024, Felix appeared on the cover of Vogue Korea's February issue, with the shoot sponsored by Bulgari Perfume, another luxury brand under LVMH. The concept of the photo shoot highlighted two contrasting sides of Felix, his signature blonde look and a rarer, dark-haired version. The duality emphasized his ability to shift between styles effortlessly, further solidifying his reputation as a versatile fashion icon. On March 5th, Felix made his official runway debut at Louis Vuitton's Women's Fall and Winter 2024 show during Paris Fashion Week, a major milestone in his fashion journey. This appearance was especially significant as it's rare for K-pop idols to walk the runway, with most being featured in pictorials or as front row guests, not as actual runway models. Felix later shared that he was incredibly nervous beforehand, but received kind support from model Jung Ho-yeon, who offered him advice and encouragement on how to handle the moment. Just a month later, Felix continued to make waves in fashion. He was featured on the physical cover of Harper's Bazaar Japan and the digital cover of Harper's Bazaar Korea for their April issues, further cementing his rising status as a global fashion figure. In May, Felix attended Louis Vuitton's Women's Cruise 2025 show on May 23rd in Barcelona, Spain, continuing his strong association with the brand. Additionally, Felix was featured on Vogue's main YouTube channel, where he shared a behind-the-scenes look at his process of preparing for a fashion show. The video offered a glimpse into his routine, showcasing his dedication and the level of preparation that goes into his appearances. Shortly after his appearance on Vogue's YouTube channel, Felix was featured on W Korea's digital June cover, continuing his strong presence in the fashion world. In July, as part of 8's promotion, Felix appeared on Rizabe, a popular Korean makeup channel. This appearance allowed Felix to showcase his personality and engage with his fans in a more casual, behind-the-scenes setting, expanding his influence beyond just fashion and into the world of beauty and lifestyle. After releasing 8, Stray Kids began their latest world tour, Dominate. Early in the tour, Felix performed his solo track, Unfair, showcasing his individual artistry. He also continued his partnership with Louis Vuitton, wearing the brand's outfits during his performances. Additionally, on September 8th, Felix attended the Tommy Hilfiger's Spring and Summer 2025 show during New York Fashion Week, alongside his fellow DANCERACHA member, Lino. Their appearance at one of fashion's most high-profile events further emphasized Felix's rising global presence in the fashion scene. Earlier in the year, on May 6th, all the Stray Kids attended the 2024 Met Gala as guests of Tommy Hilfiger. With Felix attending another event of theirs, he's not only furthering his personal connections with the brand, but also the group as a whole. This didn't mean he was abandoning Louis Vuitton though, as he appeared on Elle Korea's November cover, representing the brand again. The following year, on March 10th, Felix returned to the runway for Louis Vuitton's Women's Fall and Winter 2025 show. He wore brown plaid pants paired with a custom-designed sweater created specifically for him by Louis Vuitton's creative director, Nicolas Jesquier. The look perfectly captured Felix's ability to merge classic elegance with modern edge, further elevating his reputation as a muse in high fashion. To highlight the moment, the brand also released a behind-the-scenes video of the show, with Felix featured prominently throughout. His presence and effortless charisma stood out, reinforcing not only his strong relationship with the brand, but the influence of Stray Kids altogether. Kim Seungmin is best known for his vocal skills, impressing many even before he had debuted. Born on September 22nd, Seungmin grew up loving baseball. His grandfather was initially the one to introduce him to it, which he continued for the majority of his childhood until he was injured and couldn't continue due to family circumstances. Later in middle school, he began wondering what he should do to be happy in life. He speaks of a time in 4th grade when he won a prize in a children's song contest with his choir. He remembered the feeling of performing for people, specifically singing, and enjoying their applause afterwards. With this, he decided to pursue music, leading him to extensively practice singing and continue studying hard to please his parents. A little later, in early 2017, Seungmin attended JYP Entertainment's 13th annual yearly audition, demonstrating the skills he had worked so hard to perfect. His audition was more than successful, placing second out of all the other auditionees. Following his successful audition, he joined JYP Entertainment as a trainee towards the middle of March. He further trained his vocal abilities, as well as worked on his dance skills. 5 months later, on August 22nd, he appeared at JYP's Homecoming Showcase. Seungmin participated in the showcase with 8 other trainees, going by the name Male Project Team. The 9 trainees later appeared in their first music video, Elevator. 11 days later, Seungmin was featured in a reality TV program titled Stray Kids. The name of the show came from the more permanent team name they came up with, that being Stray Kids. The 9 members were tasked with missions in which they had to prepare performances and give them the following week. Stray Kids' first mission was to create their own original song and perform it live for JYP. They presented Elevator, which featured Seungmin singing the intro of the song, as well as the first lines of the pre-chorus. He showcased his vocal range with the intro, showing his ability to sing in a lower, monotone sound. JYP would later praise this skill in the 4th episode. The 9 contestants were tasked with splitting into groups of 3 and performing new songs as those units. Seungmin teamed up with Stray Kids leader, Chan,
Man, and Hyunjin, who is currently at risk of elimination. The three of them performed their original song, 4419, structured as a ballad that discusses past memories. JYP mentions how Seungmin's part in the beginning of the song feels almost like a conversation, especially praising his use of the middle register. Seungmin was later given the opportunity to debut in the 10th episode, never once being placed at risk of elimination. The following year, he made his debut as Stray Kids with a performance at Jongchung Arena on March 25th, 2018. The day after, on March 26th, Stray Kids released their first album, I Am Not. However, Seungmin's vocals weren't heavily featured in the title track, District 9. The majority of his lines were performed in a rap style. A little less than a month later, Stray Kids was featured in an interview with X-Force News to help fans familiarize themselves with the members. In the interview, Seungmin revealed one of his dreams as a singer. He mentions how he's performed with his seniors before, referring to more experienced groups, and wishes to perform in a place which only Stray Kids fans, who would later be named Stay, are present. A few months later, Seungmin took up the role of MC for Arirang TV's After School Club. What's especially interesting about Seungmin becoming an MC is the fact that After School Club is prominently an English program. As an MC host, he was able to put to use the extensive studying he did earlier in his life, hosting on an English show from July 24th to December 25th, 2018. Around the same time, Stray Kids launched a video series called SKZ Player, which showcased the members' creativity through original songs, dance performances, and covers of existing tracks. Each unit within the group contributed: the rap unit, 3RACHA, the dance unit, DANCERACHA, and the vocal unit, VOCALRACHA. Seungmin was part of VOCALRACHA, along with Woojin and IN. Together, they performed a vocal cover of Tomorrow Today, a 2017 track by JJ Project, senior artists from their label who later joined GOT7. VOCALRACHA credited the song for providing comfort during times when they felt uncertain about their future, giving it a strong purpose for being their first cover. The following year, on February 14th, 2019, Seungmin graduated from Cheongdam High School, the same high school Bang Chan earlier attended. A little over a month later, Stray Kids released Clay One Miro, which featured Miro as its title track. Seungmin's vocal skills are highlighted vastly more than in District 9 a year prior, being featured in the chorus with his fellow VOCALRACHA members, Woojin and IN. Miro was a very successful song for Stray Kids too, landing them their first music show win on April 14th, solidifying both Stray Kids' talents and Seungmin's impressive vocal strengths. Shortly after, Seungmin became an MC again, this time for MBC's English program, We K-Pop. He didn't serve as an MC for very long, hosting from July 12th to October 11th, 2019. He ended his duties to prepare for Stray Kids' first world tour, District 9 Unlocked, with their first show on November 23rd at Olympic Hall in Seoul, South Korea. With this performance, Seungmin began fulfilling his earlier dream to perform for Stay exclusively. There were 2 shows at Olympic Stadium, pulling in 9,321 attendees. A few months later, Stray Kids performed internationally in the United States at Microsoft Theater in Los Angeles, California. Seungmin and Stray Kids gave their largest single-night performance here on February 16th, 2020, with 5,294 attendees. Unfortunately, this ended up being their final show of the tour, being unexpectedly cancelled due to the worldwide lockdown. At the beginning of 2020, Stray Kids released a video with their plans for the year. One of their primary goals was to continue the SKZ Player series. The group began the series shortly after the lockdown, giving both Stay and new listeners comfort in the uncertain time. Initially, this plan was simply for original songs from the members. However, Seungmin suggested the idea of covering songs as well to the company. Seungmin was the one to lead the extended SKZ Players, singing a cover of Gaho's Start on May 4th, 2020. Start is the soundtrack song, coming from the Korean drama Itaewon Class. Later in the month, on May 23rd, Seungmin covered Day 6's track, You Were Beautiful. Seungmin has expressed his love for performing covers, mentioning how they challenge him to improve his vocal skills and capture the essence of the original songs. In a 2022 interview with Paper Magazine, he shared that he started looking for a vocal coach in 2020, likely around the time he worked on his SKZ Player covers. His dedication to learning and growth was evident, not only in his covers, but also in his contributions to Stray Kids as a whole. 3 months after covering You Were Beautiful, Seungmin teamed up with Han, a member of 3RACHA, to showcase their exceptional vocal abilities. The duo performed a cover of Congratulations, another song by Day 6. Han, who is often regarded as an ace or all-rounder in Stray Kids, brought out a sense of friendly competition, with both members pushing each other to deliver impressive vocals throughout the performance. On October 30th, he challenged himself again with a cover, this time to Sandol's song, Stay As You Are. About a month later, he was featured on Kiss the Radio, a radio show hosted by Day 6's Young K. He participated with Lino as fixed guests as part of the Challenge SKZ segment. Seungmin made his first appearance with Lino on November 23rd and participated in the show through December 27th, 2021. As 2021 was beginning, Seungmin released a cover of EXO Baekhyun's song, Love Again, on January 2nd, 2021. He performed another cover at the end of the month on January 31st, this time accompanied by other singers. He performed Shinhwa's Once in a Lifetime at the Seoul Music Awards, alongside the boys' Hyunjin, IZ*ONE's Eunbi, 80's Jongho, ITZY's Leah, and Oh My Girl's Seunghee. Seungmin released an original song with Changbin on March 25th as part of their third debut anniversary. The duo wrote Piece of a Puzzle with Bangchan, demonstrating Seungmin's writing abilities and collaborative talents. A few months later, on May 7th, he released another cover, this time of Ha Hyun Song's track 3108. Around the same time, Stray Kids participated in Mnet's reality TV program Kingdom Legendary War. Stray Kids competed against 5 other groups to be named the Kings of K-pop. Initially, each group's goal was to fight against each other. However, in the 7th episode, the 6 groups were tasked to group up with each other and create unit teams and continue competing. 80's was given the first choice, selecting to team up with B2B and Stray Kids. The 3 groups came together to make up the team, Mayfly. In the 8th episode, Seungmin's performance with Mayfly's vocal unit, performing with B2B's Eunkwon and 80's Jongho. The 3 members came together to decide what to perform, with Seungmin suggesting performing a cover of soloist IU's song, Love Poem. Eunkwon too had the song in mind, making it an easy decision. Mayfly V gave the performance in the same episode, where fans and new viewers saw Seungmin's voice exceptionally highlighted. His performance even caught the original singer's attention, with IU praising it and recommending that people watch the full performance. With this praise, he solidified one of his original dreams with the covers, that being to capture the essence of the original song. Seungmin's performance also earned him praise from his fellow Stray Kids member, Changbin, who found it deeply moving. Changbin shared that he was especially touched by the effort Seungmin put into preparing for his cover of Love Poem. Watching Seungmin's dedication and passion brought Changbin to tears, not because of the performance itself, but because he was overwhelmed by Seungmin's hard work and commitment to delivering his best. Seungmin's efforts were well received, with all 33 of the judges voting in favor of Mayfly V's performance over their competitors. On September 19th, Seungmin performed a cover of Day 6's song, Zombie, with Bangchan at K-Contact High 5. Shortly after, on October 10th, he released his first solo soundtrack song, Here Always, for the Korean drama Hometown Cha-Cha-Cha. This marked a milestone as the first solo OST by any member of Stray Kids. While the group had previously contributed to soundtracks with songs like Top and Hello Stranger, this was the first time a member performed a track entirely on their own. On December 17th, he performed a cover as part of KBS's music festival. Seungmin, along with Kim Woo-sok, Astro's Yoon Sun-ha, and the boys' Hyunjae, performed T-Max's song, Model Paradise. 10 days later, on December 27th, Lino and Seungmin concluded their Challenge SKZ segment of Kiss the Radio. The following year, on February 9th, Seungmin released his cover of Zombie to YouTube. However, Bangchan was not featured on the cover anymore. Rather, Han took up his parts. Almost a month later, Seungmin was featured on the Lee Moo-jin Service Show, a show that highlights some of the best singers in K-pop. On July 14th, Seungmin released a cover of Justin Bieber's hit song, Ghost. Despite the familiarity many listeners had with the original, Seungmin managed to recapture its charm, making it one of his most popular covers. 3 months later, on October 20th, he released his second solo soundtrack song, Close to You, for the Korean drama Love and Contract. The track, a heartfelt piano ballad, showcases emotional vocal delivery and further solidified his reputation as a talented vocalist. At the end of 2022, Stray Kids released a compilation album titled SKZ Replay. The album features Seungmin's collaboration track, Piece of a Puzzle, and a new solo song, Stars and Raindrops. None of Seungmin's covers were included, rather it compiled the original songs and introduced new ones. Seungmin worked with producer Hong Ji-sung, who had previously worked on several of Day 6's songs like Zombie and You Were Beautiful. Seungmin specifically selected Ji-sung for this reason, as he wished for the song to have a modern rock feel. As 2023 was beginning, Seungmin released a cover of Yoonha's song, Event Horizon. 2 months later, he released an original song with Changbin and Felix. The 3 of them came together to create the song, Snain. Shortly after, on May 8th, Seungmin was scheduled to continue his childhood baseball dreams. He was invited to throw the first pitch for the Lotte Giants in Busan. However, the game was cancelled due to poor weather. The team still allowed him to throw a pitch, giving him a vision of what else he could have done with his life. His skills were further recognized on May 16th, where he was nominated for Best Artist of K-Drama OST for his song, Close to You, as part of the 2023 Top 10 Awards. Seungmin later appeared on the Korean TV series King of Masked Singer. He appeared in episode 408
airing on June 11th, where he performed Wave. He reappeared in the following episode, where he sang Laundry by Lee Juk, which he was unfortunately eliminated in. The following month, Seungmin was featured on the cover of Days Korea, alongside his fellow VOCALRACHA member, Ian, and DANCERACHA member, Lino. The full shoot was sponsored by the luxury brand, Dior, showing that luxury brands were building up trust in Seungmin and his fellow Stray Kids members. The next month, Seungmin released an original song called Hold On, which Bang Chan and Han wrote for him. A week later, Seungmin's two soundtrack songs, Close to You and Here Always, were moved from the Stray Kids profile to a personal profile under Seungmin's name. This profile would be associated with all of his songs in the future. The year after, Seungmin was featured on Nylon Japan's January 2024 cover. The shoot was sponsored by luxury fashion brand Coach, with the shoot having a festive feel coming off of Christmas. This appearance marked Seungmin's first solo cover feature, especially highlighting his presence outside of being a well-loved singer. 2 months later, he attended Lowe's Paris Fashion Week Women Fall Winter 2024 show on March 1st. Which too was a first for him. 2024 was starting off really well for him, making his first solo cover appearance in fashion show attendance. 14 days later, on March 15th, he released Phobia, a fan favorite track from the webtoon series I'm the Queen in This Life. 3 days later, Seungmin was given another chance to throw the ceremonial pitch, this time for the exhibition match between Team Korea and the Los Angeles Dodgers at the Gocheok Skydome in Seoul. Towards the end of the month, Stray Kids hosted their 4th annual fan meeting called SKZ's Magic School. On March 31st, the final day of the event, Seungmin and Han debuted a brand new original song titled Respirator. The song would not be released until later in 2024, leading fans to be overwhelmingly excited and curious about the song. A few days later, on April 9th, Seungmin released another soundtrack song, Destiny, for the Korean drama The Midnight Studio. This track added to his growing portfolio of soundtrack contributions, further highlighting his involvement as a vocalist. 2 weeks later, on April 23rd, he attended Chanel's Rogue Allure pop-up store in Seoul, South Korea. Just 3 days later, Seungmin teased his upcoming YouTube series, Song By. The series centers around the theme of covering songs that are close to him and explaining that connection through the video. He began his series on April 28th, where he performed a cover of IU's Love Poem, the same song he covered as Mayfly V in Kingdom Legendary War. In the video, he explains how he views the initial performance as a turning point in his career, where he began receiving recognition as one of Stray Kids' vocalists. With this connection, he believed Love Poem would be a perfect song to begin his Song By series, wishing to recognize its impact. In June, Seungmin was featured on the cover of W Korea's June issue, sponsored by Low. On June 2nd, he released the second episode of his Song By series, where he covered High and Dry by the British rock band Radiohead. During the episode, Seungmin shared how supportive Changbin had been of the series, noting that Changbin was one of the first to watch the episode and even watched the teaser. Seungmin also expressed his appreciation for older rock music, like Radiohead, a passion reflected in his earlier solo track, Stars and Raindrops. Shortly after, Han and Seungmin released Respirator to YouTube on June 4th. The following month, he was featured on Elle Japan's July cover, with the shoot sponsored by luxury jewelry brand Harry Winston. On July 3rd, he attended Chanel's Coco Crush pop-up store in Seoul, South Korea. Seungmin released his third Song By episode on July 7th, being recorded in a green field, a direct contrast to the gray, monotone style of the previous episode. He covers Yosobi's song, Tracing a Dream, which he feels reminds him of his youth. 19 days later, on July 26th, Seungmin was featured on B2B's Eunkwang's YouTube show as part of the promotion for Stray Kids' newest album, 8. The 4th episode of Song By released on August 18th, covering Yoonha's song, Umbrella. Umbrella is a song written by Epic High's Tablo, who was very excited to hear Seungmin wish to cover Umbrella. When it was released, he shared it to his Instagram story, stating that it was beautifully performed. A little over a month later, Seungmin attended Sasaki's 70th anniversary event on September 19th. 3 days later, Seungmin released the 5th episode of Song By on September 22nd, the same day as his birthday. He performed 2 songs in the episode. The first song was a cover of Lau's song, Steal a Show, which was featured in Pixar's 2023 film, Elemental. The second was the performance of his original song, Stars and Raindrops. The 6th episode released nearly 2 months later, coming out slightly longer due to Seungmin being on tour with Stray Kids. Despite this, he wished to release a new episode, even if it was a shorter one. Airing on November 17th, Seungmin performed a cover of 21's song, Missing You. With it being shorter, there wasn't much backstory to the song in the video. However, the emotions behind it can still be felt through his performance skills. As for Seungmin's future, he will be releasing his solo song, As We Are, on December 13th, which he wrote with Hyunjin Song. The song was initially presented on Stray Kids' Dominate World Tour and will now be featured on their special album, Hop. Additionally, Seungmin has not yet wrapped up his Song By series, with many more episodes on their way, even if they don't come nearly as quickly as before. Young Jonghyun's vocal skills have shown remarkable growth, highlighting his dedication to improve and become one of Stray Kids' greatest singers. Born on February 8th, 2001, Jonghyun is the youngest member of Stray Kids. As the youngest of the group, he's referred to as the maknae of Stray Kids, a Korean word simply meaning youngest. Age plays a major role in South Korea, where it's customary to speak to those that are older than you with the utmost respect and care for those that are younger than you. These traditions carry over to the K-pop industry, where members not only care for each other, but also care for the maknae and try to help them as much as they can. Jonghyun grew up in Busan, South Korea, where he would later attend his first audition. During middle school, he developed an interest in singing and performing, enjoying the idea of being on stage. When JYP Entertainment announced auditions in Busan, Jonghyun saw it as a chance to gain experience. To his surprise, he passed the first round with the academy calling him around 9:30 p.m., asking him to come back for a final audition. He rushed to perform again, but unfortunately didn't make it through the second round. JYP Entertainment encouraged him to keep practicing and try again when they returned to Busan. Jonghyun didn't take their advice though, where he would continue auditioning with other companies than JYP Entertainment. His auditions were successful for the most part, but he could only ever make it past the first round, getting rejected in the second round of auditions. Eventually, JYP came back to Busan, where he attempted to audition again. However, he followed his pattern of passing the first round and failing the second, yet this time it was different. JYP Entertainment asked him to get a haircut and come back in for a third round, stating that his hair was covering his eyes. This unusual third round was successful, leading Jonghyun to join the company and begin training to become a K-pop idol around 2016. The following year, Jonghyun was scheduled to be seen as a contestant at JYP Entertainment in Mnet's new survival show, Stray Kids. Leading up to the show, JYP Entertainment held a homecoming showcase in which a male team, going by Male Project Team, and a female team, Girl Team 2, competed to be JYP Entertainment's next K-pop group. Jonghyun competed with the Male Project Team with 8 other members. The 9 of them were selected by Park Jin-young, the chief creative officer of JYP. Those same 9 members came together as a more permanent group, Stray Kids. These performances were seen in the first episode of the Stray Kids survival show. JYP tasked Stray Kids with creating their own song and performing it live for him. Stray Kids selected Elevator, which would later be known as Hellevator. Chan, who is both the leader of Stray Kids and a member of the hip-hop group 3RACHA, wrote the melody and lyrics for the track. As a newer songwriter, he accidentally wrote the song too high for the average male singer. Because of this, Jonghyun only sang 2 lines throughout the whole song. His vocal skills were still being developed at the time, making the already difficult song incredibly hard for him. JYP felt that despite his short line distribution, his part stood out as amateurish and unstable. JYP recommended that he rather stick to shorter lines, like the My Elevator part in the chorus. Because of this, Jonghyun was placed at risk of elimination along with 2 other members. JYP instructed the members to form 3 groups of 3 for their next performance. Woojin and Jisung chose to team up with Jonghyun, offering him valuable guidance. Woojin, as a skilled vocalist, and Jisung, known for his strong vocals even as a rapper, worked together to help Jonghyun improve his singing. The trio performed School Life in the 4th episode, where Jonghyun experimented with melodic rapping alongside singing. Before presenting the performance to JYP, the group rehearsed in front of Chan. He noticed significant improvement in Jonghyun's skills thanks to Woojin and Jisung's help. Chan advised them to stay focused during their performance, predicting that JYP should be impressed. Jonghyun initially struggled with the song, specifically the pre-chorus, which included a very high note that was challenging but crucial to nail. To overcome this, the trio modified the high note into a chant that all 3 of the members performed together, with Woojin and Jisung supporting Jonghyun on the part. Unfortunately, JYP felt that his performance was still lacking, stating that his melodic rap in the beginning was stuffy. Additionally, he brought up Jonghyun's dancing skills, mentioning how they felt short and held back. This feedback was certainly discouraging to say the least, but he continued practicing to prove his worth in the next performance. In the 6th and 7th episodes, Stray Kids competed against some of YG Entertainment's trainees, as part of a generational tradition of JYP's trainees battling against YG's trainees. With the pride of JYP Entertainment online, Park Jin-young wanted to preview their performances and ensure the quality met his standards. Jonghyun participated in the vocal team with Woojin, Chan, and Jisung. The 4 of them performed a remixed version of As If It's Your Last by Blackpink, a girl group from YG Entertainment. However, when JYP reviewed their performance, he felt Jonghyun's vocal skills were still lacking and he just wasn't ready yet. He decided it would be best for both Stray Kids and the company if Jonghyun didn't participate with the vocal team. Despite his exclusion from the vocal team, he was still allowed to participate with the full group dance team. Jonghyun's fellow members noticed how much criticism he was receiving and made sure to encourage him as much as they could. Jonghyun too mentioned how hard it was for him, where he felt he was practicing and performing to the best of his ability, but it was never enough for JYP. Jonghyun's known for his wide smile and how he's almost always smiling, but he tries to smile to hide that something is weighing him down inside.
After their battle with YG, Stray Kids gave a live busking performance in the 8th episode. Jongin continued to practice and delivered a successful performance that night. JYP had sent 2 mystery listeners to evaluate them, including producer Rado, who specifically praised Jongin's singing to JYP. Later, during feedback with the 8 remaining trainees, JYP passed on Rado's positive comments to Jongin. It marked the first time JYP openly praised Jongin on the show, acknowledging his noticeable vocal improvement and growth. Afterwards, Jongin called his mother to let her know he was praised. His mother shared that his aunt felt JYP was being too harsh on him, making the praise feel all the more welcome. Jongin persevered and showcased his talents during the live finale on December 19th, where Stray Kids performed for a live audience in national television. Jongin's performance demonstrated his progress, earning him a spot in the debut lineup. While participating in the survival show, Jongin, at just 16 years old, balanced his training life with high school. He enrolled at Seoul School of Performing Arts, also known as SOPA, the same school attended by his fellow Stray Kids member, Hyunjin, to continue his education while pursuing his dream. The following year, he debuted with Stray Kids at Jongchung Arena on March 25th. With his debut, he changed his stage name to Ian. Despite the heavy criticism, he debuted as a vocalist for Stray Kids. The group released their first album the following day, titled I Am Not. The title track, District 9, was prominently a rap and hip-hop song, leaving Ian with minimal parts in the song. However, Stray Kids released their second album, I Am Who, featuring My Pace as its title track. My Pace displayed his singing skills much more extensively, being highlighted at the beginning of both pre-choruses. On September 2nd, Stray Kids vocalists released a cover of JJ Project's song, Tomorrow, Today. Performing under the name VOCALRACHA, the trio showcased their individual vocal talents as well as their cohesive group harmony. Ian played a standout role in the performance, as he was the second singer to open the cover, demonstrating his voice and displaying to fans and new listeners alike why he holds a key position as one of Stray Kids' vocalists. A little over a month later, Stray Kids released their third album and conclusion to the I Am series, I Am You. The title track, I Am You, is a song that especially highlighted Stray Kids' vocal talents. With the song, Ian was able to demonstrate his growing vocal skills in the spotlight of the chorus, proving he has a place in Stray Kids and won't hold back the group. The following year, Stray Kids celebrated their debut anniversary on March 25th by releasing a new album, Clay One Miro. The title track, Miro, too featured Ian in the chorus, letting him highlight the vocals he's worked so hard to improve. A few months later, on June 19th, Stray Kids released Clay 2 Yellow Wood, which didn't feature Ian singing anywhere near as much as before. The title track, Side Effects, was a very experimental track, taking inspiration from rap, hip-hop, EDM, and even rock to become a genre considered Stray Kids genre. Because of this, he only had one dedicated line towards the end. This was not to put his singing down though, as it just wasn't a song fit for his voice. Ian's voice came through even more prominently in later tracks on the album, such as Mixtape number 1, Mixtape number 2, and Mixtape number 4. Mixtape number 1 follows an EDM pop style, similar to earlier Stray Kids songs, like Awkward Silence and Voices. Ian's voice plays a key role in building tension during the pre-chorus, once again highlighting his vocal abilities. Mixtape number 2 is a powerful vocal-driven track that emphasizes the voices of all Stray Kids members. This gave Ian the chance to showcase his growth to both those that doubted him and devoted stays, further proving his development as a vocalist. Finally, Mixtape number 4 revisits the pop EDM style of Mixtape number 1, but gives Ian a more versatile role, with lines in both the verses and the chorus. Later in the year, on October 27th, one of Ian's fellow VOCALRACHA members, Woojin, departed from Stray Kids for personal reasons. This left a significant gap in the group's vocal line, prompting Ian to step up and take on a larger role. The album's title track, Levanter, blends energetic rap verses with a softer, more laid-back bridge that allows Ian to shine. He takes center stage during the bridge, singing entirely on his own, before a brief line from Felix transitions the song back into its dynamic energy. This moment highlighted Ian's vocal growth and ability to handle more prominent parts within the group. In 2020, Bang Ye-dam of YG Entertainment's boy group, Treasure, released his first solo song, Wayo. On May 31st, a teaser for the song featured Ian, where he shared his thoughts of the song, praising it as a simple yet captivating track that listeners could easily sing along to. This wasn't just a random feature, as 3 years earlier, Ian and Ye-dam had competed against each other during Stray Kids' survival show. Ian appeared in the teaser alongside notable artists such as soloist John So-mi and Blackpink's Rosé. Being invited to not only listen to the song earlier than the general public, but also speak on the song for a teaser is a huge testament to both Ian's rising visibility in the K-pop industry and his importance for it too. A little over a month later, Ian appeared on Favorite Entertainment, a South Korean variety music program. On July 18th, he performed Lee Mi-ja's Camellia Lady, earning 5 out of 6 possible upvotes from the judges, with one judge immediately expressing her admiration for his singing. Following this performance, Ian showcased his versatility by dancing to 2 popular songs, EXO's Love Shot and BTS's Boy With Love. While Ian is often recognized for his vocal skills, this appearance demonstrated his exceptional growth as a dancer, something JYP had once criticized during the Survival show. By delivering both strong vocals and impressive dance covers, Ian reinforced his positions as a key vocalist in Stray Kids, while also proving the hard work he put into improving his dancing abilities. Later that year, on December 5th, Ian released his first SKZ record, a cover of Jung Sung Hwan's If It Is You. The song, a vocally demanding ballad, once again highlighted Ian's vocal strengths and his ability to convey deep emotion through singing. The following year, on January 16th, 2021, Ian released his first original song, Maknae on Top. It was released as an SKZ player on Stray Kids' YouTube channel, featuring two of 3RACHA's members, Bangchan and Changbin. The music video has since become the most watched SKZ player video, amassing over 55 million views. As his first released song, the two experienced songwriters helped him with the writing process, as Ian is credited for writing the song as well. A few weeks later, on February 5th, he graduated from SOPA. Shortly after graduating, Ian participated in another TV series with Stray Kids, competing on Mnet's Kingdom Legendary War. The show featured Stray Kids going up against 5 other boy groups, all tasked with delivering their strongest performances to claim the title of Kings of K-pop. The 5th episode, which aired on April 30th, challenged the groups to cover each other's songs and add their own twist. Stray Kids chose to perform their competitor B2B's Prey, a song renowned for its heavy vocal demands. Even B2B expressed their surprise at Stray Kids' bold decision, acknowledging how difficult the song was to execute. Ian was assigned one of the highest notes in the song's finale, an incredibly challenging part that required immense control and practice. He spent the entire standby time rehearsing the note repeatedly. Even as Stray Kids prepared to go on stage, Ian could be seen practicing, fully aware of the importance of that moment in their performance. Unfortunately, during the live performance, Ian wasn't able to hit the note perfectly. Despite his slip-up, he remained professional and gave his all until the very end, completing the performance alongside his members. Once off stage, Ian began to feel disappointed, believing he had let the group down and bombed the performance. However, Bangchan quickly stepped in to encourage him, not just as Stray Kids' leader, but as his friend. Chan reassured Ian that mistakes are a natural part of performing, sharing that even he made heaps of mistakes during their set. The other members soon joined in, showering Ian with praise for his dedication and hard work. They pointed out how tirelessly he had practiced and admired his ambition, noting that he had rehearsed more than any of them. While the moment tested Ian's confidence, it ultimately highlighted his determination to improve his unwavering commitment to the team, earning him even greater respect from both Stray Kids and Stay. A few days after Kingdom Legendary War concluded, on June 12th, Ian released a cover of Memory of Your Scent by Hagak. This cover served as an opportunity for Ian to reaffirm his abilities as a vocalist and rebuild his confidence after his uncertainty during Kingdom. Ian's emotional delivery and refined vocal control shine through in his cover, showcasing his growth and dedication to honing his craft. To his surprise and delight, the original singer, Hagak, viewed the cover and shared his thoughts. Hagak mentioned how he really enjoyed listening to Ian's rendition, praising the younger artist's performance. Receiving recognition and positive feedback from such a respected vocalist left Ian feeling proud and validated. The acknowledgement not only encouraged him, but also solidified his place as an emerging vocal talent within the K-pop industry, proving to both himself and others that his hard work was paying off. A few months later, Stray Kids released their second full-length album, NOEASY. The album featured 14 tracks, including the 12th song, Gone Away, an emotional ballad written by Ian, Han, and Seungmin, as well as producers Armadillo and Gump. The song provided the perfect opportunity for Ian to showcase not only his vocal prowess, but also his growing songwriting expertise. His performance in Gone Away stood out, highlighting the depth of his emotional and technical skill, while the songwriting credits marked a significant milestone in his creative journey. Towards the end of the year, Ian took another step forward in his artistic growth by contributing to the fan-dedicated track, #LoveStay. While the overall sound and feel of the song were crafted by Bangchan, Hyunjin, and producer Kim Se-mi, the lyrics were collaboratively written by Hyunjin, Felix, and Ian. Although his role was focused on lyric writing, the experience was invaluable for him to further develop his songwriting abilities. The following year, Stray Kids released Ordinary on March 18th, 2022, an album that showcased the group's darker side. Among the standout tracks was Waiting for Us, a melodic piece written by Stray Kids' primary vocalists Bangchan, Lino, Seungmin, and Ian. The song continued the emotive and heartfelt style seen in Ian's earlier contributions, like Gone Away and #LoveStay, allowing him to further shine as a vocalist. 6 months later, on September 20th, Ian released a cover of Kwon Jin-ah's Consolation. The song, known for its lyrics and tender melody, was a perfect match for Ian's vocal tone, showcasing his ability to convey deep emotion through his singing. Shortly after, Stray Kids returned with their album, Maxident, which included a new track from VOCALRACHA titled Can't Stop. The duet between Ian and Seungmin explores the feelings of being unable to stop loving someone, tying into the overarching theme of love in the album. Ian's vocals played a crucial role in bringing out the song's heartfelt sincerity, further cementing his place as a key member of VOCALRACHA. On October 23rd, Ian expanded his presence in the industry by making a special appearance as an MC for the music show Inkigayo. This opportunity showcased his growing confidence and charisma, demonstrating his versatility beyond just singing and songwriting. The following month, Jongin made his magazine cover debut, gracing the cover of @Star1 Korea magazine for the November issue. This milestone not only marked a significant step in his career, but also highlighted his growing influence in the fashion industry. Over the years, Ian has gained recognition for his keen sense of style and his love for exploring diverse fashion trends. With this cover, he began paving the way for what would become a flourishing journey in the world of fashion, signaling the start of his evolution into a diverse idol admired for his artistic talents and impeccable fashion sense. Towards the end of the year, on December 21st, Stray Kids released a compilation album titled SKZ Replay. The album featured a mix of previously released songs from Stray Kids, including Ian's playful track, Maknae on Top, and Changbin's emotional song, Streetlight. Maknae on Top continued its popularity as the song became the second most streamed track on SKZ Replay, amassing over 30 million streams on Spotify alone. The album's most played song, Deep End, is a brand new solo release. Ian also contributed a brand new solo song titled Hug Me, or Ananjugeo in Korean, which translates to I'll Hug You. The song explores a heartfelt and contrasting emotional dynamic where he expresses, "I'll give you a hug, please give me a hug." This duality captures the longing and vulnerability of offering an unconditional love while hoping for reciprocation. With its delicate lyrics and soulful melody, Hug Me allows Ian to shine as a vocalist and songwriter, further solidifying his artistic growth and emotional depth. Leading up to the release of Stray Kids' third full-length album, 5 Star, Ian showcased his vocals on the Lee Moo-jin Service Show on May 30th. This opportunity allowed him to spotlight his refined vocal skills, gaining recognition from new audiences while delighting Stay with his emotional depth and technique. The following month, Ian expanded his presence in the fashion and entertainment industries by appearing on the cover of Days Korea's July issue alongside fellow VOCALRACHA member Seungmin and Stray Kids member Lino. Not only did the trio share a special group cover, but Ian also received his own individual cover, highlighting his growing individuality and appeal. The shoot was sponsored by luxury brand Dior, further solidifying Ian's growing status as a fashion icon. Just a few months later, on September 30th, Ian attended his first fashion show, appearing at Alexander McQueen's Paris Fashion Week 2024 Spring and Summer Show. This milestone appearance marked another step in Jongin's journey into the fashion world, solidifying his position as a rising figure with both style and influence. 1 month later, he attended Alexander McQueen's Galleria East Boutique reopening in Seoul on November 1st. Later, on December 5th, Ian released a new song to YouTube named Untitled, featuring Hyunjin. Hyunjin even repainted a photo of Ian, with his painting appearing in the video for the song. 1 week later, Ian released a cover of The Little Prince by Rowook on December 12th. 14 days later, he collaborated with Bang Chan to write the original song, Black Hole. Ian attended several fashion shows and occasions in 2024. First, he attended Alexander McQueen's Paris Fashion Week 2024 Fall and Winter Show on March 2nd, 2024. Later in May, he attended Damiani's 100th anniversary high jewelry exhibition on May 23rd. 7 days later, he attended Kith's flagship store opening in Seoul on May 30th. He was featured again on the cover of a magazine, this time for W Korea's June issue, with the shoot sponsored by Alexander McQueen. On June 7th, Ian made a contribution by donating 100 million Korean won to Child Fund Korea, a donation aimed at improving the health and well-being of underprivileged children in South Korea. As a result of this generous gesture, he became the youngest member of the Green Nobel Donors Club at just 23 years old. In July, Ian made an anonymous appearance on King of Masked Singer, a popular Korean TV show. His performances on 2 episodes, where he sang Lee Sung-chol's Live Long Day, Kim Yeon-woo's Love That Common Word, and BOL4's Mermaid, showcased his vocal versatility and surprise talents. These performances further endeared him to fans and added to his impressive achievements in 2024. A few months later, Ian attended Bottega Veneta's Milan Fashion Week 2025 Spring and Summer Show on September 21st. He was seated in the front row of the show alongside big names like the rapper A$AP Rocky and fashion model Kendall Jenner. Just a few days later, he was featured in a pictorial with Vogue Korea on September 24th, sponsored by Bottega Veneta. The following month, he was again featured on Days Korea's cover, this time for their October issue. However, instead of it being sponsored by Dior like last time, Bottega Veneta stepped in to sponsor the shoot. A few months later, Stray Kids released their Hop EP on December 13th. Among its tracks was Hallucination, a solo piece by IN that he had first showcased during the group's Dominate World Tour. Originally written by Changbin, the song was reimagined by Jongin, who reworked its melodies and lyrics to align with his personal style and vocal strengths. The emotional track showed how much IN has grown as an artist, proving he can make music his own and connect deeply with listeners through his performance. Additionally, IN is set to be featured as part of Days Korea's January 2025 digital cover. His digital cover was sponsored by Damiani, placing him in their luxury jewelry. Since his struggles in the survival show, IN has extensively trained his vocals and displayed why he deserves a spot, not only in Stray Kids, but also as a fashion icon. DANCERACHA is Stray Kids' dedicated performance unit, playing a key role in expressing the group's music through dance. The unit consists of 3 members, including Lee Min-ho, the oldest, who was born on October 25th, 1998, Hwang Hyunjin, born on March 20th, 2000, and Felix Lee, born on September 15th, 2000. Mino first became interested in dance after watching a video online that led him to discover Soul Dance, a well-known dance studio. He trained at Soul Dance for 5 years and joined 2 other dance teams, Cupcakes and Brownie Bros. Mino's professional dance journey also included serving as a backup dancer for BTS in 2016. Hwang Hyunjin was originally scouted by JYP Entertainment while on a shopping trip with his mother. The JYP affiliate invited him to attend an upcoming audition, which he successfully passed despite having 0 experience with dance or performance. Hyunjin later joined the company as a trainee following his surprising audition. Additionally, Hyunjin attended Seoul School of Performing Arts, finding himself intrigued by dance and pushing himself to learn quickly. Felix was raised in Sydney, Australia, where he trained dance for a little over a year and a half with a local dance studio until he passed an audition with JYP Entertainment, joining the company as a trainee towards the end of his high school years. Hyunjin and Felix trained together up until July 15th, 2017, when Lino joined JYP Entertainment. Previously, Lino auditioned with JYP-E in 2015. However, he never received any contact from the company, leading him to assume he failed. A little over a month later, the 3 of them appeared at JYP's Homecoming Showcase on August 22nd. Lino, Hyunjin, and Felix served as the dance line of the temporary group, Male Project Team. JYP Entertainment's chief creative officer, Park Jin-young, chose their team to be the company's next debut group, leading them to compete in Mnet's survival show, Stray Kids. In the show's second episode, Mino, a member of the dance line, noticed that Jongin was struggling with the choreography for Elevator. Wanting to help him avoid elimination, Mino guided Jongin through the details of the routine. This moment highlighted a key role of Stray Kids' dance line, helping other members refine their moves. With his strong dance background, Lino proved to be an excellent teacher, helping Jongin improve in his dancing. All of the dance line were later given the opportunity to debut within Stray Kids, making their debut on March 25th, 2018. As a freshly debuted group, the dance line was able to assist their fellow members extensively, helping to grow their skills at a crucial point of their career. Their debut track, District 9, is a rather energetic and explosive song, with the choreography matching its energy. As a demanding song, it was important that Stray Kids had their teachers as well as the likes of Lino, Hyunjin, and Felix to guide them through it. A few months later, with the release of their second mini-album, I Am Who, the members of Stray Kids were eager to perform again. They wished to make the choreography of voices the best it could be, leading Hyunjin to ask the choreographer to add more moves to the dance. This eagerness helped display how much the dance line had impacted the group in only a few months. This didn't stop the unit from improving their own skills, with Felix prioritizing bettering his facial expressions for I Am Who. On August 26th, the dance line showcased their creative talents by releasing a self-choreographed performance, highlighting not just their dancing skills, but also their ability to produce content. Around this time, they adopted the name DANCERACHA, inspired by Stray Kids' production unit, 3RACHA. The name blends the role as dancers with the Racha branding, which represents the fiery energy of their music. In essence, DANCERACHA signifies that their dance moves are just as intense and powerful. Everything in the video, from the choreography to the videography, was entirely created by the unit, further proving their all-around artistic abilities. With the release of Clay 1 Miro on March 25th, 2019, Stray Kids faced the challenge of mastering the high-energy choreography for Miro. DANCERACHA quickly adapted to the powerful moves, allowing them to help the other members capture the right intensity. The strong foundation in dance became crucial in guiding the group to the intricate formations and demanding moves of the performance. DANCERACHA's leadership not only helped solidify the synchronization of the group, but also enhanced the overall energy of the stage, allowing each member to fully immerse themselves in the intensity of the performance.
Their ability to lead by example demonstrated their growing influence in shaping the group's live performances, setting the tone for the energetic and impactful stages that would follow throughout the era. As they prepared for Clay Tube Yellow Wood, Hyunjin shared that they had started focusing on controlling that power and using it effectively. Their approach, building skills step by step, demonstrated a deep understanding of dance and growth, proving that DANCERACHA knew exactly what they were doing. By honing their control over their movements, they were able to maintain the intensity while also incorporating precision and fluidity into their performances. This shift in focus reflected their evolving technique and maturity as dancers, moving beyond just power to incorporate a balanced, more refined approach. The results were evident in their performances, where the choreography felt more measured yet still packed with the energy that defined Stray Kids. DANCERACHA's growth not only elevated their individual skills, but also pushed the group as a whole toward new heights in their live stages and music videos. On July 3rd, Lino released a self-choreographed performance, showcasing not only his individual growth, but also the progress of DANCERACHA as a unit. He was joined by backup dancers VO Kim and Jongwook Jin, demonstrating his ability to choreograph movements that seamlessly complement one another. This performance highlighted his evolution as both a dancer and choreographer, reflecting the skills he had developed alongside Hyunjin and Felix. A month later, on August 2nd, DANCERACHA performed 2 short dance covers of GOT7's Lullaby and BTS's DNA on Lulu Lala Music. Taking on the challenge of covering songs by senior artists, they demonstrated their growth over the past year, delivering polished performances that reflected their dedication and teamwork. Despite being a quick cover, the group was able to capture the energy of the originals and showcase why they're the dancers of Stray Kids. Stray Kids' refined control over their power became a standout feature in the choreography for Clay Levanter. Both the pre-release track, Double Knot, and the title track, Levanter, showcase sharp, dynamic movements, seamlessly transitioning into smooth, flowing motions. This level of precision and balance didn't happen overnight, as DANCERACHA's earlier guidance played a crucial role in helping the group master these contrasts. Without their influence, it's hard to say whether the performances would have been as polished and impactful. The following year, after wrapping up the North American leg of their District 9 Unlock World Tour, all of DANCERACHA attended a special dance lesson, joined by Seungmin and Ian. This session gave them the opportunity to keep growing, as they worked with a renowned instructor to learn a dance style that was new to them. Stepping outside of their comfort zones, the members were introduced to techniques and movements that pushed the boundaries and expanded their versatility as performers. This session allowed them to not only sharpen their skills, but also to bond as a group, strengthening their teamwork and cohesion. As they embraced this fresh style, DANCERACHA demonstrated their commitment to continuous improvement, showing that they were always willing to evolve and challenge themselves, no matter how accomplished they'd become. Lino credited his time at the lab studios for helping him develop a stronger ability to express himself through dance, something he had struggled with, even in his earlier self-choreographed performances. Hyunjin also gained valuable insight, noting that simply watching the instructor allowed him to pick up on key details. This method of learning by observation and quickly applying what he saw reflected his early trainee days, when he entered JYP Entertainment with no prior dance experience, but dedicated himself to becoming one of Stray Kids' standout dancers. Later in the year, on April 29th, DANCERACHA hosted a livestream as part of the SKZ Live series. Lasting over an hour, the 3 members showcased a variety of choreographies, both from Stray Kids' own performances and other routines they had memorized. This livestream highlighted their extensive dance catalog and their ability to retain and refine numerous choreographies while keeping each performance sharp and polished. This showcase served as a great stage for them to display what they learned at the lab, being that they were unable to perform as much as before during the early months of 2020. A few days later, on May 9th, Hyunjin released a self-choreographed performance to Billie Eilish's When the Party's Over. His goal is to express emotions of emptiness, despair, and longing through his movements. This performance marked a significant milestone in his growth as a dancer, showcasing not only his ability to create original choreography, but also his refined skill in conveying deep emotions through dance. With fluid, yet controlled movements, he brought the song's atmosphere to life, drawing praise for his ability to tell a story without words. The performance further cemented his reputation as an artist who seamlessly blends technical precision with raw emotion, leaving a lasting impression on viewers. The following month, Stray Kids appeared on Idol Radio, where DANCERACHA spontaneously performed a short cover of GOT7's Lullaby, the same song they had danced to nearly a year earlier on Lulu Lala Music. With no preparation, the trio had to rely on their memory to recreate this routine from 2019. While the performance was a bit rough, it was still impressive that they managed to pull it off together on the spot, demonstrating their ability to retain and adapt choreography even under unexpected circumstances. 3 months later, DANCERACHA released their first song, Wow, as part of Stray Kids' repackaged album, In Life. All 3 members contributed to writing the track alongside several other producers, demonstrating the creative input beyond dance. Wow was first performed live on November 23, 2019, during Stray Kids' District 9 Unlock World World Tour, where their dynamic stage presence and chemistry captivated Stay. With this release, DANCERACHA not only showcased their ever-evolving dance skills, but also hinted at their growing interest in music production and songwriting. The track's playful and sultry vibe, paired with intricate choreography, highlighted their ability to seamlessly merge performance and musicality, setting the stage for their future artistic careers. To close out the year, Hyunjin showcased a dance cover of Taemin's Criminal. As the main dancer of SHINee, Taemin set a high bar, and Hyunjin's performance highlighted just how far he had come within DANCERACHA. Being able to replicate the style and intensity of such an acclaimed dancer was a clear reflection of Hyunjin's growth, showing that he had developed into a dancer capable of matching the standards of some of the best in the industry. His precise movements and ability to embody the emotion behind the choreography captured Taemin's signature style, while also adding his own unique flair. This performance not only solidified Hyunjin's place as a top-tier dancer, but also showcased his importance in DANCERACHA, as he continued to evolve in both his technical abilities and his ability to convey complex emotions through movements. The following year, Stray Kids competed on the reality TV series, Kingdom Legendary War. In the first episode, they delivered a special performance of Miro, with DANCERACHA taking on some of the most challenging moves, including jumps, spins, and flips. As the group's dance line, they were entrusted with these high-impact moments, showcasing their skills and elevating the overall performance. Their precise execution and stage presence played a crucial role in helping Stray Kids secure first place in the introduction stage, setting a powerful tone for the competition. The performance not only highlighted their technical abilities, but also their ability to command the stage with intensity and confidence. Through their dynamic choreography and seamless synchronization, DANCERACHA proved why they were an essential driving force behind Stray Kids' electrifying performances, further solidifying their reputation as one of the most captivating dance units in the industry. Later that year, on July 5th, Hyunjin released another SKZ player performance featuring his own choreography. This routine showcased just how much he had grown since his When the Party's Over performance. His dance to Play with Fire incorporated strong popping movements, highlighting his improved body control and refined technique, further proving his evolution as a dancer. Compared to his earlier performances, this routine demonstrated a newfound confidence and command over his movements, blending power and fluidity with effortless precision. As a key member of DANCERACHA, Hyunjin's growth was not just a personal milestone, but also a testament to the unit's continued evolution. His ability to fuse technique with emotional storytelling added depth to the choreography, reinforcing the group's reputation for powerful performances. The bold and expressive nature of his choreography aligned perfectly with DANCERACHA's commitment to pushing the boundaries of performance, proving that their impact extended beyond synchronization. It was about artistry. With this performance, Hyunjin reaffirmed his status as a dancer capable of captivating audiences with every move, elevating not just himself, but also the identity of DANCERACHA as a unit. A few months later, DANCERACHA was featured in ETRO's Earthbeat campaign. As the collection focused on footwear, they were the perfect models, using choreography to highlight the shoes in motion. Their performance seamlessly combined dance and fashion, showcasing both their skills and the dynamic nature of the Earthbeat line. With intricate footwork and fluid movements, they emphasized the collection's versatility, proving how fashion and dance could merge to create a visually striking narrative. Their participation in the campaign not only demonstrated their ability to adapt their artistry to different industries, but also solidified their growing presence in the fashion world, something the individual members of DANCERACHA were beginning to become part of. Later in 2022, JYP Entertainment announced that Felix had been diagnosed with an intervertebral disc herniation. To manage the pain and aid his recovery, he required medication and had to be cautious with his movements during performances. As a result, he often stood off to the side while the other members were singing. During this time, DANCERACHA supported him by adjusting choreography to accommodate his limitations, ensuring he could still participate while prioritizing his health. Their ability to adapt formations and redistribute the more physically demanding moves demonstrated not only their technical skill, but also their deep sense of teamwork. Despite the challenges, Felix continued to perform with unwavering energy, and DANCERACHA's efforts helped maintain the group's powerful stage presence while allowing him to recover safely. Their support highlighted the bond within Stray Kids, proving that their strength as performers extended beyond individual skill to collective resilience and care for one another. On April 5th, DANCERACHA strengthened their connection with ETRO by attending the brand's pop-up event for the Liquid Paisley capsule collection. Dressed in vibrant, spring-inspired outfits, they perfectly embodied the collection's theme while showcasing the growing influence in fashion. Their presence further bridged the gap between music and luxury fashion, solidifying their status as both performers and trendsetters. In October, DANCERACHA collaborated with Bang Chan and producer Versace to write Taste for Stray Kids' mini-album, Maxident. Blending R&B with trap elements, the track delivers a powerful yet atmospheric sound. The intense, beat-heavy instrumental chorus provided the perfect opportunity for DANCERACHA to showcase their strongest skill, dance performances, elevating the song's hypnotic energy with their precise and explosive movements. DANCERACHA later brought Taste to the stage, performing it on K909 on October 8th, followed by a special end-of-year performance at NBC's Music Festival on December 31st. These performances highlighted their synergy and sharp choreography, further solidifying their reputation as Stray Kids' dynamic dance unit. DANCERACHA continued to play a crucial role in Stray Kids' main stage performances in 2023, lending their expertise to high-energy choreographies like S-Class and La 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 La. Their final performance of the year took place on December 31st at NBC's Music Festival, where they performed White Love. This stage served as the perfect conclusion to their year, highlighting their refined control, synchronized movements, and the continued evolution of their dance skills in a joyful, festive setting. With the release of 8 on July 19th, Stray Kids introduced Jam as a secondary title track, a song that highlights the different rachas within the group. In the second verse, DANCERACHA takes center stage, emphasizing their role not just as the dance line, but as essential performers. This moment underscores their versatility and stage presence, further solidifying their impact on Stray Kids' dynamic performances. VOCALRACHA is the heart of Stray Kids sound, bringing emotion, stability, and depth to every song. The unit consists of Kim Seungmin, born on September 22nd, 2000, and Yang Jong-in, born on February 8th, 2001. Seungmin developed an interest in singing at a young age while balancing his studies. In 2017, he participated in JYP Entertainment's 13th annual audition, where he impressed the judges and placed second overall. This achievement earned him a spot as a trainee, officially joining the company in March of that year. Jongin, on the other hand, had a more challenging path. He auditioned for JYP Entertainment in his hometown of Busan, but initially struggled to get accepted. After multiple unsuccessful auditions with different companies, JYP held another audition in Busan, where he finally passed. He became a trainee in 2016, joining the company before Seungmin. Later in 2017, Seungmin and Ian were chosen as vocalists for an upcoming showcase. On August 22nd, they performed at JYP's Homecoming Showcase as part of the 9-member team, Male Project Team. Their hip-hop inspired performance highlighted Seungmin's precise vocals and Jongin's youthful tone, blending seamlessly while creating an engaging contrast. This showcase was a crucial stepping stone, allowing them to prove their versatility, stage presence, and vocal synergy, early signs of the talent that would later define Stray Kids' vocal identity. Following their performance, Park Jin-young chose the Male Project Team as JYP Entertainment's next debut group. However, before officially debuting, the 9 members had to compete on a survival show aired by Mnet. The show, titled Stray Kids, premiered on October 17th, just under 2 months after their showcase. Throughout the show, Seungmin progressed steadily, receiving minimal criticism. Meanwhile, Jongin faced ongoing struggles with his singing, making his journey far more challenging. This gave Seungmin a chance to help Jongin improve. Although the show didn't display every detail, it's clear that the support from those around him played a big role in his growth. In the end, Seungmin and Ian successfully made it through their survival show, and they officially debuted as part of Stray Kids on March 25th, 2018. The next day, Stray Kids released their debut mini-album, I Am Not, with District 9 as the title track. While District 9 leans heavily into hip-hop, the vocal line still plays a key role throughout the song. However, their vocal strengths shine even more in later tracks on the album, such as Mirror, Rock, and Grow Up. In these songs, Seungmin and Ian take on crucial moments. Mirror draws influence from trap and electronic music, creating a powerful and dynamic sound. They take on the bridge, offering a refreshing vocal moment that provides a break from the intensity while seamlessly connecting different sections of the song. Their smooth yet emotive delivery adds depth, making their part a standout moment. Similarly, Rock is an electronic track, but unlike Mirror, it leans into its high-energy nature. Seungmin and Ian contribute to the build-up, heightening the tension before the explosive chorus. Their voices help drive the momentum, adding excitement and anticipation. On the other hand, Grow Up takes a more soothing approach as a melodic hip-hop track. Its gentle, uplifting tone makes it an ideal showcase for Stray Kids vocalists who bring warmth and sincerity to the chorus. Seungmin's stable, clear tone and Jongin's delicate yet expressive voice enhance the song's heartfelt message, making it especially moving and highlighting just how much he had grown since the survival show. A few months later, on August 6th, Stray Kids released their second mini-album, I Am Who, with My Pace as the title track. Blending pop punk and electronic elements, the song features the vocal line building tension in the pre-chorus, a technique they would continue using in many of Stray Kids' future songs. Stray Kids title tracks often follow a format. They start with high-energy rap, then transition into a more open section where the vocal line takes the spotlight, in which they build momentum through their voices rather than relying solely on instrumentation, before returning to a powerful, intense chorus. This contrast allows the vocalists to add depth and dynamics, making each title track more engaging. Some of Stray Kids' most popular songs follow this structure, including God's Menu, S-Class, and La 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 La. This approach allows Seungmin and Ian to enhance the song's flow, while ensuring the energy remains fresh and compelling throughout each track. Seungmin's clear, controlled vocals add a sense of refinement and stability. seamlessly guiding transitions between intense rap verses and explosive choruses. His ability to deliver both powerful and delicate moments helps maintain the emotional balance of each song. Meanwhile, IN's warm yet expressive tone injects an uplifting quality that elevates key moments, preventing the track from becoming too heavy. Together, they provide a crucial vocal backbone, proving that their roles go beyond simply singing, but that they bring nuance, structure, and an undeniable emotional pull that makes Stray Kids music even more immersive. Just under a month after I Am Who's release, the vocal line performed a special cover of JJ Project's Tomorrow, Today on September 2nd. This performance allows Seungmin and IN to showcase their vocal abilities and highlight why they are the group's vocalists. Their smooth, controlled harmonies and emotional delivery shone through, proving their capacity to take on complex vocal arrangements. During this period, they also adopted the unit name VOCALRACHA, inspired by Stray Kids' production unit, 3RACHA. This not only emphasized their connection to the group's musical backbone, but also solidified their importance as core vocalists. Their voices blend seamlessly, creating a beautiful and harmonious cover that truly highlights their individual talents while showcasing their synergy. The performance was a testament to their growth and versatility, solidifying their place as standout members in Stray Kids' vocal line. In the video's description, VOCALRACHA included a heartfelt note expressing how important the song is to them. They shared that Tomorrow Today served as a source of comfort during their uncertain times as trainees and the fear of the future. The song's message resonated deeply with them, offering reassurance and hope as they navigated their early journey together. This connection to the song made their cover even more meaningful, as it was not just a performance, but a personal tribute to their shared struggles and growth. Seungmin and IN's heartfelt delivery added another layer of sincerity, showing their deep emotional bond with the track and how far they had come in their journey as artists. Later, Seungmin and IN were featured in an episode of Stray Kids' YouTube series, 2 Kids Room, released on October 27th. The episode centered on the strong bond and friendship between the two vocalists, offering fans a glimpse into their personal connection. As they reflected on their growth as artists, they also shared how they've supported each other along the way. Towards the end, IN wrote a heartfelt note to Seungmin, expressing gratitude for the guidance and encouragement he received in improving his vocals. IN acknowledged Seungmin's pivotal role in helping him develop further as a singer, emphasizing the mentor-like dynamic between them. This touching moment highlighted not only their musical partnership, but also the deep friendship that has been expressed in their shared journey within Stray Kids. The following year, on June 20th, VOCALRACHA had another opportunity to showcase their vocal skills with a cover of Paul Kim's Me After You on Idol Radio. The song's strong melodic flow allowed them to convey deep emotions through their singing, emphasizing their ability to connect with listeners. With its high notes and challenging range, Me After You pushed Seungmin and IN to demonstrate their vocal growth, highlighting their improved technique, control, and emotional delivery. Just over a year since their debut, this performance served as a testament to their dedication and progress, proving that they were not only integral to Stray Kids' sound, but also growing into standout vocalists in their own right. On October 27th, JYP Entertainment announced that Woojin, one of Stray Kids' vocalists, would be leaving the group due to personal reasons. His departure created uncertainty within the group, leading to a delay in the release of their upcoming album, Levanter, which was originally set for November 25th, but was pushed back by 2 weeks to accommodate for adjustments. With the loss of a vocalist, VOCALRACHA had to step up, taking on greater vocal responsibilities to ensure the group's sound remained strong. Seungmin and IN worked tirelessly to adapt, refining their skills and expanding their range to meet the increased demands. This was especially evident in their title track, Levanter, where Seungmin took on key moments, leading the pre-chorus and even parts of the chorus with his stable, expressive voice. Meanwhile, IN's softer yet emotionally rich tone added depth to the verse and bridge, complementing the song's reflective mood. Their dedication during this period not only filled the gap left behind, but also helped shape Stray Kids' evolving vocal identity, proving their growth and resilience as essential members of the group. It wasn't just the title track that underwent adjustments. VOCALRACHA's influence was felt throughout the entire album. Songs like Astronaut, Sunshine, and You Can Stay especially showcased how quickly Seungmin and IN had grown as vocalists. Their refined technique, emotional delivery, and ability to handle more complex vocal lines highlighted their growth and dedication. The strength and skills and adaptability became more evident, proving not only their ability to step up, but also their role in shaping Stray Kids' evolving vocal identity during this pivotal moment for the group. Shortly after Woojin left, on November 3rd, Seungmin and IN participated in another 2 Kids Room episode. The duo was often featured together on the show, given the size of VOCALRACHA. IN chose to talk with Seungmin for an episode, saying that he wished to talk with him more directly. This moment displayed how much the vocal line cared for each other, a bond that's absolutely necessary for how much time they spent together. Later that month, Stray Kids embarked on their District 9 Unlock World Tour, kicking off on November 23rd in Seoul.
During the concert, VOCALRACHA performed My Universe for the first time. Seungmin and Ian played a significant role in writing the song, collaborating with Changbin, Woon Kim, and Iggy. Changbin, a key member of 3RACHA, was also featured in the track, adding a dynamic contrast to VOCALRACHA's smooth vocal delivery. His involvement not only enhanced the song's depth, but also provided Seungmin and Ian with valuable experience in songwriting and composition. My Universe served as a heartfelt expression of their artistry, marking an important step in their journey as vocalists and musicians. The following year, on March 18th, Stray Kids released a compilation album titled SKZ 2020, featuring 24 tracks. The album focused on re-recording some of the group's biggest songs to adjust for the absence of a former vocalist. As a result, Seungmin and Ian took on a larger role, especially in songs like Grow Up, Chronosaurus, and 19. This recording process provided an opportunity for VOCALRACHA to showcase their growth, offering fans a direct comparison between their early performances and their more polished, mature vocals. The refined techniques, improved control, and deeper emotion delivery made these new versions stand out, proving just how much they had developed since their debut. Through SKZ 2020, Seungmin and Ian not only reinforced their importance in the group's vocal line, but also demonstrated their ability to evolve and elevate Stray Kids' overall sound. Later that year, on September 14th, Stray Kids released their first repackaged album, In Life. The album featured a total of 17 tracks, including My Universe, the same song VOCALRACHA had previously performed during their District 9 Unlock World Tour. With its official release, My Universe allowed a wider audience to experience VOCALRACHA's heartfelt and melodic side, highlighting their emotional depth and refined vocal delivery. The song not only showcased their vocal chemistry, but also reinforced their growth as songwriters, proving their ability to contribute meaningfully to Stray Kids' musical identity. During Kingdom Legendary War, VOCALRACHA had multiple opportunities to showcase their vocal prowess, often tackling story-driven performances that highlighted their growth. The intense competition pushed Seungmin and Ian to refine their vocal techniques and stage presence, as they performed alongside and against some of the most respected vocalists in the industry. Despite the pressure, they consistently delivered standout moments, proving their ability to hold their own in a high-stakes setting. Through their performances, they not only solidified their roles as Stray Kids vocalists, but also gained recognition from a broader audience, further establishing their reputation as skilled and compelling singers. Shortly after Kingdom, Ian started taking vocal lessons alongside Seungmin. The year before, Seungmin had begun training with a vocal coach outside of JYP Entertainment, and now Ian joined him to improve their singing together. They would give each other feedback on areas that needed improvement, strengthening both their skills and their bond. Ian shared that they often watched each other during lessons, using that time to learn and grow from one another. On July 22nd, VOCALRACHA performed My Universe alongside Changbin at K-Contact 4U, delivering a heartfelt stage that showcased their smooth harmonies and growing confidence as vocalists. Just over a year later, on October 7th, Stray Kids released Maxident, which included the song Can't Stop. Written by VOCALRACHA in collaboration with producer Hong Ji-song, this track marked an important step in Seungmin and Ian's growth as songwriters. Working with a producer outside of 3RACHA gave them valuable insights into songwriting, refining their ability to craft melodies and lyrics that suited their vocal style. This experience not only strengthened their skills as a unit, but also provided them with knowledge they could apply to future duo tracks and their own individual pursuits. On October 8th, VOCALRACHA performed Can't Stop live on K909, highlighting Seungmin and Ian's vocal chemistry and emotional delivery. Just days later, on October 13th, they sat down with Paper Magazine to discuss their journey as a unit, creative process, and growth as vocalists within Stray Kids. Seungmin shared his love for experimenting with vocal styles, especially in a duo setting where harmonies take center stage. Ian reflected on how working closely with Seungmin has strengthened his confidence and vocal control. They also described Can't Stop as a challenging, yet rewarding experience that pushed their abilities while showcasing Stray Kids' versatility beyond their signature, high-energy sound. The duo also spoke about their personal dynamic, emphasizing mutual respect and how they complement each other both on and off stage. They expressed excitement for VOCALRACHA's future, eager to continue evolving and exploring new musical directions. On June 7th, 2023, VOCALRACHA appeared on the JK Out YouTube channel, where they were asked about their special talents. Seungmin shared that his most unique trait is having an extra joint in his pinky, while Ian mentioned that he appreciates how visible his veins are, with both responses showcasing their playful personalities and natural chemistry. Later that year, on December 25th, Seungmin and Ian performed a cover of Dio's That's Okay at the 2023 SBS Gayodaejeon. Covering a well-known song by such an acclaimed vocalist allowed VOCALRACHA to showcase their vocal growth on a major end-of-year stage, highlighting their refined skills and emotional delivery.
Their ability to capture the song's gentle yet heartfelt essence resonated with both fans and casual listeners, further cementing their reputation as Stray Kids' vocal pillars. On July 19th, 2024, Stray Kids released 8. To promote the album, VOCALRACHA appeared on Gande Hee's YouTube series, Let's Eat, for an interview. The video not only highlighted Seungmin and Ian's strong bond, but also showcased their friendly and welcoming nature when interacting with new people. Their natural chemistry and humor made the episode entertaining, as they effortlessly balanced playful banter with thoughtful responses about their musical journey. Through this appearance, they further demonstrated their ability to connect with audiences beyond the stage, solidifying their presence as both skilled vocalists and engaging personalities. Earlier in 2024, Seungmin launched a YouTube series dedicated to covering songs and sharing their significance to him. Nearly 10 months later, on February 8th, 2025, he invited his fellow VOCALRACHA member, Ian, to join him for a special episode. The duo covered Lee Seung-yoon's The Giving Tree, showcasing the vocal growth they've achieved together, while also highlighting their close friendship. Their heartfelt harmonies and emotional delivery resonated deeply with Stay, making the performance a standout moment in the series. Fittingly, the episode was released on Ian's birthday, adding an extra layer of sentimentality to the occasion. The cover not only celebrated their journey as vocalists, but also served as a touching tribute to their enduring bond, something that had been tested through the years and helped to display their importance, not just for each other, but for Stray Kids as a whole. This is Stray Kids on stage. And this is after performing. Stray Kids attend an absurd amount of music shows while promoting their albums. In their first year alone, they performed a whopping 66 times. And while we only see a quick little 3-minute performance, each one requires them to be there for 12 to even 15 hours. Unlike in 2018, not all of Stray Kids' music show performances are live anymore. A lot of the time they're pre-recorded. It certainly doesn't mean they're easy, but they're at least not waiting around quite as long. Back when they primarily did live performances, Stray Kids had to arrive around 7 or 8 a.m. The group wakes up much earlier, around 3 or 5 a.m. They get basically zero sleep at night. Because of that, they often end up sleeping during their commutes, or at least they try to. Even while they're driving to the station, they've got idle responsibilities. They often film this time, meaning most of the members, if not all of them, can't be asleep. Once they get to the TV station, they run through their dry rehearsals. This is when they use the name tags. With about 20 acts performing each episode, this takes a while. Each artist needs to run through their performance long enough to understand what the plan is for camera angles, positions, and the goals. This gives the production team a chance to make sure everything is set up right. They certainly try to get through this as quickly as possible, but with how many of the music shows are live broadcasts, they need everything to be perfect. Rarely do people appreciate or even notice when something runs smoothly, but if there's even the slightest mistake, it's immediately critiqued. This whole process usually lasts about 2 hours. Stray Kids have to be on standby for a long time during it all. What's lucky for them, though, is as they've been in the industry longer, they've grown trust and appreciation. Because of that, they usually aren't towards the front of the dry rehearsals, meaning that they can arrive a few minutes later than other acts. This is also why they can do more pre-recorded performances than before. Then they wait again. During this time, Stray Kids will review their individual performances. Quite often, they need to modify the choreography because of certain camera angles. This gives them a chance to note down if they're doing something correctly, incorrectly, when he's changing, where they're getting too aggressive, so many things that they have to look for. Above anything else, though, they try to use this time for resting. They can't sleep long, but they try to get some. And honestly, it's tough work trying to get sleep during this time. You sleep too much during standby, and you aren't ready to perform the next time. Sleep too little, and you could be too tired to put on a proper performance. For that reason, they usually opt for the latter. Better to give yourself time to prepare after all. Artificial energy plays a large role during this time. Things like coffee, energy drinks, and even vitamin drinks are huge. Before they know it, Stray Kids need to head back out and rehearse the second time, this time for something called camera blocking. This rehearsal acts as though it's a real performance. Stray Kids are expected to understand which cameras are running when and align with it. If this rehearsal doesn't go well, it's a concern. Totally fine to make a slip-up or two during this run-through, but you really don't want to. Once they wrap up the camera blocking rehearsal, they're back on standby for the real deal. In this time, they get the choice of resting or working again. Being that 3RACHA writes the group's music, they try to be productive with this time. Bangchan especially tries to write while they wait. On one specific instance, we actually saw him taking Ian through his singing lines, discussing who will sing what when they go back to the company. Back to the company? Wait, what? Yeah, believe it or not, they don't go home immediately after a music show. Usually there's still things they need to get done in the day, like fan sign events, or in this case, recording. By pre-recording the majority of their performances now, it's helped them not only conserve their time better, but do exceptionally more with their day. I mentioned earlier that Stray Kids performed at a total of 66 music shows in 2018. Well, in the same year, they also hosted 45 different fan signs. This meant that Stray Kids needed to bounce from their performance straight to their fan event. Sometimes they got lucky and had only one or the other in the day, but it still meant they needed to attend something else, like an interview. When these events are overlapped onto each other, it gets really tiring. And unlike 2018, Stray Kids don't appear on music shows anywhere near as much. Okay, here, I want you to guess. If Stray Kids had 66 music show performances across 3 comebacks, how many do you think they had in 2024 with 1 comeback? 22? 19? Nope. 6. That's right, they only performed on music shows 6 times throughout all of 8's promotion. You might be wondering why it was so much less in 2018. My guess would be a combination of 2 things. Obviously, this is 6 years since they debuted, and in that time, they've picked up much more interest and don't need to be marketing as aggressively as before. The second thing I think of is how their world tour began a little over a month after the album. Realistically, they didn't have the time to just sit around waiting at music shows when they should be practicing their set. What they ended up doing instead of performing is they recorded a bunch of interviews prior to the album, some even months before it. Not only does it let them pay attention to their upcoming tour, but it can lighten the comeback week workload. But it doesn't necessarily mean it's incredibly easy leading up to the album. Which, let's talk about the album lead up quick. As we saw earlier, producing the next album doesn't begin once they're done with the current one. In fact, the musical production is usually pretty far along when they're promoting one. A recent example of this is how Ceremony was actually written over a year before Karma even released. This gives DANCERACHA time to write and record exactly the album they're looking to make. Ceremony wasn't a song they got right on the first version. It went through several variations before they got it to be the song we know now. Each time they felt like there was 1% more that could be better. This is a cycle they go through quite a lot. By writing the songs so far ahead, they have a bit more time to improve the songs. Does it probably suck to try and perfect each song? Yeah, for sure. But their ambition for quality has totally defined the sound we have now. And when they don't think a song meets the requirements they have, they put it on the shelf for another day or album. Track 4 on Karma is an example of that, where Han actually wrote the song back in 2021 before coming back to write it the way he envisioned it. When they're writing songs, they'll often record a guide version of it. This is basically their way of communicating their vision for a specific song with whoever is actually singing specific lines. It can also be a way for them to remember what they have in mind for the vibe and style of songs, especially with how many they write. Even though Karma had 9 original songs, they absolutely wrote more than 9 for it. And while I can't say for sure, I'd say it's rather likely they record more songs than they actually need to. Sometimes the song doesn't translate as well when all members are performing, so it gets set aside. This is where it can be a good thing that they have so many songs already written and saved. If there's a song they think would fit in well, they can swap it out and adjust it for that specific album. Overall, it gives them a bit of rest in the hectic time. It's important that they lock in the title track quickly. The sooner they have one selected, the sooner the other teams can get to work. Every now and then, Stray Kids choreographers will begin drafting the dance before the final recording is produced. Not only does it give them time to do what they do, but it opens up a window for everyone else depending on the choreography. The members want to begin practicing it as soon as they can after all. These practices are nothing easy either. They often stretch out across long hours, even eating into the night and early morning. During Clay One Miro, we saw Stray Kids learning Victory Song from about 3 p.m. all the way until 11 p.m. Or at least, that's the latest we actually saw them practicing this day. When they took a break for dinner, Hyunjin actually tells us they'll practice until dawn. That's about 16 hours of purely practice, just in the first day. It's so crucial that they get the choreography down perfectly. There really isn't any room for error. By the looks of it, the first day they practiced was on March 18th, meaning they only had 10 days to run through Victory Song before its first performance. That's really not that much time considering how much else they're doing. 16 hours of practice in just one day is absurd, but they kinda have to do it. It's smart to just practice really hard in one day rather than spreading it out across several days, since you're able to focus on just dancing that day. Practicing like this certainly comes with its tolls though. In several instances, the members have injured themselves while pushing themselves. Stray Kids unfortunately suffered 2 prominent injuries during the preparations for Clay One Miro. On February 19th, 2019, JYP Entertainment announced Seungmin had suffered a slight back injury and bruising while recording an unannounced video. It's theorized he picked it up during Finding SKZ Australia or while filming one of the music videos. On March 13th, 2019, Changbin was announced to have suffered a minor injury to his ankle while practicing choreography. This is a rough time to be getting injured. Less than a month before the album's promotion means you can't practice very well. We directly see the results of this while they're learning Victory Song. You may or may not have noticed not everyone is out there on the floor. As Stray Kids practiced, Changbin and Seungmin had to sit off on the couch and imitate the moves. While it was important they learned the dance, it was more important that they were ready for the grueling comeback weeks. This led them to noticeably go a little stir-crazy, not being able to participate. It's a really tough situation. Yeah, they practiced for so long, but it's not entirely about having the moves down. The majority of that is conditioning your body to the choreography. And if you're just sitting on the side, it can feel like you're not preparing well. Preparing for an album and promoting it, honestly, sucks. It's an incredibly stressful process. You barely ever get a chance to breathe. That's why it's so important that Stray Kids are there for each other. Around the same time, Stray Kids were practicing Miro. They got a little silly with one of the moves, and each took a turn with it. But what's interesting is that Lino quickly suggested that Hyunjin does it with Changbin and Seungmin. That way they don't feel left out and forced to watch as the other members have fun. It's a small gesture, but it really does go a long way. It's this sort of thing that Stray Kids are really good at. They try their best to care for each other throughout their comebacks. Honestly, this extends beyond the comebacks. Even in just their daily lives, they try to be there for each other as much as they can. They've been around each other so much that they notice immediately when someone isn't being entirely their usual self. Truth is, they can't have a comeback with someone only partially present. It's a Stray Kids comeback, not a Stray Kids except Changbin and Seungmin comeback. It just isn't the same. They're always looking for each other and making sure everyone is keeping up with the choreography. And when someone is struggling, the other members are always quick to step in and help them out. It's so important that they have this strong bond, as it not necessarily makes the comebacks easier, but it certainly eases the stress associated with it. That's why even when the process gets overwhelming, Stray Kids are able to find a way through it. The work is exhausting, the schedules are brutal, but having that support system helps their outlook on it all. It turns something that could easily break them down into something they can handle together. This is part of why each comeback is so lively. They can drink a million Americanos and energy drinks to compensate for their lack of sleep, but nothing beats the energy they get from each other. I mentioned earlier that comebacks are tolling on their minds too. Stray Kids have admitted that it can be overwhelming to constantly meet expectations at times, not only from their company, but from millions of fans watching every single stage. Every comeback is compared to the last. There's always the worry that they'll let people down with the newest music, and that kind of pressure builds up fast. That's why it's so interesting to see the kind of music Stray Kids released with Karma. You could still feel that the songs were Stray Kids music, but they all had a different feeling to them. It's easy to forget that these aren't just 3-minute performances, but also months of preparation, weeks of practice, and years of experience all squeezed into a singular moment. When something doesn't go the way they want, or when exhaustion catches up to them, it can really weigh on them. What helps is their connection to stay. Even when they're drained or running on nothing but coffee and adrenaline, they say the energy from fans is what pulls them through. That immediate feedback is what reminds them why they push so hard. Sure, the social aspect can get to be a lot at times, namely how in 2019, Han was struggling with large groups of people and experiencing symptoms of psychological anxiety. But just like anything, there are negatives and there are positives. While yeah, the constant support and attention can get a little overwhelming, they'll still try to express their appreciation. That's especially true during fan signs. These events can last several hours, with Stray Kids meeting hundreds of fans in one sitting. It's exhausting. In most cases, they haven't had a great chance to sleep after their music shows, but they still make the effort to give each fan their full attention. They sign albums, answer questions, joke around, and sometimes even remember the people they're meeting. It's part of what makes their bond with Stay feel so personal. Even after the grueling 15-hour rehearsals, they'll push through with the energy they receive from each other and Stay. They understand that for a fan, those few seconds can be unforgettable. And for Stray Kids, that memory is what makes the chaos of comeback season worth it. It's a tough balance though. The same constant visibility that fuels them can also drain them. But Stray Kids have learned to find the good in it and turn overwhelming parts into their motivation. It's this ability to turn pressure into drive that they've been able to keep growing. Stray Kids comebacks are ultimately built on sacrifice. The sleepless nights, injuries, relentless expectations, and the pressure of millions watching. Yet behind the polished 3 minutes on stage are human beings who lean on each other when exhaustion hits. What carries them through isn't just caffeine, but the bond they share and the energy they feel from Stay. If you want to see how Stray Kids challenged the genre expectations and changed all of K-pop, you can click the video on screen. Thanks for watching. Bye 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 bye. Stray Kids Dominate Tour is widely recognized as not only their biggest tour, but the biggest tour in K-pop history. With over 50 shows across 4 continents, they've shattered records and pushed boundaries most artists never even approach. However, what happens on stage is only part of their tour. There's a much deeper layer to touring, one filled with physical exhaustion, mental pressure, and the constant demand to be at your best. At first glance, performing for nearly 3 hours every other night might sound manageable, but when you really consider everything going on behind the scenes, the constant travel, the intense rehearsals, the media obligations, and the high energy performances themselves, it's clear just how draining it is. This isn't a weekend festival or a short local run, this is a global tour stretching over many months, and it's the grind that takes a real toll on their mind and body. So how do they keep going? Well, Stray Kids actually travel with a dedicated physician. This isn't just for show, having medical support on hand helps them recover faster from physical strain, manage their vocal health, and take care of their injuries before they become serious. Felix has even talked about sipping honey water before going on the stage, a simple trick to soothe vocal cords. Chances are, the other members do something similar too, and with how intense a choreography Stray Kids have, it's practically a necessity that they know and understand how to care for themselves properly. We hear about them sleeping during the day quite frequently, whether that's while they're waiting at the venue or back at their hotel. They're always trying to get the most rest that they can. Seungmin even mentioned sleeping for 17 to 18 hours straight when he first arrived in Seattle. While they're touring, lacking sleep can become a stressful situation. Stray Kids need their bodies to be as ready as possible, so fighting to fall asleep at nights can become a worrying area. This is where sleeping extra during the day can become almost a hazard, as it can limit their ability to sleep when they need to the most. For Changbin, he's practically got a routine down in this situation. Whenever he's struggling to sleep, he goes on Netflix to watch a movie. That way, he can relax and get his mind off of whatever was keeping him up. Of course, the group tries to nap during low-risk times, like on show days or right after performances. Poor sleep can lead to mistakes or injuries, and with how intricate their routines are, they must be sharp mentally and physically. Plus, with all that movement, they burn a ton of calories. They need to eat, like, a lot. Since May, Felix has been needing to prioritize his health during performances. For a few years now, he's struggled with back pain, leading him to need to step to the side or ease up on his choreographies. While he could take the easy way around this and sit out the show altogether, his drive to put on a strong performance kept him in it. This kind of dedication is true for all the members. Think about it, 34 cities on this tour, and each venue requires at least one full rehearsal before the show. Some cities hosted multiple nights, and before any of that, the group spends countless hours practicing to make sure everything runs smoothly. Even before the tour was announced, Stray Kids were already deep in preparation. Not just rehearsing their set list, but also conditioning their bodies, learning new skills, and garnering the stamina needed to survive nearly a year-long tour. From what we know, Stray Kids began practicing their solo stages roughly a month before the tour began. That might sound like a decent chunk of time to learn one song, but that wasn't the only song they needed to learn. There were several additional performances that were added into the set list, on top of the fact so many choreographies were adjusted for the scale of the stage. Each solo stage is entirely unique, a new choreography, new arrangements, and for a few of them, new performance styles. It was important that each member could shine through and show absolutely everything they had to offer. Something interesting is that Stray Kids learned the full choreography for Mountains in just a day. Felix himself said that was incredibly fast, even for them. That kind of speed only happens when the team trusts the choreography and their own skills to nail it under pressure. While we don't see it outright, it's safe to assume the members helped each other out while learning it, something we have seen them do plenty times before. Their stage rehearsals started just 1 week before the first show, which is an incredibly small window given the complexity of the tour's production. Performing inside of various practice rooms can only go so far. It's important that they run through it on the real deal too. Most of the songs in the set list were adapted specifically for the live environment, with added transitions, extended intros, and moments designed for crowd engagement. Touring with a live band only added to the scale and cinematic feel of Dominate. While 3RACHA likely weren't the ones directly rearranging the tracks, they almost certainly oversaw and approved every change. These preparations didn't stop once the tour began. Almost every stop included a rehearsal show the day before the official concert. These aren't quick run-throughs, as they perform the entire set, often without costumes, just to adjust to the venue's size and sound. Then on concert day, there's a final sound check, which is more like a warm-up and a ritual for the fans and the group. Even minutes before stepping on stage, the members are still preparing, stretching, warming up their voices, and going over choreography one last time. These small moments, often caught in behind-the-scenes clips, reveal just how much energy it takes just to start the show. It's easy to think the hard work ends once the tour begins, but really, it's a daily grind. Performing nearly 60 times around the world means they have to stay ready every single day, no exceptions. However, they still get time to themselves, and during a tour as intense as Dominate, these moments to pause are rather meaningful breaks from the tour that allow the members to recharge in their own ways. With nearly a year on the road, it's essential that the members get to rest and explore the area. These breaks help prevent burnout, give their bodies a chance to recover, and give the members space to stay grounded as individuals. Everyone has their own way of spending downtime. Some prefer solo time, others hang out in pairs, and sometimes the whole group sticks together. Bangchan, for example, finds comfort in familiar things. On tour, he swam at night, met an old friend in Sydney, visited family, and met with his sister again in San Francisco. But even then, he rarely steps away from music. He often brings his laptop and writes or produces music whenever he has free time. Well, we don't necessarily see him producing at the venues, but I'm assuming he wasn't just staring at his home screen there. For Chan and the other 3RACHA members, making music is more than just work. It's a way to relax and connect with something they love, even in unfamiliar places. In the San Francisco vlog, we see 3RACHA meeting up in Chan's hotel room to work on music all together. Other members used off days to explore new places and their individual hobbies. Seungmin took the chance to shop for jerseys in different cities, something we've seen him do consistently through their North America leg. Hyunjin visited local museums, attended galleries, and continued painting and sketching in hotel rooms. Lino and Han shared a relaxed brunch before their show, though, to be fair, they call it breakfast, but it's really more like brunch because they slept in so long. There's a physical side to these breaks too. Several members will go to the gym to maintain their stamina and clear their minds. For quite a lot of them, gym time has become a regular off-day routine. Then there's the quieter downtime, playing video games, passing around plush toys, or just hanging out together backstage. These small moments help the group stay connected and avoid burnout. Touring can get lonely, and even just sitting silently with each other helps reset their energy. Food also plays its role in their rest. Trying local dishes blends downtime with cultural exploration. Stray Kids enjoy finding something new to try, but they'll still eat a lot of Korean food, opting for something familiar when they get tired. Some members recharge best alone. Others enjoy being surrounded by the group, but regardless of how they spend their breaks, what matters is that they're doing what they can to take one. These moments of rest, even if they're brief, are essential not just for their bodies, but for their minds and spirits too. Truthfully, it's a reminder that Stray Kids are more than just these figures we see that perform endlessly. Beyond the stage, they're real people who get tired and burn out. And as people, they need time to breathe and exist outside of the spotlight. Idol life is incredibly hard work. They're expected to keep up a perfect image constantly, so taking breaks to heal mentally on top of physically is crucial. Another way they avoid burnout is by mixing up their shows and avoiding performing the same thing night after night. They're always pushing to evolve it. Across the many months of the Dominate tour, the group continuously upgraded and tweaked the production, keeping things fresh not only for fans, but for themselves. What started in Seoul looked very different by the time the tour reached Brazil or Los Angeles. And that's the whole point. From early on, the setlist was a flexible structure. Several changes were made throughout the tour, often reflecting new releases, fan preferences, or simply the desire to keep things fresh. One of the most noticeable shifts came in the solo stage section. While each member originally had a solo track, these were eventually rotated out in favor of unit stages, allowing them to showcase newer songs and deliver more engaging performances. Encore songs also rotated. Haven is a favorite Stray Kids have used, performing at the majority of stops, with Starlost not far behind. These kind of adjustments not only kept the members engaged, but also added a layer of unpredictability for fans. No two shows were exactly alike, and that exclusivity became part of the appeal. The styling adapted as well. In Seoul, they wore heavier, layered outfits with detailed coats and structured pieces fitting the grand debut. But in North America, their looks were lighter and more casual, more comfortable for those venues and the tour's energy. Throughout the months, hairstyles changed too, especially for Hyunjin. Not only did he get a buzz cut, but it also got new styles, giving fans exclusive looks tied to different tour legs. These changes reflected how the tour itself grew and responded to its environment. There was also a shift in the performances themselves. In the early stages of the tour, the group was understandably more focused. Stray Kids were debuting new choreography, syncing with the band, and executing a high-pressure show. As the tour progressed, their confidence grew, and so did the fluidity of their stage presence. Fan interactions became more relaxed and frequent, with members extending their talking segments, adding jokes, and breaking into spontaneous moments that made each show feel personal to that city. Localization was a big part of that connection. In Europe and Latin America, members added greetings and phrases in the local language, which became highlights of stays. They'd shout out local foods or landmarks using familiar words to bridge the distance. These small touches honored the global fan base while keeping the spirit of Dominate alive. However, Dominate wasn't cheap by any means. Every night of the tour was backed by a huge mountain of expenses. The staging alone is a major investment. Trapdoors, fireworks, and massive screens. They're engineered for fast setup and teardown, which requires specialized crews and equipments. Add in the cost of transporting that gear across continents, and things add up real quickly. Travel is one of the biggest line items. It's not just the members moving, there's also a full operation of people, stylists, tech crews, choreographers, translators, managers, and bodyguards. Commonly, they've traveled by commercial airlines, but in South America, they flew around by private jet. Each venue brings big fees. Arenas can charge tens or hundreds of thousands per night, plus extra for rehearsals, rigging, and insurance. Multiply that by multiple night stops, and the numbers scale quickly. Staffing too is intense. There's dozens of people behind the scenes at every show running the lighting, sound, and cameras. Meanwhile, marketing runs global campaigns, teaser videos, fan events, and influencer promos to keep momentum going. Then there's the merch. It's a huge part of the tour's revenue, but it costs a lot to get it there. They need designs, production, shipping, and on-site staff. Even content creation has a price. SKZ Talker Go episodes and tour footage all require a traveling production crew, but they also add long-term value through post-tour monetization. And finally, you have everything that keeps the team running. The hotel costs, meals, rehearsal spaces, and a full-time physician traveling with them. On top of that are the legal and compliance costs like visas, labor permits, taxes, and customs. Add it all together, and a tour like Dominate likely costs somewhere between 50 to 60 million US dollars to execute, possibly even more. It's a massive risk, but one that shows how far Stray Kids have come. Tours like this don't just happen. They're built piece by piece, with every decision reinforcing just how global Stray Kids truly are. And while it's hard to say for sure just how much revenue Stray Kids brought in during the tour, we can say for sure it was a lot. As Dominate comes to a close, it's clear this tour was successful from a monetary standpoint, as well as being a growth chapter for the group. Stray Kids evolved, learned, and connected in ways that left a mark on every stage and every fan they met. The impact this year of touring left will certainly carry far beyond the final show. Lino stepped wrong during Stray Kids' 2025 Mama performance, falling straight onto the concrete floor. He limped away from that, but yet he kept going. He sprained his ankle towards the beginning of the performance and finished the stage anyway. End of the year performances are incredibly hard for Stray Kids, and to understand why Lino kept going even after spraining his ankle, we need to look at what these stages really are. These end-of-year stages are framed publicly as celebrations, but internally they function as finales and high-pressure showcases. Every single year, groups are expected to deliver career-defining versions of their songs. They usually try to push these stages to their limits and show as much as they possibly can in such a short time frame. These stadiums and arenas are full of Stray Kids fans, but they're also full of thousands of fans that don't know them quite as well, and they're able to reach out to those people for the very first time. These performances will set the stage for their success the following year. Truthfully, it doesn't matter if they get hurt. They have expectations that must be filled, no matter what. Something similar happened in 2019. Lino suffered a minor injury to his ankle while he was rehearsing for the Asia Artist Awards. JYP Entertainment advised that he shouldn't perform with it, but he insisted otherwise. Lino still wanted to be out on the stage, even if all he could do was sit in a chair. These ambitions to push through something that's hard, even injury, has always been something Stray Kids have done. While Lino could have just sat out of the performance entirely, he chose to push through and show up for the thing that he had already trained so hard for. However, before they even get the chance to step on that stage, they need to go through hours of practicing songs they've already performed, but in a different way. Every end of year stage requires rebuilding the performance from scratch, even if the group has done the song all year. The version fans know isn't the version that they perform in December. It's important that they show something new each time, and because of that, it gets extremely tolling. Different stages are differently sized and formatted. One thing might work really well on one stage, but on a completely different one, it might not translate as well. If the performance is too close in one space, it'll feel too boxed in and it won't have that grand nature required for these end-of-year performances. One of my favorite performances from them is the 2022 performance at Mama. They only performed 2 of their songs, and yet it felt so powerful. The stage this year was huge, and so because of that, they needed to utilize it the best that they could. At the end of Maniac, the entire group sprints to the other side of the stage and immediately starts dancing. And at the very climax of the performance, they can't lose that energy. The energy needs to go up even more, forcing them to perform even higher than they were before. Going from a sprint to powerful dancing is by no means easy. It's an unfamiliar performance style for a lot of them. We saw Ian specifically suffering from this, where he didn't manage his stamina and breath while running perfectly, so right as the lights go out, he falls down. It's really tough. There's new music cuts or new formations and new transitions and new storytelling elements for each festival stage, and they try to practice as much as they can so they can perform as close to perfect as possible, but they only have like a week to perform for these, so it's nearly impossible to get it into this perfect state that's required. It's not even like they're only at the venues for a couple of hours when the actual performances are happening. Usually they're going to be there for the entire day. They need to be there to rehearse twice and then later give the actual performance. This means a lot of the time they're still there practicing. A few times we've seen them transform hallways into rehearsal rooms where they tape out the floor so that they can remember the actual formations they need to have. It gets to be a tight fit, but they have to make do with it. The last thing they want is to make a huge mistake on stage. These performances are recorded and published worldwide. If you make a mistake, millions will see it. It's not even like you got months to prepare for these. Each music show wants to have their own, so you have them scheduled out a week by week, and you need to practice them longer than that. You need to practice them before, so you end up stacking them on top of each other. You end up practicing for AAA and Music Bank Global at the same time, and now you gotta make sure you got them both ready, so it gets to be a very messy time. And by the time they've got everything down, the hours for rest are completely gone. They just don't have the time to necessarily take a break during this time frame. Lay off to the side too much, and you're not only putting yourself at risk, but you're also putting the entire group at risk of looking bad. December is when the world slows down almost. Families are reuniting and people are taking time off, but for idols, December is the loudest month of the year. Stray Kids have only ever had an official comeback in December once, and even then, it wasn't intentional. December is just that busy. They try to avoid scheduling too much during this time. Stray Kids rehearse long after midnight, often going straight from one schedule to another without returning home. Members sleep backstage or in vans between rehearsals. The dance practice rooms often become their Christmas landscape instead of their cozy home. They're reviewing choreography alone in empty dressing rooms, even while others are opening gifts with their family. While the world treats December as a season of rest, idols experience it as a peak activity season. Because people are resting so much, they're online, they're watching TV, they're watching YouTube, they're listening to music, they're finding Stray Kids. They need to be out there and catering to those people. When people are resting, they're craving entertainment. And Stray Kids are entertainers, and as entertainers, they must entertain, regardless of what it takes. Christmas Day becomes another rehearsal, another airport, another stage check, and another performance that can't be postponed. They don't have the happy and jolly Christmas morning, they have responsibilities that must be filled. The photos you see online that look festive are often taken after exhausting all-night run-throughs. Even their Christmas content is usually filmed weeks early, squeezed between their tight schedules. They don't have the time to be recording these things while they're practicing. While fans are enjoying the warmth of the holiday season, idols are out spending those same hours under the cold stage lights. They don't get the time to sit down and rest. They have to be constantly moving. Their bodies are running on adrenaline. They can't run off of that natural energy that they recover. They're pushing past their muscle soreness, their fatigue, and their tight deadlines. And through all of this, they still have to create something new. Exhaustion doesn't pause creativity, and December doesn't pause their expectations. Truthfully, it doesn't matter how drained they are. The performance must look magical and worthy of closing out the year. People must be entertained. End of year stages are tough on their own because of how exhausted the idols already are, but the pressure only increases. The performances become permanent the moment it airs. The moment they perform it, there's already someone recording it. There are no reshoots, there are no resets, and there are no second takes. How you perform it is how everyone will see it. That is the final performance. Fan cams capture every angle of you, every expression you make, and every misstep you take. People are constantly slowing the footage down, frame by frame, and comparing it to past performances. There are critics constantly analyzing all that you do. These stages get rewatched for years, turning into reference points for an idol's career. If you do poorly here, it'll reflect on you for the rest of your life. The performances become the official record of how strong a team finished the year. They're used to judge growth, consistency, and reputation, even when the members are running on minimal sleep. This is the environment Lino walked into at Mama 2025 when he sprained his ankle mid-performance. Stopping would have meant the injury became the story, the only thing viewers remembered. It wouldn't have mattered anymore that Stray Kids won Album of the Year. If one of their members went missing during the performance, that would be the story. People aren't out there to praise how good of a performance you leave. They're only out there to critique the minor flaws that you make. And so instead of staying on the ground, laying there hurt, he got up there and performed the best that he could while he was on camera. The performance didn't stop, and it's now become a favorite among stays despite his injury. By finishing the stage, it meant they were able to control the narrative, protecting the group, and honoring the work they poured into this performance. Stray Kids know these stages follow them indefinitely. The playlists, the compilations, the rankings, the edits, the annual recaps. A single December stage can shift public perception more than a year of regular promotions. And even after the camera's cut and they're behind the stage, the pressure doesn't lift. The schedule moves forward without a pause. During these same weeks that they rehearsed multiple end-of-year stages, Stray Kids still maintain their global brand obligations. All the carpets they have to attend, the magazine shoots, the luxury events, and ambassador appearances continue without any rest, especially the members with active ambassadorships, like Felix with Louis Vuitton or Hyunjin with Versace. They still need to be attending these fittings, concept meetings, and promotional shoots throughout December. Just like the music programs, these brands want to utilize them to the most that they can. The brand schedules aren't built around K-pop calendars. They expect consistency regardless of idol workloads. They're not going to postpone their holiday campaign just because one of their ambassadors has something going on. Similarly to how Stray Kids must entertain, brands have sales they need, especially during the Christmas season. Stray Kids continue to film signature content during this period. Things like documenting the stages and the backstage moments, or even recording SKZ codes, which require a long set day even when the group is already exhausted. Special holiday videos or year-end message content is usually filmed weeks early, but still added to their December workload. And you know why they do it? Because Stray Kids must entertain. It doesn't matter that they've got a lot going on already. There are people at home that need entertainment. They're constantly filming things for variety shows or interviews, and that all ties into the same timeline, requiring extra energy and presentation. Even when rehearsals are running late into the night, the next morning might be a brand shoot, a content filming block, or even a red carpet appearance. Their roles extend beyond performers. Their global faces expected to remain polished, charismatic, and constantly entertaining people without them raising any questions. These obligations pile on top of already heavy December schedules, adding pressure that fans rarely see. And all of it leads into the question hanging over them throughout this time: why keep going at all? It's exhausting. It's unbearable. Most people wouldn't be able to do it. And yet, they do. They push through December because they take pride in finishing what they start. These end-of-year stages feel like closing a chapter, a final statement to the year that they've built. They accept their role as entertainers and perform for stays who travel long distances, wait in the cold, and show up even during holiday season. Because even though they want entertainment, stays still love them. It's this presence of fans that becomes a source of strength when they're exhausted. As difficult as it sounds, they want to entertain, they enjoy entertaining, they're motivated to get to that final goal, and that motivation also comes from each other. It's a shared understanding that everyone is tired, but they're still committed. The teamwork becomes an anchor point for all of this, covering for the injured members, adjusting the formats, and keeping the morale steady. Even though Lino was injured, the other members made sure to help him out. We see backstage, and even when they're tired, they're constantly trying to encourage each other. They can understand what the others are going through because they're in the same boat. It's those kind of moments during this time that remind them why the hard work matters. The end of year stages look bright and effortless, but knowing what sits behind them changes everything. The sleepless nights and the holiday sacrifices, they're all a part of what Stray Kids give in December. And even with all that weight, they still walk on stage with pride, with teamwork, and with stays on their mind. They want the year to end on a strong note, not just for themselves, but for the people who have been with them the whole way. And understanding what these stages cost doesn't take away from the magic, it just makes it easier to appreciate just how much they pour into every moment you see.
Mixtape Dominate is a completely new concept to a well-loved series of Stray Kids. Rather than being a singular track, it features 4 unit songs and a re-recorded version of Giant, allowing for the members to shine their own colors. The cover itself expresses this idea, where it blends blues, greens, and reds to make up a modern and retro imagery. It additionally features a representative symbol of each unit track, a flaming tire, a wrapping film strip, a broken chain, and a fiery jewel. Changbin and Ian wrote Burnin' Tires, represented by the flaming tire. The song blends several genres into one, such as hip-hop, pop-punk, and rock. It's a common theme within Stray Kids sound, making it into Stray Kids genre, something the group often aspires to achieve. The duo describes the song as an expression of speed and the longing for freedom. The song explores strong themes of Stray Kids' burning drive and that aspiration to overcome limits put in place. Despite the relentless workload and constant movement, Changbin emphasizes that exhaustion isn't something they feel. Their passion and determination fuel them, allowing them to push forward without letting fatigue slow them down. Even if I face a headwind, I spread my arms. Been going off track, breaking rules since 2018. Changbin uses the imagery of facing a headwind, an opposing force, to symbolize challenges that could have held him back. Instead of being held back by them, he spreads his arms, embracing the struggle and pushing forward. Since Stray Kids' debut in 2018, they've consistently defied industry norms, creating their own sound rather than conforming to trends. This approach initially led to skepticism and doubt, with critics labeling them as outliers. However, rather than letting negativity define them, Stray Kids turned their deviant status into their strength, proving that breaking the mold can lead to success. The Burnin' Tires keep rolling like a stage effect. I don't know where the end will be. Ian compares the relentless ambition to burning tires that keep rolling, much like a dramatic stage effect. This imagery highlights their unstoppable drive, constantly moving forward without knowing when or where they'll stop. It reinforces their dedication to pushing boundaries, embracing the uncertainty of their journey, while staying fueled by their passion. I tighten up my shoelaces and instead loosen up my reins. Changbin reiterates a past mindset seen in Stray Kids' 2019 track, Double Knot, which emphasized preparation and securing oneself for challenges. By saying he's loosening the reins and tying his shoelaces tightly, he signifies his newfound confidence, that being how he no longer needs to brace himself excessively because he's ready for anything. This line also represents a shift towards freedom, showing that rather than being overly cautious, he's embracing the unpredictable nature of his journey with full confidence in his abilities. A large truck that can't be controlled, who can stop me? I can't stop myself either. This line speaks to not only Changbin's ambitions, but Stray Kids as a whole. The group has been running non-stop for 7 years now, consistently putting out albums. If not even the members can stop themselves as they burn through, who could? Han and Felix collaborated to write Truman, which they describe as a contrasting song with intense energy, represented by a burning jewel.
Head high, keep on moving, living real like Truman, I'm the Truman.
The duo mentions a Truman in both the intro and title. It's not just a play on words for True Man, but also a reference to the main character of the 1998 comedy film, The Truman Show. The movie centers around Truman Burbank, who once had lived his entire life dictated by a TV program on a set, but broke free now and lives like a true man. They use this reference to compare their life as idols, feeling that they're being watched constantly and have to uphold a perfect image. After this expression in the intro, the song switches up and so does the message. It twists from a perfect jazz instrumental to a messy, rage-filled beat. It's almost as though they've hit a revelation, that being how they don't need to fear public opinion anywhere near as much as they do.
It's that
It's that beast mode as Rengar calls it.
Rengar is a League of Legends champion, a character from a video game several members play, most famously Felix, who has a lot of trouble getting out of Bronze League. League of Legends describes Rengar as a ferocious Vestian trophy hunter who lives for the thrill of tracking down and killing dangerous creatures. In a way, Stray Kids are much like Rengar, always fighting to make the best music they can and surpass any previous records. Additionally, Rengar is described to stalk his prey neither for food nor glory, but for the sheer beauty of the pursuit. Similar to how Stray Kids enjoy the challenges they face in the journey to success. They continue this theme in the next line. Stray Kids acknowledge that their success isn't just their own, it's thanks to Stay, their dedicated fans. With this line, they emphasize that with Stay's unwavering support, they're able to not only secure their achievements, but also continue forward without fear of the public eye. Felix reflects on how his strong ambitions from a young age led him to create his own path outside of traditional schooling. Here, he's highlighting how his drive and determination helped him transition straight into a successful career after high school. Rather than being confined by the structured rules of a classroom, he now has the freedom to set his own course and make his own decisions. Felix's line is a nod to his success in partnership with Louis Vuitton, a brand he has represented and walked the runway for twice. This brief yet impactful lyric symbolizes how his hard work over the years has paid off, allowing him to enjoy his achievements, dancing freely while wearing the luxury brand's shoes, representing their ambition to be true men, and let people see who they truly are. Escape, Bangshin and Hyunjin's track, blends an alternative R&B sound with powerful, yet controlled energy. The duo shared insight into its meaning, explaining that the song conveys a desire to leave behind a world filled with corruption and despair, instead seeking love and freedom. This theme is presented in the first lines, where Hyunjin says,
"The sky is burning. There's no way."
Later in his verse, he says, "Like magic, if I stop the time, I'll stand before you. Let's run away, hold my hand." In this line, the writer expresses a longing to pause time, escaping from the troubles of the world. By reaching out their hand, they promise to lead their lover toward a better, freer place. These lines symbolize breaking free from not only the issues of the world, but also burdens and restraints, being freed from the chains of the world. Their escape isn't just physical, but emotional, highlighting how connection provides refuge from struggle and a path to the true liberation from the horrors of the world.
Let's run away from the world. Don't you love the sound of silence? It's all we need.
These lyrics reinforce the desire to escape from the chaos and hardships of the world. By leaving everything behind, they can find solace in silence, suggesting that true peace comes from simply being together, away from the noise and escaping from the world. If you've been enjoying hearing about the deeper meaning of Mixtape Dominate, I'd really appreciate it if you could subscribe. It's the easiest way to let me know you enjoy what I do, and it's completely free. Cinema, written by Lino and Seungmin, is a band pop song with grand percussion that captures the essence of living life like a movie, or trying to make the best of it. The song portrays life as a series of scenes, with each moment being important and deserving of effort, just like the famous moments in a movie. It's a warm and uplifting story about embracing every scene of life, making the most of each one. When there was nothing by my side, through the dim lights, you came and sat down next to me, and at that moment, in the blackout, a door opened. This song could almost be seen as an extension of Cover Me, in which the writer asked for someone to reach out their hand and help them out of the dark. Now, with Cinema, that person has come to help, sitting down with them and opening a metaphorical door, a way out of their darkness. This statement symbolizes life as a shared experience. Lino and Seungmin are emphasizing that life isn't just about one person's journey. Instead, it's our cinema, meaning that everyone's struggles and experiences are connected and they support one another through them. In this film tape, we're contained in the picture. Won't let it fade, I'll remember. This line reflects how their lives and the moments of support are captured in time, like a still image. They're determined to hold on to these memories, not letting them fade, and always remembering the help they've received along the way. In this radiance, cinema, till the end of the show, never let it go. These lines capture the essence of the song, emphasizing the importance of holding on to the bright, beautiful moments of life, symbolized as a radiant show, and cherishing them until the very end. Ending credits going up, you and my name together on it.
with the final curtain call, and now, night after night, when you cannot find your way, I'll be waiting. Welcome to our cinema. These lines reinforce the idea that, even when faced with difficulties or feeling lost, Lino and Seungmin will always be there for each other. The ending credits symbolize the end of a chapter or moment, but the bond remains strong, with one person promising to wait for the other through all the changes, helping to create a beautiful cinema of life. Additionally, Stray Kids include a Korean version of the Japanese title track, Giant. The lyrics in the Korean version stay true to the original, emphasizing the idea that, despite being physically small, their influence and power are enormous. This reflects the group's confidence and determination to make a big impact, regardless of any limitations.
People think I'm big, but I'm small.
Stray Kids make this theme known in the first line, setting the record straight that they truly are small, even with their success.
They give my skill and they don't really fucking giant.
In this line, Bang Chan plays with the concept of scale in two ways. First, he refers to their physical scale, or size, which people associate with being a giant. Additionally, he incorporates the music scale, referencing a C major scale to subtly highlight their artistry and sound. The mention of Fa combined with King also has a playful, edgy tone, suggesting a form of swearing while keeping it lighthearted and impactful. The specific use of a C major scale could be important as well, representing a Chan major scale, or the major scale of Bang Chan.
I just worked out like a little ant. I overcame the pain and became a giant ant.
Stray Kids compare themselves to ants, small but incredibly strong creatures capable of lifting many times their body weight. This line plays on this imagery, emphasizing how, despite their small size, they work tirelessly and push through hardships. Through this effort, they metaphorically transformed into a giant ant, symbolizing their growth and massive impact in the industry.
Got a place to go, we got places to flow. I am not satisfied, I want it more.
These lines speak of Stray Kids' burning hunger to accomplish more and keep up their ambitions, something Changbin and Ian speak of in Burnin' Tires.
There's a chicken and typhoon.
Even something as small as a sneeze from Stray Kids creates a massive effect, like a typhoon. This line humorously exaggerates their influence, showing that no matter what they do, it sends waves through the industry. For some, I'm reckless. For me, I'm courageous, fearless, scarless. It's our palace. While some may see Stray Kids as reckless, they see themselves as fearless and determined. Their bold choices aren't mistakes, they're steps toward building their own palace, a metaphor for their success and the empire they've created through their unique sound and artistry, becoming giants in the music scene and dominating throughout.
In late 2019, Stray Kids were at a breaking point. They were still being called noise music. They were too loud and too chaotic and kind of too abnormal for the K-pop industry. They built a reputation for intensity, but that intensity started to wear them down. They had to rewrite their entire comeback, and for the first time ever, they were rethinking the noise. Then came a song that wasn't so much about fighting back, but actually letting go instead. It wasn't their loudest song or their biggest hit, but it redefined them. This is how Levanter taught Stray Kids the lessons needed for their later success. Stray Kids had come to almost a fork in the road. Their sound had been bold and unpredictable and also kind of divisive. It split people in half, where you either liked it or you hated it. People called them noise music, too loud or too noisy and too different to what people had already seen in the K-pop industry. This led them to try and make easier songs to listen to, but they just didn't quite suit them in the same way. Their 2018 song, I Am You, originally had a strong chant-like style to it. But they ended up rewriting it entirely to try and simplify it. Now instead of the chant in the chorus, it's more so an easy rise and drop. And it was that label of the noise music that started to weigh on them. The next year they released Side Effects, which pushed their experimentation to the limit. It was a very intense song, and they kind of implemented things that you really never have seen in K-pop before. But unfortunately, it felt a little bit almost too out of control. It felt like they were kind of just pushing things in a way of retaliation. They tried to fight the critics that called them too noisy by just amplifying it. And sure, that can make it for an interesting song and almost like an interesting story of persevering, but it wasn't working and they needed to change that. Every time they were called too loud, they made the next song even louder. They threw everything into the mix they could think of, and it made for a unique song, but it was messy at best, unfortunately. Stray Kids were struggling to grow, and then things changed even more. When Woojin left, it left the group shaken. Their comeback was delayed and rewritten from the ground up.
They had to change all of the positions, and now 8 members stood in a place that used to be 9. This new album, Clay Levanter, was no longer just a comeback. It was kind of an album that defined their identity. It showed where Stray Kids would go after that huge change, and that is where Levanter emerged from. It didn't come from retaliation, rather it came from necessity. They needed to find something that would work. In a career built on chaos and noise, it was really the first time Stray Kids had ever taken a break to feel the wind. They finally found a way to mix the noise that they wanted to show with the styles that the K-pop industry was looking for. Levanter wasn't necessarily the perfect example of this mixture, but it was almost like a stepping stone for more to come. Levanter was built very differently from the songs that came before it. Where Mira was dense and relentless, Levanter was more open. There was air in the mix of it. The intro and the outro of the song felt almost atmospheric. It felt like something we really hadn't seen much from Stray Kids before. The melody of the song led it instead of the beat. The chorus was powerful, but it was also restrained. And that contrast was incredibly deliberate. The song marked the very first time that Stray Kids really understood what restraint meant. They understood how to use it as a tool. They didn't need to prove that they could go harder each time. They needed to prove that they could go deeper with it. And every part of the production, from the cleaner synth texture and the cinematic atmosphere, reflected that shift immensely. This allowed Stray Kids to bridge that chaos with clarity too. It made that connection between noise and purpose. The actual strength of Levanter came from something more than its complexity. It was actually more so about its honesty. And these hit especially hard after everything the group has faced. They had lost themselves in trying to prove something to the people that didn't care to begin with. You can feel them realizing something deeper about the music that they create. Stray Kids had always kind of been honest, but this time their honesty wasn't wrapped in anger or defiance. It was vulnerable and reflective. It was something real that you could feel, and that vulnerability changed how people saw them. It was that subtle shift from rebellion to reflection that gave them something more powerful than attention. It gave them belief. To be completely honest, Levanter's performance was not so great. Levanter was actually one of Stray Kids' lowest performing tracks. The song earned 1 music show win, which, hey, that's pretty cool. Not even God's Menu won any. But to this day, Levanter has the 2nd lowest streams out of all the Stray Kids title tracks on Spotify. But those numbers missed the point. The real impact of the song was something more than commercial. Levanter is the point where Stray Kids learned to take validation and vision and separate it. They stopped chasing the approval of people who would never give it to them and started refining who they were. It became less about proving that they belonged in the industry and more about giving people what they wanted, but through Stray Kids' lens. Levanter taught Stray Kids how to make music with actual awareness. Before, their songs were raw outlets, which very emotional, yeah, but they're more so reactive to the industry pushing back. After Levanter, they became intentional with it. They realized that chaos doesn't have to be messy or rebellious. It can also mean control. And it's that realization that became the blueprint for Go Live and God's Menu. For the first time, Stray Kids weren't making noise as a way of pushing back. They were making noise to communicate. When Go Live released 7 months later, you could hear the shift immediately. Ask anyone what they think of God's Menu. They could either tell you, it's a little bit loud, it's kind of chaotic, but they'll never tell you it's too messy. Stray Kids understood how to control that mess and organize it in a way that feels perfect. God's Menu was loud and sharp and honestly unapologetically bold, but it wasn't random anymore. It was that organized chaos with engineered precision, and that very precision came from the lessons that Levanter gave them. It's what let Bing Chan, Changbin, and Han write something so confident. They finally knew what they wanted to say and how to say it. With God's Menu, they turned that criticism, the noise, into almost a branding. Stray Kids never changed who they were, they simply refined it and made it into something new. Every explosive moment in God's Menu traces back to the quieter realization of Levanter. They'd stopped running away from what the industry wanted
and started running with it. Most people won't list Levanter among their favorite Stray Kids songs. Chances are, you might not even ever have heard the song before. But for those who have followed their story closely, it's one of the most defining moments of their career. It represents the turning point between their otherwise uncertain creation and their actual intentional production. It's the reason that God's Menu hits the way that it does. It's not just loud and in your face, but it's fully deliberate. Levanter laid that groundwork for the songs that followed, like Thunderous or Maniac or even Chick Chick Boom. Each of them carried the chaos forward, just with a little bit better execution than what came before. Levanter certainly didn't explode like the later songs, but it gave 3RACHA the knowledge they had been searching for. It gave them clarity to turn the noise that they love so much into something with a bit more direction to it. And it's that very direction that pushed them to K-pop's main stage. By no means was Levanter the song that made Stray Kids famous, but it was certainly the one that got them there. It's kind of like the phrase people will use, Levanter walked so God's Menu could run.
Stray Kids have just wrapped up a phenomenal year, breaking records not only for themselves, but also redefining standards across the entire music industry. Immediately on January 1st, Seungmin, a renowned vocalist of Stray Kids, appeared on the cover of Nylon Japan's January issue. The photo shoot, sponsored by the luxury brand Coach, included a promotional film inspired by the recent Christmas season. Just a few days later, on January 4th, Felix demonstrated his generosity by donating 100 million Korean won to UNICEF. This contribution was directed towards supporting children in Laos who face challenges like poor sanitation and nutrition. Felix's act of kindness highlighted his compassionate nature and commitment to using his success to help those in need. Hyunjin was later invited to attend the VIP premiere of the Korean film Dog Days on January 29th. This attendance displayed the idol's prominence not only in the music scene, but also in the entertainment industry. Soon after, Felix, who's well known for his influence in the fashion world, appeared on Vogue Korea's digital cover in a photo shoot, sponsored by Bulgari perfume. The features showcased both his signature blonde hair and his really seen natural black hair, highlighting his charms outside of music. On February 5th, Changbin teamed up with South Korean singer Kim Chang-won for the remake of the song 8th Grader, Respect Your Dreams. The track was featured in the promotional campaign for Samsung's new Galaxy S24. This collaboration not only highlighted Stray Kids' influence, but also showcased Changbin's individual appeal as a powerful and marketable figure in the industry. In early February, the members of Stray Kids were given a 3-week break. During this time, Felix traveled to Laos to work with UNICEF, assisting communities in need. On February 18th, Stray Kids were nominated for Best Duo or Group at the 2024 People's Choice Awards. Stray Kids were able to take home the award even against big-name groups like Tomorrow by Together, the Jonas Brothers, and Paramore. 2 days later, on February 20th, JYP Entertainment released a digital collaborative single titled Like Magic. The song featured various JYP Entertainment groups like ITZY, NMIXX, and even Park Jin-young himself. Stray Kids Changbin participated in writing the song, which would be used as a promotional song for Coca-Cola's limited edition K-Wave flavor. On February 22nd, Lino released a cover of Day 6's Love Me or Leave Me, marking his first solo SKZ record release. He had previously released several collaborative SKZ record tracks, like Drive and Want So Bad, but never an individual one. This release helped demonstrate his growing artistry and vocal talents, being the only singer. The next day, Hyunjin attended Versace's Milan Fashion Week 2024 Fall and Winter Show on February 23rd. He was seated on the runway directly next to American actress Anne Hathaway, one of Hyunjin's fellow Versace ambassadors. Versace's chief creative officer, Donatella Versace, attended the fashion show as well, where she named Hyunjin the Versace Prince and awarded him with a crown. On February 29th, it was announced that Lino had donated 100 million Korean won to World Vision's Global Hunger Crisis Response Project. This donation aimed to assist children in some of the world's poorest regions facing severe food shortages. Lino's generosity highlights not only his character, but also the collective spirit of Stray Kids. The following day, on March 1st, Seungmin made his debut at Lowe's Paris Fashion Week Women's Fall and Winter 2024 show. This marked a significant milestone for the singer as his first fashion show appearance. Bangchan spent his 3-week February break in his hometown of Sydney, Australia. During his time there, he filmed a music video for his new SKZ player track, Eternity. The video, released on March 2nd, featured not just Bangchan, but also his beloved dog, Barry. making a special cameo alongside him in the solo track. On the same day, Ian attended Alexander McQueen's Paris Fashion Week 2024 Fall and Winter Show. On March 5th, Felix too attended a fashion show. However, he was not there to watch. He made his runway debut at Louis Vuitton's Paris Fashion Week Women Fall and Winter 2024 show. Several K-pop idols can say they've attended fashion shows, but very few can say they've modeled in it. This was a great accomplishment not only for Felix, but also for Stray Kids, showing how diverse the group's members can be. The month of March held several new solo songs for Stray Kids. The second song of the month, releasing on the 8th, was the song 13, coming from the 3RACHA member, Han. A week later, on March 15th, Seungmin released an original soundtrack song for the webtoon series, I Am the Queen in This Life. The track, Phobia, has since become one of his most loved OSTs and displays Stray Kids' reach into the entertainment industry. In the same day, Hyunjin released Long For You, which was quickly followed up by Hey You on the 17th. The next day, Seungmin was given the opportunity to throw the first pitch for the exhibition match between Team Korea and the Los Angeles Dodgers at the Go-Choke Sky Dome. This was a tremendous moment for Seungmin, as he once dreamed of becoming a baseball player. 1 week later, on March 25th, Stray Kids celebrated their 6th debut anniversary. Lino decided he now wished to open an Instagram account, leading Han to open his in the same day. Stray Kids later held their 4th annual fan meeting, taking place from March 29th to March 31st in Seoul, South Korea. The group displayed both a cover of SHINee's hit song, Sherlock, as well as performed the Levanter track, Booster, for the very first time. On the 31st, Han and Seungmin debuted their duet track, Respirator, which would be later released as an SKZ record. The members of Stray Kids had several cover features for April. Bangchan made a solo cover debut, being featured on Nylon Japan's physical cover. Additionally, the photo shoot was sponsored by the jewelry and crystal brand Swarovski. Hyunjin was featured on W Korea's digital cover, being sponsored by Kilian Paris fragrances. Lastly, Felix was featured on Harper's Bazaar Japan's physical cover, as well as Harper's Bazaar Korea's digital cover, with both photo shoots being sponsored by Louis Vuitton. These 4 cover appearances help to show how vast the group's visibility has become, with 3 of the 8 members being featured separately, yet simultaneously. On April 1st, Stray Kids was nominated at the iHeartRadio Awards, where they were nominated for Best K-Pop Artist, Best K-Pop Song, and Best K-Pop Album. The group successfully won Best K-Pop Album, with their 2023 album, 5 Star. Unfortunately, Stray Kids were unable to attend the event, but they ensured to express their gratitude. Shortly after, Stray Kids held the first half of their Japanese fan meeting, with the first 2 shows being held at Kyocera Dome in Osaka, Japan on April 6th and 7th. A few days later, on April 9th, Seungmin released another OST, Destiny, being featured in the Korean drama The Midnight Studio. The following day, Stray Kids performed highly at the 2024 Asia Star Entertainer Awards, winning Best Group, Album of the Year, and the prestigious Day Song Award. The Day Song is a highly coveted award, often referred to as the Grand Prize, with only 1 artist selected from all the nominees to receive it. Winning the Day Song especially highlighted how far Stray Kids have come, now beating out every other artist nominated at the awards show. On April 12th, Stray Kids released their first OST for a Japanese drama, releasing the song Why. The song was featured in Fuji TV's Re-Revenge in The End of Desire. Stray Kids have previously been featured in Japanese anime, but never in a live-action drama. On April 27th, Han released an SKZ record featuring Bae, the singer from the K-pop girl group NMIXX. Unfortunately, Bae did not contribute to the song's writing process, but her vocal skills still contributed more than enough to the song. Stray Kids continued their Japanese fan meetings, wrapping up SKZ Toy World on April 27th and 28th at Bluma Dome in Saitama, Japan. Seungmin began his Songby series on the 28th as well, a video series hosted on YouTube where he covers songs that are meaningful to him and expresses his feelings around both the music and his singing. In the first episode, he covered IU's Love Poem, the same song he covered as Mayfly V 3 years ago. 2 days later, Hyunjin attended Cartier's High Jewelry Gala Dinner, a prestigious event attended by only the most respected affiliates of Cartier. Additionally, Hyunjin was featured on the cover of Elle Korea's May issue. The photo shoot was sponsored by his representative brand, Cartier. Later on May 6th, Stray Kids attended the 2024 Met Gala as guests of Tommy Hilfiger, becoming the first K-pop group to attend with all of its members. While at the show, Tommy revealed the group's plans for a 40-city tour and praised their global impact on society. The show didn't go perfectly though, with several photographers yelling out rude remarks to the group. Stray Kids stayed professional through it all and continued to have a fun night. The group has spoken about their experience inside the show, mentioning how they met with the Hollywood actor Chris Hemsworth. When Stray Kids met Chris, he thought they were adorable and needed to pick them all up. 4 days after the show, on May 10th, Stray Kids released their digital English single, Lose My Breath. The song was written in collaboration with Western pop artist Charlie Puth, bringing a more Western sound to the song. While the group was in New York City, they made a surprise appearance at YouTube's 2024 Brandcast event, performing S-Class on May 15th. Stray Kids additionally appeared on The Kelly Clarkson Show, performing a pre-recorded version of Lose My Breath on May 21st. If you're enjoying hearing about Stray Kids' year, I'd really appreciate it if you subscribed. As June approached, Stray Kids appeared on the cover of W Korea, both as a group and individually. Each member was sponsored by a different luxury brand, showcasing their unique appeal and influence. Baekhyun by Fendi, Lino by Gucci, Changbin by Dolce & Gabbana, Hyunjin by Versace, Han by Balmain, Felix by Louis Vuitton, Seungmin by Loewe, and Ian by Alexander McQueen. The fact that each member received an individual cover and a sponsorship from the high-end brand underscores the global impact previously mentioned by Tommy Hilfiger. In 2023, Stray Kids released a short film to YouTube titled SKZ. On June 4th, 2024, the short film won a Global Spotlight Award at the Short Shorts Film Festival in Asia. Unfortunately, Stray Kids did not attend the show. However, the film's director, Kim Byung-joon, was there to accept the award. The same day, Han and Seungmin released their previously showcased debut, Respirator, to YouTube. A few days later, Ian too donated 100 million won, giving to Child Fund Korea, who aims to help improve the health of underprivileged children in South Korea. With his generous donation, he was appointed as a member of the Green Noble Donors Club, becoming the youngest member at only 23 years old. On June 14th, Baekhyun was featured in an interview with an old friend of his, Young K. Chan and Young K were trainees together for several years, up until he debuted in GOT7. The two of them have stayed in touch through the years, with the interview being a great place for them to reconnect. The following day, Baekhyun attended Fendi's Milan Fashion Week Spring and Summer 2025 show on June 15th. With this attendance, Baekhyun made his fashion show debut, appearing in Fendi's clothing. At the end of the month, on June 30th, Han released another SKZ record track, Maybe. July was perhaps one of Stray Kids' busiest months. To open the month, Seungmin was featured on the cover of Elle Japan, sponsored by the jewelry and luxury watch brand Harry Winston. Just a few days later, Seungmin attended Chanel's Coco Crush pop-up store in Seoul on July 3rd. Later on the 7th, Ian participated in the popular Korean TV series King of Masked Singer, where he performed Lee Sung-chul's track, Live Long Day. The next day, the Aussie duo, Baekhyun and Felix, began an Apple Music exclusive radio show called All About Stray Kids Radio. The show featured the hosts inviting two other Stray Kids members each episode to discuss their personal experiences and connections to specific songs, offering stays a deeper insight into the group's journey through music. On July 12th, Stray Kids headlined the 2024 IDAys Milano Music Festival, delivering an electrifying 17-song set to a massive audience of over 70,000 people. This performance marked one of the group's largest shows to date. Not only did they command the stage for such a grand crowd, but they also shared the spotlight as headliners alongside iconic artists like Metallica, Lana Del Rey, and Green Day. Headlining a festival is a significant achievement, but doing so alongside such legendary names further solidifies Stray Kids' presence in the global music scene. Only 2 days later, on July 14th, Stray Kids headlined yet another show, headlining BST Hyde Park. Here, they performed for over 65,000 people and shared the headliner role with artists like SZA, Morgan Wallen, and Stevie Nicks. The same day, the next episode of King of Masked Singer aired, featuring Ian for the last time. Leading up to the release of 8, on July 16th, Lino appeared on the Lee Mujin Service Show, where he demonstrated his singing talents in the spotlight of the show. On July 18th, only a day before their next album released, all the Stray Kids members announced they had renewed their contracts with JYP Entertainment, over 8 months before their expected expiration. With the renewal, they showed stays that Stray Kids is here to stay, and they have no plans of halting their success. The following day, on July 19th, Stray Kids released their 11th mini-album, 8. The album's title track, Chick Chick Boom, featured 2 cameos in its music video. The Marvel characters, Deadpool and Wolverine, can be seen throughout the video, as part of the promotion of the upcoming film and Stray Kids' friendship with Deadpool's actor, Ryan Reynolds. This was a monumental feature, as it drove fans of the film to the music video, where they could hear Stray Kids' newest song. The same day, Marvel Korea released a YouTube interview between Baekhyun and Felix, as well as Ryan Reynolds and Hugh Jackman, stars of the newest film, Deadpool and Wolverine. The actors praised Stray Kids' mark globally in talents, even saying that the members are more talented than they are. Additionally, 8 became Stray Kids' 5th album to debut at the #1 spot on Billboard 200, becoming the first act to have their first 5 Billboard entries reach #1 since DMX in 1998 to 2003. BTS's Jimin released a solo album, Muse, the same day as 8, but yet it only sold 96,000 copies compared to Stray Kids' 231,000 copies in the United States. Chick Chick Boom 2 entered the Billboard charts, peaking at number 49 on the Hot 100. Stray Kids performed their new song on multiple music shows, such as Music Bank, M Countdown, and Show Champion. The group received their first win with the track on July 25th, competing on M Countdown. Like with their album, the group was able to beat out Jimin's new song, Who, and take their first win for Chick Chick Boom. Stray Kids continued their winning streak with the song, securing victories on music shows on July 26th, July 31st, August 7th, August 14th, and August 16th. Among these achievements, they earned their first ever Triple Crown, an award given to a song that wins 3 consecutive weeks on the same music show. Stray Kids accomplished this milestone on Show Champion, marking a significant moment in their career and solidifying the song's immense success. On July 23rd, Stray Kids released another song, Slash. Slash was written by NOEASY and produced by Versace for Marvel Studios' newest blockbuster film, Deadpool and Wolverine. The film had a worldwide box office of over $1.3 billion, making it the highest grossing R-rated film ever and the second highest grossing film of 2024. Although the song wasn't heavily used in the movie, the fact they were able to contribute a song to a Hollywood blockbuster film like Deadpool and Wolverine is a huge display of their growing success. A few days later, on July 30th, Changbin made a guest appearance on ITZY member Chaeryeong's show for a special interview. The following day, Stray Kids released a vlog as part of Stay Week, showcasing their experiences in Milan, Italy. During the vlog, the group officially revealed their new living arrangements in 4 dorms: Baekchan and Ian, Lino and Han, Changbin and Hyunjin, and Felix and Seungmin. This detail might seem small, but it highlights just how far Stray Kids have come since their debut. Back then, all 9 members shared a single dorm. Now, as an 8-member group, they've reached a point where each member only shares their space with one other person. It's a testament to their growth and success over the years. Additionally, Stray Kids headlined Lollapalooza 2024 in Chicago on August 2nd. Later in the month, Seungmin's original soundtrack song, Destiny, won Best Autumn Season OST at the 2024 KM chart on August 21st. This award marked Stray Kids' 3rd individual award, with it being Seungmin's 2nd OST award. Just a few days later, Stray Kids began their Dominate World Tour in Seoul, South Korea. At the concert, each member debuted a brand new song. Baekchan with Railway, Lino with Youth, Changbin with Ultra, Hyunjin with So Good, Han with Hold My Hand, Felix with Unfair, Seungmin with As We Are, and Ian with Hallucination. To begin September, Stray Kids were prominently featured in Rolling Stone UK. Each member gave individual interviews, and the group appeared together on the magazine's cover for the month. Like their feature in W Korea back in June, each member was sponsored by a different luxury brand. Baekchan by Fendi, Lino by Gucci, Changbin by Dolce & Gabbana, Hyunjin by Versace, Han by Balmain, Felix by Louis Vuitton, Seungmin by Amiri, and Ian by Bottega Veneta. Notably, 6 members represented the same brands as before, demonstrating the brand's continued appreciation and interest in collaborating with the idols. Lino and Felix attended Tommy Hilfiger's Spring-Summer 2025 show as part of the New York Fashion Week on September 8th. By attending the fashion show, the 2 DANCERACHA members strengthened their growing relationship with Tommy Hilfiger. Speaking of brand relations, Hyunjin, the 3rd member of DANCERACHA, was announced as a new brand ambassador of Cartier on September 12th, making him an ambassador of both Versace and Cartier. On September 14th, Han released a new SKZ record track, Human. In the same day, he was featured on Twice's Jonghyun's Inspector show. Later in the month, the members of Stray Kids attended several events, all back-to-back. Seungmin attended Tasaki's 70th anniversary event on the 19th. Hyunjin attended Versace's Milan Fashion Week 2025 Spring and Summer show on the 20th. Ian attended Bottega Veneta's Milan Fashion Week 2025 Spring and Summer show on the 21st. With these events so close to each other, Stray Kids demonstrated that global impact both Tommy Hilfiger and Ryan Reynolds spoke of, attending global fashion events from the high-end luxury brands like Versace and Bottega Veneta. In October, Ian reconnected with Bottega Veneta for his feature on Days Korea's October issue. Hyunjin showcased his new role as a Cartier ambassador on the cover of Esquire Korea. Later, on October 6th, Stray Kids delivered one of their standout performances of the year at the American Music Awards' 50th anniversary. The group performed a tribute to boy bands with a mashup of NSYNC's iconic Bye 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 and their own recent track, Chick Chick Boom. What made this performance especially notable was the renewed popularity of Bye 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 earlier in the year. After its prominent use in Deadpool and Wolverine, Stray Kids stayed true to the song's original choreography while seamlessly blending it in with their own style, earning widespread praise from stays and viewers for the creative and nostalgic tribute. While no awards were given out at the AMAs that night, the performance itself became a highlight of the event. The day after their AMA performance, Stray Kids released 2 Japanese tracks, Night and Falling Up, both featured in the 2nd season of the Japanese anime Tower of God. Night served as the season's opening theme, while Falling Up was used as the ending theme. This wasn't the group's first collaboration with the anime, as back in 2020, they contributed songs for the first season, making their return to the series a fitting and highly anticipated continuation. NOEASY member Changbin was featured on labelmate ITZY's newest album, Gold, for the song Vey. Changbin is credited for both helping write the song and assisting in the production process. Vey released on October 15th with the album, demonstrating his well-loved rapping abilities while also reinforcing his producer role. The following day, Stray Kids released Come Play, the collaborative track used in the Netflix original TV series, Arcane. The song could be heard in the final fight of Season 2, giving the song a much more prominent role than Slash received. However, the song was not written by Stray Kids, rather it was written by the other artists on the song, Tom Morello and Young Miko. This wasn't to put down 3RACHA's writing abilities though, as the song is rather an energetic piece, making Stray Kids, who are known for their noisier style, a perfect fit. While in Australia, Bangshan and Felix appeared on the Australian TV program The Project, showcasing Stray Kids' growing global influence as they were highlighted and praised on international television. Shortly after, on October 26th, the group performed at Allianz Stadium in Sydney, marking a historic moment. Stray Kids sold out the venue, which has a capacity of 19,400, becoming the first and only K-pop group to achieve this feat at that stadium. Felix was featured on the cover of Elle Korea's November issue, sponsored by Louis Vuitton. Later, on November 5th, Hyunjin attended another film premiere, appearing at the Hear Me Our Summer VIP premiere. A little over a week later, Stray Kids released their second full-length Japanese album, Giant. The album featured previous 2024 songs like Why, Night, Falling Up, and a Japanese version of Chick Chick Boom. Stray Kids topped Billboard charts again with this album, debuting at number 1 on the Billboard Japan Hot Albums. One of the new tracks on Giant, Christmas Love, received a music video on December 9th. It's a festive video, aligning with the message of the song. Stray Kids were nominated 4 times at the Billboard Music Awards. They were nominated for Top Duo or Group, double nominated for Top K-Pop Album with Rockstar and 8, as well as nominated for Top Global K-Pop Artist. The group successfully won Top Global K-Pop Artist, a fitting award for their year of global impact. The group gave a special performance for the awards show as well, performing Chick Chick Boom and Jam. On December 13th, Stray Kids released their special album, Hop, which debuted at the top of the Billboard 200, marking their 6th consecutive album to achieve this feat. This remarkable milestone solidified their place in Billboard history, as they became the first artists to have their first 6 entries debut at number 1. These entries include their 2022 albums, Ordinary and Maxident, the 2023 albums, 5 Star and Rockstar, and their 2024 albums, 8 and Hop. The Hop album featured the solo tracks performed during the Dominate World Tour, including Felix's song, Unfair, which gained additional attention through an interview with Louis Vuitton on December 18th. In the feature, Felix shared behind-the-scenes details of the concert and the song's creation. Exactly a week later, on December 25th, Stray Kids delivered a festive performance at SBS's Gayo Daejun Music Festival, showcasing Walkin' on Water, Sway Version, and Mountains. During the event, 3 members unveiled new hairstyles, Hyunjin with a blonde buzz cut, a bold and rare choice in K-pop, Han returned to his popular blue hair color, and Felix embraced his natural black hair after years of bleaching, citing the need to preserve his hair's health. On December 27th, Ian appeared on Days Korea's YouTube channel for an interview tied to his upcoming 2025 digital cover, sponsored by Damiani. The next day, Hyunjin released the SKZ record track, Quill Pen, marking the final SKZ player release of the year. Stray Kids closed 2024 on a high note with 2 music show wins for Walkin' on Water at Music Bank on December 20th and 27th. These victories capped off an extraordinary year for the group, demonstrating their unwavering domination and impact on the music industry as they looked ahead to 2025. Stray Kids are preparing for their 4th full-length album, Karma, and I strongly believe it'll be their biggest album yet. The trailer alone feels like a movie trailer with details packed in to tell us what to expect. Even something as little as animal patterns tells us about the album. 5 of the members are styled with leopard patterns, with only 3 wearing zebra patterns. These designs are more than intentional. Leopards and zebras have a strong connection to each other, being predator and prey. This is the main theme of Karma. Not predators and prey, but dynamics. The fact that more members wear leopard patterns also tells us which side Stray Kids are on. They're the ones that are attacking the music industry and dominating everyone else. We see this dynamic through racing in the trailer. We have 2 roles here, the racers and the spectators. Some spectators are there to cheer you on, while others only cheer once you crash. There's so many people watching you, recording you, eyeing you as an idol, and that pressure can really weigh you down. This can make it especially hard to discern who you truly are after taking on an image you must wear to be successful. The futuristic city, we'll call it Karma City, sees their champions as perfect competitors who've beaten the sports events and come out on top. In the minds of Karma City, they have no flaws. But in the Warren City, they see them differently. They see them as people who have worked hard to win, but nothing more than people, like they are. We see this especially in Han's clip. 3 boys are playing soccer when the ball rolls over to Han, but none of them mind that he's there. Versus in Karma City, the press bombards Felix and pushes his face everywhere in the city. Karma City rewards them with flashy, exclusive animal patterns, but Warren City views them as humans and respects them equally. All 8 of the members are champions, with the 2081 Karma Sports event being exclusive to past champions. This reminds us that even though Stray Kids have achieved so much and become champions in the industry, they're choosing to race on and target more than they have so far. This race likely symbolizes the long journey they've been on, filled with struggles and persistence to make it around the track. Usually, a race has multiple laps. Crossing the finish line doesn't mean that it's over, it just means you're making progress. These laps could almost be compared to their album releases. Every time they release an album, they're getting further to their goal. The way each lap plays out is entirely different as well. Completing a lap doesn't promise the next lap will be easy. If anything, it's harder than the last. The other racers around you get increasingly more fueled up and driven to overtake you. If Stray Kids lose control and spin out, they could crash and lose it all. But that's their past race. They're no longer racing against other groups and competitors. This time, Stray Kids are racing against themselves. Their goal is shifted entirely, but the process and journey remains the same. Stray Kids strive to remain on top. They've proven their group image countless times. Now they race to make a name for themselves. By establishing their personal image, they're becoming much more recognizable. Stray Kids just finished their Dominate World Tour with 10 North American stops. 6 of the 8 members have partnered with at least one luxury brand as ambassadors. Stray Kids are being placed in front of more people than ever before. The group absolutely is targeting global impact with Karma. This is the first time we've seen Stray Kids release an English version of their title track. Releasing English songs, even if they're English versions, exceptionally helps with discoverability in the West. Recently, we saw the Western world being sucked in by the music of K-pop Demon Hunters, which, surprise surprise, has little to no Korean in it. It's for that reason that I feel Ceremony can take off for Stray Kids. The group is switching up their physical variants as well. For the first time ever, they're offering a vinyl variant to Karma. The United States remains the biggest market for vinyl records, so offering a vinyl copy will be huge for their sales. On top of that, there's 3 store versions of the box sets. While it might seem a little overkill, they give fans more options for which copy to buy, as well as make the album look more intriguing to people unfamiliar with the group. Altogether, it combines for higher sales. Stray Kids have 2 major records they'd be looking at with this album. First, they'd want to keep extending their Billboard record by becoming the first artist to debut their first 7 albums at the #1 slot on Billboard 200. Secondly, Karma could become the most pre-ordered K-pop album, which is a record they once owned with 5 Star, but lost later in the year to 17. 5.3 million albums might sound like a lot for Stray Kids to sell, but it's totally possible for them. Historically, their full-length albums sell exceptionally better than their mini albums. It's because of those reasons that I have zero doubts in my mind Stray Kids will both defend and reclaim their records. I also believe Karma would be a great opportunity for Stray Kids to chase a Grammy. Karma releases barely in time to be eligible for the next ceremony, so as long as they submit the album for consideration, they could have a solid chance to be at the very least nominated. Changbin recently mentioned in June that he really wants to win one, so I wouldn't doubt that they at least try to submit it. And with how expansive the album seems to be currently, I don't know how they could ignore it. The trailer alone has a huge budget. It introduces us to a futuristic world set in 2081, full of dynamic pairs and mirrors. I mentioned earlier that there's 2 main cities we see. There's a very clear class division set in place, like the predator and prey dynamic. In Karma City, every champion is celebrated and plastered across the city. They practically view the champions as people with supernatural influence. However, in the Warren City, the champions are simply respected, with little to no drawn obsession. This split viewpoint is displayed in the logo for Karma as well, being a full mirror image. But wait, the album is called Karma, isn't it? How does karma play into what we see? The most direct way we can look at it is that karma is the result of actions, good or bad. But let's be honest, when has a Stray Kids album ever been direct? 8 wasn't about eating fortune cookies, and Rockstar wasn't about banging your head and whipping your hair. This is why I think it's so important that we look at the elements of the album presented to us. Meaningful albums are disappearing in K-pop, and if they want to win a Grammy, they need to provide a deep connection within the album. They're going to need to give something more than the other nominees do. As I said earlier, the main theme of Karma is dynamics. The 3 main elements a part of the album are mirrors, yin and yang, and obviously Karma itself. Although they might seem random, they tie into Stray Kids really well. One way I could see Stray Kids utilizing Karma is in a very similar way to their song Bounce Back. Stray Kids are the Karma that will snap back and get the pessimists that hate on them. However, from what we've seen so far, it doesn't really feel like Karma itself is a very big piece to the album. Towards the beginning of the trailer, we saw Bangchan in a room full of mirrors, 9 in total. As he walks up to the central one, he stares at his reflection. Shortly after that, the other 8 mirrors rotate towards him, essentially being surrounded by winners. But is that truly how Chan feels? With how prevalent it is, I believe it's likely Karma is going to be an album about cause and effect, reflecting on those choices. Another big thing we could see with this theme is the battle between persona and person, their stage personality and their true personality. This takes us all the way back to the survival show in 2017. In episode 5, JYP taught the group how important it is for them to be sincere, diligent, and modest. And by doing so, they need to sacrifice who they are, spending time with friends, family, vacation, all to make it to the top. And now Stray Kids have made it to the top, but when they look in the mirror and see the reflection, is it truly them that they see? It's these personal themes that can really help their album resonate internationally. Very rarely do we see songs in K-pop that discuss something so personal as idol life. If Stray Kids truly want to win a Grammy, it's important that their music has meaning as well. Stray Kids could be the first group to be nominated for a Big 4 award, like Album of the Year, Song of the Year, and Record of the Year. Out of those options, I think they're most likely to be nominated for Song of the Year or Record of the Year. They're kind of the same award, but winning one would absolutely show how far Stray Kids have come and the strength they carry in their music. I could see them being nominated with Ceremony English version. It's clearly been created with English markets in mind, and with how much the Grammys prefer English songs, it aligned well for them. Winning Song of the Year would highlight their ability to write a powerful song. One of the songs that draws my attention the most is Phoenix. I've always found Greek mythology kind of interesting, so I'm curious what exactly they'll be doing with this concept. At its core, a phoenix is a mythological bird scorched in flames. It embodies a dynamic idea of death and rebirth, both literally and figuratively. And when you look at everything we've seen from Karma so far, it makes perfect sense. Because a phoenix doesn't rise until it burns, and Stray Kids have been burned. They've been pushed, doubted, criticized, and worn down. This track could be their response to all of it, not by clapping back, but by becoming something stronger because of the pain. It also fits into the yin and yang symbolism. The fire is destruction, but also transformation. A phoenix lives until it dies. Except, it also transforms into something entirely new, and that's what Karma seems to be about. Understanding that everything you've been through, everything you've lost, everything you've given up, it wasn't for nothing. So maybe Phoenix is the moment Stray Kids stop running from the pressure and finally accept what it's made them. Not just idols, not just champions, but artists who are ready to rise again, this time on their own terms. And that rebirth balances it out, carrying both the ashes and the flames. There's 2 sides to a coin, 2 sides to a billboard, and 2 sides to the members. You know what else has 2 sides? Yin and yang. Perhaps one of the clearest reasons for yin and yang is their musical style. Oftentimes their music blends melodic feels with heavier, noisy music. They combine to make a song that isn't messy, but perfectly balanced. I think there's a strong chance this represents the album as a whole. If we look back at the earlier albums, we'll notice this trend quite a lot. The album leads with loud, aggressive songs, but rounds off with softer, emotional songs. I'd say it's reasonable to assume that this softer feel starts sooner in the album this time, even as early as track 4, Mess. We see that it's primarily written by Han, who's written rather emotional pieces in the past. It's worth mentioning that this doesn't guarantee it is a softer song, as he's still written dramatic songs on his own. You may or may not have noticed that the yin and yang presented on the coins isn't a standard yin and yang. It's not the usual perfect balance. Yin, the shadow, is notably surrounding yang, the light. And this is where Stray Kids are. The shadow, or negativity, surrounds them, but they persist to shine through and show what they have. Quite a lot of Stray Kids' career has been built by criticism. Stray Kids release a hit song, people spread hate because of it, and then the group releases another hit song as a response. While it may seem like the negativity surrounds them, they remain at the center of it all, twisting it into their own weapon and continuing the cycle endlessly. Even their name is represented by the shadow Yin. With this album, Stray Kids are practically saying, don't be surprised when it comes back around. Not in the same way Karma is considered to loop, but in the sense that Stray Kids won't be hurt by their words. They'll only use it to produce even better music than ever before, and in turn, counter their critiques with real success and accomplishments. However, it can be hard to always reproduce the hate people give you. A lot of the time it really hurts you and can change the way you think of yourself. This is where the mirror image can hurt them. When a mirror is even slightly bent out of its intended shape, the reflection becomes distorted. If this mirror becomes the only way you can see yourself, it can warp the perception you have of yourself. Now obviously, Stray Kids aren't talking about a mirror literally. What they're likely referring to is how much negative discussion can affect them. If there's so many people talking about you in a certain way, it becomes easy to believe them and view yourself the same way they do, as trash. We actually saw something like this briefly on their last full-length album. In the music video for S-Class, Hyunjin's presented with a mirror. When he looks into it, he sees himself and his fellow members behind him, but once the mirror shatters, he looks onto a mess of characters. The mirror can only show them what it's like as an idol, but if they look beyond that mirror and destroy it entirely, they're allowed to see what they are inside. Stray Kids are done being who they aren't, and they're ready to leave it behind. They're ready for markets that don't demand perfection 24/7. Karma is marketed for success, but money isn't the only purpose of the album. It's about everything Stray Kids have carried to get here, and maybe that's what the race has always been about. Not outrunning the hate or chasing global validation, but understanding that everything they've built, all of it has led them here. Stray Kids aren't just aiming for records, they're also setting the tone for what K-pop can be.
Over the past few years, Stray Kids has become great friends with Hollywood actor Ryan Reynolds. But how did these two seemingly opposite worlds ever intersect? Everything started on April 1st, 2021, when Mnet aired the first episode of their new reality TV show, Kingdom Legendary War. The show featured the contestants B2B, iKON, SF9, The Boys, 80s, and Stray Kids, with these 6 boy groups competing against each other to be crowned the kings of K-pop. Stray Kids had several iconic performances on the show, like their cover of B2B's I'll Be Your Man and their showcase of their new song, Wolfgang. But the performance we're most interested in is the remix of Blackpink's Doo 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 Doo. Airing on May 20th, the song itself mixes elements of Stray Kids' song God's Menu with Blackpink's. Their performance of this remix starts with a solo shot of Felix portraying Deadpool, the Marvel anti-hero played by Ryan Reynolds. This performance caught Reynolds' attention, leading him to interact with the group for the first time on May 20th. He tweeted at Stray Kids, simply saying, "Oh hello." The group's Twitter account replied, "I know, right?" 3 days later, on May 23rd, Ryan Reynolds' marketing business, Maximum Effort, tweeted that they had signed up for Bang Chan's Bubble. JYP Bubble is an app where idols can interact with fans by sending them messages. On the same day, Bang Chan hosted his weekly livestream for his Channy's Room series. He appeared on the livestream wearing a Deadpool mask, bringing even more attention to the idol. Later that day, Ryan Reynolds tweeted at Stray Kids again, this time announcing that he was sending Bang Chan a signed bottle of his aviation gin. In the tweet, Ryan asked for an autograph in exchange, also adding a tag claiming that Bang Chan is his new favorite Australian, this being a nod to Ryan's co-worker and friend, Hugh Jackman. Jackman is best known for portraying the character Wolverine for over 24 years. In 2009, the actors shared the screen when Ryan Reynolds first portrayed his beloved character, Deadpool. The following day, on May 24th, Bang Chan replied to Ryan's tweet, saying he had 2 things for him as well. The first was a signed copy of Stray Kids' previous major album, In Life, which was released in 2020 as a repackaged album, and even featured the song that brought them to Ryan's attention, God's Menu. Secondly, he apologized to Hugh Jackman for becoming Ryan's new favorite Australian. Hugh replied the same day, joking that he was more worried for the group having to deal with Ryan. Hugh also gave a shout out to the other Aussie in the group, Felix. On June 9th, Bang Chan replied to Ryan, letting him know that his gift had successfully arrived and that the prezzies they sent were on the way too. Ryan responded by wishing that all the members were on their way as his gifts, to which Stray Kids joked they are currently jumping off the plane, referring to a scene in Deadpool 2. On August 13th, as part of the marketing for Ryan Reynolds' upcoming film, Free Guy, Bang Chan interviewed him on the 20th Century Fox YouTube channel. The interview spans nearly 7 minutes and primarily features the two complimenting each other, with Bang Chan completely freaking out over nerves. Later that year, on October 23rd, the Stray Kids Instagram account posted photos of Felix backstage in the Deadpool costume, all to wish their good friend Ryan a happy birthday. The following year, Ryan commemorated their gift exchange by using Stray Kids' song, God's Menu, on his Instagram story. Later in 2022, Stray Kids announced their upcoming mini-album, Maxident. Ryan Reynolds came by the Maxident trailer to show his support for the group. In between this time and their initial meeting, Ryan and Stray Kids could be seen interacting on each other's social media accounts. Almost 2 years later, on June 18th, Stray Kids released their 8 album trailer. Many theories about the tracks of 8 emerged, focusing on the group's good friend, Ryan Reynolds, or more specifically, his beloved character, Deadpool. Stray Kids fans, also known as Stay, noticed the connections with the 8 logo's black and red coloring, which matches Deadpool's colors. They also pointed out the reference to a golden retriever in the album trailer being specifically called a lucky dog, the same name as a Marvel character. Additionally, in an interview with BuzzFeed, when asked if you were an action figure, what 2 accessories would you come with, Han gave a straightforward answer, cheesecake and iced Americano. However, Stay noted that Felix answered he would need a sword and a gun, both being items Deadpool is known for. With all the information fans had gathered, they speculated that the title track of 8, Chick Chick Boom, might be on the Deadpool and Wolverine soundtrack. Their speculation was partly correct. While Chick Chick Boom wasn't in the movie, it was announced that Stray Kids had created an entirely new song for the film, appropriately titled Slash. This song is among one of the only K-pop songs to have been written specifically for a Hollywood blockbuster film. Although the track wasn't heavily featured in the film, the fact that Stray Kids contributed a song to a successful Hollywood movie like Deadpool and Wolverine is a significant achievement for the group. The music video for Chick Chick Boom was released with the album on July 19th. The video featured the 2 main characters of Deadpool and Wolverine, those being Ryan Reynolds' Deadpool and Hugh Jackman's Wolverine. The characters were seen as a news anchor and a weatherman on a news station. The same day as the album's release, the Marvel Korea YouTube channel posted a video in which Felix and Bangchan interviewed Ryan and Hugh. As of now, the movie has grossed over $1 billion at the box office, as well as become the biggest R-rated movie of all time. Going back in time a bit, Stray Kids had filmed this portion of the music video with Ryan while they were in New York for the promotion of Lose My Breath. This filming also marked their first meeting outside of the internet. In the behind-the-scenes footage of the Chick Chick Boom music video, the members could be seen ecstatic with joy to meet and film with Ryan. Hugh Jackman wasn't at the filming site, as his feature in the music video was still being negotiated at the time. And that brings us to the present. We currently don't have any further pieces in their friendship, but it definitely won't be the end of it.
What is Stray Kids' ceremony celebrating? The title hints at a party, but the lyrics reveal something even deeper. Stray Kids are incredibly busy as idols. They're constantly traveling, performing, and creating, but does it even matter if they can balance it all and still win? Their discipline alone warrants a celebration, so the fact they can do the impossible and succeed is insanely impressive. They don't stop there, they ensure everyone knows, especially their haters. Regardless of the negativity thrown at them, they'll continue to come out on top. Stray Kids thrive in the heat of the world. There really isn't any point in messing with them.
We're moving forward, we maximum power, and we're gonna dominate poppin'.
Changbin mentioned that Ceremony was actually written prior to their third world tour, being excited to perform in some of their biggest venues ever. The song is a celebration of the worldwide success, directly referencing the record-setting tour itself. Stray Kids' music is very commonly described as being noisy. It's actually something the group has made their own in the past few years. They're not only saying that the negativity people spew feeds their style, but also shapes the music they make. Stray Kids are quite literally partying to the hate they get. Seeing people upset over their success is their favorite ceremony.
What does Stray Kids' Do It music video show us? The video begins in an apocalyptic version of the Gangnam district of Seoul, fully devoid of color. Everyone is frozen in place and failing to do anything. Then 8 crows come along, each being a member of Stray Kids. Different cultures around the world tend to represent crows with different attributes, but the one thing they all tend to agree on is change. Specifically big changes. And this is what we actually hear about in the song, as well as see in the physical video. Stray Kids transform back to humans as they spread their message of just doing it. The world is cracked, but as the chorus hits, it breathes, and people begin to move. The world actually starts healing. The color prevails, and we see the cracks fully repaired, but some people still remain frozen like scarecrows. However, Stray Kids press on, and when we hit the final chorus, confetti pours down from the sky as everyone around begins moving freely. Stray Kids then transform back into crows as they fly off to free the world of fear, because truly, you will never accomplish anything if you do not first make an effort to do it.
Stray Kids are wrapping up their Dominate World Tour, and with that, many stays are wondering what Stray Kids will do next. I wanted to provide a likely outline for the future by looking at patterns and business strategies their label uses. From what we know so far, Stray Kids will almost certainly be preparing for their next album once the tour concludes on July 30th. They even seem to be trying to garner attention currently. On July 7th, Stray Kids released the first episode of the next season of 2 Kids Room, one of their online series. Historically, they love to use the series in association with albums. For example, the first episode of 2 Kids Room Plus 1 released on April 10th, 2020, with Go Live releasing 2 months later on June 17th. On January 22nd, 2022, Stray Kids released the first episode of 2Kids Room, with Ordinary releasing 2 months later as well. Most of the time, 2Kids Room releases after an album, but every time we've seen it come before one, it's been 2 months before it. I think we're most likely to see this next album released on September 5th, considering when Dominate ends and when 2Kids Room began. Large labels tend to release albums on quarters as well. Here's some of Stray Kids' major quarter releases. I believe the next album will be their 4th full-length album as well. Stray Kids released their first full-length a little over 2 years after their debut, with NOEASY being a year later and 5 Star being 2 years after that. We'd be looking at SKZ 4 releasing just over 2 years later, much like their first full-length. With it being a full-length album, we're almost certainly going to receive the previous Mixtape Dominate tracks on the album. Previously, Stray Kids have ensured the Mixtape singles are placed on a physical album at some point. With the naming matching the other digital singles, I believe we will see at least the unit tracks on the album. I'm not sure if Giant Korean version will be included or not, as the main reason that song was ever included is so that they can own a master of the original Japanese song. It's also worth mentioning that these digital singles have only ever been included on full-length albums. Time Out released on August 1st, 2022, but was not included on a physical album until 5 Star, nearly a year later. The track skipped both Maxident and SKZ Replay. As for the sound of SKZ 4, I believe it will be structured in a very similar way to 8. The primary title track will feature a simpler sound, with their classic Stray Kids genre songs being placed as B-sides, much like a Chick Chick Boom and Mountain situation. I also think that SKZ 4 will directly tie into the 8 name and theme. In Step Out 2025, Stray Kids mentioned encore performances in South Korea. Given that we haven't seen those shows yet or received any information, we likely won't hear about them until Dominate World Tour concludes fully. The group will likely use these encore shows to help promote SKZ 4. It's rather dependent on where these shows fall, given that they could either use the shows to showcase upcoming songs, or to promote the album after its release. There's a chance we may have even seen SKZ 4 already. Take a look at this visualizer Stray Kids used during Dominate. What song do you think it plays on? Mountains? Jam? Despite what you may think, it doesn't play for any of the 8 tracks. In fact, it's associated with their 2022 track, Maniac. We see that the mouth is not only different from the one on the album cover, but also expands across all of the screen, finally crunching down and eating all of the show. Feels a little odd to model an entirely new mouth for the sake of Maniac's visualizer. What this could be is an element of SKZ 4's cover art. I feel like the visualizer could represent how they have eaten everything. It's placed deliberately at the end of the official show, being the last song before their encores. One possible structure I could see them using is continuing the 8 name. 8 what? Perhaps 8 the World? We've already seen Dominate the World Tour. Wouldn't be that absurd of a name, given how much of an impact they've already left. They're even eating up the luxury fashion scene right now. 6 of the 8 members have already signed ambassador agreements, with Hyunjin signing to 3 brands and Ian on 2. However, Changbin and Han are still yet to sign onto a brand. Changbin has previously worked with Dolce & Gabbana, hinting at potential future partnerships. As for Han, he's been working with Balmain in the past, but as of recently, he's begun modeling for Dior. Currently, the members are only ambassadors of luxury brands. Once every member is signed to a luxury brand, they'll likely begin signing to brands outside of the luxury umbrella. We're seeing the group expand their connections already. Recently, Felix signed as a temporary model for Gongcha Tea. We could soon be seeing the members sign longer contracts with various brands. This also allows them to represent brands that tie into their own style and interests. Here are some partnerships I could see happening. Bangshan could work with Sony, specifically their audio and headphone branch. He's by far the best known producer of the group, with many people immediately associating him with that area of music. Lino could represent Pet Kit, given his love for cats and animals as a whole. Changbin is known for working out, specifically weightlifting. An athleticism brand like Under Armour could be perfect for him. Hyunjin's known for his artistic painter side, making a high-end art supply brand like Windsor and Newton an easy choice. Like Bangchan, Han is well known for his songwriting aspect. Not only does he currently use Apple products, but their brand focuses on expanding an individual's creativity. Felix has previously shared a strong interest for makeup, so placing him with a brand like NARS would suit him well. Han actually worked with NARS in May, modeling the brand's cosmetics on Nylon Japan. Seungmin has shown his love for baseball, even receiving gifts from the MLB. New Era is a brand that creates stylish fashion while using officially licensed MLB IPs.
Lastly, Dr. Jart Plus could be interested in working with IN because of how extensive of a skincare routine he has. We're likely to see these expanded partnerships happening soon, as they'd want to squeeze them in before their military service. Speaking of, how will their military enlistments go? From what we currently know, Stray Kids must enlist by their 28th birthday. This does not mean each member waits until their 28th birthday though. The absolute latest they could wait to enlist is October 25th, 2026, which is Lino's 28th birthday. The only way they could delay this any further is through the BTS law, which delays a group's enlistments to their 30th birthday. In order for the delay to affect a group, they must receive a recommendation from the Minister of Culture, Sports, and Tourism. It's important to note that the law was only created to delay BTS from going into the military shortly after COVID had decimated the South Korean economy. The government wished to keep them around long enough to get tourism flowing into the country again. With BTS now back from their military service, the South Korean government will likely have no real reason to delay Stray Kids enlistments, as they're not losing out on healing the economy like could have happened with BTS. I highly doubt that Stray Kids will begin their military enlistments in 2025, as well as early 2026. Some members of the group have joked about going on tour again in 2026. It's possible the group could be using this tour as a send-off before their enlistments. It absolutely will not be as large as Dominate was, given the close proximity to the last tour and their time restraints for enlisting. I believe the group will not enter all at once either. It's not a smart business move to send them all away at the same time. While yes, they will return quicker, only being gone for 18 to 21 months in total, they risk fans having less events during their service. Rather, the group will likely go one at a time, with only some of them going at once. This allows for the group to release solo projects, promote them, and then serve their time. JYP Entertainment have previously used this strategy for Day 6's enlistments. Most members released a solo project and enlisted the following month. They also spread out their enlistments, allowing for Seungmin to be discharged only 6 months after their last member enlisted. The other thing is that, just because Lino is the oldest, he is not guaranteed to be the first to enlist. Their enlistment dates will most likely be mixed up in an order that JYP feels suits best. This also allows for the group to continue activities during their enlistments. An obvious one is solo projects. I do not believe the group will utilize the Racha units during this time, unfortunately. 7 of the 8 members have individual artist profiles, and as of a few months ago, they were modified. Instead of the profiles reading Felix of Stray Kids or Changbin Stray Kids, they were condensed down to just their names. What this would imply is that each member of Stray Kids signed to JYP Entertainment as a solo artist now. This signifies that both the group and their label intend to use their individual names for future projects. Another thing I should mention is one of the Rachas, 3RACHA, does have their own artist profile. However, that profile remains 3RACHA of Stray Kids. Also, just plain from a monetary perspective, selling 8 solo albums versus selling 3 unit albums brings in way more profit. The order each member releases solo projects is important as well. I've thought about this quite a lot, and I believe they'll base it on their age, group role, and individual popularity. It's because of those reasons that I think the project order will be as follows: Hyunjin, Lino, Han, Seungmin, Felix, Changbin, IN, and Bangchan. Hyunjin will likely be the first to release a solo album because of his popularity, as well as we're seeing pieces of his solo career currently with his involvement on David's Always Love. Putting one of the most popular members first can be a strong way to get fans excited about the solo projects and get their mind off of the dreadful enlistment period. I also believe they could begin these projects in the early summer of 2026. It gives them time to wrap up their send-off tour while also not cutting it too close for Lino. However, Day 6 only had 4 members during their enlistments, half of the 8 Stray Kids have. Their enlistment order may differ from the project order. Younger members may stick around beyond their projects. Speaking of sticking around, Bangchan and Felix will not be enlisting at all. Even though Chan was born in South Korea, he gained Australian citizenship when his family moved there. Bangchan and Felix are legal residents of South Korea, but they are not required to take up citizenship of the country because they chose to keep Australian citizenship when they turned 18. Because they won't be enlisting, they'll likely take the forefront of the Stray Kids image during the military period. We could see Aussie spin-offs of Stray Kids signature content like an Aussie Code or 2 Kids show where they bring on a special guest
advanced like another member or public figure. Assuming Seungmin hasn't ended his song by series by the time military comes around, we could see him pre-recording several episodes to roll out during his service. Following their solo projects, we could see some of the members going on short individual tours, especially members with extensive discographies and diverse skills. Two main ones I could see doing this are Han and Felix. Han has released the most individual songs with 3RACHA, as well as he's known for his ace abilities, being capable of singing, dancing, and rapping exceptionally well. As for Felix, he doesn't have nearly as many solo songs currently, but he's incredibly good at mixing rap and singing thanks to his different vocal tones. On top of their own songs, they can perform covers of full group tracks because of those very skills. All of that is what we could see them doing musically, but could they expand beyond music too? I think they absolutely could be interested in stepping out more. In 2023, Stray Kids released a short film called SKZ. Every member had an acting role in the film, with some having larger roles than others. I believe there's a strong chance we will see some of the members going beyond the group itself and stepping into the film industry. Some of the most likely members are Lino and Hyunjin. Both of them were previously featured in large roles in the music video of Mixtape on Track, with Lino too starring in SKZ. Assuming these were roles they picked up themselves, they may be interested in expanding. Felix might use the military period to get ahead in fashion, attending more fashion shows, photo shoots, and promotions than he may have originally. Something that'd be especially cool to see is him partnering with Louis Vuitton in some way. He's already performed as a runway model at 2 of their shows. Maybe he'd use his extra time to help design outfits for a show, or even help design products for an exclusive product line. We know Felix loves fashion, and there truly is a lot of room for him to expand in that industry. According to Step Out 2025, we're meant to receive 2 albums this year. Mixtape Dominate and Hollow did not count to that number, as mixtapes are digital singles, not albums. And Hollow was a Japanese album, something JYP doesn't include, being that Sony Music mostly operates their Japanese releases. If we're to believe that SKZ will release in early September, there isn't much time left in the year for the group to release that second album. It's because of that reason that I don't think this album will be a regular album. Rather, I believe it will be a SKZ Replay Part 2 of sorts. Currently, we have 19 YouTube exclusive SKZ record tracks. SKZ Replay included 17 previously released songs. The compilation album wasn't super heavily marketed, but JYP Entertainment may be considering it as a more powerful album now, especially after Hop and Dominate's popularity. It's worth noting that Hop was originally considered a special album, while this SKZ Replay Part 2 is described as an album itself. It'd be a rather lengthy album, but this could be Stray Kids' best of album, much like 17 is right here and Proof. One disc would contain the title tracks, another the SKZ records, and another the popular B-sides through the years. If I had to pick which is more likely, I'd pick the best of album, given that it would tie into the supposed military send-off tour. Releasing a best of would not only make sense for concluding the year, but also closing a chapter in their career. Stray Kids grow. Their music in 2018 sounds nothing like the music they make now. Their choreographies are entirely different. The members are doing significantly different things than they have ever before. So many things have changed, but yet, everything about the group is still undeniably Stray Kids. Even though they've grown, they do the best they can to stay true to themselves. Something I've always personally loved about these types of albums is it gives you a chance to feel and appreciate their differences through their career. I encourage you to look for the best out of what's to come. Military enlistments might be a scary obstacle, but they absolutely have a plan to make the best of it.